Stupid X. Fatty Hao said with disdain, then laughed. I told you you're stupid but you still refuse to admit it. Fatty's behavior is clearly that I'm taking the money but not doing the job. Don't you understand that? You. As soon as Hao Peng said that, Sun Jianxing pointed at him and immediately his body trembled with anger. You what? Fatty Hao smiled leisurely, and then continued, Fat Master wants to eat at your house, live at your house, collect money from your Sun family, and play with your Sun family's girls. In the end, not only will he not do anything for you, but he will also fuck you in return. How do you feel? Is it fun? Is it exciting? Are you dissatisfied? If you don't agree, come and bite me. You. Facing Hao Peng's provocation, Sun Jianxing was furious, but he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Hao Peng's provocative words kept echoing in his mind. Fatty will eat your Sun family's food. Fatty lives in your Sun family's house. Fatty takes money from your Sun family. Fatty is playing with the girl from your Sun family. But Fatty won't serve your Sun family. Not only will he not serve you, he will also do the opposite to you. What can you do to me? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Sun Jianxing felt his blood boiling. Stealing a chicken but losing the rice. Not only did he lose the lady, but he also lost his army. Puff. A moment later, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Sun Jianxing's mouth. The battle hadn't even begun, but one of the Sun family saints was already dead and one was injured. Chapter 808, 1.5 hours of choice. In the huge Beidou martial city, hundreds of thousands or even millions of warriors watching the battle on the city walls were now plunged into endless silence. The entire place was dead still. A martial artist who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm was actually so angry that he vomited blood. If this had happened in the past, no one would have believed it. After all, reaching the peak of the Saint Realm was the limit of the Shenwu continent. Here, they were the heaven and the earth, and no one could contend with them. Therefore, it was impossible to make them angry or furious. But now it's different. Sun Jianxing, the ancestor of the Sun family, was a martial artist at the peak of the Saint Realm. He was angered to the point of vomiting blood, and this happened in front of hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. But think about it, the Sun family spent 5 holy weapons and 500 billion stones to invite Hao Peng to deal with Ye Bufan together, but in the end they found out that Hao Peng and Ye Bufan were actually in the same group. I believe that anyone present who encountered this situation would be as angry as Sun Jianxing and vomit blood. It's really a scam. Of course, the people watching on the scene didn't care about these at all. What they cared about was now that Fat Hao had switched sides, the number of Ye Bufan's side's original 2 peak saintly warriors immediately increased to 3. On the other hand, the Sun family's original 6 saints now had 1 dead, 1 injured, and 1 leaving, and the number of people had dropped sharply by 2. As a result of this loss, they no longer had the previous advantage. The most important thing is that the 3 saints on Ye Bufan's side are all warriors at the peak of the Saint Realm, while among the 4 saints of the Sun family, only 1 is at the peak of the Saint Realm, and the remaining 3 are 1 at the post-Saint Realm and 2 at the middle Saint Realm. Such strength is definitely not weak, but it is definitely not as good as the 3 peak warriors who have entered the Saint Realm. The current situation is extremely unfavorable to the Sun family. The people watching the scene saw this clearly, and the 4 saints of the Sun family were also very clear in their minds that Fat Hao's defection was simply fatal to the Sun family. Looking at Sun Jianxing who was vomiting blood, Fatty Hao smiled leisurely, and then said earnestly, old man, come to me, you are already so old and still come out to show off. Are you okay now? Are you injured? Forget it, Fatty will not make it difficult for you. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to Fatty 3 times and call me Grandpa 3 times, Fatty will plead with young Master Yi for you and give you a chance to commit suicide. How about it? Roll. As soon as Hao Peng finished speaking, Sun Jianxing said angrily. Do I need you to plead for mercy? Do I need to commit suicide? What's more, are you worthy of being kowtowed to you and called Grandpa? Sun Jianxing knew that Hao Peng was provoking and humiliating him, and because of that, he became even angrier, and the murderous look in his eyes grew stronger as he looked at Hao Peng. Although Sun Jianxing was angry, he did not lose his mind. He knew the gap between the enemy and us, so he gritted his teeth and said coldly, Fatty, don't go too far. Too much bullying. Fat Hao pretended to be stunned and said dissatisfiedly, old man, what do you mean by this? Fat Grandpa is thinking of helping your Sun family because I get along well with several girls in your Sun family. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you actually spoke to Fat Grandpa in this tone. Don't you have any manners in your Sun family? My kindness is really taken for granted. Since you don't appreciate it, just pretend that Fat Grandpa never said anything. Hey, people. As he spoke, Fat Hao shook his head again. A face full of helplessness. A face full of regret. You. Sun Jiangxing clenched his fists, extremely angry. His body was shaking again and again. Are you planning to help our Sun family for the sake of the female younger generations in our family? It would have been fine if Hao Peng hadn't said this. As soon as he said this, Sun Jiangxing's anger soared uncontrollably, and he recalled Hao Peng's previous words in his mind. Fatty will eat your Sun family's food. Fatty lives in your son's house. Fatty takes money from your Sun family. Fatty is playing with the girl from your Sun family. But Fatty just won't work for your Sun family. Not only that, Fatty will join forces with young Master Yi to deal with your Sun family. What can you do to me? Now that Fat Hao has mentioned this matter again and again, it is clear that he is mocking the Sun family, trampling on the Sun family, and even rubbing salt into the Sun family's wounds. This shameless guy deserves to die. When he thought of this, Sun Jiangxing became furious. I will kill you. After a roar, Sun Jiangxing rushed towards Hao Peng in front without any hesitation. I can no longer bear it. I don't need to bear it anymore. Seeing Sun Jiangxing coming to kill him, Fatty Hao sneered, just you. As soon as Hao Peng finished speaking, Sun Jiangxing approached. You don't know your own limits. With a cold snort, Fat Hao attacked directly. Sun Jiangxing slapped him with his palm. Fat Hao threw a punch. The two most powerful men who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm fought with lightning speed. In an instant, fists and palms collided. Boom. Thunder exploded. The entire space was shaking. Call. A terrifying impact force centered on Hao Peng and Sun Jiangxing, spreading and sweeping wildly in all directions, destroying everything. Wherever it passed, the space shook and the earth cracked. Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei did not hesitate at all. They instantly stood in front of Ye Bufan and Lang Ningshang to help offset the aftermath of the battle caused by the two peak saints in front of them. Its strikes in an instant. Dissipated in a breath. For a brief moment, everything returned to peace. The space is quiet. The ground cracked. Hao Peng and Sun Jiangxing still stood proudly, their fists and palms collided, always maintaining the previous fighting state, seemingly evenly matched. Not bad, old man. After taking a look at Sun Jiangxing, Fat Hao said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. Sun Jiangxing shouted angrily, if you want to fight, then fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Jiangxing did not hesitate at all. He immediately retracted his right palm and kicked out at the same time, attacking Hao Peng with the force of thunder. You have a bad temper, old man. Fat Hao chuckled, but without any hesitation or pause, he slapped Sun Jiangxing in front of him in an instant. Bang! There was a dull sound when hands and feet collided. Hao Peng and Sun Jiangxing both retreated. Then Fat Hao glanced at Sun Jiangxing, a smile appeared on his lips and he said, Old man, since you want to play, Fat Grandpa will play with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Fat Hao rushed out. Sun Jiangxing naturally did not want to be outdone. War. In an instant, the battle between the two peak Saint Realm powerhouses broke out. Hee hee. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan smiled leisurely. Then he glanced at Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei who were standing in front of him and Lang Ningshang, and said, you guys go and play with them too. Remember, don't kill them so quickly. Upon hearing this, Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei were stunned at first. Yes, master. Then the two of them responded and without any hesitation, they rushed directly towards the remaining three saints in the Sun family camp in front. Qin Heihuan fights against a high-level warrior from the Sun family who has reached the Saint Realm. Zhen Weiwei challenges two mid-level Saint-level warriors from the Sun family. The Battle of Saints broke out instantly. Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all and came directly to Lang Ningshang and put his arms around her waist. Lang Ningshang was stunned. What are you doing? Ye Bufan did not answer, but directly performed the 9 steps of Tanglong. His figure flashed, and in an instant he took Lang Ningshang and retreated 1,000 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the table and 2 chairs where Ye Bufan had been previously standing were directly turned into sawdust by the impact of the aftermath of the battle between the saints of both sides. Seeing this scene, Lang Ningshang was slightly stunned. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, then took out the table and chairs again. Looking at Lang Ningshang, he raised his right hand and said with a smile, "Madam, please take a seat." Lang Ningsheng didn't waste any words and just sat down. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then looked at the battle between the two saints in front of him, and said without hesitation, "Xiao Peng, you guys remember to show mercy. You can hurt them, but don't kill them. After all, if all the saints die, there will be no fun." "Okay." Fat Hao immediately responded with a smile. Although Qin Heihuan and Zhen Meiwei didn't say anything, their actions spoke for themselves. Just play with them. The 4 members of the Sun family were furious. They are the ancestors of the Sun family. They are also saints of the human race. They were high and mighty in the past, but what about now? Being made fun of and bullied by others. This feeling is naturally unpleasant. But unfortunately, they had no way out at all, simply because the enemy was strong and they were weak, just like the Lang family who were wiped out by them. Apart from despair and helplessness, there was nothing else they could do. Ye Bufan didn't care, let alone pay attention. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. The moment Ye Bufan received Hao Peng's response, he raised his head and looked towards Beidou Wucheng in the distance. Feeling Ye Bufan's gaze, many people on the city wall were slightly stunned. Ye Bufan had an evil smile on his face, and then he said in a loud voice, "All members of the Sun family, listen to me carefully. I gave you 1 hour, which is 2 hours. Now almost half an hour has passed, so you still have 1.5 hours. In 1.5 hours, I will lead the army into Beidou Wucheng and massacre the Sun family. No one from the Sun family will be spared and they will be slaughtered. So, you'd better make a decision as soon as possible. Should you kill the people around you to protect yourself, or perish with the Sun family? Of course, there are exceptions to everything. If any of you think that the saints of your Sun family are strong enough to kill me and my companions and save your entire Sun family, then you naturally don't need to make any choices. But now it seems that the saints of your Sun family can hardly save themselves, so the chances of them helping us are not high. Okay, make your own choice. Remember, you only have 1.5 hours left. Time is short, so take care of yourself." Chapter 809, Capture the Leader First. Ye Bufan's words echoed between heaven and earth. Although there was no passionate murderous spirit in them, it made the hearts of all the people watching the battle on the city wall tremble. To defeat the enemy, the best way is to attack his heart. If it had been before, no one would have cared about the 1.5 hour choice, or even paid any attention to Ye Bufan, but now it was different. At this moment, anyone can see that the Sun family is weak and will undoubtedly lose this battle. Once the saint of the Sun family is defeated, Ye Bufan will enter Beidou Wucheng and massacre the Sun family. In this situation, what should the Sun family choose? Should they continue to defend the Sun family and live and die with the Sun family, or should they follow the option given by Ye Bufan and kill their own brothers and sisters in exchange for a chance to survive? This is definitely a difficult decision. If they choose the former, once the Sun family saint is defeated, the remaining members of the Sun family will not be able to compete with Ye Bufan at all, and they will have no way out. But if you choose the latter, killing their own people and using the lives of their brothers and sisters to save their own lives is something that not everyone can do. Moreover, even if they did so, Ye Bufan might not keep his promise and let them live. For a moment, the warriors watching on the city wall all looked towards the location of the Sun family's ancestral home. It is not difficult for them to imagine that the Sun family must be in endless panic at this moment. No matter what choice the Sun family members make in the end, this hour and a half will definitely be a torment and torture for them. And anyone could see clearly that Ye Bufan was simply using this method to take revenge on the Sun family. Today, you will be required to pay with blood for the extermination of the Lang family. Destroy it directly. That's really too cheap for your Sun family. I will make you unable to live or die, repent in despair and die in pain. Ye Bufan, don't go too far. But at this moment, Sun Jiangxing, who was fighting with Hao Peng, suddenly roared angrily. "Old man, what's your name?" Without waiting for Ye Bufan to answer, Fatty Hao shouted angrily, "We are bullying your Sun family today. What do you think? Can you still bite us?" Ah! After hearing what Hao Peng said, Sun Jiangxing instantly went berserk. After a roar, his attack on Hao Peng became more and more crazy and fierce, as if he wanted to vent all his unhappiness on Hao Peng. Hey! Facing Sun Jiangxing's violent attack, Fat Hao handled it with ease. At the same time, he smiled and joked, "Old man, why don't you learn something else? You are so old and you are still trying to learn to run away. But even if you run away, what does it matter? With this little strength, it's not even enough to tickle me. You. Sun Jiangxing was immediately furious. I am a martial artist at the peak of the saint stage, but even tickling you is not enough. Although he was angry, Sun Jiangxing had to admit that Hao Peng was powerful. As a fellow martial artist at the peak of the saint realm, although he himself had not yet exerted his full strength, he had at least used 70% to 80% of his strength. But even so, Hao Peng was still able to chat and laugh and respond calmly. It was obvious that not only did Fat Hao not try his best, but he also didn't take it seriously at all. Reaching the pinnacle of sainthood. In Sun Jiangxing's opinion, although Hao Peng has only reached the peak of the saint realm, his true strength is probably comparable to that of a soul fusion realm expert. It has to be said that the inheritance of the cemetery of gods and demons is indeed powerful, even perverted. However, Sun Jiangxing also knew that now was not the time to think about these things. What he needed to do now was to find a way to resolve the crisis in front of him. After all, if the situation continued to develop like this, the Sun family would be defeated and destroyed. You can't win by fighting head-on, you can only use wits. His thoughts turned around, and while fighting with Hao Peng, Sun Jiangxing couldn't help but glance at Ye Bufan. Catch the leader first. Be it Qin Heiyuan, Zhen Weiwei, or Hao Peng, these three top warriors who have entered the Saint Realm all obey Ye Bufan. As long as his side can capture Ye Bufan alive, why should they be afraid that these three top warriors who have entered the Saint Realm will not surrender? Moreover, Ye Bufan is just a Zhoutian warrior, so it is easy to capture him alive. Once Ye Bufan is captured alive, the situation will immediately turn around. The more Sun Jiangxing thought about it, the more he felt that this method was completely feasible, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. However, he was being entangled by Fat Hao at the moment and had no chance to make any move. He can't do it, and neither can the other three saints of the Sun family present. But don't forget that the Sun family still has Sun Yudao who stays in the Sun family ancestral home. Although he has only entered the initial stage of the Saint Realm, he is still a strong Saint Realm expert. Where is Ye Bufan? Just Zhoutian. It is easy for a saint to capture a Zhoutian warrior. As long as the four saints can hold back Hao Peng and the other two, Sun Yudao will definitely be able to take down Ye Bufan. As for sneak attacks, Sun Jiangxing had never thought that if a saint wanted to capture a Zhoutian warrior, would he need to launch a sneak attack or ambush him. That would simply be a disgrace to the saint. With this thought in mind, Sun Jiangxing did not hesitate to shout, Sun Yudao. The deafening sound echoed throughout the heaven and earth. The sudden scene made everyone stunned. In the Sun family's ancestral home, Sun Yudao, who was comforting the Sun family members at this moment, was also slightly stunned. Before Sun Yudao could speak, Sun Jiangxing's cold voice sounded again, I now order you to capture Ye Bufan alive immediately. Well, as soon as Sun Jiangxing finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Sun Yudao is no exception. But this situation did not last long. Not even a second, before the warriors watching on the city wall came back to their senses and cried out in surprise. What the hell, what is the Sun family going to do? What? Isn't it obvious? The Sun family knows they can't win, so they plan to capture Ye Bufan alive to reverse the situation. Once Ye Bufan falls into their hands, Qin Heiyuan and the other three will surely surrender. Then the Sun family will be able to win without a fight. Damn it, does the Sun family have to be so shameless? It's more than just shameless. It's simply despicable, mean, and shameless. You can't say that. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. In my opinion, there is nothing wrong with the Sun family doing this. After all, they are already defeated. If they don't do this, are they just going to sit there and wait for death? If it were you, would you do that? That is to say, this is a life and death struggle. Why bother with so much? As long as you can survive, that's all. The saints are arresting Zhoutian warriors. Do you think Ye Bufan can escape? Run. Can you run for me? 2. This arrogant guy is in trouble now. Do you think he can still be as arrogant as he is now if he falls into the hands of the Sun family? Hee hee. There was constant discussion on the city wall. On the battlefield, Qin Heiyuan, Zhen Weiwei and Hao Peng were all stunned. Not good. The three of them exclaimed in their hearts, their faces changed drastically, and then without any hesitation, they immediately rushed towards where Ye Bufan was. No matter what, Ye Bufan must not fall into the hands of the Sun family. It's a pity that the Sun family will never let them get their wish. Seeing that Hao Peng and the other two wanted to go back to protect Ye Bufan, Sun Jiangxing sneered and shouted, "Stop him at all costs. As long as Ye Bufan is captured, this battle will end early." Not only that, the Sun family can then use the emperor to control the princes. As long as Ye Bufan is in their hands, why would they be afraid that the three peak warriors who have entered the Holy Realm will not obey the Sun family? Sun Jiangxing wanted these things, and naturally the other three saints of the Sun family also wanted them. Stop them. At all costs. Even if it means losing your life. In an instant, the four great saints of the Sun family, including Sun Jiangxing, seemed to have gone mad and possessed. They fought at full strength and frantically intercepted Hao Peng and the other two. Damn it! Faced with the crazy interception of the four people from the Sun family, Hao Peng and the other two looked extremely ferocious and were extremely anxious. Everything seems long, but it is just a moment. Yes. In the Sun family's ancestral home, Sun Yudao responded coldly. Then, without any hesitation, he disappeared from the spot in a flash. When he appeared again, he was already outside Bidou City and was rushing towards Ye Bufan. Catch the leader first. As long as Ye Bufan is captured, all problems will be solved. Chapter 810. The four great saints at the peak of their powers, the Sun family, are vulnerable. Master Yi. Master. Master. Seeing that Sun Yudao was less than 100 meters away from Ye Bufan, and their side was unable to reinforce or intercept him, Fat Hao and others exclaimed in surprise. They were shocked and very anxious. Boom boom boom. As a result, the original offensive power of the three people instantly increased several times. Bang! Fat Hao slapped Sun Jiangxing with a swift palm. Although Sun Jiangxing defended in time, he was still knocked back several meters. At the same time, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Sun Jiangxing's mouth. Although they were both peak warriors who had reached the Saint Realm at the same time, there was no doubt that Hao Peng was much stronger. As someone of the same level, Sun Jiangxing was no match for him at all. But at this moment, even though he knew he was no match for Hao Peng, Sun Jiangxing did not retreat. Not only did he not retreat, he also rushed forward desperately to intercept Hao Peng. Because there was only one thought in his mind at this moment. Stop him, hold him back. As long as Ye Bufan is captured, his Sun family will win this battle without a fight. Hao Peng made a crazy breakthrough. Sun Jiangxing tried his best to intercept him. Bang, bang, bang. Sonic booms raged between heaven and earth, and the entire space shook again and again. Although it was only for a moment, the clothes on Sun Jiangxing's chest had been dyed red by the blood that spurted from his mouth. He was obviously seriously injured at this moment, but he still did not retreat. Fat Hao was furious, yet helpless. Fat Hao was in the same situation as Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei. Several saints from the Sun family intercepted them like crazy, fighting for their lives, and did not give them any chance to break through and rescue Ye Bufan. Although they were helpless, Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei knew in their hearts that the Sun family had no choice but to do so. After all, capturing Ye Bufan was their only way to survive. Otherwise, the Sun family would be defeated and destroyed. For this reason, they would risk their lives to buy time for Sun Yudao, which was natural and reasonable. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. Call out. Although it was only a moment, even less than a second, it was enough for Sun Yudao. He rushed over and was in front of Ye Bufan in an instant. At this moment, the distance between them was less than 1 meter. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the warriors watching the battle on the city wall sank suddenly, and even the saint in the clouds above shook his head helplessly. Everything is set in stone. Ye Bufan will definitely be captured, and his side will undoubtedly be defeated. The onlookers thought so, and so did the people participating in the war. The saints of the Sun family were overjoyed. Sun Jiangxing had blood on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Hao Peng and said sarcastically, "Fatty, you have already lost this battle. I advise you to surrender. I vote for your uncle." Upon hearing this, Fatty Hao immediately cursed angrily, and then said, "Even if I lose, Fatty will kill you today, old man." Yin. As soon as Hao Peng finished speaking, a long metallic sound rang out between heaven and earth. 7-colored cold light, inherited divine weapon. Call out. A blood-red long sword suddenly appeared out of thin air in Hao Peng's hand. Murderous intent and anger. A chill came between heaven and earth. Hiss. Sun Jiangxing inexplicably took a breath of cold air, his body couldn't help but shiver, and his soul was also shaken at this moment. Not only that, Sun Jianxing also found that his body could no longer move at all. This is true for the body and the soul as well. This unexpected change made Sun Jianxing's original joy and excitement disappear without a trace in an instant. He stared at Hao Peng with wide eyes, and at this moment, only fear was left in his heart. The long knife strikes, and death is approaching. Stop. But at this moment, Sun Yudao in the distance suddenly shouted, "If you dare to touch my ancestor, I will kill this kid." As he spoke, Sun Yudao changed his palm into a claw and grabbed Ye Bufan directly. Hearing this, Fat Hao was stunned. Sun Jianxing was overjoyed and kept saying, "Yes, if you dare to kill me, that kid named Ye won't be able to survive either. Come on, kill me. Idiot." As soon as Sun Jianxing finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly spoke. "What did you say?" Sun Jianxing was stunned, then became furious, and then looked directly at Ye Bufan. Sun Jianxing said this, but the others were all shocked. Because, at this moment, the onlookers realized that Sun Yudao had already made a move, but Ye Bufan was not afraid at all. Not only that, facing Sun Yudao's claws, he did not dodge or evade, but also picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Seeing this scene, everyone's mouth twitched. They felt as if at this moment, thousands of alpacas were galloping through their hearts. How calm is this? How calm is this? How heartless does one have to be able to do this? The saint is coming, didn't you see it? Sun Yudao was also stunned. But it was only for a moment, and then he became furious and ran away. I am a saint and I took action, but this kid, a mere Jodian realm warrior, didn't dodge or evade, but he actually had the leisure to drink tea in front of me. This is a provocation. No, this is a slap in the face. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Boy, you are looking for death. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Yudao raised his claw, and his murderous intent suddenly increased. Die. In the blink of an eye, he brought down a claw. Ye Bufan seemed to have seen nothing. He took a sip of tea and then put down the teacup in his hand. Still calm and composed, even a little contemptuous. Sun Yudao attacked with his claw, less than 2 inches away from Ye Bufan's neck. Bursting with rage and filled with murderous intent. At this time, Ye Bufan suddenly looked at Sun Yudao, smiled slightly and said, "Do you know why I didn't run away, let alone be afraid?" Well, Sun Yudao was stunned when he heard this. But at this moment, Ye Bufan's expression became serious, and he said sternly, "Because you are not even as good as a fart in my eyes. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan moved. Call. Sun Yudao's claw missed. Very shocked. However, as soon as he said this, Ye Bufan appeared on the left side of his body and slapped him with a palm like thunder. The speed is extremely fast. Sun Yudao didn't even have the chance to react or dodge. "Paw!" A crisp voice rang out. Ye Bufan slapped Sun Yudao directly on the cheek. Puff! Sun Yudao spat out a mouthful of blood. The next second, his body was hit by Ye Bufan's palm and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Whoosh! At this time, Ye Bufan flashed and sat back on the chair. At the same time, he raised his right foot and stepped on Sun Yudao's back with a bang. Sun Yudao supported himself on the ground with his hands and was about to stand up, but Ye Bufan stepped on him again, and he made close contact with the ground with a bang. Puff! At the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Sun Yudao's mouth. Ye Bufan said disdainfully, "Vulnerable." In less than a second, Sun Yudao was completely defeated. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, all the people watching on the distant city wall couldn't help swallowing, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. In an instant, the whole place fell into dead silence. Everything happened too fast and too suddenly. Many people only knew that the Saint Sun Yudao was preparing to capture Ye Bufan. But before they could see clearly what was going on, Sun Yudao, a powerful man who had just entered the initial stage of the Saint realm, had actually fallen headfirst to the ground. What exactly happened? Most people at this moment couldn't help rubbing their eyes when looking at the scene in front of them. They didn't understand what was going on and had no idea what was going on. However, in the 9 sky clouds, more than 10 saints from the 8 top families looked at each other at this moment, and they couldn't help but look horrified. The peak of sainthood. This kid is actually also at the peak of the saint realm. Several exclamations were heard. Although the dozen or so saints present found it a little difficult to accept, they had to admit that the aura exuded by Ye Bufan at the moment of his attack just now was indeed the aura of entering the peak of the saint realm. More than a dozen saints witnessed this at the same time, so there was absolutely no mistake. Another one who has reached the peak of the saint realm. In this way, Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei, Hao Peng, and now Ye Bufan, there are 4 peak saintly masters on their side. What is the concept of the 4 highest levels of sainthood? It is absolutely possible to crush any top family with ease. This has been fully verified by the current Sun family. Just Fat Hao and his 2 companions have made the Sun family helpless and desperate. Now with the addition of Ye Bufan, and the 4 peak saints appearing together, what should the Sun family do? No, this is impossible. How could you be at the peak of sainthood? How could you be at the peak of sainthood in a brief moment? Sun Jiangxing's confused voice suddenly sounded. Is Ye Bufan a peak saint? Originally, his Sun family wanted to capture Ye Bufan and force Hao Peng and the other 2 to compromise and surrender, so as to turn the tide of the battle. But now, Ye Bufan is actually also a peak saint warrior. In this case, how can we capture him alive? In this case, what should the Sun family do? How could Sun Jiangxing, who already felt that his side had secured victory, accept such a change, such a shock, and such a fact? Sun Jiangxing was confused, but Hao Peng, Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei all came back to their senses after a brief loss of consciousness and were overjoyed. The long knife that Fatty Hao had placed on Sun Jiangxing's neck moved slightly. He looked at him and smiled. Old man, what did you say just now? Let Fatty kill you. Buzz. Hearing this, Sun Jiangxing's soul trembled violently. Let Hao Peng kill himself. He said this just now because Ye Bufan was in his own hands, and he knew that Fatty Hao would not kill him and did not dare to kill him. This is nothing short of a provocation. But what about now? You. Bang. As soon as Sun Jiangxing said this, Fat Hao kicked him in the body. With such a powerful force, Sun Jiangxing's body fell directly from midair. Boom. A second later, Sun Jiangxing landed and a roar was heard. Fatty Hao also landed on the ground. He appeared beside Sun Jiangxing, with the long sword in his hand hanging down. In an instant, it was close to Sun Jiangxing's neck. He said, Old man, weren't you very arrogant just now? Come on, continue to be arrogant for me to see. Chapter 811, Run. Old man, weren't you very arrogant just now? Come on, continue to be arrogant for me to see. Fat Hao's words made Sun Jiangxing's face turn red. He even had the urge to dig a hole and hide underground. After all, what happened just now was just now, and now is now, and the situations before and after are completely different. If Ye Bufan fell into the hands of his Sun family, he would naturally have the capital to be arrogant. But who would have thought that Ye Bufan was also a top warrior in the Saint realm, and Sun Yudao not only failed to take him down, but was also stepped on by him. Now that the person has not been caught and Hao Peng is holding a knife to his neck, how can Sun Jiangxing dare to continue to be arrogant? Snort. Helpless, Sun Jiangxing snorted coldly and said, The winner is a prince and the loser is a bandit. Since you have lost, there is nothing more for me to say. You can kill me or chop me up, it is all up to you. Yo. Hearing this, Fatty Hao chuckled and looked at Sun Jiangxing and said jokingly, You're pretty tough, aren't you? Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Fat Hao kicked Sun Jiangxing directly on the back. You. Sun Jiangxing was furious. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Hao Peng, anger surging in his eyes. Why, you still want to bite me? Fatty Hao sneered and said, You said it yourself, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Since you have already lost, I can deal with you however I want. Not convinced? You can't refuse to accept it. But Fatty won't kill you just like that, because that would be too easy for you. Hey hey. As he spoke, Fat Hao smiled evilly. You. Seeing Hao Peng's evil smile, Sun Jiangxing was stunned. But at this moment, Fat Hao moved the long knife in his hand. Sun Jiangxing's pupils shrank. Brush. Fat Hao did not hesitate at all. He immediately raised the long sword in his hand, and a cold light flashed on the blade. Sun Jiangxing was suddenly shocked. Run. Without any hesitation, he immediately wanted to get up and escape from where he was lying on the ground. It's a pity that Fat Hao won't let him have his wish. Want to run? Do you think your fat master is just a decoration? Fat Hao shouted angrily, and then bang! Fatty Hao stepped directly on Sun Jiangxing's back. The powerful force impacted him, just like Sun Yudao being stepped on by Ye Bufan. Sun Jiangxing immediately came into close contact with the ground. At the same time, he was instantly furious. Fatty, you. Call out. Sun Jianxing had just uttered 4 words when Fat Hao's long knife fell. The knife passed and blood splattered. Puff! With an extremely fast knife, 2 bright red rays shot out. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream instantly rang out from Sun Jianxing's mouth. His body couldn't help but tremble and twitch, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. In front of Hao Peng, the ground had already been dyed red with blood, but Sun Jianxing's legs had been separated from his body, cut off above the knees by Hao Peng's knife. Blood, broken legs. Ancestor. 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 Seeing this scene, the other 3 saints of the Sun family all exclaimed, and their bodies trembled violently. Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei looked at each other, and then without any hesitation, they immediately rushed towards the remaining 3 saints of the Sun family. Fight with all your strength and win. Where Hao Peng and Sun Jianxing are. Hee. Looking at Sun Jianxing on the ground, Fatty Hao smiled slightly and joked, I wonder if a saint without legs can still run away. You. Sun Jianxing gritted his teeth, endured the pain, raised his head and looked at Hao Peng, angrily said, stop talking nonsense, if you have the guts, just kill me. No, no, no. Fatty Hao immediately shook his head and said with a smile, wouldn't it be too boring to just kill you like this? Besides, whether to kill you or not is not up to Fatty to decide. Hearing this, Sun Jianxing was stunned. Only then did he remember that Fat Hao and the other 2 all took orders from Ye Bufan. Naturally, it was Ye Bufan who had the final say on whether to kill him or not. As soon as he thought of this, Sun Jianxing immediately looked at Ye Bufan. However, the moment he saw Ye Bufan, Sun Jianxing couldn't help but curse in his heart. Son of a bitch. It was not for anything else, but because Ye Bufan was sitting quietly 1,000 meters away from the battlefield. He was standing on Sun Yudao, holding a teacup in both hands, sipping tea with a comfortable and leisurely look on his face, and he didn't even look at Sun Jianxing. It was as if everything that happened here had nothing to do with him. This is simply blatant disregard. For Sun Jianxing, this is a great shame. He is a saint after all, and a saint who has reached the peak of the saintly realm, but now he is being ignored by others, or in other words Ye Bufan has never regarded him as an opponent of the same level who can compete with him. How could Sun Jianxing accept this? Ye Bufan. Sun Jianxing couldn't help but roar in anger. Bang! Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, Fatty Hao kicked him. Old man, why are you yelling? You. Sun Jianxing was furious. Bang! But at this moment, one of the 2 mid-level warriors who were fighting with Zhen Weiwei was directly knocked down from midair by Zhen Weiwei. The original 2-on-1 immediately turned into a 1-on-1. The remaining mid-level warrior who was in the Saint realm was defeated in less than a minute. The Sun family has captured 2 saints again, and now there is only 1 high-level saint left. Seeing this scene, Sun Jianxing's body shook violently. The anger in his heart suddenly disappeared, and he instantly became alert and clear-minded. Sun Tianyang, run. The next second, Sun Jianxing shouted without any hesitation, and then said, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. Run. In this battle, the Sun family is doomed to fail. If they continue to stay here, they will only die. Rather than dying in vain, it is better to escape early. The only high-level warrior in the Sun family who had entered the Saint realm was stunned when he heard Sun Jianxing's words. Unfortunately, before he could react, Qin Heihuan laughed and said, run. Can you run away? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Heihuan's aura suddenly changed, and the next second, he disappeared into the air. The sudden scene stunned everyone, including the high-level warrior from the Sun family who had entered the Saint realm. People disappeared out of thin air. Whoosh! But at this moment, Qin Heihuan appeared again, but he was already behind the Sun family warrior. The Sun family warriors were completely unaware. Everyone was shocked. Sun Jianxing said anxiously, Sun Tianyang, be careful, he is behind you. Buzz. Hearing this, Sun Tianyang's body trembled violently, and he instinctively wanted to dodge and escape. It's a pity that it's too late. Bang! Qin Heihuan slapped Sun Tianyang on the back with an extremely fast palm. The powerful force hit Sun Tianyang and with a puff, sound, blood spurted out of his mouth. Call out. Then, his body fell from midair. It's over. Seeing this scene, Sun Jianxing was stunned, and then seemed to have thought of something. He looked in the direction of the Sun family's ancestral home in Beidou Wucheng and shouted. Listen, all the tribesmen, flee now, immediately, and scatter. Remember, run as far as you can. From now on, hide your identity and never set foot in Beta Wuchang again. The saint has been defeated, and the remaining people of the Sun family are simply unable to compete with Ye Bufan. If they stay, they will only die. At this moment, Sun Jiangxing's people had a simple idea. As long as anyone from the Sun family could escape, then that would be the best. At least in that way, his Sun family would not be extinct. Boom! Sun Jiangxing's words resounded between heaven and earth, and were like thunder from the sky, shaking the souls and minds of all the members of the Sun family. The Sun family was defeated. The Sun family had fun. This was the only thought in the minds of all the Sun family members in the Sun family ancestral home at this moment. They were confused and stupid. Run! After a moment, everyone came back to their senses. Swish, swish, swish. The members of the Sun family did not stay and fled out of the ancestral home one after another. If you stay, you will die. Run! It's a pity, even if they want to run away, can they? Outside Bidou City, at the moment when Sun Jiangxing ordered all members of the Sun family to flee, Ye Bufan waved his right hand, and the burial palace turned into a huge monster and appeared out of thin air. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, figures rushed out from the burial heaven palace. In an instant, 30 of Ye Bufan's divine warriors and more than 13,000 Zhodian warriors appeared. Master Yi. Facing Ye Bufan, more than 10,000 people shouted in unison. They are so powerful. They are so loud. Seeing this scene, all the warriors watching on the distant city wall couldn't help but gasp. Ye Bufan didn't care. He glanced at everyone and said calmly, "Seal Beta Wuchang. From now on, without my permission, anyone who leaves Beta Wuchang without permission will be killed without mercy." Chapter 812 Play a game with me. Seal off Beta Wuchang. From now on, without my permission, anyone who leaves Beta Wuchang without permission will be killed without mercy. Yes. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, 30 Shenwu warriors and more than 10,000 Zhodian warriors responded in unison. The sound shook the space. The sound echoed in all directions. Afterwards, these 30 divine warriors and more than 10,000 Zhodian warriors dispersed without any hesitation and spread out around Beta Wuchang. Although it is impossible for more than 10,000 people to blockade the huge Beta Wuchang, there is no need for Ye Bufan's side to completely blockade the entire city. With more than 10,000 people scattered around, anyone who tries to leave Beta Wuchang will not be able to escape their surveillance. Once discovered, they will be beaten up, intercepted, and killed. As for the members of the Sun family who were unable to fly without the divine power and wanted to escape from Beta Wuchang, that was even more impossible. After all, they could only escape from the 4 major city gates, and the moment Ye Bufan gave the order, the 4 major city gates had been completely blocked. In a short moment, the entire Beta Wuchang was supervised by Ye Bufan's side and was firmly under their control, leaving no chance for the Sun family to escape. Seeing Ye Bufan summon 30 divine warriors and more than 10,000 Zhodian warriors, the 5 saints of the Sun family were all shocked, and the other onlookers were also shocked. 30 divine warriors and 5,000 Zhodian, this was already known to everyone, but no one present had expected that the number of Zhodian warriors under Ye Bufan's command was not just 5,000, but a full 13,000. 4 peak saints, 30 divine warriors, 13,000 Zhodian, not counting the 81 war departments of the human race, the power controlled by Ye Bufan alone is enough to shock everyone. In terms of strength, whether it is peak combat power, Shenwu or Zhodian, Ye Bufan is no longer inferior to any top family, and is even far superior to all the top families. This fact shocked everyone, and they felt helpless but had to accept it. Ye Bufan's rise is unstoppable. From now on, there will no longer be a top family like the Sun family in the Shenwu continent, but there will be a Ye family that is far superior to the Sun family and any other top family. But that's all in the past. Now, seeing those 30 divine warriors and more than 13,000 Zhodian warriors going out together, the 5 saints of the Sun family were extremely nervous. Now they only hoped that every one of their clansmen could escape, at least to prevent the Sun family from being cut off. And this possibility is not impossible. After all, Beta Wuchang is too big. Once the members of the Sun family scatter, even if they cannot escape from the city immediately, if they hide in the city, it will definitely not be an easy task to find them. As long as you are not found, you are safe for the time being. It's a pity that Ye Bufan would not give them any chance at all, nor would he leave them any hope, not even a tiny bit. Seeing that his subordinates Shenwu and Zhou Tian had already taken action, Ye Bufan immediately stood up, then looked at the Wucheng Tower in front of him. Looking at the warriors watching, he smiled slightly and said, "Now I want to play a game. I wonder if anyone is willing to play with me." Play games. Ye Bufan's words stunned everyone on the city wall, including the 5 great saints of the Sun family. Ye Bufan said without hesitation, "This game is called cat and mouse." Everyone was stunned again. Ye Bufan continued, "The rules of the game are very simple. From now on, the Sun family members are the mice running away, and everyone else except the Sun family is the cat. Once the cat catches the mouse, it can come to me to claim the reward. Well, anyone in the Sun family will be rewarded with 100 essence pills below the Divine Yuan level, 200 at the Divine Yuan level, 500 at the Zhou Tian level, and 1000 at the Divine Martial level. It will be paid on the spot. Of course, their cultivation can be abolished, but I want to live." As he spoke, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, and then asked the people on the tower again, "I wonder if anyone among you is willing to play with me. Never stop until your words are shocking." Ye Bufan's words shocked the souls of everyone present. Ye Bufan had offered a reward for members of the Sun family before, but unfortunately, in the end, all members of the Sun family ran back to their ancestral home, so that these warriors wanted to hunt down members of the Sun family, but because of the Sun family's saint, they did not dare to take action. But it's different now. Although compared to the previous time, the bounty amount for Ye Bufan is much smaller, but don't forget that now all the saints of the Sun family have been captured. In this way, the Sun family is like a tiger without teeth. Such a Sun family is no longer to be feared. Moreover, the demise of the Sun family is a foregone conclusion. Even if the Sun family is offended now, there is no need to worry about revenge from the Sun family afterwards. There is no need to make enemies with the saints, and there are no worries. So, what if the reward is a little less? After all, this is almost like picking up something for free. Game. Play. Why not play? Anyone who doesn't play this kind of game is a fucking idiot. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all the people on the city wall of Beidou Wucheng City scattered and rushed into the city, heading towards the location of the Sun family mansion. What are you doing? Of course, it is to arrest people. Cat and mouse. They are not catching mice, they are just grabbing and picking up money. Faced with Ye Bufan's so-called game and the generous rewards, no one could resist. Absolute excitement. Absolute madness. Everyone regarded the Sun family members as their prey, and the only thing left in their minds was the desire to capture the Sun family members alive in exchange for the essence pill. So as one person, 2 people, 1,000 people, or even 10,000 people. In just a short moment, the Sun family members were surrounded by enemies throughout the city and were ambushed from all sides. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Jiangxing and several other Sun family saints collapsed on the ground. Their eyes were lifeless, filled with pain and despair. They could not accept it, but had to accept it. The Sun family is finished. Ye Bufan ignored them and looked at Langning Shang, who was sitting next to him. He smiled and said, "Madam, are you satisfied with my game?" Langning Shang was slightly stunned, then she glanced at Ye Bufan and said softly, "Thank you." She knew that Ye Bufan was avenging her and venting her anger. If it weren't for Ye Bufan, she was afraid that she would never be able to avenge her relatives in her lifetime. But at the moment, apart from these 2 words, she really didn't know what to say. "There's no need to be polite between you and me." Glancing at Langning Shang, Ye Bufan said softly. He knew that although Langning Shang no longer resisted him and even accepted him, it was definitely not easy to immediately improve the relationship between them. But there is still a long time to come, so Ye Bufan is not in a hurry. Inside Beidou City. "Run, why don't you run? Ha ha ha, I got 100 essence pills." "Stop, don't run. 500 essence pills, you are ours, brothers, come together." "Little girl, where are you running to? Brothers, let's stop fighting and take him down together. How about we split the essence pill equally?" "No problem. Shenwu Venerable. Is Shenwu Venerable so awesome? Damn it, here is a Shenwu Venerable worth 10,000 essence pills. Whoever wants him, come and get him. Here it comes. Here it comes. Xiao He, take him to find Master Yi to exchange for the essence pill, and the rest of us will continue." Damn, this Sun family member is really good at hiding. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. But now everyone in the city is searching for you. Can you hide and run away? Find it. Find it for me. In Beidou Wucheng, the operation to capture the Sun family was in full swing. Faced with hundreds of thousands or even millions of warriors chasing and intercepting them, the Sun family members had nowhere to hide. Cat and mouse. At this moment, the members of the Sun family are probably even more miserable and destitute than rats crossing the street. Less than 5 minutes after the arrest operation began, members of the Sun family were captured alive. Without exception, all of these people had their cultivation destroyed, and then were taken out of the city and brought in front of Ye Bufan. Time passes by every second. In front of Ye Bufan, more and more members of the Sun family were captured alive. Among them were Tufan, Ningyuan, Guiyuan, Shenyuan, Zhodian and Shenwu. In short, no one will be spared as long as they are members of the Sun family. Seeing their family members being captured alive one by one and their cultivation being destroyed one by one, Sun Jiangxing and the other 5 saints looked as pale as death and their hearts were broken. If they could choose again, they would never try to take the killing sky bow, let alone destroy the Leng family of the Great Qin. It's a pity that there are no ifs in life. The defeat is certain. The Sun family, including the direct and collateral branches, had no more than 3,000 members. When the number of captured members exceeded 500, Sun Jiangxing could no longer hold back. He looked up and shouted, begging, "Everyone, for the sake of our being top families, I beg you to help my Sun family. No matter who it is, as long as they can help my Sun family escape this disaster, I swear that I am willing to lead the entire Sun family to submit to you, and from now on, I will be your slaves and servants without any complaints." Chapter 813. Do you want to live? Everyone, considering that we are all top families, I beg you to help my Sun family. No matter who it is, as long as they can help my Sun family escape this disaster, I swear that I am willing to lead the entire Sun family to bow down to you and serve you as slaves without any complaints. Sun Jiangxing's words made the other 4 saints of the Sun family beside him stunned. But they were soon relieved. There is no way out. The current situation of the Sun family is such that, unless a miracle happens, their demise is inevitable. By then, everyone will die, and the entire Sun family will cease to exist. It is only natural for Sun Jiangxing to seek help from the other 8 top families at this time. After all, they have no other choice. In an instant, except for Sun Jiangxing, the other 4 saints of the Sun family also looked up at the sky. They naturally knew that the saints of the 8 top families were above, but in the current situation, are they really willing to help the Sun family? As a top family, the 5 saints of the Sun family are a force that cannot be ignored. Although Sun Jiangxing's legs were cut off, he is still a living peak saint after all, not to mention that the other 4 saints were only captured. In addition to the saints, the Sun family also has many divine warriors and Zhodian warriors. Not only that, as a top family with a history of 10,000 years, the Sun family also has many industries. If the Sun family joins any top family, this top family will definitely become the leader among the 8 top families, surpassing the other 7 families. Under normal circumstances, no one would refuse such a bargaining chip, but now not necessarily. Dead silent space, solemn atmosphere. Although Sun Jiangxing proposed conditions that could not be refused, no one from the 8 top families responded. He. Standing next to Sun Jiangxing, looking at him, Fatty Hao smiled and said, "Old man, that's great. You even know how to ask for help from others." After a pause, Fatty Hao continued, "But your voice is too soft. What if people can't hear you from such a distance? So do you think you should speak louder? If you are really too old to shout, Fatty can help you." As he spoke, Fat Hao also looked up at the sky and shouted, "Hey, those old guys in the sky. Did you hear that? Is there anyone willing to help this old man? The reward he offered is quite high, even Fatty is a little tempted." With a teasing voice and a playful smile, Fat Han looked completely fearless. Looking at Fat Hao, Ye Bufan and the others smiled slightly and didn't say much. Sun Jiangxing's face darkened. He knew that in this situation, even if he offered a high enough stakes, there might not be anyone to help him. But other than this, he had no other choice. Are we just going to watch the Sun family's Beidou army being wiped out? He couldn't do it, and he wasn't willing to give up. Thinking of this, Sun Jiangxing gritted his teeth and said without hesitation, "Everyone, you have to think clearly. He can do this to our Sun family today, can you guarantee that he will not do the same to you in the future?" Not bad. As soon as Sun Jiangxing finished speaking, Fatty Hao said with a smile, "You are already quite old, and you still know how to sow discord and fan the flames. Okay, Good, continue. Sun Jiangxing was furious at Hao Peng's fearless look. He gritted his teeth but didn't know what to do. You what? Fatty Hao shouted angrily, his expression stern, and said, today, Fatty will make you die with a sincere heart. Brush. After he finished speaking, Fat Hao pointed to the sky above his head and said sternly, listen to me, everyone. Now, I hope each of you can kick this old man, but I am very poor and cannot give you a single gold coin. I don't know, are you willing to give me this favor? Fat Hao's words made everyone in the Sun family tremble in fear. Sun Jiangxing was even more furious. Before Sun Jiangxing could say more, someone in the cloud said, of course we have to give Fatty face. Call out. Before the voice faded away, a figure appeared in front of Hao Peng and Sun Jiangxing. Then, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, in the blink of an eye, 13 saints had gathered in front of Hao Peng. All the saints from the 8 major families present were present without exception. Although Sun Jiangxing's bargaining chips were enough to tempt them, they also knew that offending Ye Bufan for this was definitely a very unwise choice. The situation is stronger than people. Everyone can see that the rise of Ye Bufan's side is unstoppable, and the Sun family is bound to perish today. Under such circumstances, they naturally will not help the Sun family. What's more, they don't mind giving Hao Peng a face. After all, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You are joking, Fatty. What do you mean by helping or not helping? The Sun family did such a cruel thing as annihilating an entire clan. It is simply unjust and should be punished by everyone. That's right. The Sun family's behavior is outrageous and simply smears our top family. The 13 saints all responded to Fat Hao. Looking at the shameless faces of the 13 saints from the 8 top families, Sun Jiangxing's face turned blue with anger. He was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff. Oh my, you're vomiting blood, old man. Are you okay? Do you want me to find a pharmacist for you? Seeing this scene, Fat Hao immediately said with a smile. I will fight you. Sun Jiangxing suddenly went berserk. He pushed the ground with both hands, stood up suddenly, and rushed towards Hao Peng. Court death. Presumptuous. Bold. Seeing this scene, the 13 saints roared in anger. Before Fat Hao could take any action, they had already attacked. No, they should have kicked. Bang. With a dull thud, Sun Jiangxing was immediately kicked to the ground by someone, followed by a series of dull bang 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 sounds. The 12 saints gave Hao Peng enough face and one of them kicked Sun Jiangxing. Ahem. Sun Jiangxing lay on the ground and coughed lightly, and blood couldn't help but come out of the corners of his mouth. Looking at the 13 saints surrounding him, Sun Jiangxing was angry, anxious and furious. Puff. Then he spurted out another mouthful of blood. Ancestor. Sun Yudao and the other 4 saints of the Sun family all exclaimed in surprise, but unfortunately, they were controlled by Ye Bufan, Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei, and dared not do anything reckless. As for those members of the Sun family who had their cultivation abolished and were captured, they all had lifeless eyes and looked stunned. They seemed unable to accept all this and completely ignored the brutal treatment of Sun Jiangxing. Hee. At this time, Fatty Hao came in front of Sun Jiangxing, squatted down, looked at him and said with a smile, old man, don't you want to fight with Fatty? Come on, Fatty is waiting for you. Sun Jiangxing gritted his teeth. Me what? Fat Hao had a look of mockery and amusement on his face. Are you angry? Are you unwilling to accept it? Do you want to bite me? Mocking words. Snort. Suddenly, Fatty Hao snorted coldly, stood up immediately, then looked at Sun Jiangxing and said coldly, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Since you are a prisoner, you must make the decision to be a prisoner. Want to play? Fatty will play with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Fat Hao immediately turned around and looked at the captured Sun family members, and asked in a deep voice. Want to live? Buzz. In an instant, the more than 500 people from the Sun family came back to their senses, and they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Who wants to die if you can live? They all looked at Hao Peng, with a flash of heat and desire in their eyes. Oh. Seeing this, Hao Peng had an evil smile on his face. He then pointed at Sun Jiangxing and said in a loud voice, don't say that I don't give you a chance. If you kill him, I will let you live and leave. Chapter 814. Come on, hold on. Don't say Fatty didn't give you a chance. Kill him and Fatty will give you a chance to live and let you go. Fat Hao's words made everyone present tremble violently, and the 13 saints were even more frightened. This fat guy is cruel and vicious. But this obviously has nothing to do with them, so they naturally won't say much. However, Sun Jiangxing was different. He had a complicated expression, and the other 4 Sun family saints were furious. Kid, don't go too far. This is too much. Listen to me, don't believe him. Even if you do what he says, he won't let you go. What's more, he is the ancestor of our Sun family. Can you dare to do that to him? The 4 saints of the Sun family roared in anger, but Fatty Hao ignored them. He looked at the more than 500 captives of the Sun family and said with a smile, you better think about it. This is your only chance to survive. If you miss it, you will die. And Fatty can't guarantee what will be waiting for you next. As Fat Hao spoke, more than 500 captives of the Sun family could not help but tremble. I wonder what will be waiting for us next. The more than 500 captives of the Sun family knew very well that Fat Hao was reminding them that if they did not do as he said, then what would await them next would surely be excruciating torture. Most importantly, they don't want to die. Looking at the changes in the expressions of the more than 500 Sun family captives, Fatty Hao smiled slightly. He seemed very satisfied, so he continued, in fact, you don't need to think too much, and there is no need to refuse, because think about it, he is the ancestor of your Sun family, but, if you don't kill him, doesn't he have to die? Impossible. I can tell you with certainty that he will still die. Since we are all going to die, why not use his death to buy you a way to live? Fat Hao spread his hands and said, as the ancestor of the Sun family, shouldn't he help you? After a pause, Fatty Hao continued, what's more, husband and wife are birds of the same forest. Even when disaster strikes, they have to fly away separately. He is just the ancestor of your Sun family. Why do you have to worry so much? That's enough, Fatty. As soon as Fatty Hao finished speaking, the high-level saint of the Sun family who was kneeling on the ground shouted angrily, and then said angrily, if you want to kill or chop me up, just do it quickly, don't go too far. Bang! Without waiting for Hao Peng to make any response, Qin Hehuan kicked him to the ground, followed by a series of bang 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 kicks. While kicking, Qin Hehuan shouted angrily, scream, you scream again. If you say one more word, I will let Lao Fei stew you and eat you. The Sun family's high-level saint who had entered the saint realm trembled and looked at Qin Hehuan in horror, you. If you don't want to be stewed, just shut up. Qin Hehuan shouted angrily. Fat Hao ignored this, as if he hadn't seen anything. He just looked at the more than 500 Sun family captives and said with a smile, how about it, have you thought about it? This is a rare opportunity, do you want to live? Everyone in the Sun family was stunned again. Suddenly, one of the boys raised his hand and said hesitantly, is it true that if we just kill him, you won't kill us? Evil creature. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a saint of the Sun family immediately flew into a rage. Did a dog eat your conscience? That's your ancestor. Without him, you wouldn't be who you are today. Do you want to devour your ancestors and destroy your clan just to survive? Puff. As soon as the saint finished speaking, Zhen Weiwei waved the kitchen knife in his hand and directly cut off the opponent's arm. At the same time, he said in a cold voice, if you say another word, I will kill you directly. The Sun family saint covered his broken arm, feeling the pain, but he gritted his teeth and dared not say anything. A wimp. Zhen Meiwei scolded coldly and ignored the other party. Fatty Hao laughed when he saw this, then looked at the young man from the Sun family and said, that's right, as long as you kill him, Fatty will give you a chance to live and let you go. But what if you go back on your word? The young man looked worried. The same is true for other members of the Sun family. Ha ha ha. Fat Hao raised his head and laughed, then looked at the young man from the Sun family and said, do you know who I am? Fatty. The boy said with an uncertain look on his face. Wrong. Fat Hao denied it and corrected himself, I am Fat Master, but I am also a saint. Changing the subject, Fatty Hao continued, do you think that Fatty, a great saint, would go back on his word? Would he want to deceive a kid like you who is in the condensation stage? Not at all. I have spoken my words and I cannot go back on my words. I am a good person and you can rest assured. As Fat Hao spoke, the 13 saints from the 8 top families beside him all twitched their lips and felt ashamed. Once you say something, you can't take it back. Your character is guaranteed, so you can rest assured. Why are we so unconvinced? When the Sun family hired you at a high price outside the cemetery of gods and demons, you seem to have said the same thing, but what was the result? The 13 saints thought so, and the more than 500 captives of the Sun family also had such concerns. Hao Peng's credibility has become negative, he is simply a complete liar. More money than more money. Why, you don't believe it? As if he understood everyone's thoughts, Fat Hao immediately said, even if you don't believe it, what can you do? Do you think you still have the right to choose? Everyone in the Sun family was stunned. Hao Peng continued, I'll say it one last time. As long as you kill him, I'll let you go. If you regret it, I'll give up my cultivation and you won't have a good end. Is this all right? Everyone in the Sun family was stunned again. Fat Hao said impatiently, okay, I have said everything I need to say. I will give you 10 seconds to think about it. After 10 seconds, if you don't take action, I will personally deal with this old guy. But, haha, don't blame me for being rude to you then. Hearing this, everyone in the Sun family was shocked. Hao Peng said, start the timer now. 10, 9. Fat Hao's final ultimatum sounded like a death knell, shocking the souls of more than 500 Sun family captives. To kill or not to kill? This is an extremely difficult choice. Kill. After all, he was the ancestor of their Sun family, and blood was thicker than water. Such behavior was worse than that of an animal. Moreover, if they killed him, Fatty Hao might not let them go. But what if you don't kill? As Hao Pengduo said, their ancestor would still die, and they. This is simply a choice without a choice. Kill. Immediately, the young man from the Sun family felt his heart sink. He glanced at Sun Jiangxing lying on the ground and said, Ancestor, I'm sorry, I don't want to die. Buzz. The words of the young man from the Sun family made Sun Jiangxing tremble, but he didn't say much, just closed his eyes. Heartache and soul hurt. Although he knew that he was doomed to die, it was still hard for him to accept hearing his people say such things. However, he was also doomed to die, so if his death could really give these people a chance to live, then why not? Hee. Seeing Sun Jiangxing's reaction, Fat Hao smiled slightly, then he took out an ordinary long knife and threw it in front of the more than 500 Sun family captives, saying, Fat Master, I suddenly changed my mind. From now on, each of you will chop this old man with a knife, and then Fat Master will let you go. But the prerequisite is that he cannot die. If he dies, you will have to be buried with him. As soon as Hao Peng finished speaking, Sun Jiangxing immediately opened his eyes. He looked at Hao Peng with an angry expression, and that look seemed like he wanted to eat Hao Peng. You. As soon as Sun Jiangxing's name came out, Fatty Hao smiled and said, Old man, you have to hold on. After all, if you die, so many people will be buried with you. Come on, hold on. Chapter 815, Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Come on, hold on. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Jiangxing was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out blood. The 13 saints from the 8 major families couldn't help but tremble in their bodies. There was also a trace of fear in their eyes when they looked at Hao Peng. After all, anyone could see that Hao Peng was simply destroying and torturing Sun Jiangxing. It was originally agreed that as long as Sun Jiangxing was killed, the more than 500 members of the Sun family could survive. But now, just as these people from the Sun family agreed, Fat Hao changed his mind. One person chopped him with a knife, and Sun Jiangxing still couldn't die. Otherwise, everyone would have to be buried with him. In this case, the Sun family members would certainly be very nervous when they took action, and Sun Jiangxing himself would definitely not dare to die. He would even force himself to stay alive. After all, once he died, all the Sun family members would have to be buried with him. Hao Peng's words might not be credible, but at this moment, the entire Sun family could only believe him. In this way, it was not only destroying the Sun family members but also torturing Sun Jiangxing. Physical torture and mental trampling. It can be said that at this moment, Fat Hao has become a devil in the eyes of the people around him. But Fat Hao didn't care at all. In Ye Bufan's words, being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself, and only being ruthless to the enemy is being responsible to yourself. What are you still standing there for? Get started. Without the slightest hesitation, Fatty Hao looked at the more than 500 Sun family captives and urged them. Finally, he added, do you all want to die? The bodies of more than 500 Sun family captives trembled, and the young man from the Sun family even squatted down. Brush. The next second, he picked up the long knife on the ground and then looked at Sun Jiangxing. Evil. Seeing this scene, the 3 saints of the Sun family immediately became furious. Unfortunately, when they were about to say something, Qin Heihuan and Zhang Weiwei looked at them with a hint of cruelty in their eyes. The three saints of the Sun family were shocked and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of their mouths. The young man from the Sun family walked towards Sun Jiangxing without any hesitation. Old ancestor. Looking at Sun Jiangxing, the young man from the Sun family smiled slightly. There was no doubt that he was also in great torment in his heart. Xiao Ran, go ahead, the ancestor won't blame you. Sun Jiangxing tilted his head back and smiled slightly, then he closed his eyes, as if to say, go ahead and do it. The boy's body trembled. Fatty Hao chuckled, yes, it's true that the relationship between grandfather and grandson is deep. He then looked at the young man from the Shaosan family and said, since your ancestor has spoken, you should chop him one more time, 2 times in total, and do it. Buzz. As soon as Fat Hao finished speaking, the Sun family boy's pupils shrank and his body couldn't help but tremble. Sun Jiangxing was also slightly stunned. He was angry, he hated, and he was even angrier. However, he did not say anything more, because he knew very well that any words from him at this moment would only allow Hao Peng to take advantage of the situation and hurt himself, and would also cause great harm to his tribesmen. Get started. Fat Hao ignored him and urged. The Sun family boy's hands trembled slightly. Ancestor, I'm sorry. Then he made a sound, closed his eyes, raised the long sword in his hand, and then dropped it. Puff. A knife landed on Sun Jiangxing's chest, the blade shattered his flesh and blood splattered out. Sun Jiangxing's body trembled slightly, and the clothes on his chest instantly turned blood red. Fatty Hao shook his head. Young man, who allowed you to close your eyes? This knife doesn't count. Buzz. The boy's body trembled, he opened his eyes and looked at Hao Peng. You. How can you not accept it? Fatty Hao scolded him fiercely, and then said, add one more knife, and count the previous 2, a total of 3 knives. For a moment, the boy was panicked. Seeing this, Sun Jiangxing wanted to persuade the boy to take action quickly, but when he thought of what happened just now, he forced himself to shut his mouth again. But at this moment, Fat Hao spoke again, I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't do it, I'll give you another blow. In an instant, the young man from the Sun family trembled. The next second, he shouted loudly, and then without any hesitation, he raised the long sword in his hand and attacked Sun Jiangxing, and the sword fell. Puff, puff, puff. The young man slashed Sun Jiangxing 3 times in a row. For a moment, blood splattered and the air was filled with blood. Bang! After 3 slashes, the young man collapsed to the ground helplessly. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at Sun Jiangxing, whose clothes were stained red with blood. He murmured in panic, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Seeing this scene, everyone around fell into endless silence, and the whole place was dead silent. Fat Hao sneered, next. The bodies of more than 500 Sun family captives trembled. Dead silent space. Depressing atmosphere. 3 seconds later, a middle-aged man from the Sun family walked out and came in front of Sun Jiangxing. I would rather die than let my friend die. It is better for others to die than for yourself. Moreover, anyone could see at this moment that Fat Hao was deliberately toying with and torturing the Sun family. If they did not do as he was told, or hesitated for even a moment, it would only give him more excuses and cause the Sun family members to suffer more torture. Instead of this, it's better to be quick. Without any hesitation, the big man squatted down, picked up the long knife dropped by the boy on the ground, and then chopped it down with one knife. Puff! Blood splattered. Fatty Hao shouted in a deep voice, who told you to do it? The big man was stunned. Fat Hao said, this blow doesn't count, start over. Since you are not convinced, then give me another blow. You still have 2 blows left, so you can start. The big man gritted his teeth. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. The less you talk, the fewer mistakes you make. It's no mistake to say nothing. Without any hesitation, he slashed the Sun family's ancestor Sun Jiangxing with 2 swords. The air was filled with blood. Hao Peng said angrily, after all, he is the ancestor of your Sun family, but you acted so decisively and mercilessly. Don't you feel guilty or reluctant? You are so ruthless and ungrateful. It is simply unjust. Give him 2 more stabs. Your sister. As soon as Fat Hao finished speaking, the 13 saints from the 8 top families present felt confused. You asked them to chop down Sun Jiangxing, but now you say they are heartless and ungrateful. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. However, the 13 saints all knew that Fat Hao was deliberately making things difficult for the Sun family, and it had nothing to do with them, so they said nothing and just glanced at Sun Jiangxing on the ground. His robe was stained with blood and his face was pale. Such a great saint ended up in such a situation, which made them feel a little sympathetic. At the same time, their fear of Hao Peng increased a little bit. Don't mess with the fat guy. Qian Duoduo is a fat guy who is not easy to mess with, and this fat guy is also not easy to mess with. The big man from the Sun family had an extremely ferocious look on his face. He stabbed her twice before and then twice more. It seemed like this fat man was not going to stop. Who knew if he would stab her 2 more times after these 2 stabbings? Angry to the extreme, hateful to the point of madness. Unable to bear it any longer, the big man roared angrily, "Don't go too far." Excessive. Fatty Hao sneered and said sarcastically, "I'm going too far, Fatty. What can you do about it?" After saying this, Fatty Hao's face darkened and he shouted, "Add 2 more cuts, a total of 4 cuts." Brush. In an instant, the big man's face changed, and he raised the long sword in his hand. "I will fight you." Having to point a knife at Sun Jiangxing, the ancestor of the Sun family, was already a huge psychological pressure on him, not to mention that Fatty Hao was constantly being aggressive. As soon as he finished speaking, the big man rushed towards Fat Hao. "Court death." Fat Hao shouted angrily, then slapped out with his palm, and in an instant the force of thunder swept over. The big man from the Sun family only felt a flash before his eyes. Puff. The next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards dozens of meters. Then with a bang, he fell heavily to the ground, and the long sword also fell to the side. Then the big man's body twitched and he stopped responding. In an instant, the whole place fell into dead silence. Fatty Hao glanced coldly at the more than 500 captives of the Sun family and shouted, "It's okay that Fatty gave you a chance to live, but you don't thank me, but you actually want to kill me. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? From now on, everyone, 1 sword will become 10 swords. Next one, keep going." Chapter 816 Dao Wuya's Sword. From now on, everyone, 1 sword will become 10 swords. Next one, keep going. Fat Hao's words shook the souls of everyone in the Sun family. Previously, asking them to chop Sun Jiangxing once each was already a torture for them, but now, Fat Hao actually increased the number of chop attempts from 1 to 10. The increase in numbers means the extension of pain and suffering. The most important thing is that everyone knows that Fat Hao will definitely continue to make things difficult for them on the basis of the 10 knives. And 10 knives per person, there are more than 500 members of the Sun family here, which adds up to more than 5,000 knives. After more than 5,000 cuts were made on Sun Jiangxing, could he still survive? No one knows this. But one thing is certain, that is, if Sun Jiangxing dies, Fat Hao will definitely not let them go, and everyone will die at that time. It's a torture. This is a nightmare. Fat Hao has become a complete demon in the eyes of the Sun family, but they can't resist, nor dare to resist. Sun Jiangxing lay on the ground without saying a word, his body covered in blood and his face pale. At this moment, Sun Jiangxing already knew that the Sun family was completely finished, but he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. He hoped that Fatty Hao would keep his word and give the Sun family members a chance to live. Although he knew that the possibility was very low, he had no other choice, and the Sun family had no choice either. You have to believe it. Even if you don't believe it, you have to believe it. He just hoped that these people would eventually feel compassion for his Sun family, even if it was just a little bit. So even though he had been stabbed several times, even though his body was covered in blood, even though he knew he could not escape death, Sun Jiangxing still persisted. He did not do it for himself, but just to use his persistence to buy a glimmer of hope for survival for the Sun family. Everyone in the Sun family was like this, but the 13 saints from the 8 top families had already fallen silent. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. This is reality, this is the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. Facing this strange atmosphere, Fat Hao glanced at everyone in the Sun family and shouted angrily. What are you still standing there for? Get started. As soon as Fat Hao finished speaking, the bodies of more than 500 captives of the Sun family were shocked. Xiaopong, that's enough, let's stop here. At this moment, Ye Bufan spoke slowly. Everyone was stunned. Afterwards, they all looked at Ye Bufan, no matter if they were the 13 saints from the 8 top families or the more than 500 members of the Sun family, everyone, without exception. Ye Bufan sat quietly aside, still looking relaxed and at ease. It was at this time that everyone remembered that although Fat Hao was a peak warrior in the Saint Realm, he obeyed Ye Bufan, and it was obvious that Ye Bufan had the final say on everything here. Facing Ye Bufan's persuasion, Fat Hao smiled slightly. Okay, Mr. Ye. Call. When everyone in the Sun family heard this, they instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. This fat man, this devil, finally stopped. Thinking in their hearts, they looked at Ye Bufan with a hint of gratitude. After all, if it weren't for Ye Bufan's persuasion, they would not have been able to escape Hao Peng's torture so quickly. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan did not pity them, but just said, "It's just the Sun family. I don't want to waste too much time on them." What's the meaning? Ye Bufan had just said half of his words when everyone in the Sun family couldn't help but feel shocked and tense. Don't want to waste too much time. Does he want to kill all of us right now? Before the Sun family members could think about it, Ye Bufan continued, "The three of you should personally find all the remaining members of the Sun family for me. It's a small matter. Just take care of it, Master Yi." "Yes, Master. Yes, Master." Fat Hao, Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei responded immediately, then they flashed and disappeared from the spot and entered Beidou Wucheng to arrest people. "Run." But at this moment, Sun Jiangxing suddenly cried out in surprise. He looked at the three saints of the Sun family except Sun Yudao with difficulty and said anxiously, "Today, our Sun family is doomed to disaster. Now everyone who can run is the best. Run quickly." Well, Sun Jiangxing's words stunned everyone present. Swish, swish, swish. On the Sun family side, except for Sun Jiangxing who was stepped on by Ye Bufan and was seriously injured, the other three saints who were freed from their restraints did not hesitate and instantly fled away. Even the high-level saint with a broken arm was no exception. Just as Sun Jiangxing said, the catastrophe for the Sun family today is inevitable, and those who can escape should do so. With a flash of their bodies, the three great saints of the Sun family accelerated their speed to the extreme and ran for their lives. In the blink of an eye, by the time everyone reacted, the three saints were already thousands of meters away. "Where are you running? Leave it to me. Don't leave." Upon seeing this scene, the 13 saints from the 8 top families present all shouted angrily, and then they all chased after them in a hurry. The destruction of the Sun family is inevitable. Even if these 3 saints escape, they cannot save it. In this case, the 13 saints present naturally did not mind doing Ye Bufan a favor and keeping the 3 great saints of the Sun family. After all, everyone could see that Ye Bufan's rise was unstoppable. It's a pity that although they were not slow, Ye Bufan was a little faster than them. "Run." Looking at the 3 saints of the Sun family who were already thousands of meters away, Ye Bufan sneered, a disdainful coldness appeared on his face, and said, "Since you are eager to die, then I will grant your wish." After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan waved his right hand. "Call out." In an instant, a cold light shot out from his hand. The speed of the cold light was extremely fast. It instantly surpassed the 13 saints and passed by them. That is. Feeling the strangeness of this cold light, the 13 saints from the 8 top families were all stunned. They stopped and looked at the cold light going away with horrified expressions. This cold light was not only frighteningly fast, but the aura it emitted was even more terrifying. Just now, when this cold light passed by them, they actually felt as if their souls were about to be annihilated. You know, even reaching the peak of sainthood could not give them such a feeling. But now, just because of this cold light, they actually felt that their souls were about to be annihilated. This was truly unbelievable and infinitely terrifying. Before the 13 saints could think about it, the cold light in Ye Bufan's hand had already shot out 1,000 meters away. At this time, a sudden change occurred. The 13 saints clearly felt that the speed of the cold light was getting faster and faster. Not only that, it was also devouring various elemental powers between heaven and earth. All below the holy realm are mortals. Mortals cultivate their primordial energy, while saints gather elements. Only saint realm experts can sense, absorb, and refine the elements of heaven and earth, but now, an ordinary cold light could actually devour the elements of heaven and earth, and the devouring speed was frighteningly fast. Even though the 13 saints saw it with their own eyes, they still felt it was too unreal, as if it were a dream. Yin. But at this moment, the sound of a sword was heard. In the distance, the rapidly rushing cold light directly turned into a colorless sword. This is this sword energy. The pupils of the 13 saints shrank in shock and even horror. They had never seen such a strange way of activating sword energy. The colorless sword energy did not stop. It's getting faster and faster. It devoured more and more elements of heaven and earth. Call out. After a moment, the colorless sword energy directly split and turned into two identical sword energies. The sword's power remains undiminished, and the devouring continues. After that, the colorless sword energy changed from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8, from 8 to 16, and from 16 to 32. Everything seems long, but from the moment Ye Bufan shot out the cold light to now, it has only been a mere second, or even less than a second. Although the time was short, that ray of cold light had undergone earth-shaking changes. The cold light that was originally only the size of a silver needle has now turned into sword energy all over the sky. 180,000 colorless sword energies. The terrifying speed and shocking scenes had already stunned the 13 saints from the 8 top families, because all this had overturned their cognition. Moreover, although these 18,000 swords are ordinary, they can be sure that these 18,000 swords are definitely not as simple as they appear on the surface. This is also true. Swish, swish, swish. 108,000 swords covered the sky and were rapidly approaching the 3 saints of the Sun family who were fleeing for their lives. It was obvious that although the saints were very fast, they could not compare with these 108,000 swords. The sword energy chased quickly and arrived in a moment. Seeing this scene, the 13 saints held their breath, but Sun Jiangxing looked desperate. I can't run away, I definitely can't run away. The next second, the Sun family saint had fled 10,000 meters away, and before they could notice, the 108,000 swords had pierced their bodies. Puff, puff, puff. Flesh was torn into pieces and blood splattered. 108,000 sword energies instantly tore the 3 saints of the Sun family into pieces, and they disappeared between heaven and earth. The body is gone, the soul is gone. Kill 3 saints with 1 sword. There was dead silence outside Bidou city. Gurgle. The 13 saints from the 8 top families could not help but swallow their saliva when they saw this scene. The scene just now had completely overturned their cognition. But they were sure that if they were facing that sword, they would not be able to dodge it. In other words, no one in the entire Shenwu continent could dodge it or withstand it. With 1 sword, the saint will be killed. Looking at Ye Bufan again, the 13 saints had complicated expressions, and their hearts were in turmoil. This was the case for the 13 saints, not to mention the others present. Beidou Martial Arts Academy and Elder's House. Tang Zi looked at the several martial arts elders in white robes around him, and said in shock and confusion, "Elders, just now, that sword." Although the Martial Arts Academy did not participate, they had been paying attention to everything inside and outside the city. They did not expect that Ye Bufan would actually unleash such a terrifying sword energy. 1 sword instantly transformed into 180,000 numbers and killed the 3 saints of the Sun family. This was nothing, but this sword could actually devour the elements of heaven and earth on its own. This was different. As warriors at the peak of the Saint realm, Tang Zi and the other elders could all see that Ye Bufan's sword was actually alive. Everyone was shocked, but Ye Bufan looked calm. He even had a smile on his face when he looked at the expressions of the 13 saints from the 8 top families. How can a sword of Dao Wuya be ordinary? Chapter 817 Game, Killing Each Other. How powerful is Dao Wuya? Ye Bufan didn't know this, but he was sure that Dao Wuya's strength and even terror had reached an outrageous level. In his eyes, saints are nothing but ants, even demigods at the peak of their powers. A single glance from his could easily kill tens of millions of demigods. Under this premise, one can imagine how terrifying Dao Wuya's sword energy would be. When Ye Bufan left the cemetery of gods and demons this time, Dao Wuya gave him a total of 3 sword auras. However, these 3 sword auras could only be used before Ye Bufan accepted the inheritance. Once Ye Bufan accepted the inheritance, these 3 sword auras would disappear because of Dao Wuya's disappearance. Originally, Ye Bufan asked Dao Wuya for these 3 sword energies for the sake of the Martial Arts Academy. After all, with Ye Bufan's current strength, he is unable to compete with the 3 major martial arts academies. Once the Martial Arts Academy forcibly interferes, he will have no way to deal with it. But it would be different with Dao Wuya's 3 sword energies. Once the Martial Arts Academy interfered and prevented him from destroying the Sun family, Ye Bufan would ruthlessly use these 3 sword energies to directly kill the Martial Arts Academy saint. In short, if gods stand in the way, kill gods; if Buddhas stand in the way, kill Buddhas. If the three major martial arts academies are stubborn and continue to fight with him, Ye Bufan will not show mercy. He will use three sword energies to make the human martial arts academy disappear completely. But now it seems that the martial academy has no intention of stopping it, so Ye Bufan naturally has no need to keep these three sword energies. Since he doesn't need to keep them, he can just use the Sun family's saint to build momentum and establish his authority. It's a pity that no one present, whether it was the Sun family, the 13 saints from the 8 top families, or the martial arts academy, knew that the sword energy came from Dao Wuya. In their opinion, this was Ye Bufan's own strength. That's why they were shocked and horrified. Ye Bufan's strength has overturned their cognition and also shocked their minds. Everyone knows that Qian Duoduo is very strong, but no one has ever seen him take action. But Ye Bufan is different. Kill 3 saints with 1 sword. This scene was witnessed by everyone, it couldn't be faked at all. For this reason, everyone present knew that from now on, in addition to Qian Duoduo, there was another person in Shenwu continent who should not be provoked. The Ye family, Ye Bufan. In that brief moment, everyone looked at Ye Bufan, and their expressions changed drastically. Some were afraid, some were envious, some were. In short, his expression was complicated. But it is more about pleasing and making friends. Ye Bufan was naturally clear about this, and this was exactly what he wanted. He even did it deliberately in order to pave the way for the future birth of the Heavenly Palace. But these are all later stories. Right now, the Sun family's affairs are the most important. Without paying any attention to anyone else present, Ye Bufan kicked Sun Yudao directly. With a bang, Sun Yudao flew backwards several meters. Ye Bufan said, "I'll give you a chance. You can run now. As long as you can survive within 3 seconds, I will let you live and will never embarrass you again." Buzz. Sun Yudao's body trembled violently when Ye Bufan said this. If it was before, he would have definitely run for his life regardless of everything, but now. Sun Yudao thought that he couldn't hold out for even 1 second, let alone 3 seconds. After all, the 3 saints of the Sun family were 1 at the middle level of the Saint Realm, 1 at the middle level of the Saint Realm, and 1 at the high level of the Saint Realm. But even so, they couldn't hold out for even 1 second and were killed together. How could he, a mere warrior at the initial stage of entering the Saint Realm, last 3 full seconds in Ye Bufan's hands? Don't be funny. Why, you don't want to run? Seeing Sun Yudao unmoved, Ye Bufan asked, and then said, "Since you don't want to run away, then stay here honestly and don't play tricks." Sun Yudao suddenly gave a bitter smile, and he instantly looked 10 years older. Others are the butchers and I am the meat. Facing Ye Bufan, the Sun family has nothing else to do and can only hope that Ye Bufan can have a moment of mercy. Sun Yudao didn't say anything, and the 13 saints from the 8 top families also remained silent. Sun Jiangxing is like this. The same was true for the more than 500 Sun family captives. The whole place was dead silent. Ye Bufan sat there, saying nothing, just waiting quietly. Lang Ningsheng didn't say much either. Although this was her Lang family's business, it was obvious that she had planned to hand it over to Ye Bufan to handle. There was dead silence outside Bidou City. In Bidou City, everyone was searching for members of the Sun family in full swing. The search by hundreds of thousands or even millions of warriors had already made the Sun family members like rats crossing the street, fleeing everywhere with nowhere to hide. Now with the addition of Hao Peng and the other 3 peak saints, the situation of the Sun family members has become even more dangerous. Under the divine sense perception of the 3 peak saints, they have almost no place to hide. Time passes by every second. 10 minutes later, the number of captured Sun family members exceeded 1,000, reaching 1,222. 20 minutes later, the number of arrested members of the Sun family reached 2,798, nearly 3,000. 30 minutes later, the number of all the members of the Sun family, both direct and collateral branches, who had been captured alive had reached 3,696. At this time, Fat Hao and the other 2 had returned to Ye Bufan, and the search operation for the Sun family had also come to an end. At this point, the entire Sun family was captured. Dead space. Depressing atmosphere. More than 3,000 people from the Sun family gathered together. At this moment, all of them, whose cultivation had been abolished, knelt on the ground, looking at Ye Bufan with eyes full of fear and terror. One of the 9 top families of the human race. How noble the Sun family was in the past, and how high and mighty the Sun family members were in the past. But what about now? A prisoner under the door is like a dog that has lost its home. From heaven to hell, this huge gap made many of the Sun family members unable to accept it. Some even had dull eyes, as if they didn't know what was going on. Everything is set in stone. Ye Bufan stood up from his chair, walked in front of the crowd, looked at Sun Hao in front of him and smiled slightly. How are you these days, Mr. Sun? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Sun Hao's body could not help but tremble. Although he did not say anything, the fear and terror in his eyes could not be concealed. Moreover, the arrogance and domineering attitude he showed at the entrance of the cemetery of gods and demons that day had disappeared without a trace. Hee. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then ignored Sun Hao and glanced at all the members of the Sun family present. Facing Ye Bufan's gaze, all of the more than 3,000 members of the Sun family avoided his gaze slightly without exception. Ye Bufan's expression became serious, and he said, I don't want to waste time talking to you, so I'll just tell you straight out that I'm here to seek revenge on you today. A life must be paid with a life, a debt must be paid with money, and a blood debt must be paid with blood. You, the Sun family, coveted the holy weapon and wiped out my wife's family. Today, I will make your entire clan pay with their lives. However, killing you like this would be too easy for you, so now you must play a game with me. Remember, you must play a game with me. You have no choice, and you have no right or qualification to refuse. When Ye Bufan said this, more than 3,000 members of the Sun family couldn't help but tremble. Ye Bufan didn't care and continued, this game is very simple, it's called killing each other. Boom. In an instant, a roar sounded in the minds of more than 3,000 people of the Sun family. The 13 saints from the 8 top families were also stunned, and their expressions were horrified. The next second, someone from the Sun family shouted angrily. Mr. Yi, who do you think you are? Asking us to kill each other. Why should we listen to you? Kill if you want to, stop talking nonsense. Although our Sun family was defeated today, don't try to use this as an excuse to humiliate or play with us. Angry roars sounded one after another. We are all going to die anyway, so why should I obey you? Hee. Facing the angry roars of the Sun family, Ye Bufan sneered, then clapped his hands and said, not bad, very good. As expected of someone from a top family, he really has backbone. But, after a pause, Ye Bufan glanced at the whole audience, I just don't know how long you guys can hold on with your iron will. Everyone in the Sun family was stunned. Ye Bufan raised a smile and said, do you know why I let you kill each other? I am merciful. I do this just to give you a chance to live. Well, everyone in the Sun family was stunned again. The 13 saints from the 8 top families and Hao Peng and others were also stunned and bewildered. They could not understand what Ye Bufan meant by this. Ye Bufan did not stop and continued, okay, no more nonsense. The name of the game, cannibalism. Game reward, kill everyone around you, then you can survive alone. Game, start. Chapter 818 Kill. The name of the game, cannibalism. Game reward, kill everyone around you, then you can survive alone. Game, start. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence, and everyone was shocked. The 18 saints from the 8 top families couldn't help but look at each other with horrified expressions. Just now, Hao Peng's repeated actions against the Sun family had made them tremble. In their opinion, Hao Peng was simply the incarnation of the devil, but now they found that compared with Ye Bufan, Hao Peng was simply not worth mentioning. Fat Hao tortured and abused the Sun family members, using coercion from beginning to end, but what about Ye Bufan? Kill everyone around you, and you will survive alone. Did Ye Bufan force the Sun family? No. Did Ye Bufan force the Sun family? Neither. However, his method is 1,000 times more cruel than directly forcing the Sun family members. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Everyone has some selfishness to a certain extent. There are some selfless people, but they are definitely not many. What's more, it is now a matter of life and death. If you don't kill people, people will kill you. If you kill someone, you can live alone. When faced with a dead end, a glimmer of hope and a glimmer of life suddenly appeared. At this time, what choice will the more than 3,000 members of the Sun family present make? No one knew the answer, but the atmosphere was extremely weird. In fact, the 13 saints clearly felt that the moment Ye Bufan mentioned the so-called game reward, most of the Sun family members present instinctively guarded against their relatives around them. At a life and death moment, who can you trust? A gap has already appeared among the members of the Sun family, and this gap is constantly widening. Mr. Yi, don't try to sow discord. Suddenly, someone in the crowd said in a stern voice, and then he persuaded the others around him, don't listen to him. We are all members of the Sun family. How can we kill each other? To sow discord. Ye Bufan chuckled and shook his head, you are wrong. I am not trying to sow discord. I am blatantly forcing you to kill your own people. You. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the man immediately became angry, simply because what Ye Bufan said was too straightforward. This is an open conspiracy. Ye Bufan ignored him and just said with a smile, everyone, don't blame me for not reminding you. Now the game has begun, you must be careful of the people around you. After all, it's better to die than to die. It's better to live than to be killed by others, right? Buzz. In an instant, all the members of the Sun family trembled, and the vigilance in their eyes towards each other became deeper and deeper. Even those on the periphery of the crowd directly distanced themselves from the people around them. They stared at each other. They were on guard against each other. The atmosphere became increasingly weird, even to the point of being extremely depressing. Everyone was extremely nervous. Ye Bufan's words of reminder echoed in the minds of every member of the Sun family. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. If you don't kill people, I will kill you. Just kill everyone around you and you can survive on your own. I would rather die than let my friend die. When you die, everything is over. Only when you are alive can there be hope. Reminders and warnings again and again. The human heart is hard to predict. Bang! Suddenly, a dull sound rang out, startling everyone present. Afterwards, everyone saw clearly that a big man from the Sun family kicked a young man from the Sun family next to him away. Bang! A few meters away, the young man fell heavily to the ground, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole place was dead silent. 1/10 of a second later, a white-haired old man glared at Dayan and shouted angrily, Sun Jian, what are you doing? He is your nephew, and you are so cruel to him. Bang! Before the old man could finish his words, he was kicked away by someone next to him. Puff! A few meters away, the old man vomited blood and fell to the ground. The behavior of the big man from the Sun family seemed to become a fuse, instantly igniting the selfish desires in the hearts of the vast majority of the more than 3,000 members of the Sun family present. If I don't kill people, they will kill me. If I kill someone, I can live alone. In that case, kill. In an instant, the vast majority of the Sun family members began to attack their fellow members around them mercilessly. Family ties, morality, and fellow tribesmen are no longer important. Living is the most important thing. Bang, bang, bang. Crazy attacks and ruthless fighting. Now all the members of the Sun family have had their cultivation destroyed, leaving them with only the strength of the transcendent realm. That is why their fight has directly turned into a fistfight and a bloody fight. The scene was extremely chaotic, with the confrontation between thousands of people like wild beasts biting each other. It's bloody and lucrative. Of course, although many people have already taken action, there are still some who insist on continuing, and some even speak up and try to stop them. Stop, stop, stop it quickly, we are from the same tribe, how can we kill each other? Unfortunately, their persuasion and obstruction were doomed to be ineffective at this moment. Since we are of the same race, you should help me. Go and die. Only when you die can I live. Kill. Dad, let's work together to kill them all. Then what? Then, why, you don't know how to answer, right? After we kill them together, will you come and kill me, your father? You bastard, you evil son, go to hell. You old fool, do you really think I'm afraid of you? If you're unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Go to hell. Aunt San, what do you mean? I'm your nephew, and you want to kill me too. Get lost, you little bastard. You didn't show any mercy when you attacked your uncle just now. He's already quite old. Even if he's still alive, he won't live long. It's better for him to fulfill his nephew's wish. In that case, then you can die. It's still unclear who will win. A chaotic situation and crazy fighting. Everyone is an enemy. At this moment, more than 3,000 people from the Sun family seemed to be possessed by demons. They frantically attacked everyone around them except themselves. Their attacks were ruthless and all of them were killing moves. Kill, kill, kill. Cold murderous intent and endless killing moves. Blood was flowing and lives were lost. In just less than 3 minutes, more than 100 of the more than 3,000 members of the Sun family had fallen, and the casualties continued to increase. 300 people, 400 people, 500 people. The beast-like fight shocked the 13 members of the 8 top families and made them look horrified. The Sun family was once a top family like them, but what about now? How tragic it is. Now that the Sun family has fallen into this situation, will they also follow in the Sun family's footsteps in the future? With this thought in mind, the 13 saints looked at Ye Bufan with more fear. Sun Jianxing was lying on the ground, watching the Sun family members killing each other crazily. He felt heartbroken, his face was ashen, and his soul seemed to be torn apart inch by inch. Suffering from physical pain and mental torture, Sun Jianxing simply closed his eyes and stopped looking at the horrific scene before him because it was heartbreaking and he couldn't bear it. Tick, tick, 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. The next second, puff, Sun Jianxing cut off his own life, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body immediately became unresponsive. The warrior who reached the peak of the Saint realm committed suicide. Ancestor. Seeing Sun Jianxing commit suicide, Sun Yudao screamed, and then he collapsed to the ground weakly. Sun Jianxing is dead. The Sun family is finished. It's all over. Ha ha ha. For unknown reasons, Sun Yudao laughed loudly towards the sky, and then his soul was shaken. Puff. Blood splattered and Sun Yudao fell to the ground. Like Sun Jianxing, he also killed himself. Thus, the last saint of the Sun family died. Chapter 819 ends. Sun Jianxing committed suicide. Sun Yudao committed suicide. At this point, all 6 saints of the Sun family have died. It can be said that the Beidou Sun family no longer exists. Looking at Sun Jianxing and Sun Yudao who committed suicide one after another, the 13 saints from the 8 top families present all had extremely complicated expressions without exception. In this divine and mighty land, saints are respected. A saint is a being that stands at the pinnacle of the entire continent and dominates the life and death of countless people. Power, status, fame. There is nothing missing in the world on May Day. But what about now? Such an existence was forced into a desperate situation and committed suicide. How helpless, desperate and painful it was. There was a dead silence in the atmosphere. The gazes of the 13 saints from the 8 top families stayed on Sun Jianxing and the other person for just a few seconds. Then they glanced at Ye Bufan and then looked at the members of the Sun family who were fighting each other nearby. If you don't kill people, people will kill you. Of the entire clan, not a single one survived. Faced with such a desperate situation, the Sun family members had long since given up their resolve. Friendship, good and evil, right and wrong were no longer important to them. All they wanted now was that one and only spot. Kill, kill, kill. If I kill everyone around me, I can live alone. The selfishness of human nature is clearly revealed at this moment, and blood ties and clan righteousness have long been abandoned. Miserable, desolate. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. He just looked at Sun Jianxing and the other man who committed suicide and murmured, boring. Then he waved his hand and said, kill them all. Never stop until your words shock people. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the members of the Sun family who were in the middle of the melee were shocked, and their originally crazy fighting stopped instantly. The next second, everyone looked at Ye Bufan. They were stunned, confused, and mostly angry. Ye Bufan, are you kidding us? Mr. Yi, you said that as long as we kill all the others we can survive. What do you mean now? You son of a bitch, I'm going to fight you. Why? Kill him, kill. Filled with endless anger, a large number of Sun family members rushed towards Ye Bufan. Their eyes were blazing with fire and filled with murderous intent, as if they were ready to fight Ye Bufan to the death. Of course, although there were many people who fought to the death, they were not all. At this moment, many members of the Sun family still chose to escape. Their idea was simple. None of the 6 saints in the family could defeat Ye Bufan, so how could we useless people fight against him? Fighting to the death would be a waste of life, so they chose to escape without hesitation. But, did they really escape? The answer is naturally no. Almost as soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, while the Sun family members were desperately trying to escape, Hao Peng, Qin Heihuan, and Zhen Weiwei all responded in unison, yes. Afterwards, 3 warriors who had reached the peak of the Saint realm attacked at the same time. Fat Hao slapped out with one palm, and the vast energy of heaven and earth instantly condensed into a huge palm that covered the sky and the sun, and rushed directly towards the Sun family members. Qin Heihuan did the same. He slapped out with his palm, and the huge palm shook the earth and was unstoppable. Zhen Meiwei moved the kitchen knife in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. He slashed out with his sword several times in a row. In an instant, cold blade beams attack the Sun family. The palm falls, the knife comes down. Puff, puff, puff. Zhen Weiwei's several sword beams directly split most of the Sun family members in half. Blood splattered, lives fell, and the whole scene was extremely bloody. At this time, Hao Peng and Qin Heihuan's giant palms of energy also fell one after another. Boom! With a loud bang, the space shook, the earth trembled, and two giant palms covered everyone in the Sun family. The earth cracked and dust flew everywhere. Call! Then, a cold wind blew. The giant palm dissipated. On the earth, no matter whether they were alive or dead, after these two palms, their bodies were all embedded in the mud. Many people were directly beaten into minced meat, disappearing between heaven and earth, without any remains left. The whole place was dead silent. Gurgle, gurgle. On the city wall, those who came back to pay attention to the development of the situation after arresting the members of the Sun family saw this scene, and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The 13 saints from the 8 top families were also horrified, not because Hao Peng and the other two killed too many people, but because they saw with their own eyes that Hao Peng and Qin Heihuan actually beat many members of the Sun family into minced meat with their 2 palms. No, it should be said that they were killed with 1 palm. Is this really the strength of a warrior at the peak of the Saint realm? No, as top families, each of their clansmen also have strong people who have reached the peak of the Saint realm. Therefore, they all have a certain understanding of the peak of the Saint realm. However, in their understanding, the peak of the Saint realm is definitely not that strong. But it just so happens that Hao Peng and Qin Heihuan are so powerful and so terrifying. Of course, in just a moment, the 13 saints had already excluded Qin Heihuan. They all agreed that the direct destruction of the physical bodies of many people in the Sun family was caused by Hao Peng, because his inheritance came from the cemetery of gods and demons. Thinking of the cemetery of gods and demons, the 13 saints were stunned again, and then they all looked at Ye Bufan. In the cemetery of gods and demons, did Ye Bufan obtain any inheritance? Obviously not. Everyone who participated in the final assessment of the cemetery of gods and demons that day knew this. But it just so happens that Ye Bufan is now a martial artist at the peak of the Saint realm, and is incredibly strong. Since he didn't gain any inheritance in the cemetery of gods and demons, why could he become a peak warrior in the Saint realm and become so powerful and even terrifying? Just now, everyone's attention was on the Sun family, so the 13 saints did not think much about the fact that Ye Bufan was a peak warrior in the Saint realm. But now it is different. The Sun family has been destroyed, so they naturally noticed this. The more they thought about it, the more puzzled they became, and the more curious they became. It was really too strange that Ye Bufan became a top warrior in the Saint realm. It was as if he had become a top warrior in the Saint realm for no reason. The 13 saints from the 8 top families have only thought of this problem now, but the Martial Arts Academy has already noticed this a long time ago, and they are equally puzzled. It's a pity that Ye Bufan had no intention of telling either the 8 top families or the 3 major martial arts academies the fact that he had inherited the god's tomb, at least not now. Seeing that Hao Peng and the other 2 had killed all the people in the Sun family, Ye Bufan did not continue to pay attention to them. He stood up and looked at Lang Ningsheng and said, "Let's go to Beidou Martial Arts Academy." Lang Ningsheng was stunned when she heard this. She looked at Ye Bufan in surprise and asked, "What are you going to the Martial Arts Academy for?" "Pick someone up." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. He came to Beidou Wucheng for 2 things this time. First, destroy the Sun family. Second, pick up Mr. Yi and leave. Now that the first task has been completed, Ye Bufan naturally has to go to Beidou Martial Arts Academy to pick up Old Man Yi. As for the rest, for example, Ye Bufan had no plans to pay attention to how the 3 major martial arts academies and the 8 top families would view and deal with him in the future. After all, his time was limited. 3 days had passed in the 7-day period, and he had 4 more days to enter the cemetery of gods and demons. If Ye Bufan needs to deal with all the major families one by one, he won't have that much time. Chapter 820, Apply to join the War Department. The breeze is blowing gently, and the air is filled with the smell of blood. Outside Beidou Martial City, Ye Bufan and his party had already left and entered Beidou Martial City, and were heading to Beidou Martial Academy. At the same time that Ye Bufan and his party were heading to Beidou Martial Academy, the 13 saints from the 8 top families had also left in a hurry. After all, this life and death battle between Ye Bufan and the Sun family had exceeded their expectations far too much. Originally, they thought this was a fight that would hurt both sides. But what is the result? Among the 4 peak warriors who had entered the Saint realm, Ye Bufan's group completely crushed the Sun family, causing the Sun family, which was also a top family, to be destroyed without even having a chance to resist. This fact was too shocking and too important, and they had to inform their own family as soon as possible. Especially Ye Bufan's shocking sword. Kill 3 saints with 1 sword. In their opinion, Ye Bufan's strength is not just as simple as entering the peak of the Saint realm. It is definitely the combat power that only the Soul Fusion realm should have. Such strength is enough to make them wary, or even fearful. Therefore, in the eyes of the 13 saints, as the 8 top families of the human race, they need to make countermeasures as soon as possible. After all, Ye Bufan's rise has completely broken the current pattern of the Shenwu continent. It can be foreseen that a new era is about to come. As for the Sun family, although they were once one of the 9 top families of the human race, now, with their demise, they will eventually be forgotten and submerged in the long river of history. Ye Bufan and his group left. The 13 saints have also returned to their respective families. However, at this moment, the warriors who had been watching the battle on the city wall of Beidou Wucheng City had already arrived at the place where Ye Bufan's side was fighting with the Sun family, or in other words, they had arrived in front of the bloody corpses of the entire Sun family. Looking at the bloody scene in front of them, and the members of the Sun family lying on the ground one by one, even though they saw it with their own eyes, the warriors present still found it hard to believe. The Sun family was defeated just like that. I guess he lost, right? Nonsense, the bodies of the entire Sun family are all here. Is this a defeat or a victory? It's simply unbelievable. Yes, it's incredible. One of the 9 top families of the human race was destroyed just like that, and the opponents were only 4 people. What do you mean 4 people? There are only 3, okay. Yes, 3. Apart from Fatty Hao, Qin Heihuan, and Zhen Weiwei, Ye Bufan didn't make any moves at all. He didn't even need to make any moves. The saint is really terrible. A saint is indeed terrifying. It is easy for one person to destroy a family without a saint, but Ye Bufan should be more terrifying, right? 3 saints were killed with 1 sword. If it was just that, it would be fine. But the 3 saints of the Sun family didn't even have a chance to resist. In the end, not even their bodies were left. They were directly destroyed by 1 sword. How strong is Ye Bufan? Who knows? That's right. With our strength, we have no way of imagining it. But one thing is certain, Ye Bufan is already incredibly strong and terrifying. Didn't you see the expressions on the faces of the 13 saints from the 8 top families when they saw Ye Bufan's sword? Haha, indeed, what does it mean to be a saint or not? Aren't they just like a warrior like me in the condensation stage? I was stunned after seeing this sword. What do you mean by confused? I was just scared silly, okay. Yes, I was shocked. He became famous after one battle. From today on, the name Ye Bufan will be heard all over the Shenwu continent. Everyone will know him. That's right. One battle will make you famous all over the world. After Yi Tianshang, Ye Bufan will attack. Ha 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 ha, our human race will surely prosper. The demon race and the wild beasts are going to be in trouble. What do you mean? Try to recall what Ye Bufan has done during this period. If Yi Tianshang is a hero of our human race, then Ye Bufan must be a killing god, a nightmare for the demons and barbarians. I bet he will massacre both the demons and barbarians. The sudden words stunned everyone. They couldn't help but recall the past. Ye Bufan, Yin Tianu. They didn't know it before, but now they are very clear that Ye Bufan is Yin Tianu and Yin Tianu is Ye Bufan. Why did Ye Bufan transform into Yin Tianu? Undoubtedly, the strength is not enough. But now it's different. Ye Bufan killed 3 saints in seconds with 1 sword. It is obvious that his strength has increased to an outrageous level. A person without any strength dares to lead the human army to attack the Wangyao Mountains, so what will happen when this person has absolute strength? What's more, first it was the Kangchong Ning family, and now it's the Beidou Sun family. Ye Bufan kills the entire family and wipes out the entire clan. He simply treats life as worthless. If he treats humans like this, what about demons and wild beasts? It will inevitably be more ruthless. After a brief silence, someone spoke again. No, I want to go to the monster battlefield, I want to go to the 81st War Department. What are you doing at the War Department? Silly, who is Ye Bufan? Well, let me tell you, he is Ye Tianxiang's son, the young commander of the Flying Dragon Army. What happened at the entrance of the God and Demon Cemetery has fully demonstrated that it is only a matter of time before he takes over the 81st War Department of the human race and becomes the sole supreme commander. Moreover, everyone in the Shenwu continent knows that the War Department protects its own people. It's just that after Ye Tianxiang and his men left, the War Department no longer had a saint in charge, and its strength was limited. It could not be compared with the 9 top families. But now it is different. The addition of the 4 peak saints from Ye Bufan's side will surely make up for the only defect and deficiency of the War Department. From now on, it will definitely be able to sit on an equal footing with the 8 top families, and even completely surpass them. Naturally, I have to join the War Department now and follow him from now on. Fuck, why didn't I think of that? I want to go, too. If one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. The rise of the 81st War Department is inevitable. No, I want to go to the battlefield too. I want to join the 81st War Department. Ha ha ha, the Flying Dragon era is over, and the 7 killing era is here. I didn't have the chance to follow Ye Tianxiang to the Wangyao Mountains before, but this time, I definitely can't miss it. I also want to visit the Wangyao Mountains. Legend has it that the end of the Wangyao mountain range is the Eternal Abyss, but what is the Eternal Abyss? What is in the Eternal Abyss? I am also very curious. Let's go to the battlefield and join the War Department. Count me in. Countless people's passionate voices rang out. With Ye Bufan's rise, many people had the idea of joining the War Department, and some had even started to take action. But at this moment, a contemptuous, slightly sarcastic voice suddenly sounded, "A bunch of idiots." For a moment, everyone was stunned. Then he got angry. "What did you say? Boy, do you have the guts to say it again? Who the hell are you scolding?" Everyone's attention instantly fell on a man in his mid-20s in the crowd. His angry eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. The man didn't care at all, and just continued, "Just say it, I say, you are a bunch of idiots. Don't you think about what the 81st War Department is, your home? Do you think that if you want to join the War Department, they will directly accept you into the War Department? Dream. The War Department has its own rules. Conscription is held every 10 years. All new soldiers are recruited by the War Department in major cities according to the roster, and there are also age restrictions. It's been less than a year since the last time the War Department recruited soldiers. Now is not the time for the War Department to recruit soldiers. If you go there, who will care about you? Who will recruit you? What's more, there are many people at the godly martial level among you. If the War Department recruits you into the War Department without prior preparation and deployment, won't the 81st War Department be in chaos? Your behavior is simply causing trouble. In the end, it will harm the 81st War Department and affect the entire border defense line of our human race." Well, as soon as the man finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Yes, that is the War Department, the first line of defense for the human race's border. The War Department has its own rules, and not everyone can enter whenever they want. For a moment, countless people showed disappointment on their faces. Once every 10 years. Doesn't that mean there will be 9 years until the next conscription of the War Department? 9 years by then, won't the opportunity be lost? Yes, 9 years is too long. I can't wait even a moment longer now. What to do? Who knows what to do? Fuck it, why didn't I go when the War Department recruited soldiers a year ago? If I had gone, I would be a soldier in the War Department now. Who says it's not? Hee hee. Seeing the lost looks of these people and listening to their lost words, the man in his 20s smiled slightly and then said, "I'm just saying that your rash behavior of heading to the War Department is not advisable, not that we can't join the War Department." Hearing this, everyone was stunned again. What's the meaning? It's very simple. The man smiled and said, "Since we want to join the War Department during the non-recruiting period, we should naturally submit an application to the War Department first, and then the War Department will make the decision. If the War Department is willing to recruit us, then the War Department will naturally make arrangements. If the War Department refuses, then there is nothing we can do. Of course, the chances of the War Department accepting our application are still very high. After all, when it comes to the battlefield, the stronger the War Department is, the better. P.S. I overuse my brain, can't concentrate, have memory loss, hearing loss, and general weakness. What should I do? Chapter 821 Secret, Saint Battlefield. Hundreds of thousands or even millions of warriors outside Beidou Wucheng can see that with the appearance of Ye Bufan, the rise of the 81 war departments of the human race has become inevitable. If they can join the war department at this time, it will definitely be a very, very wise choice. After all, it's nice to sit under a big tree and enjoy the shade. It's a pity that the War Department recruits soldiers once every 10 years. This is not the time for the War Department to recruit new soldiers. It is definitely not an easy thing to join the 81st War Department. However, as the man said, although now is not the time for the War Department to recruit new soldiers, they can jointly submit an application to join the War Department. Moreover, for the War Department, so many warriors joining the battlefield is definitely a good thing, and it is unlikely that they will refuse. Of course, whether their application will be accepted in the end depends on the attitude of the War Department, and can only be decided by the War Department. But no matter what, submitting an application is the first step, a step that must be taken. So when the man made this suggestion, hundreds of thousands or even millions of warriors present had already begun preparing to submit applications to the War Department, and they even wanted to bring people around them into the War Department. A frenzy of joining the War Department raged outside Beidou Wucheng. Ye Bufan was not aware of this. The 81st War Department is also unaware of this. Beidou Martial Arts Academy, South Gate. When Ye Bufan, Lang Ningshang, Hao Peng, Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei arrived here, Tang Zi, the dean of Beidou Martial Arts Academy, had already been waiting here. As for the more than 10,000 fanatics of the Demon Sealing Academy, they had been taken back to the Heaven Burial Palace by Ye Bufan. Looking at Tang Zi in front of him, Ye Bufan said without any nonsense, "Dean Tang, where is my old man now? I will take him home today." Well, hearing Ye Bufan's words, Tang Zi was stunned. Originally, he thought that Ye Bufan suddenly came to Beidou Martial Arts Academy after destroying the Sun family, intending to find those Martial Arts Academy students who had bullied the girls of the Ye family and vent their anger for them, but he didn't expect that he just came to pick up Ye Hong and leave the Martial Arts Academy. That was why Tang Zi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then he hesitated for a moment, looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Little brother Ye, there is no problem if you want to take brother Ye away, but I still don't recommend you to do this." Looking at Tang Zi, Ye Bufan frowned immediately. "Why? This?" Tang Zi thought for a moment and said, "Brother Ye should be very clear about brother Ye's situation. The soul-devouring poison in his body has penetrated deep into his bones and is only one step away from devouring his soul. Although we have frozen him and suppressed the soul-devouring poison, we have not eliminated the poison from his body. If we take him away at this time, it will definitely not benefit brother Ye, but only harm him. After all, there is no better place to put him than the Martial Academy on the Shenwu continent." "No." After Tang Zi finished speaking, Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "I took the old man away just to help him detoxify, so the problem you mentioned does not exist at all. Lead the way." Well, Tang Zi was stunned again. Detoxify. There was a flash of horror in his eyes as he looked at Ye Bufan. What is the soul-eating poison? That is the most severe poison from the demon race on the Shenwu continent. As of now, no one can cure it and those who are poisoned will surely die. But now, Ye Bufan actually said that he wanted to detoxify old man Ye. Tang Zi thought this was simply a fantasy. But since Ye Bufan said so, it would be difficult for him to refuse. After all, Ye Hong was Ye Bufan's grandfather. If Ye Bufan wanted to take the people away, the Martial Arts Academy had no reason to force them to stay. Moreover, based on his understanding of Ye Bufan, if the Martial Arts Academy did not let him take the people away today, there would be a conflict between them. The three major martial arts academies of the human race. Beidou Martial Arts Academy, as one of them, has a foundation that is simply not comparable to top families like the Sun family. Although Ye Bufan can destroy the Sun family, he will definitely not be a match for Beidou Martial Arts Academy. However, as the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, Tang Zi will naturally not take the initiative to provoke Ye Bufan. Because there is no need. What's more, this will only bring harm and no benefit to the entire human race. In that case, please. With this thought in mind, Tang Zi no longer thought about it. He raised his hand and said to Ye Bufan, then he took the lead and walked towards the interior of Beidou Martial Arts Academy, naturally to lead the way for Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan and the other 4 followed without any hesitation. On the way, Tang Zi led the way while looking at Ye Bufan and asked, "Brother Ye, can you really cure the soul-devouring Gu poison? What do you think?" Ye Bufan rolled his eyes at Tang Zi and said unhappily, "If I don't have the ability to dissolve the soul-devouring Gu poison, then why would I take you away? Want to play? Or do I have nothing better to do and really want to harm the old man?" This. Tang Zi was suddenly embarrassed. Then he thought about it and said hesitantly, "Then I wonder what is the probability that Brother Ye can cure the soul-devouring Gu poison from me?" 100%. Ye Bufan said immediately without thinking. The gravekeeper Feng Hen took action. What was the mere soul-devouring poison? After all, Dao Wuya had said before that this so-called soul-devouring poison was not even poison in their eyes. To them, this stuff was something that even a 3-year-old child could eat as a meal. Of course, Ye Bufan naturally couldn't tell Tang Zi about Dao Wuya and the cemetery of gods and demons. In fact, for now, he hasn't told anyone except Qian Duoduo, and he won't tell anyone else. Buzz. However, Ye Bufan's words shocked Tang Zi. He paused. 10%. Looking at Ye Bufan, Tang Zi widened his eyes and said in horror. "Any questions?" Ye Bufan shrugged and said calmly. This. Tang Zi was stunned again, hesitated, and then said, "Since Brother Ye is 100% sure, then I wonder if you can do me a favor." Ye Bufan was stunned, looked at Tang Zi and asked, "Why, are you poisoned?" No. Tang Zi waved his hand and said, "I am not poisoned. The ones who are poisoned are the 2 elders of my Beidou Martial Academy." Martial Academy Elder, a Saint Realm warrior. Ye Bufan was stunned. "Yes," Tang Zi responded. "How did the elder of your martial arts academy get infected with the soul-devouring poison?" This. Tang Zi hesitated slightly, then said, "Since Brother Ye has now entered the Saint Realm, there is no need to hide some things from you." After a pause, Tang Zi continued, "People only know that there is a melee between humans, demons, and barbarians on the monster and barbarian battlefield, but they don't know there is also a saint battlefield outside the monster and barbarian battlefield. Although the saint battlefield does not have a fixed location, it is definitely the most important battlefield in the melee between the 3 tribes. After all, the Saint Realm is the true foundation of the 3 tribes. Once the Saint Realm powerhouse of any of the 3 tribes is in a weak position, it will definitely be a disaster for that side. If a saint attacks, it is impossible to win by relying on human wave tactics alone unless you have saints of the same level to counter them. In fact, that would be courting death. The 81st War Division in the monster and barbarian battlefield is actually only the second line of defense for our human race. The real first line of defense is our human race's saints. As long as the saints are not defeated, the monster and barbarian battlefield can only be a minor fight. But if the saints are defeated, the monsters and barbarians in the monster and barbarian battlefield will inevitably fight each other, and then it will be a catastrophe for our human race. And these 2 Saint Realm elders of my Beidou Martial Academy were ambushed by the demon clan's demon saint when they were trying to intercept him, and they were poisoned by the soul-devouring Gu. One of the high-level Saint Realm elders has been frozen for 73 years, and the other middle-level Saint Realm elder has been frozen for 196 years. As Tang Zi spoke, Ye Bufan was slightly startled. Outside the demon battlefield, is there a saint battlefield? If Tang Zi didn't tell him, he really wouldn't know. Not only that, Ye Bufan believed that the vast majority of people on the Shenwu continent were just like him and had no idea about this. Even the 81st War Department was probably completely unaware of this. After all, I am not a saint, so there is no point in knowing it. But think about it, as the strongest person in the Shenwu continent, how could the saints stay out of the war between the 3 tribes for so many years? Ye Bufan then frowned slightly and said, "Since your Beidou Martial Academy has a Saint Realm elder who was poisoned and frozen, then I guess the 2 major martial arts academies, Kangchong and Tianqi, have also had one, right?" "Have." Tang Zi responded and said, "There are 3 from Kangchong Martial Academy and 1 from Tianqi Martial Academy. Among them, the elder at the peak of the Saint Realm at Kangchong Martial Academy has been frozen the longest. Until now it should have been 233 years. He will be unfrozen in a few years. After all, although freezing can contain the soul-devouring poison, it cannot absolutely restrict it. After more than 300 years, the poison must have penetrated deep into his bones. If he is not unfrozen, he will die." Unblocked. Tang Zi's words made Ye Bufan slightly stunned, and even more puzzled. It has been frozen for more than 300 years, why do we need to unseal it? Isn't euthanasia good? Of course not. As he spoke, Tang Zi's expression became solemn, and he continued, every saint is the foundation of our human race. If they were to sacrifice in vain, wouldn't it be a pity? Therefore, any saint who is poisoned by the soul-devouring GU will be directly frozen after the battle, and will be unfrozen when their lives come to an end and the poison can no longer be contained. After being unfrozen, these poisoned saints, without exception, will either enter the Wangyao Mountains or the 10 Forbidden Forests today. In short, before they die, they must drag the demon race or the wild beast with them, and at the very least they must be at the initial stage of the saint realm. Tang Zi's words shocked the souls of Ye Bufan, Leng Ningsheng and Hao Peng. Both the good and the bad will perish together. So cruel. But at the same time, these saints are also worthy of admiration. Suddenly, Ye Bufan frowned again and asked in confusion, since we will die sooner or later, why do we need to freeze it? Can't we just fight with our lives? Of course not. Hearing this, Tang Zi smiled bitterly. Why? Ye Bufan was even more puzzled. 2 words, heritage. Background. Ye Bufan was stunned. Tang Zi said, yes, it is the foundation. I have said before that every saint represents a part of our human race's heritage. If one dies, there will be one less. If one less, it means that our human race's strength will be weakened. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, our human race will never allow a saint to die. That's why all saints who are poisoned by the soul-devouring GU will be frozen directly. After all, if they fight the demons or wild beasts directly after being poisoned, our human race will be constantly weakened, and risking their lives may not necessarily lead to success. But freezing them is different. The deterrent power of a warrior who is destined to die in the initial stage of the saint realm is no less than that of a warrior who is at the peak of the saint realm. Because they are destined to die, they are willing to do anything. Once the saint realm experts from the demon race or the wild beasts come in large numbers, all the saints of our race who are frozen in ice will be unsealed. At that time, we will fight to the death. Chapter 822, Old Man, are you kidding me? After Tang Zi said this, Ye Bufan naturally understood why all the saints on the human race who were poisoned by the soul-devouring poison would choose to be frozen directly. The stupid ones are afraid of the arrogant ones, and the arrogant ones are afraid of the desperate ones. Undoubtedly, this is a deterrent to the 2 tribes of monsters and barbarians. If you dare to come, I will fight you to the death. Humans, demons, and barbarians are the 3 races fighting in the Shenwu continent. I believe that no matter whether it is the demon race or the barbarians, they cannot and are unwilling to fight to the death with the human race. Naturally, humans are unwilling to do so either. No one would be willing to do that unless they were at their wits' end. But if it really came to that, I'm afraid both the human race and the demon and barbarian races would try their best. As Tang Zi said, all the blocks will be lifted and everyone will fight to the death. After all, defeat means the extinction of the entire clan. Now you know why I tried to stop you before, right? Every saint is extremely important to our human race. Now looking at Ye Bufan's slightly surprised expression, Tang Zi shook his head and said with a wry smile, you have killed 6 saints of the Sun family at once. If the demons and barbarians knew about this, I don't know how they would react. 6 saints. If this were placed on the battlefield of saints, if one life was exchanged for another, it would be possible to kill 6 saints from the demon clan or wild beasts. It's okay now. The human race lost 6 saints in vain, and Tang Zi felt like his heart was bleeding. Ye Bufan, however, didn't care at all. Looking at Tang Zi, he said calmly, they are just 6 pieces of trash. If they die, they die. It's no big deal. Tang Zi was instantly confused. 6 pieces of trash, just die like that. You have just entered the Holy Realm and have not participated in the battle of saints among the 3 tribes. You don't know how cruel it is, so it is natural for you to say that. When you enter the battlefield of saints one day, see if you can continue to maintain your current calmness and composure. However, although Tang Zi thought so in his heart, he did not say it out loud. After all, things had come to this point, and it would be meaningless even if he said more. As if he understood Tang Zi's thoughts, Ye Bufan smiled and said suddenly, don't worry, whether it's the demon tribe or the wild beast, they won't be able to jump around for much longer. Well, hearing this, Tang Zi was stunned. What's the meaning? Looking at Ye Bufan, he looked surprised. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and didn't say much. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, "Where is the old man? How long will it take to get there? The strong ones in the Holy Realm are the foundation of the human race. As the foundation of the human race to suppress the monsters and barbarians, every saint of the human race is indeed crucial. The death of 6 saints at once will weaken the overall strength of the human race. But that was in the past, not now, and certainly not in the future. Cemetery of Gods and Demons, a peerless inheritance. Now that Ye Bufan has passed Dao Wuya's assessment, he can take over the entire Cemetery of Gods and Demons at any time. At that time, all the inheritances in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons will appear in the world. 379,633 heroic spirits. 379,633 inheritances. Once it is opened, not to mention in the future, even now, it can immediately create 379,633 saints, nearly 380,000. What does 380,000 saints mean? Not to mention taking action to fight against the 2 tribes of monsters and barbarians, even if it was just to scare them, all the saints of the 2 tribes would be scared to death. Of course, it is impossible to open the inheritance of nearly 380,000 people in a short period of time. After all, no one can change the limitation of martial arts compatibility. However, it is not a problem to create dozens or even hundreds of saints in a short period of time. What's more, the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace is so extraordinary. There is no doubt about this, and it can be fully verified from Hao Peng. In the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, there are the 3 supreme beings of heaven, 18 divine generals, 72 concubines, 108 flag masters, and all the members of heaven under the 108 flags. With such a distribution, the inheritance of the flag master obtained by Hao Peng is already so incredible. What about the inheritance of the 72 concubines? What about the inheritance of the 18 divine generals? What about the inheritance of the 3 supreme beings? Although Yi Jingxuan obtained the inheritance of the immortal condensing fragrance from Wu Fei, one of the 72 concubines, she is unable to refine the immortal condensing fragrance due to her age. Therefore, the current Yi Jingxuan cannot be considered the true descendant of the 72 concubines. The queen, the godly general, the supreme. With these 3 levels of inheritance, any successor he created would immediately become a powerful person who could suppress the Shenwu continent in this era. What's more, there is Ye Bufan himself. As the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, Dao Wuya's inheritance must be above those of the 72 concubines, 18 divine generals, and the 3 supreme beings. Once he accepts his inheritance, how far will Ye Bufan reach? In short, whether it is the current demon clan or the wild beasts, from the moment they were born in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, they no longer have the qualifications to compete with the human race. It is only a matter of time before his 2 clans are wiped out. Of course, Tang Zi didn't know these things, which was why Ye Bufan's inexplicable words made him infinitely stunned and puzzled. However, Ye Bufan had already changed the subject and obviously didn't want to talk about it anymore, so Tang Zi naturally didn't ask any more questions. Then he pointed to a small palace in front and replied to Ye Bufan, "It's the Merit Palace in front." The Hall of Merit. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. The War Department has a Merit Hall, and the Martial Academy also has a Merit Hall. Ye Bufan already knew about this. After all, when he was in Kangchong Martial Academy, Ye Bufan had seen the Merit Hall in Kangchong Martial Academy. However, according to Ye Bufan's memory, the Merit Hall in Kangchong Martial Academy was only filled with tokens of different sizes, except for an old man who was in charge of guarding it. There was nothing else. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at Tang Zi. Are Beidou Martial Arts Academy and Kangchong Martial Arts Academy different? Could it be that the old man was placed in the Hall of Merit? Although he was surprised, Ye Bufan did not ask any more questions. He believed that Tang Zi would not play tricks on him, and there was no need for him to play tricks on him. Soon, Ye Bufan and his group of 5, led by Tang Zi, entered the Hall of Merit of Beidou Martial Academy. Ye Bufan looked around and found that everything here was not much different from Kangchong Martial Academy. He did not see any trace of Grandpa Yi. Just as Ye Bufan was about to ask, an old lady from the Hall of Merit came up to him. Looking at Tang Zi, the old lady was slightly surprised and said, "Dean, you guys here? Open the barrier, we are going to enter the canonization hall." Tang Zi didn't hesitate at all. He looked at the old woman and spoke directly. The canonization house. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Undoubtedly, the Merit Hall of Beidou Martial Academy, or the Merit Hall of the three major martial arts academies of the human race, is as mysterious as Nizi's Suzaku Courtyard 001. Okay, Dean. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the old woman responded. Then she took out the same command arrow as the one Nizi had used and walked to the left side of the Hall of Merit. Buzz. The old woman activated the command arrow in her hand. Suddenly, a white light emerged from the arrow, and then a 7-colored hexagram array appeared immediately under her feet. Let's go. Seeing that the entrance had appeared, Tangzi glanced at Ye Bufan and said. You guys wait here. Ye Bufan looked at Hao Peng and the others and said something. Tangzi said that the other place of this entrance is the Temple of Canonization, but who knows what this Temple of Canonization is like. If we can get in but cannot get out, what should our group of 5 do? You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Well, Ye Bufan's words stunned everyone present. How could they not understand Ye Bufan's meaning? Qin Heihuan immediately glanced at Tang Zi, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, Master, why don't I just go in? No. Ye Bufan waved his hand, then looked at Tang Zi, let's go. Tang Zi smiled slightly, then he walked directly towards the hexagram formation and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Ye Bufan took a step forward. Be careful. Lang Ningsheng looked at him and suddenly said. Don't worry, it's okay. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, and then walked towards the hexagram array. The next second, with a flash of white light, he also disappeared from everyone's sight like Tang Zi. Beidou Martial Arts Academy, Canonization Academy. Hiss. As soon as Ye Bufan stepped into this space, he couldn't help but shiver. Then he looked at Tang Zi in front of him and said instinctively, Old man, what kind of place is this? It's so cold. What is Ye Bufan's current cultivation level? Enter the peak of the Holy Realm. But even so, he was still shivering from the cold. It is conceivable how low the temperature is and how cold it is in this space. If it were anyone else below the Saint Realm, they would probably be frozen to death if they entered here. Hearing this, Tang Zi smiled bitterly and said, This place is called the Canonization Academy. It is said to have existed since the establishment of the 3 major martial arts academies. As for what this space was used for at the time, I am ashamed to say that even I, the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy, don't know. Not only me, but also other elders, are also unclear. Now this place has only one use, and that is to place ice crystal snow coffins to enhance the freezing effect. As he spoke, Tang Zi couldn't help but tremble. Ye Bufan immediately said in a stern voice, Then why are you still talking? Where is the old man? Hurry up, take your people and leave here immediately. This place is horribly cold. Isn't it there? Tang Zi smiled bitterly and pointed forward. Ye Bufan took a look. 10 meters away, 2 crystal jade coffins were placed there. As for further away, the white cold air was almost condensed into. It was conceivable that the place where the 2 of them were now was not the coldest but even the warmest. The deeper they went into this space, the colder it would inevitably become. What's going on? But at this moment, Tang Zi's exclamation suddenly rang out. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Call out. Tang Zi did not hesitate at all. He flashed and went directly to the 2 jade coffins. In an instant, Tang Zi's face changed drastically. Call out. Ye Bufan also came to Tang Zi in an instant. Looking at Tang Zi's strange expression, he frowned and asked, What's wrong? There is one less ice crystal snow coffin. Tang Zi said in shock, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, The ice crystal snow coffin where Brother Ye was placed is gone. What? Ye Bufan was shocked. Brush. The next second, he grabbed Tang Zi by the collar and angrily said, Old man, are you kidding me? Chapter 823 Are you threatening me? Old man, are you kidding me? Ye Bufan roared, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Where is the Martial Arts Academy? As the 3 major martial arts holy places of the human race, let alone other things, there are probably more than 20 Saint Realm Masters in each martial arts academy, not to mention the other Divine Martial Realm and Zhou Tian Realm Masters. It can be said that among the entire human race camp, the 3 major martial arts academies are the safest. It's no exaggeration to call the defense here a dragnet. Even if you are a saint, the martial arts academy has the absolute ability to stop you completely. Therefore, it is impossible for anyone to come and go freely in the martial arts academy without being discovered. The old man was placed in Beidou Martial Arts Academy, and in such a secret place as Fengsheng Academy, or even in an independent space. How could he disappear inexplicably like this? It's impossible. No one except the people from Beidou Martial Arts Academy can take the old man away. But what about now? The person is missing. In Ye Bufan's opinion, this was deliberately done by Beidou Martial Arts Academy, and they had never thought of letting him take the old man away. How could he not be angry? Ye Bufan roared, and Tang Zi was a little at a loss. Mr. Yi disappeared for no reason. He and Ye Bufan had the same idea. There must be a reason for the abnormal situation. It is impossible for Mr. Yi to disappear in the Canonization Academy for no reason. This change must be caused by someone. In Beidou Martial Arts Academy, besides himself, there are only the Saint Realm Elders in the Elders Hall who want to take Mr. Yi away from the Canonization Academy. After all, apart from them, no one else is qualified to enter the Canonization Academy, and no one below the Saint Realm has the ability to enter this icy and snowy place. Tang Zi immediately said, "Brother Yi, don't be anxious. There must be some misunderstanding. Let me investigate it. Don't worry, I promise that I will deliver Brother Yi to you intact, and there will be absolutely no accidents." Misunderstand? Ye Bufan shouted angrily. Then he withdrew his hand from Tang Zi's collar and said, "I don't care if this is a misunderstanding or your martial arts academy did it on purpose. In a word, I must see the old man within 1 day. If I can't see him, then there is no need for your Beidou Martial Arts Academy to exist. I will keep my word, you can do whatever you want." After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to Tang Zi and walked directly towards the entrance. Then, with a flash of white light, he disappeared from Tang Zi's sight and disappeared into the Canonization Temple. Tang Zi, however, stood there in a daze. If I don't see Grandpa Yi within a day, there is no need for Beidou Martial Arts Academy to exist. Ye Bufan's expression, Ye Bufan's tone, Ye Bufan's hint of murderous intent, all of these things were telling Tang Zi that this was no joke. Moreover, Ye Bufan has this ability. Although Tang Zi didn't know where Ye Bufan got his confidence from, he knew that with the sudden disappearance of Old Man Yi, the matter had become a big deal. Who is Ye Bufan? The demon prince of the demon clan, the Kangchong Ning family, the Beidou Ning family, all of these interpret a fact that cannot be concealed. Ye Bufan is a madman. Now that Mr. Yi has disappeared for no apparent reason, what will he do? Tang Zi didn't dare to think about it. Brother Yi. Seeing that Ye Bufan had left, Tang Zi immediately followed him. The Hall of Merit outside the Canonization Hall. Fat Hao and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Ye Bufan coming out of the Canonization Hall safely, and they all surrounded him. But when they saw Ye Bufan's face, they couldn't help but be stunned. "Master, what are you doing?" "Master Yi." Several people expressed surprise. "Brother Yi." Without waiting for Ye Bufan to answer, Tang Zi had already caught up with him. He came to Ye Bufan and said anxiously, "Little brother Yi, let's talk it out." "There's nothing to say." Ye Bufan glanced at Tang Zi and said in a cold voice, "I have made it very clear. I will give you Beidou Martial Academy 1 day to either bring the old man to me, or I will destroy your Beidou Martial Academy." Boom. Ye Bufan's words made Hao Pang and the others present tremble in their hearts. Master Yi wants to destroy Beidou Martial Arts Academy. What is going on? Tang Zi was also stunned. Leaf. He wanted to say something, but seeing Ye Bufan's expression, he knew that it would be useless for him to say anything at this time, so he looked at the old woman who was in charge of guarding the entrance to the canonization courtyard and said coldly, "Tell me, who has entered the canonization courtyard recently? If one wants to take Mr. Yi away, one must enter the canonization hall, and the order to open the canonization hall is in the old woman's possession. Moreover, the old woman has been in the Hall of Merit all the time. No matter who enters the canonization hall, she must know." After Tang Zi finished speaking, Ye Bufan also looked at the old woman. The same goes for others. The old woman was slightly stunned. "Explain." Tang Zi shouted angrily. "In the past 6 months, only Elder Tan has entered the canonization hall." The old woman said immediately. "Tan Yan." Tang Zi frowned and said. "Yes, it is." The old woman responded tremblingly, and then she continued, "Elder Tan also entered the Canonization Institute today, and, when you, Dean, came here, Elder Tan left less than an hour ago." "What?" Upon hearing this, Tang Zi exclaimed instantly. "It's been less than an hour since Tan Yan left. Isn't this too much of a coincidence?" Moreover, he was the only one who had entered the canonization hall in the past 6 months. So, who else could it be except him who took old Master Yi away? It must be him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Immediately, Tang Zi shouted angrily. The old woman was speechless, and she muttered in her heart, you didn't ask. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ye Bufan frowned. Tang Zi didn't look like he was acting, but if he was really the old man that Elder Tan took away, then why did he do that? I don't seem to know him. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Tang Zi had already rushed out of the merit hall. The next second, a roar rang out from outside the merit hall, Tan Yan, come out here. The person who spoke was none other than Tang Zi. At this moment, Tang Zi was extremely anxious. In his opinion, Ye Bufan was a madman, and this madman had already given him an ultimatum. One day, they only have one day. If they can't find old man Yi after one day, no one knows what crazy thing Ye Bufan will do. Destroy Beidou Martial Arts Academy. Tang Zi was not sure about this, but he was sure that there would be a fight between Beidou Martial Arts Academy and Ye Bufan's side. Since it is a fight, there will inevitably be casualties. Moreover, once this fight begins, it will inevitably be extremely brutal. Not to mention other things, just take Ye Bufan's previous sword as an example. Tang Zi knows that no one in Beidou Martial Arts Academy can stop it. Once the sword is drawn, the saint will be killed. Once a conflict occurs between the two sides, both sides will suffer losses. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Just now, the Sun family, one of the 9 top families, was destroyed, resulting in the loss of 6 saints of the human race. If a few more of them died at this time, what kind of situation would that be? The human race can no longer afford such losses. The most important thing is that this time it was Beidou Martial Arts Academy that was at fault. After all, they were the ones who lost old man Yi. Tang Zi's words shocked the entire Beidou Martial Arts Academy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, several figures came in front of Tang Zi. They looked at Tang Zi, who was anxious and even furious outside the Hall of Merit, and they couldn't help but be surprised. Tang Zi, what are you doing? What happened? Surprised voices continued to be heard. Without exception, all the people who arrived at this moment were saint-level elders of Beidou Martial Arts Academy. Facing the inquiries of several elders, Tang Zi ignored them. He just looked at the Beidou Martial Academy in front of him and said angrily, Tan Yan, as the Dean of Beidou Academy, I order you to get out of here now, immediately, right now. The cold voice shook the space and echoed in all directions. The elders present were silent for a moment, but couldn't help but look at each other. It was the first time they saw Tang Zi like this. But at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded from the left side of the Hall of Merit. No need to shout, I'm already here, and the person is taken away by me. Everyone was stunned and then looked in the direction of the sound. In the sight, an old man in white robe slowly came over, and in just a moment, the old man in white robe had arrived in front of Tang Zi. Did you really take that person away? Looking at the old man in white robe, Tang Zi asked directly without any nonsense. Yes, the old man in white robe did not deny it. Where are the people? Tang Zi asked. Sorry, no comment. The old man in white robe shook his head and spoke softly. You. Tang Zi was immediately furious and asked, why did you do this? Also, as an elder of the Martial Arts Academy, do you know what you are doing? I naturally know what I am doing. The old man in white robe responded, and then said, as for why I did this after a pause, the old man in white robe continued, it's very simple, Tang Zi, you and I saw clearly what happened in the Sun family just now. That kid surnamed Yi is simply a mad dog. How can our human race allow him to act so recklessly? Since we can't do anything to him, we can only start with the people around him. I can guarantee that as long as he behaves himself, nothing will happen to the Yi family. But if he continues to act recklessly like he did just now, then I will not be able to guarantee the safety of the person from the Yi family. You. Suddenly, Tang Zi became furious. Use the emperor to command the princes. How could he not hear that Tan Yan was trying to use old man Yi to threaten Ye Bufan? But at this moment, Ye Bufan walked slowly into the merit hall. Looking at the old man in white robe in front of him, he said coldly, are you threatening me? Chapter 824 Don't force me. Are you blackmailing me? Ye Bufan's sudden voice caused the whole place to fall into dead silence. Several elders present, including Tang Zi, looked at Ye Bufan. They could all clearly feel that the chill emanating from Ye Bufan caused the temperature of the surrounding space to drop a few degrees. Seeing this, Tang Zi immediately said, "Little brother Yi, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." As he spoke, he immediately looked at Tan Yan who was standing aside, his expression became serious, and he sternly rebuked, "Elder Tan, as the Dean of Beidou Academy, I order you to release him immediately." Unfortunately, at this moment, neither Ye Bufan nor Tan Yan paid attention to Tang Zi's meaning. They just looked at each other. Looking at the two of them, Tang Zi was furious but at a loss as to what to do. At this time, Tan Yan looked at Ye Bufan and said in a deep voice, "If you insist on thinking that I am threatening you, then take it as a threat. I will not deny it. You just need to remember that from now on, you'd better not mess around, otherwise the only one who will suffer is your old man." After Tan Yan finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became even more weird and depressing to the extreme. Tang Zi looked at him with eyes that seemed to be about to spit fire. Pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. This is talking about Tan Yan. In Tang Zi's opinion, what Tan Yan was doing now was clearly to provoke the madman Ye Bufan, and he was simply looking for trouble. Before Tang Zi could speak, Ye Bufan said in a cold voice, "Why do you do that?" Well, Ye Bufan's words stunned Tan Yan. The same goes for others. Why do you think you can? What's the meaning? Without waiting for everyone to think, Ye Bufan looked at Tan Yan with a cold gaze and spoke again, "How dare you threaten me with just a beginner in the Saint Realm? Entering the initial stage of the Saint Realm again. Call out." Tan Yan had just finished speaking when Ye Bufan flashed in front of him. Tan Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan kicked out without any hesitation. A kick, fast, fierce and powerful. Bang! Tan Yan had no time to dodge. Ye Bufan had already kicked him in the abdomen. The powerful force impacted, a dull and heavy sound rang out, and Tan Zi's body flew backwards instantly. A few meters away, with a bang, Tan Yan knelt on his knees. Ka ka ka. The ground beneath his knees suddenly cracked. The sudden change only takes a moment. Everyone was shocked. Tan Yan knelt on the ground, covering his abdomen with his hands, and looked at Ye Bufan with anger in his eyes. "Me what?" Ye Bufan looked at him and asked coldly, then walked towards him step by step. "Do you think that you can force me to surrender by hiding the old man? You are wrong. I never accept threats. Do you know the Ning family? I think you should know. Even if you don't know, you should have heard about it. Ning Chushui of the Ning family used hundreds of thousands of residents in Tianwang City to threaten me, and I ended up wiping out her entire family. Now you are using the old man to threaten me. What do you think? How should I deal with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan arrived in front of Tan Yan. Tan Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing this, Tang Zi immediately said, "Little brother Yi, let's talk it out. We are all family, so don't hurt the harmony." "A family?" Ye Bufan turned his head and looked at Tang Zi, sneering, "Who is your family?" Without waiting for Tang Zi to speak, Ye Bufan's voice sank and he spoke again. "Dean Tang, I want to ask you a question now. Is it his intention to threaten me with the old man, or is it your intention of Beidou Martial Arts Academy?" This. Tang Zi couldn't help but be stunned. "Answer me." Ye Bufan shouted angrily. "That." Tang Zi hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Yi, we were indeed not aware of this matter beforehand, but don't worry. Since it has nothing to do with your Beidou Martial Academy, then just shut up." Tang Zi was interrupted by Ye Bufan's angry voice before he could finish his words. Tang Zi looked bitter. Ye Bufan ignored him, looked at Tan Yan in front of him, and said, "Tell me, how should I deal with you?" Tan Yan was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "You'd better not mess around, otherwise your old man will be the only one who suffers." "Yeah," Ye Bufan sneered. "Yes," Tan Yan responded. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan kicked him on the left side of the head. The powerful force caused Tan Yan to lose his balance instantly. The next second, with a bang, Tan Yan's head hit the ground heavily, the ground cracked, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole place was dead silent. Ye Bufan looked down at Tan Yan and asked coldly, "How do you feel?" Tan Yan gritted his teeth and propped himself up. He stared at Ye Bufan with fiery eyes and roared angrily, "Don't go too far. My patience is limited." Bang! After Tan Yan finished speaking, Ye Bufan kicked him again, knocking him to the ground, and said coldly, "I have gone too far, what can you do?" Tan Yan was furious. He never thought that with old Master Yi in his hands, Ye Bufan would dare to be so fearless. But at this point, Tan Yan knew he had no way out. He immediately raised his head, looked at Ye Bufan, and said with gritted teeth, "You can kill or chop you up as you like, but I can guarantee that if you kill me, your old man will not survive either." "Yeah." Ye Bufan still sneered. "Yes." Tan Yan responded angrily, "I'm not afraid to tell you that your old man is now placed in the Demon Sealing Courtyard by me." Demon Sealing Institute. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. Tang Zi immediately said, "Little brother Yi, since the person is fine, let's forget about this matter. How about we go and pick up your old man now?" No matter what, Tan Yan is also an elder of the Martial Arts Academy, so Tang Zi naturally doesn't want Ye Bufan to kill him like this. However, Tan Yan was at fault first, so he couldn't say much just now. But now it's different, since he already knows where old Master Yi is. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, just as Tang Zi finished speaking, Tan Yan laughed and said, "Take it out. Now, no one except me can enter or leave the Demon Sealing Academy of my Beidou Martial Academy." Tang Zi was shocked. "What did you do? What did you do?" Tan Yan sneered and said, "Now the 2 tokens to open the Demon Sealing Institute are in my hands. What do you think I have done?" "You." Tang Zi became furious when he heard this. Tan Yan ignored him. He looked at Ye Bufan and said with a sneer, "It's useless even if you kill me now, because I have placed the 2 command arrows in an absolutely safe place. No one can find them except me. Come on, kill me." Ha ha ha. "Young man from the Yi family, let me tell you, if you want your old man to be okay, you'd better not do anything rash, otherwise you know the result." As Tan Yan spoke, Tang Zi and the other elders of the Martial Arts Academy all looked extremely gloomy. They had never thought that Tan Yan, as an elder of the Martial Arts Academy, would actually do such an extreme thing. Was it to prevent Ye Bufan from acting recklessly that Mr. Yi was transferred? He was clearly forcing Ye Bufan to go berserk. "Do you really think that you kidnapped my old man just to prevent me from doing anything reckless? And you have no other purpose at this moment?" Ye Bufan suddenly looked at Tan Yan and asked. Tan Yan was stunned. "What do you mean?" Others were also stunned. "It doesn't matter what it means." Ye Bufan smiled leisurely, then said coldly, "Do you really think that if you hide the old man in the Demon Sealing Courtyard and then put away the entry and exit command arrows, I will be unable to do anything to you?" Tan Yan was stunned again. Ye Bufan shouted, "Xiaopeng, take the person away." "You." Tan Yan was shocked and felt deeply uneasy. He immediately looked at Tang Zi and said anxiously, "Tang Zi, I am still an elder of the Martial Arts Academy. How can you let this kid take me away so easily? If so, where is the face of our Beidou Martial Arts Academy?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Yan seemed to be worried that Tang Zi would not help him, so he shouted, "Grand Elder, save me." Seeing this, Tang Zi immediately cursed in his heart, "Are you scared now? What were you doing before?" However, Tang Zi also knew that, as Tan Yan said, he was an elder of the Martial Academy after all. Even if he really made a mistake, it should be handled by the Martial Academy, instead of letting Ye Bufan take him away and then use the death penalty, as it was doing now. Tang Zi immediately took a step forward, hesitated for a moment, looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Little brother Yi." Unfortunately, Tang Zi had just opened his mouth and had only said half of his words when Ye Bufan had already stretched out his right hand. He faced Tang Zi with his palm facing up. Well, seeing this scene, Tang Zi was stunned. He was a little confused. "Call out." But at this moment, in Tang Zi's sight, a cold light suddenly appeared on Ye Bufan's palm. It was a sharp sword as thin as a hair. The sharp sword appeared and the coldness spread. In an instant, the temperature around seemed to drop by dozens of degrees, causing the bodies and even souls of all the people present to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, there was a supreme sword intent attacking from the cold light. A moment. Time seemed to stand still. The space seems to be condensed. This is. Looking at the cold light in Ye Bufan's hand, Tang Zi and others widened their eyes, and their bodies and even their souls could not help but tremble. They couldn't help but think of the scene outside Beidou City. That sword shattered the void. That sword killed the 3 saints. That sword is so powerful that no one can stop it. Is this the same sword? Before they could think about it, Ye Bufan said in a cold voice, "Don't force me." Chapter 825 million rupees Han. Don't push me. The 4 words Ye Bufan, shocked Tang Zi and others, especially the deep and cold sword intent in his hand, which made Tang Zi, a powerful man at the peak of the Saint Realm, feel deeply fearful. Tang Zi didn't want to have a conflict with Ye Bufan. Beidou Martial Arts Academy also did not want to come into conflict with Ye Bufan. But, after all, Tan Yan is still a member of Beidou Martial Arts Academy, and even a saintly elder. Tang Zi gritted his teeth, looked at Ye Bufan and asked, "Little brother Ye, I wonder how do you plan to deal with Elder Tan?" If Ye Bufan wanted to take Tan Yan away for no reason, Beidou Martial Academy would naturally not allow it, but unfortunately now there is a reason for the incident. In the final analysis, it was Tan Yan who was in the wrong first, and it was Beidou Martial Academy who was in the wrong first. In addition, Ye Bufan's side had strong force. In this case, if Beidou Martial Academy forcibly interfered with Ye Bufan taking Tan Yan away, it would obviously be unwise. You don't have to worry about how to deal with it. Ye Bufan said this lightly, and then added, "Take the people with you, let's go." After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan walked directly out of Beidou Martial Arts Academy. Tang Zi gritted his teeth. "No!" Tan Yan screamed, and then exclaimed, "Dean, I am still the elder of Beidou Academy, how could you let him take me away? Once Ye Bufan takes me away, what will be waiting for me?" Tan Yan simply couldn't imagine it. He had already witnessed Ye Bufan's cold-bloodedness and cruelty. By then he would probably be unable to live or die. Faced with Tan Yan's request for help, Tang Zi just remained silent. Tang Zi was sure that the Elders' Council must have known about the commotion here. Since there was no reaction from the Elders' Council, it meant that the Elders' Council had tacitly agreed to it. If that was the case, he would not interfere. Besides, no one else can be blamed for all this. If anyone is to be blamed, it is only Tan Yan himself. Kidnapping Mr. Yi to threaten and control Ye Bufan. It's a pity he could think of that. Let's not talk about Ye Bufan, let's just talk about old Master Yi himself. Beidou, Kangchong, Tianqi, the three major martial arts academies of the human race have the lowest cultivation requirement of freezing the strong men as the initial stage of the Saint Realm, because the human race needs saints and needs them to be alive, but it is different for others. The three major martial arts academies will not freeze them no matter what. First, there is no need. Second, to freeze a person, 3 or more saints need to act at the same time, which will cause a certain amount of consumption for the saints. Although this consumption can be recovered, the saints of the three major martial arts academies will never take action unless it is necessary. Because they have to guard against demons and wild beasts, so that they can always maintain peak combat power. That is why, at present, the only ones frozen in the ice in the three major martial arts academies are the elders in the Holy Realm, and there are only 6 of them still alive. Undoubtedly, Mr. Yi is a special case. However, the identity of the vice president of Beidou Academy was not enough to make the saint of Beidou Martial Arts Academy freeze Grandpa Yi. The reason why Grandpa Yi received such privilege was because of the contributions made by Yi Tianshong or the Yi family to the Shenwu continent and the human race. But now, not to mention Ye Bufan, even Tang Zi, the dean of Beidou Martial Arts Academy, felt disgusted and dissatisfied with Tan Yan's behavior, and even a little angry. If Tan Yan hadn't been the elder of the Martial Arts Academy, he wouldn't even have bothered to ask. As for now, the Council of Elders has remained silent and acquiesced, so he will not say anything more. No matter what the final outcome of Tan Yan is, it is all his own fault. Seeing that Tang Zi didn't say anything, Tan Yan was really scared. Brush. But at this moment, Fat Hao grabbed Tan Yan's neck and said with a sneer, "Let's go." Tan Yan's body trembled violently. His heart trembled. His soul trembled. "No!" A cry of surprise rang out, and Tan Yan said in a panic, "It was Han Shui. Han Shui asked me to do this. This matter has nothing to do with me. I will let him go. I will let him go immediately." "Well," Tan Yan exclaimed, and Fat Hao was stunned. The same goes for others. The whole place was dead silent. Ye Bufan paused, turned around and looked at Tan Yan, frowned and asked, "Han Shui?" "Yes, yes, yes." Tan Yan responded repeatedly, saying, "It was Han Shui. She asked me to do this. She asked me to use Mr. Yi to threaten and restrain you. I just helped her. If you want to find someone, you should go to Han Shui, not me." Everyone was startled. Ye Bufan's brows furrowed even more. Han Shui. There seemed to be no such person in his memory. Why did she do that? Ye Bufan immediately looked at Tan Yan and asked in a cold voice, "Who is Han Shui? Why did she ask you to use the old man to threaten and restrain me?" "You do not know." Tan Yan was stunned when he heard this. "What do I know?" Ye Bufan frowned, looking stunned. "This." Tan Yan hesitated slightly. "Explain." Ye Bufan shouted sternly. "Yes, yes, I'll tell you, I'll tell you." Tan Yan responded repeatedly, and then said, "Her name is Han Shui, from the Han family of Kangchong Martial Academy, and outsiders also call her Madam Han." "Who?" When Tan Yan said this, Ye Bufan was stunned and asked, "Mrs. Han?" "Yes, yes," Tan Yan said in a panic. "How many Mrs. Han are there in the Han family?" Ye Bufan asked again. "One," Tan Yan responded. "Are you kidding me?" Ye Bufan's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, "Mrs. Han has been dead for a long time. You are now using a dead person to fool me. Do you really think I am easy to fool?" During the July 7th War Department competition, at the Sky Fortress, Madam Han was forced to fight against 17 Demon Kings, and was eventually killed by a bullet through the throat from Long Xiaobao. Ye Bufan saw and experienced all of this with his own eyes. How could a dead person still be alive today? No, she is not dead. She is still alive. The one who died in the Sky Fortress was just a substitute for her. Seeing Ye Bufan's rage, Tan Yan immediately explained. At the end, he added, "Only Han Shui, and Han Shui's grandfather know about this matter in the entire Shenwu continent. And I was the one who found the substitute for her." Substitute. Tan Yan's words made Ye Bufan's eyes widen. Others were also shocked. Suddenly, Ye Bufan asked in a deep voice, "So, she is planning to use the old man to take revenge on me?" "No, it's not." Tan Yan immediately rejected it. "No." Ye Bufan frowned. "If not, why would she let you hold the old man hostage?" "For self-protection," Tan Yan said helplessly. "Self-protection?" Ye Bufan was stunned. "Yes." Tan Yan responded and said, "She originally planned to take revenge on you, but after witnessing the scene outside Beidou City, she gave up the idea. However, she was worried that you would take revenge on the Han family and make the Han family the next Sun family, so she asked me to hold Mr. Yi hostage in order to restrain you. As long as you don't dare to mess around, then her Han family will be safe." Speaking of this, Tan Yan was filled with anger and regret. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would never have moved and kidnapped old Master Yi to threaten Ye Bufan. After all, whether it was him or Han Shui, the premise for them to do so was that they both firmly believed that as long as old Master Yi was in their hands, Ye Bufan would not dare to act recklessly. But what is the result? This is totally useless. Ye Bufan was so crazy that he didn't even bother about Mr. Yi's life or death. In fact, Tan Yan had no idea that Ye Bufan did not disregard the old man's safety. Rather, as long as Tan Yan was still alive, Ye Bufan was confident that he could open the Beidou Demon Ceiling Courtyard. It's a pity that Tan Yan doesn't know this. Otherwise, he would probably threaten Ye Bufan with death. Hee. Looking at Tan Yan in front of him, knowing the truth of the matter, Ye Bufan couldn't help but chuckle, and then said with a smile, "Madam Han, the Han family. If I tell you that I have never thought of destroying the Han family from beginning to end, I wonder what your Madam Han will think." Well, hearing this, Tan Yan was stunned. "What's the meaning? What's the meaning?" Ye Bufan chuckled and said, "What I mean is, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't even remember that there was a person like Madam Han on the Shenwu continent, because in my memory, she has long been a dead person. Since she is already a dead person, why would I bother to trouble her?" This. Tan Yan was stunned again. Ye Bufan continued, "Back then, the matter between me and the Han family had already come to an end, but now he. Looking at Ye Bufan, Tan Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. Mrs. Han was thinking about guarding against Ye Bufan, but she didn't expect that Ye Bufan had already forgotten about her and the Han family, and had never intended to make things difficult for the Han family. But now, the old things were brought up again, and the act of holding old man Yi hostage has obviously angered Ye Bufan. In this case, will Ye Bufan let it go? Absolutely not. When he thought of this, Tan Yan felt bitter. Too clever by half. Mrs. Han really shot herself in the foot this time. You're asking for trouble and you're asking for abuse. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly looked at Tan Yan and asked with a smile, "I am very curious, your last name is Tan, her last name is Han, you are not her Han family, and as an elder of the Martial Arts Academy, she obviously can't threaten you. In this case, why are you helping her so much? Transfer, old man, secretly controlling the Martial Academy's Demon Sealing Academy. This kind of behavior, even if I was really coerced by you, the Martial Academy should not let you off easily, right? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Afterwards, everyone present looked at Tan Yan with a look of surprise. Tan Yan hesitated slightly. Why, it's hard to say. Or you just made all this up, Ye Bufan said in a cold voice. No. Tan Yan immediately waved his hand to reject it. Then he looked helpless and said in panic, I am not familiar with her, it's just that I stayed at her place for a few nights before. How many nights did you stay? Everyone was stunned. Ye Bufan laughed and said, haha, so there is Jianqing. Chapter 826. You are really good at hiding. It turns out there is Jianqing. Ye Bufan's words made Tan Yan's old face blush, but he didn't say much. After all, this was the fact, and he was at the mercy of others. At this time, Tan Yan didn't dare to disobey Ye Bufan, because that was basically the same as seeking death. Tell me, where is Madame Han now? But at this moment, Ye Bufan's voice sank and he asked suddenly. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. It would be fine if he didn't know that Madame Han was alive, but now that he knew, Ye Bufan would naturally not let her go. Moreover, according to the current situation, Madame Han was probably always holding a grudge against him and was always thinking about seeking revenge on him. Keeping such a person would always be a disaster. What's more, just because Madame Han used Tan Yan to hold the old man hostage, Ye Bufan would not let her off easily, let alone let her go. Thinking back to when they were outside Tianwang City, if it hadn't been for saving me, the old man wouldn't have unleashed all his cultivation, and naturally the poison in his body wouldn't have completely gotten out of control. Because of this, Ye Bufan further accepted his new identity now, Shenwu Continent, Ye family, Ye Bufan. The dragon has a reverse scale, anyone who touches it will die. The Ye family is Ye Bufan's Achilles heel. Whoever dares to touch them will be destroyed. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tan Yan hesitated slightly. What? Are you going to protect your old lover and not say anything? Ye Bufan frowned and asked in a deep voice. No, it isn't. Tan Yan immediately waved his hand and said something, then said helplessly, actually, I don't know where she is now. Originally, she came to Beidou Wucheng this time to join forces with the Sun family to deal with you, but while speaking, Tan Yan secretly glanced at Ye Bufan and continued, after knowing that it was impossible, she left. I think she should have returned to the Han family. Go back to the Han family. Ye Bufan frowned. Tan Yan said, yes, but I'm not sure. Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei, you two should go to the Han family now. Ye Bufan immediately said to Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei. Yes, master. Qin Heihuan and the other person responded. Qin Heihuan hesitated for a moment and then said, well, master, what should we do after we go to the Han family? Should we bring the person here, or? No. Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, I never want to hear the word Han family again, and I don't want to see anyone from the Han family again. Suddenly, the hearts of several people present trembled. Another genocide. Okay. Qin Heihuan responded directly, and then he and Zhen Weiwei immediately left Beidou Martial Arts Academy and headed for Kengchong Han's family. Seeing this scene, Tan Yan's heart trembled. The Han family is finished. Be it Qin Heihuan or Zhen Weiwei, both of them are warriors who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm. The Han family cannot compete with them at all. After all, the Han family only has one saint, Madame Han, and she just came out of seclusion not long ago and has just advanced to the initial stage of the Saint Realm. However, these are obviously no longer what Tan Yan cares about. What he cares about now is how Ye Bufan will treat him. Before Tan Yan could think about it, Ye Bufan had already looked at him. Let's go, open the demon sealing courtyard. Tan Yan hesitated slightly. Why, you don't want to? Ye Bufan said in a deep voice. Tan Yan was still hesitant. He hesitated for a moment and said, after you open the demon sealing courtyard, how will you deal with me? Ye Bufan chuckled and said, are you negotiating with me? Tan Yan was stunned but didn't say much. His meaning was very clear. He was negotiating with Ye Bufan. After all, the two command arrows to open the Demon Sealing Institute were his only bargaining chips. If he opened the Demon Sealing Institute and Ye Bufan still wanted to kill him, what should he do? Looking at Tan Yan, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "Do you know why I am still so fearless even though the old man is in your hands?" Tan Yan was stunned. Ye Bufan said, "Because your threats are invalid from the beginning to the end. It's not that I don't care about the old man's safety, but because I am absolutely sure that I can make you hand over the command arrow and open the demon sealing courtyard, and it is still under your conscious and voluntary conditions." "How is that possible?" After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tan Yan exclaimed instinctively. Tang Zi and others' expressions also changed. "Nothing is impossible," Ye Bufan said confidently, then smiled slightly. "So, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. But..." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "I am not the kind of unreasonable person. Since you did not hurt the old man, I will give the martial arts academy face and not embarrass you. As for what kind of punishment the martial arts academy will give you for this matter, that is not something I can control. You really won't pursue this any further." Tan Yan was a little unconvinced. Ye Bufan glanced at him and said with a smile, "Why, you don't believe it? If you must die, I can also help you." Tan Yan was stunned. Tang Zi immediately said, "Elder Tan, why are you still standing there? Let him go." However, Tan Yan still hesitated slightly. Seeing this scene, Tang Zi became furious. Ye Bufan continued to smile without saying anything. After a moment, Tan Yan gritted his teeth and said, "I'll let him go." After saying these 3 words, he seemed like a deflated ball. In fact, Tan Yan was worried that Ye Bufan was deceiving him. After he opened the Demon Sealing Institute and released Old Man Ye Bufan would immediately turn against him. After all, this possibility is not impossible. However, Tan Yan knew very well that he had no right to resist Ye Bufan, so he could only take a gamble and choose to trust him. As for the results, Tan Yan knew that he had no control over it. Seeing Tan Yan make his choice, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "In that case, then tell me, where is the command arrow to open the Demon Sealing Institute now?" "In the Convent of Canonization," Tan Yan said without hesitation. "Where?" After Tan Yan finished speaking, Ye Bufan was stunned. Tang Zi and others were also shocked. "The command arrow is under one of the 2 remaining ice crystal snow coffins in the Canonization Institute," Tan Yan said without any hesitation. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to speak, Tang Zi pointed at Tan Yan and asked first, "Didn't you take Brother Yi away from the Canonization Institute first, and then placed him in the Demon Sealing Institute? If so, you first entered the Canonization Institute, and then entered the Demon Sealing Institute, then how did you put the command arrow into the Canonization Institute?" Not only Tang Zi was surprised, but others were also curious at this moment. Tan Yan smiled bitterly and said, "When I entered the canonization court, I had already placed one of the command arrows under the ice crystal snow coffin of one of the elders, and then used the other command arrow to enter the demon sealing court. After I settled Mr. Yi, I used the command arrow in my hand to open the demon sealing court, but I threw the command arrow into the demon sealing court when I left. The command arrow requires energy to activate, and in the Demon Sealing Institute, except for the saints, no one else's energy can be used. The 2 elders who were responsible for guarding the Demon Sealing Institute have also been transferred out of the institute, so now no one in the institute can activate this command arrow, which is equivalent to the fact that this command arrow has been invalidated. If you want to enter and exit the Demon Sealing Institute, you can only rely on the command arrow in the Institute of Saints." After Tan Yan finished speaking, everyone present felt confused. There are 2 command arrows to open the Demon Sealing Academy. One has expired inside the Demon Sealing Academy, and the other is under the ice crystal coffin of one of the elders of the Saint Sealing Academy. Who could have thought of this? Ye Bufan's mouth twitched as well, and he said coldly, "You are really good at hiding." Chapter 827 Elder Tan, the world is not peaceful recently. You are really good at hiding. Ye Bufan's sneer made Tan Yan tremble uncontrollably. He looked at Ye Bufan with panic and fear in his eyes, as if he was afraid that Ye Bufan would go back on his word. "Don't worry, I'll keep my word. I won't embarrass you if I say I won't," Ye Bufan said with a smile as he looked at the trembling Tan Yan. Then he looked at Tang Zi on the side and said, "President Tang, thank you for your help." Ye Bufan suddenly became so polite that Tang Zi was a little bit uncomfortable with it, but he was the head of a school after all, so he naturally would not lose his mind because of this. He also understood what Ye Bufan meant, and immediately said, "Little brother Yi, you are too polite. This time it was the fault of my Beidou Martial Academy." "Hold on. As he spoke, Tang Zi turned and walked towards the Hall of Merit. Ye Bufan smiled leisurely and didn't say much, but he looked at Tan Yan with a meaningful look of teasing and amusement. Because of this, Tan Yan's mind remained tense. He was nervous and afraid, and a trace of cold sweat rolled down his forehead uncontrollably. It was not for any other reason, but because Ye Bufan gave Tan Yan, or most people, the impression of being a devil who kills without blinking an eye. Now that he let him go so easily, Tan Yan was still a little skeptical. Especially Ye Bufan's meaningful look, which gave Tan Yan endless psychological pressure, making Tan Yan even more nervous and even more afraid. Ye Bufan was aware of this, but he didn't care at all. A moment later, Tang Zi walked out of the Hall of Merit, holding the command arrow of the Demon Sealing Academy, looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Brother Yi, let's go." As he spoke, Tang Zi had already walked towards the location of the Demon Sealing Academy of Beidou Martial Arts Academy. "Elder Tan, let's go together." Ye Bufan did not follow Tang Zi directly, but patted Tan Yan's shoulder and smiled. Suddenly, Tan Yan's body trembled violently. Looking at Ye Bufan, he hesitated slightly. "Why, are you lying about what you just said? The old man is no longer in the Demon Sealing Institute." Ye Bufan frowned. "No, I haven't." Tan Yan immediately said in a panic, What I said is true, your grandfather is in the Demon Sealing Institute." "Then let's go." Ye Bufan smiled slightly, completely ignoring Tan Yan's mood, and directly put his arm around his shoulders, then took him to follow Tang Zi. Tan Yan's body trembled, his face turned pale, and he was extremely nervous and panicked. "He really has no intention of letting me go, he really." Ye Bufan didn't care about this. Although Tang Zi and others saw all this, they did not say much. After all, Ye Bufan did nothing and did not embarrass Tan Yan. Beidou Martial Arts Academy, Demon Sealing Academy. Looking at the ice crystal snow coffin in front of him and at old man Yi inside the coffin, Ye Bufan placed his hands on the ice crystal snow coffin and suddenly asked, "How did old man get infected with the soul-devouring Gu poison?" Hearing this, the people around were stunned. Tang Zi said, "You should know who your father is, right?" "What does this have to do with him?" Ye Bufan frowned, somewhat puzzled. Tang Zi smiled bitterly and said, "Flying Dragon Commander Yi Tianshang, your father is the most hated person by the demons and barbarians, and there is no other. The demons couldn't do anything to him, so they chose to attack your old man. It was the demon saint of the demons who personally planted the soul-devouring poison in him. As for why they didn't kill him directly, but only poisoned him, I think you should be able to guess the reason. It's nothing more than wanting to use this method to retaliate and torture Yi Tianshang." "Yeah." Ye Bufan sneered and said nothing more, nor asked any more questions. He just took out the Burial Heaven Palace. Afterwards, Ye Bufan placed old man Yi and the ice crystal snow coffin that contained him into the Burial Heaven Palace. Seeing this, Tang Zi hesitated for a moment and said, "Little brother Yi, if you really want to help brother Yi dissolve the soul-devouring Gu, then I advise you to do it in the Canonization Academy. After all, brother Yi's Gu poison has already penetrated into his bones. Once the ice is unfrozen, the Gu poison will immediately devour his soul. By then, I'm afraid that even if the Gu poison is dissolved, it will still have a significant impact on brother Yi." "No." After Tang Zi finished speaking, Ye Bufan said, "This young master doesn't even take this mere soul-devouring Gu poison seriously." Although he said so, Ye Bufan knew very well that he himself had no way to deal with Grandpa Yi's current condition. However, with the gravekeeper Feng Hen around, it was nothing. However, Ye Bufan naturally would not tell Tang Zi about this. "All right." Seeing Ye Bufan say this, Tang Zi did not say anything more. He just responded, then hesitated and said, "However, if it is convenient for brother Yi, I wonder if you can help the two elders of Beidou Academy to dissolve this soul-devouring poison." At the end, Tang Zi added, "Don't worry, my Beidou Martial Arts Academy will definitely reward you handsomely afterwards." "Sorry, I'm busy," Ye Bufan said immediately. "Well." Tang Zi couldn't help but be stunned. Then he smiled bitterly again. He knew what Ye Bufan was thinking. It was obvious that he still hated Tan Yan for holding the old man hostage and threatening him. Thinking of this, Tang Zi glared at Tan Yan fiercely, and then looked at Ye Bufan. "Brother Yi." Unfortunately, as soon as Tang Zi opened his mouth, Ye Bufan immediately said, "Dean Tang, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now." Tang Zi was suddenly confused. Ye Bufan ignored him, but looked at Tan Yan on the side and said with a smile, "Well, Elder Tan, I will keep my word. I said I will not embarrass you if the old man is fine. Then I will definitely not embarrass you. However, there is one thing I still want to remind Elder Tan." What? Tan Yan said tremblingly. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "Elder Tan, the world is not peaceful right now. I have heard that a group of demon saints have sneaked into our human territory recently, intending to assassinate our human saints. As the leader of the human race, the Wuyuan is naturally the main target of the demons. Elder Tan is only at the initial stage of the saint realm, so he must be the top priority for the demons. And you also know, Elder Tan, that the demon tribe has endless tricks that are hard to guard against, so I advise Elder Tan to be careful and not get assassinated by the demon tribe by accident. After all, caution is the key to success. Elder Tan, don't you think so?" Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tan Yan's pupils shrank and his body trembled violently. Then he almost instinctively looked at Ye Bufan with a look of horror and fear in his eyes. Is the world not peaceful recently? A group of demon saints from the demon race sneaked into the human territory with the intention of launching a surprise attack and assassinating the human saints. Are you reminding this elder to be careful? Fuck you. It's simply because you refuse to give up and you want to assassinate this elder. Ye Bufan, you. Pointing at Ye Bufan, Tan Yan didn't know what to say for a moment. He was angry, anxious, and even more afraid. Tang Zi and others were also shocked. It was obvious that Ye Bufan was threatening Tan Yan in a blatant way. Hee. Ye Bufan ignored him, just smiled slightly, then patted Tan Yan on the shoulder and said, "Elder Tan, that's all I have to say. You should take care of yourself. Let's go." After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan walked directly towards the exit of the Demon Sealing Academy, and Fat Hao and Langning Shang followed closely. Outside Beidou City, "Master Yi, it's just a Tan Yan, just kill him, why go to so much trouble to assassinate him?" Looking at Ye Bufan, Fat Hao couldn't help but ask. If they hadn't been at Beidou Martial Arts Academy and if Tang Zi and others hadn't been present, he would have asked the question long ago. After all, in Hao Peng's opinion, Ye Bufan's move was totally unnecessary. Langning Shang was also stunned. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, looked at Hao Peng and said, "When did I ever say I wanted to assassinate him?" Well, Hao Peng and the other man were stunned. Fatty Hao asked, "Young Master Yi, what do you mean by what you just said to Tan Yan? Could it be that a demon saint from the demon race has infiltrated the human race and is planning to assassinate a human saint?" "How is that possible?" Ye Bufan said with a smile. "Then Master Yi, what are you doing?" Fat Hao was stunned. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "Xiao Peng, what do you think Tan Yan is thinking about now? Needless to say, he must be afraid that you, Master Yi, will kill him." Fat Hao said immediately. "In that case, wouldn't it be too unfair for me to not take some action?" Ye Bufan chuckled, and then said, "Well, Xiaopeng, don't go back to the 7 Kills Fortress, just stay in Beidou Wucheng." "Stay in Beidou Wucheng?" Fat Hao was stunned. "Yes." Ye Bufan responded and said with a smile, "The Sun family is a top family after all. They should have a lot of assets in Beidou Martial Arts Academy. If we don't want them, wouldn't it be like giving them away for free? So, you can just stay in Beidou Martial Arts City and take over these assets and occupy the Sun family's ancestral home. In the future, there will be no Sun family, only the Hao family. Wealthy, powerful, and having girls, isn't this what your fat uncle has always been pursuing?" This. Fat Hao was suddenly embarrassed. Ye Bufan continued, "Of course, you can't just focus on having fun. When you have nothing to do, go to Beidou Martial Arts Academy." "What are you going to do at Beidou Martial Academy?" Fat Hao was puzzled. "Of course, we should go visit Elder Tan Yan. After all, we are all so familiar with each other. Since we are in Beidou Wucheng, we should visit each other more often, right? But you don't have to go to him every day. Just go every 3 or 5 days will be enough." Ye Bufan said with a smile. Fat Hao couldn't help but be stunned. "What the hell?" The next second, he exclaimed, "Young Master Yi, you want to scare him and torture him." "I didn't say that." Ye Bufan laughed, and then said, "Okay, it's getting late, I'm going back to the 7 Kills Fortress first, you can enjoy yourself here. Play slowly." Hao Peng was suddenly confused. This is going to scare and drive Tan Yan, the elder of the Martial Arts Academy, crazy. But Fat Hao soon became overjoyed. He has money, power, strength, and girls, and when he has nothing to do, he can act cool and scare the saints. Damn, this is a life tailor-made for me, ha 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 ha, in one word, awesome. Chapter 828 9 Elements, Water Spirits. You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life imprisonment. Tan Yan assisted Madame Han in kidnapping the old man to threaten Ye Bufan. Although Ye Bufan did not kill him, he would not let it go. To scare and bluff, Ye Bufan didn't care whether Tan Yan, the elder of the martial arts academy, could bear it mentally or whether he would eventually be scared insane. As long as everything is safe and sound, then it means he has a strong ability to withstand pressure. If he gets scared crazy or stupid, then it's just his bad luck. After saying goodbye to Hao Peng, Ye Bufan took Lang Ningxiang back to the Zhengtian Palace, then left Beidou Wucheng alone and headed for the Qisha Fortress. 7 Kill Fortress. Compared to a few months ago, the 7 Kills Fortress has undergone tremendous changes. As the only fortress open to the outside world among all the fortresses controlled by the human race in the entire demonic battlefield, the 7 Kills Fortress has undoubtedly become the largest trading market for the human race on the battlefield. There are no less than tens of millions of people traveling to and from the 7 Kills Fortress every day, and there are countless caravans of all kinds. Natural treasures, yuanxi and beast meat are the main trading items, especially the meat of demons and wild beasts. The daily trading volume is astonishingly large. Of course, as the owner of the 7 Killings Fortress, the 7 Killings army also gained a lot of benefits. Apart from other things, the daily taxes alone were also a considerable amount, and all of them were used for the daily training of the members of the 7 Killings army. In Ye Bufan's words, he is not afraid of you wasting, but he is afraid of you not wasting. As long as it can improve your cultivation, what does a mere yuanxi matter? Therefore, the cultivation of the 300,000 7 Killings army has also made rapid progress. Now, 2 of them have advanced to the Zhou Tian stage. Although it is only one Zhou Tian stage, it is still Zhou Tian after all. Moreover, many of the remaining people have already advanced to the Shenyuan stage. I believe that it will not be long before all the 300,000 7 Killings army will advance to the Shenyuan stage. At that time, there will be 300,000 Shenyuan. Of course, this was Ye Bufan's previous plan, but now, it is obvious that this plan will undergo tremendous changes because of the emergence of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. More than 300,000 heroic spirits and more than 300,000 inheritances. It is far from enough to rely on only the 2,000 formal 7 Kill members under Ye Bufan. Then these 300,000 7 Kill members naturally become the only choice. After all, it is better to keep the wealth within the family. But that's all later. After returning to the 7 Kill Fortress, Ye Bufan did not ask about the situation of the 7 Kill Fortress, but locked himself in the room and then went directly into the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. The God and Demon Cemetery is now closed. When Ye Bufan came here again, the God and Demon Cemetery seemed a bit empty, because at a glance, there was not a single tombstone in the entire God and Demon Cemetery. Ye Bufan knew that this was because all the heroes in the God and Demon Cemetery had fallen into a deep sleep, and they needed to accumulate energy in this way to stay alive. This is also the reason why the Cemetery of Gods and Demons will only open once every 50 years. Of course, once Ye Bufan claims to be the master of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, all this will change dramatically. At that time, all the tombstones will reappear and all the heroic spirits will awaken. But this situation can only last for 100 years. 100 years later, if Ye Bufan is unable to complete the inheritance of all the heroic spirits, then the remaining tombstones and those heroic spirits who have not found successors will completely disappear, and it will be a permanent disappearance that will never appear again. But that's all later. After Ye Bufan entered the Cemetery of Gods and Demons again, he appeared directly outside the tomb of the gods and came in front of the gravekeeper. Palace Master. Looking at Ye Bufan, the gravekeeper said respectfully, "Uncle Feng, you're welcome." Ye Bufan said, and then said, "I have brought the old man here, shall we start now?" Reporting to the Palace Master, "I need to check the condition of the injured before making a decision." The gravekeeper responded, "Ye Bufan, is it right here?" Gravekeeper, "Yes, in the God and Demon Cemetery, except for the god's tomb, all other places are the same." Ye Bufan didn't say much about this, because he knew that the gravekeeper could not enter the tomb of the gods. The reason why he appeared in the tomb of the gods before was because of the attraction of Dao Wuya's immortal will, and at that time it was only his soul that entered. For this reason, Ye Bufan directly took out Old Man Ye, or rather, took out the ice crystal snow coffin where Old Man Ye was placed. The gravekeeper couldn't help but frown when he saw the ice crystal snow coffin. Ye Bufan was stunned. Uncle Feng, is there any problem? Palace Master, where did you get this holy crystal of ice and snow? The gravekeeper frowned and asked Ye Bufan. Ice and snow holy crystal. Ye Bufan was stunned and asked, what is that? It's this ice coffin. The gravekeeper pointed at the ice crystal snow coffin. This ice coffin. Ye Bufan took a look at the ice crystal snow coffin and said, this is the ice crystal snow coffin used by the Martial Arts Academy to freeze the saints who were poisoned by the soul-devouring Gu. As for its origin, I don't know either. As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked at the gravekeeper and asked in confusion, Uncle Feng, what is the ice and snow holy crystal? Is there something wrong with it? Of course there is a problem. The holy land of ice and snow should not appear on this continent. The gravekeeper frowned and pondered. Something that shouldn't exist on this continent. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. The gravekeeper continued, the 5 laws of time, space, life, destruction, and order between heaven and earth evolve into 9 elements. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. The 9 elements give birth to 9 kinds of elemental spirits. Elemental spirits are extremely rare, but if you can obtain one and refine it, you can directly transcend the elements and peek into the laws. Palace Master, you may not understand the value of this elemental spirit. Then let me give you an example. If an existing demigod peak creature refines an elemental spirit, then he can ascend to heaven in one step and become as powerful as the 18 divine generals of my heavenly palace. Of course, it's not that easy to refine an elemental spirit. If you're not careful, you might even get backlashed. But even so, in the god's domain, every time an elemental spirit appears, it will trigger a bloody fight, and hundreds of millions of lives will surely be lost. So, I think you should understand the value of elemental spirits, right? And this ice and snow holy crystal is a kind of companion of the water spirit. Once it is away from the water spirit, this ice and snow holy crystal will turn into the purest water element and merge into the world. So, wherever there is an ice and snow holy crystal, there must be a water spirit. Ye Bufan's eyes suddenly widened in shock and even horror. The gravekeeper said so much, but he didn't understand much. However, he at least understood one thing. That is, water elves are the most precious treasures in the world, and they exist in the Shenwu continent. At this time, the gravekeeper frowned and continued, but the elements of this continent are extremely weak, and it does not have the conditions to breed water elves. Moreover, while speaking, the gravekeeper hesitated for a moment, and then said, when I chose this continent to house the god and demon cemetery, I had already explored this continent and did not find any elemental elves. Unless. The gravekeeper hesitated slightly. Unless what? Ye Bufan asked instinctively. Someone has opened up an independent space to keep elemental spirits captive. As he spoke, the gravekeeper looked at Ye Bufan and asked, Palace Master, you said that this ice coffin came from the Martial Academy, so where did they put it before? Is it an independent space? The Canonization Institute. The 3 words Ye Bufan came out of his mouth immediately. The Canonization Institute. The gravekeeper groaned. That's right. Ye Bufan responded, this ice crystal snow coffin was previously placed in the canonization courtyard, and the canonization courtyard is indeed an independent space. Not only that, the place is extremely cold. Even with my current peak sainthood cultivation, I can't stand it, and I'm only in the outer area. That's right. The gravekeeper clapped his hands and said, there must be a water elf in this so-called canonization hall, and it's a water elf that is being raised by someone. Raising. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. What's the benefit? The gravekeeper said, in addition to being able to be directly refined, elemental spirits can also be used to assist in cultivation. Any creature that cultivates the water element and cultivates near a water spirit will be able to cultivate and comprehend dozens or even hundreds of times faster than in the outside world. Hiss. Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath when he heard this. What kind of concept is it to have a cultivation speed that is dozens or even hundreds of times faster? It's simply cheating. That's not right. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned and said, this Fengsheng Academy is in Beidou Martial Arts Academy, but the people in Beidou Martial Arts Academy don't know about it at all. And if this Fengsheng Academy really has the effect of accelerating cultivation, How could the people in the martial arts academy not know about it? In this continent, the strongest is only at the peak of demigod. If he dares to practice near elemental spirits, he is simply seeking death. The gravekeeper said immediately. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned again and said, since no one can practice in such a place, what is the point of raising this water spirit? Who is raising this water spirit? It's very simple. The gravekeeper narrowed his eyes and said, an accident happened. Those who raised the water spirits back then died before they left any explanation. Moreover, I suspect that because their own cultivation was not strong, but they wanted to forcibly refine the water spirits, they ended up losing more than they gained, angered the water spirits, and were collectively killed. No, that's not possible. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. That's the most reasonable explanation. The gravekeeper said with infinite confidence, the innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. They knew they did not have the strength to protect the water spirit, so they came to the Shenwu continent. Otherwise, given the barrenness of the Shenwu continent, no gods would be willing to descend to such a place. But it is different for them, because it is remote, barren, and therefore safe, so they chose this place. Chapter 829. Using poison to become a saint, creating a poisoned soul. A man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. The gravekeeper was right. If the other party had enough strength, there would be no need to run to such a remote place as the Shenwu continent. Of course, there are exceptions to everything, and the truth is no longer known. However, these have nothing to do with Ye Bufan. He only knows that there is a water elemental elf being raised in the Canonization Academy of Beidou Martial Arts Academy. After all, it is a treasure that can help people quickly improve their strength. Ye Bufan immediately looked at the gravekeeper and asked, Uncle Feng, when do you think I will be able to refine this water spirit? Palace Master, you can't do this. The gravekeeper shook his head. What's the meaning? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that I can't refine it? Yes. Why? This. The gravekeeper hesitated for a moment and said, according to the previous Palace Master's arrangement, he should have forged a supreme divine body for you. Since it is a supreme divine body, it requires the cultivation of 9 elements. Since it is the cultivation of 9 elements, it is necessary to maintain a relative balance between the 9 elements, or at least not too much difference. If you, Palace Master, refine the water spirit, it will cause the 9 elements to be unbalanced, which will definitely do you no good, unless you can gather the 9 elemental spirits to refine them together, which is another matter. Of course, I am not very clear about the details. When you accept the inheritance, you can ask the previous Palace Master. As the gravekeeper spoke, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The supreme divine body, the 9 elements practiced together. He had heard Dao Wuya mention the supreme divine body. In short, in Dao Wuya's opinion, that was the most powerful physique in the world, an existence that even Dao Wuya coveted. As for the 9 Yuan practitioners, undoubtedly, that must be the simultaneous cultivation of the 9 elements between heaven and earth. Naturally, it is also an infinitely powerful and awesome existence. But what the hell is this collection of 9 elemental elves? The gravekeeper has just made it very clear that elemental elves are extremely rare in the world, and every birth of an elemental elf will trigger a great war. It is conceivable how difficult it is to obtain an elemental elf. To encounter an undiscovered water spirit in a remote place like the Shenwu continent is pure luck. To gather all 9 elemental spirits, and 9 completely different elemental spirits, is simply a fantasy. To put it bluntly, this water elf has nothing to do with me. As if he understood Ye Bufan's thoughts, the gravekeeper smiled and said, each different living being has its own different luck and fortune, so Palace Master, don't be discouraged. Now that you can meet the first water spirit, it is not impossible for you to get fire spirits, wind spirits, or other elemental spirits in the future. Ye Bufan was suddenly confused. The possibility of this is probably 1,000 or 10,000 times smaller than hitting an egg with a stone 1,000 times and the egg remaining unbroken. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the gravekeeper spoke again. Also, before the Palace Master is able to defeat this old slave, it is best not to set foot in the so-called canonization hall again. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Why? The gravekeeper explained, because the water elemental spirit is clearly in a rampage state. If you, Palace Master, accidentally anger it again, it is very likely to cause its body to collapse. By then, the entire Shenwu continent will be completely frozen, and it may even attract powerful people of the level of the 18 divine generals and the 3 supremes of our heavenly palace to descend. A violent elemental spirit. Ye Bufan widened his eyes and looked at the gravekeeper in horror. Yes. The gravekeeper responded and said, among the 9 elemental spirits, except for the lightning elemental spirit, the other spirits are very gentle. Although they cannot hide and control the leakage of their own elemental power, they will never appear as you said. Even if you enter the space where it is, you will feel like you are about to be frozen. Under normal circumstances, a warrior who has entered the peak of the Holy Realm can still approach the elemental spirit 1,000 meters away, and if it is 1,000 meters away, then you should be able to find the elemental spirit at that time. Since you didn't find it, your location at that time must still be 1,000 meters away, so it must be that the people who raised this elemental spirit did something to completely anger it, so that this water spirit went into a rampage state. Ye Bufan was in disarray again. It's fine that I finally found an elemental elf and I can't refine it, but now it's a runaway elemental elf. This is not a treasure at all, it's clearly an active volcano. Who knows, it might just erupt one day if it gets unhappy. Then, everyone on the Shenwu continent will be doomed, and there will be no way out. As for asking the gravekeeper to take action, sorry, the gravekeeper Feng Hen cannot leave the cemetery of gods and demons unless he tricks the water elf into the cemetery of gods and demons. Otherwise, even if the water elf destroys the Shenwu continent, the gravekeeper can only watch helplessly. But that's all in the past. Let's talk about the future later. Ye Bufan didn't think about it anymore. He looked at the gravekeeper and said, forget it. Let's not worry about it. Let's detoxify the old man first. Okay. The gravekeeper responded. Then he waved towards the ice crystal coffin in front of him. In an instant, the ice crystal snow coffin melted and finally disappeared. The whole process took less than 1 second. At the moment the ice crystal snow coffin melted, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The old man was lying flat on the ground, a ball of black gas gushing out of his body. Almost in an instant, the black gas turned into a black face above the old man. The black face seemed to be roaring and struggling. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was horrified. The black face was clearly that of old Master Yi. He couldn't help but look at the gravekeeper and said, Uncle Feng, what's going on? The gravekeeper frowned and said, the poison has begun to devour the soul. The black face you see now is the soul of this old man that has not yet taken shape. Already, it has begun to devour the soul. Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then asked nervously, is there still hope? Have. The gravekeeper responded with one word. Call. Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the gravekeeper spoke again. But what? Ye Bufan's heart sank. In his opinion, anything that is not good is definitely not a good thing. The gravekeeper thought for a moment, then said without hesitation, this poison poses no threat to me, but it is different for this old man. He was poisoned not long after he entered the divine martial realm. This poison is simply not something he can bear. Moreover, he first suppressed it with his own cultivation, and then suddenly gave up the suppression with a burst of cultivation, which caused the poison to backfire and accelerated the speed of its consumption. Now the poison has begun to consume his soul, which is equivalent to having merged with his soul. If I forcibly extract the poison at this time, it is very likely to hurt his soul, and then what will happen? Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask. The gravekeeper did not hide it. At the very least, they will fall into eternal sleep, and at the worst, they will die directly. Damn, then there is no difference between curing the poison and not curing it. Ye Bufan was so excited that he couldn't help but yelled. Then he looked at the gravekeeper, frowned, and said in a deep voice, is there no other way? Have. The gravekeeper said in one word. Ye Bufan was suddenly confused. Oh my god, could you please stop speaking half of your sentences? However, Ye Bufan obviously would not argue with the gravekeeper at this time, and asked directly, what is the solution? Use poison to become a saint, and create a poisonous soul. What's the meaning? Ye Bufan was puzzled. The gravekeeper said, I will use my divine power to feed and improve the quality of this poison, and then use this strengthened poison to completely devour his body and soul. During this period, I will use my divine power to help the poison merge with his flesh, blood, and soul, and forge him into a poisoned man. Poison people. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Yes. The gravekeeper responded, he feeds on poison and lives on poison. From now on, he is no longer just a living being, but also a source of poison. As a poison source, except for a few creatures of the same level or below, most creatures who get close to him will be injured even if they don't die. As a result, he will definitely not be able to appear in places where creatures gather in the future. Even if he appears in the god's domain, he will be hunted down crazily by major forces, and the fight will not stop until he dies. Chapter 830, Engagement by Martial Arts Competition. Feed on poison, live on poison. From now on, he is no longer just a living being, but also a source of poison. As a poison source, except for a few creatures of the same level or below, most creatures who get close to him will be injured even if they don't die. As a result, he will definitely not be able to appear in places where creatures gather in the future. Even if he appears in the god's domain, he will be hunted down crazily by major forces, and the fight will not stop until he dies. The gravekeeper's words made Ye Bufan lose consciousness for 3 seconds. Then he looked at the gravekeeper and asked, "If my cultivation is higher than the old man, what will happen if I get close to him?" "It's not a big impact." "Are you sure?" "Sure, but if he stimulates the toxicity in his body, that's another matter." "What will happen?" "If you're not careful, he'll plot against you." "I'm asking about the old man himself." "Of course there won't be any problem. After all, he is the source of the poison. Ordinary toxins will have no effect on him, let alone backlash. If he becomes a poisonous person, will the old man feel unwell? For example, he will become neither human nor ghost." "Of course not." The gravekeeper smiled and said, "I know what you are worried about, Palace Master, but you are obviously worrying too much. In fact, poisonous people are no different from normal people. The only flaw is that they cannot come into contact with people with weaker cultivation than themselves, otherwise they will inevitably harm the other party. Of course, if the other party is an enemy, that's another matter. Besides that, he'd better not set foot in the divine realm in the future. Otherwise, he will surely die." "That's good." As soon as the gravekeeper finished speaking, Ye Bufan groaned, and then said, "In this case, then let's do as you say, poisoning people is poisoning. Eternal sleep or immediate death. Compared to the first option, the second method is obviously more desirable. After all, if the second method is followed, the old man is at least still alive, and except for the fact that he is poisonous, he is no different from a normal person. But what about the first one? That's basically waste." As for whether the old man could set foot in the divine realm, Ye Bufan didn't give it any consideration at all. First, he himself didn't even know where the divine realm was, so why would he have so many concerns? Second, since the old man cannot set foot in the divine realm, then he shouldn't go. Why not just stay in the Shenwu continent? "Okay," the gravekeeper responded. "Then let's get started." Ye Bufan waved his hand. The gravekeeper hesitated for a moment and said, "Palace Master, I need to move to another place, and Palace Master, it is not appropriate for you to just stand by and watch." "Why?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. The gravekeeper said, "If I use my divine power to feed and improve the quality of the poison in his body, it will inevitably cause the poison to leak out. If the Palace Master is infected with this new poison, it will be bad. After all, with the Palace Master's current cultivation, even if he relies on the Tianyan Gai Ju, he may not be able to refine this new poison. At that time, it may affect the Palace Master's acceptance of the inheritance of the previous Palace Master. In addition, this treatment process will take a long time, maybe a year, or 2 years, 3 years, or even longer, so the Palace Master does not need to watch from the side." "So long." Ye Bufan was stunned by the gravekeeper's words. "Yes." The gravekeeper responded, "After all, this is not about forcibly extracting the poison, but about improving the quality of the poison and blending it with it. This requires a process and will naturally take a long time. Then the old man will be okay, right? No, I will use my divine power to protect his soul. As long as his soul is not destroyed, nothing will happen." "All right." Since the gravekeeper said so, Ye Bufan naturally did not ask any more questions, but said, "Then I'll trouble Uncle Feng to take care of the old man." "You are too polite, Palace Master." The gravekeeper smiled. Afterwards, Ye Bufan said a few words and left the cemetery of gods and demons and returned to the 7-kill fortress. When Ye Bufan walked out of his room, he had nothing to do, so he walked around the Qisha base, which was the central area of the Qisha fortress. Only then did he realize that this core area was empty wherever he passed. Just now, after Ye Bufan came back quietly, he went straight back to his room, and then entered the cemetery of gods and demons. Therefore, he did not notice this abnormality. But now, there are 2,007 kills army soldiers in their own burial heaven palace, but there are also 300,007 kills peripheral members in the 7 kills fortress. In addition to the members guarding various parts of the fortress, there are at least 100,000 to 200,000 7 kills peripheral members in this garrison. Where are the people now? What's going on? Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown, and then his divine consciousness that had reached the peak of the holy realm dissipated directly. Feeling the situation in the base, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned, because he found that all the 7 kill members in the base were actually in the square. In addition to the 7 kill members, there were also many people Ye Bufan did not know. What the hell? Ye Bufan groaned for a moment and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already above the central square. There are countless fortresses on the battlefield of monsters and barbarians. Regardless of whether it is the fortress of the human race or the fortress of the demon and barbarian races, there will be a huge square in the center of each fortress, and in the center of the square is a huge arena, which the human race calls the Flying Dragon Arena. The 7 kill fortress is naturally no exception. At this moment, Ye Bufan stood proudly in the air, looking down. In his sight, the stands around the Phylong platform were full of people, most of whom were members of the 7 killing army. In addition, Ye Bufan also saw a group of monsters such as the fiery demon ape and the iron-armed gray bear. The most important thing was that there were many people Ye Bufan did not know. Of course, there are also many people who do not belong to the 7 killing army, but Ye Bufan also knows them. For example, Ji Yu Lufeng. For example, Zhang Tianming. For example, Chu Xiaofeng. The familiar faces were all from Kangchong Martial Academy, and next to these people sat elders. There was no doubt that they were definitely from the major martial arts academy families. Those that Ye Bufan knew were all from Kangchong Martial Academy, and those that Ye Bufan did not know were naturally from the Beidou and Tianqi martial arts academies. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan frowned slightly. It would be fine if all the major families gathered at the 7 Killings fortress. After all, this was something Ye Bufan had expected, but looking at the 2 young women with outstanding looks fighting with each other on the Flying Dragon stage, Ye Bufan was a little confused. What are they doing? What are they fighting for? The most important thing is that Qian Rumeng arrived at the 7 Kills fortress at some point in time, and was now standing on the edge of the Phylong terrace, watching the fight between the 2 girls. Weird scene. A confused state of mind. Ye Bufan's figure flashed and disappeared in midair. When he appeared again, he was already behind several members of the 7 killers at the back of the viewing platform. Maybe it was because Ye Bufan's cultivation was too high, or maybe the 7 killers were too focused, so they didn't even notice that there was suddenly someone behind them. Who do you think will win this game? Of course, it must be Lin Shaner from the Tianqi Lin family. She has won 7 games in a row, which shows her fighting strength. If she wins 3 more games, she will be able to qualify after 10 games. I think she is the 6th lady. I don't think so. What do you mean? This is not difficult. As top families, there is no way the other families will let her win. What else can they do if they are not allowed to? Their strength is there. If they are not allowed to use weapons or wear armor, what else can they do? Besides, the order of battle is decided by drawing lots, and no one can change that. It is because the order of battle is decided by drawing lots that she may not win. After all, this is not a battle of the same level, and she is only a 3-star divine essence. Among the remaining people, there are several with higher cultivation than her. If one of the remaining 3 randomly draws one of them, she will definitely lose. That's right. The members of the 7 killing army were chatting excitedly, but Ye Bufan was completely confused. Lin Xianer from the Tianqi Lin family. We have won 7 games in a row, and we can qualify by winning 3 more games. What does this mean? Also, who the hell is that 6th madam? Confused and stunned, Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at the members of the 7 killers in front of him and asked, what are they doing? Why are they fighting? Ah! The sudden voice startled several members of the 7 killers in front of Ye Bufan, and then they turned around and looked back. Commander. The moment they saw Ye Bufan, they were stunned again. Then they all stood up. Ye Bufan ignored them and just looked at them and asked, what on earth are they doing? This. Several members of the 7 killing army were stunned. They looked at each other, then looked at Ye Bufan. One of them asked in astonishment, Commander, you don't know. What do I know? Ye Bufan frowned, somewhat puzzled. This. The member of the 7 killers hesitated for a moment and said, Commander, didn't you ask the fourth madam to arrange the duel? Whoever can win the first 10 rounds among the women from the major families who come to form an alliance can become your sixth madam. Wait, what did you say? Ye Bufan's eyes widened immediately, and he said in shock, the major families are coming to form an alliance. What's going on? Also, what are those fourth madam and sixth madam? Well, several members of the 7 killers in front of them were stunned again. Commander, you really don't know. The member of the 7 killers who spoke looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment and confirmed again. I don't know shit. Ye Bufan shouted angrily. Can. The member of the 7 killers was slightly stunned and said hesitantly, fourth madam said that this is what you meant. Who the hell is the fourth madam? Ye Bufan was furious. No, isn't it her? Upon seeing this, the members of the 7 killers pointed tremblingly at Qian Rumeng on the Filong stage. Ye Bufan was suddenly confused. Chapter 831 Qian Rumeng's Trap. Qian Rumeng, the fourth lady. Ye Bufan suddenly felt as if thousands of alpacas were galloping through his heart. Thinking back to the Sumeru illusion in the Kangchong Martial Academy, Qian Rumeng tricked Ji Yu Qingyan into marrying him right in front of him, which was fine, but now she has even set up an arena to choose a husband for him. Still the sixth lady. This is all ranked high. So are there 7 wives, 8 wives, 9 wives, or even more wives? In the Shenwu continent, if we talk about who is the best daughter-in-law, if Qian Rumeng considers herself second, then no one would dare to claim to be first, nor is anyone qualified to claim to be first. This Nima. Is Mengmeng planning to build 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines for me? Ye Bufan was extremely messy. Seeing Ye Bufan's reaction, the several members of the 7 killers fell into endless silence. How could they not see that Ye Bufan had no idea about this so-called engagement duel, and it was completely the fourth madam's own decision? However, because of this, several members of the 7 killers were envious. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Bang! But at this moment, a sound was heard from the Filong stage, and Lin Shanner's opponent was knocked away by her blow, then fell to the ground and never got up again. Lin Shanner wins. Qian Rumeng's name instantly rang out. She took a step forward, looked at Lin Shanner on the Filong stage, and said with a smile, congratulations to Lin Shanner for winning the 8th round. You will qualify in 2 more rounds. Then you will have the chance to become the 6th lady of the Ye family. Don't worry, there are so many heroes here to testify. As long as you become the 6th lady of the Ye family, the betrothal gifts promised by your husband will definitely be sent to the Lin family in full. If the betrothal gift is not enough, you don't have to marry. You now have half an hour to rest. Also, the next person should start preparing. After Qian Rumeng finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence. The people from all the big families were very anxious, not for anything else, but because of the betrothal gift from the Ye family that Qian Rumeng mentioned. Originally, they came to the 7 Killings fortress to congratulate Ye Bufan for destroying the Sun family. In fact, they wanted to make friends with Ye Bufan. Many families even brought their own outstanding women to see if they could become relatives with Ye Bufan. After all, regardless of age, strength, or capital, Ye Bufan was definitely the best choice for the younger women of their families to marry. But who could have thought that after arriving at the 7 Kills fortress, Ye Bufan did not see Qian Rumeng but instead showed up. The most important thing was what Qian Rumeng said. Ye Bufan had instructed that he would set up the arena to select a 6th wife for himself, and he also offered a betrothal gift that was irresistible. In this case, how could the major families remain calm? After all, they came here with the intention of getting married, not to mention such a generous betrothal gift. But now, seeing Lin Shanner winning 8 games in a row on the Filong stage, the people from the major families were extremely angry. It's not that there are no women in their family who are better than Lin Shanner, but it's just that they don't have the final say on who gets to play. It's decided entirely by drawing lots. To put it bluntly, it all depends on luck. That is why they are completely helpless. Among all the major families present, the people from the Lin family were all smiling. They have already won. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan, the person involved, was already confused at the moment. He stood at the back of the exhibition stand, looking at Qian Rumeng on the Filong stage, and said to several members of the 7 killers in front of him with a confused look, What does this betrothal gift mean? Commander, you don't know. The member of the 7 killers who was speaking regretted his words the moment he opened his mouth. After all, Ye Bufan didn't even know about the engagement duel, so how could he possibly know about the so-called betrothal gift? Immediately, he twitched his mouth and said in a slightly messy voice, "Commander, the fourth lady said that all your wives will be treated equally, and the betrothal gifts are 12 holy weapons, 100 billion stones, and 999 ninth level earth treasures." Ye Bufan's mind went blank for a moment. For a long time, he looked at the 7 killers in front of him, dumbfounded, and said, 10 or 12 holy weapons, 100 billion stones, and 999 level 9 earth treasures. Is this the betrothal gift that Ben Shao promised? The 7 killers member smiled wryly and nodded. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitching the corners of his mouth again and again. As expected, none of the Qian family members are easy to deal with, and Qian Rumeng deserves the name of the little witch. She has dug a huge hole for herself. And this hole was not dug just now, but was dug a long time ago. Why do you say that? The 12 holy weapons that Qian Rumeng prepared for Qin Yao were the best proof. Now that I think about it, since Qin Yao was given 12 holy weapons as a betrothal gift, wouldn't others be given any? This is absolutely unacceptable, but this would cause big problems. Not to mention others, let's just talk about the 5 girls, Langning Sheng, Qian Rumeng, Ni Zi, Qin Yao, and Luo Qinmo. Qin Yao has been given a set of 12 holy weapons, and there are 4 girls left, which means 48 holy weapons, and they have to be complete sets. 4 sets of 48 holy weapons. Ye Bufan asked himself that even if he sold all his belongings, he might not be able to get so many holy soldiers. In addition, each person will receive 100 billion stones and 999 level 9 earth treasures. The Yuanshi are fine, but these earth treasures 999 plants for each person, so 5 people would have almost 5,000 9th level earth treasures. With so many 9th level earth treasures, it should be no problem to collect one, but if we talk about all of them, I'm afraid even the Wangyao Mountains don't have them, right? With Qian Rumeng's betrothal gift of this standard, Ye Bufan realized that he could only marry Qin Yao. And the 6th madam. Don't be funny, I can't afford it. Ye Bufan was sure that Qian Rumeng had dug such a big pit for him. If he dared not to give a betrothal gift, she would definitely find a way to ruin him. Even Ye Bufan had some doubts as to whether Qian Rumeng was taking a step back in order to prevent and stop him from continuing to have affairs outside. But this is no longer important, because Ye Bufan knows that, for the time being, he simply cannot afford to marry the 6th lady, and he doesn't have the mind to do so now. All Ye Bufan is thinking about now is inheriting Dao Wuya's legacy and then reopening the Heavenly Palace. Apart from this, no other questions are asked. However, Ye Bufan did not step forward to stop the fight in front of him. In short, let them do whatever they want. As for the so-called 6th madam, can't afford to marry. Of course, Ye Bufan did not leave, because he had nothing to do except waiting for Long Xiaobao and the others to return. That was why he simply sat down and watched this so-called martial arts engagement. It's a pity that Ye Bufan obviously underestimated Qian Rumeng. Half an hour later, the fight continued. In the 9th match, Lin Shanner's opponent was a 7-star Guiyuan realm girl from a third-rate family. The result was obvious. Lin Shanner with 3 stars of Divine Yuan won easily, winning 9 matches in a row. Another half an hour later, in the 10th match, Lin Shanner's opponent turned out to be a 4-star Guiyuan realm woman. Seeing this woman appear, everyone was speechless. Lin Shanner's luck was simply outrageous. The result is beyond doubt, Lin Xianer wins. There were 10 fights, and the strongest one was only a 1-star divine essence, so her victory was no surprise at all. At this point, Lin Xianer won 10 games in a row and advanced. The dust has settled. That's why someone immediately expressed dissatisfaction. My Ma family is not convinced. Yes, my Hong family also doesn't accept it. This fight is not fair at all. Yes, it's unfair. Why do we pay the registration fee but don't even have a chance to appear? This time doesn't count. Let's compete again. That is to say, since we have paid the registration fee, we should at least have a chance to perform, right? Voices continued to ring out one after another. Except for the Sun family, members of the other 7 families did not speak, but there was no doubt that these dissatisfied voices were definitely instigated by them. Previously, no one cared even if Lin Shanner won 9 games in a row. After all, no one knew the outcome until the very end. But now it's different. Lin Xianer won. How could they accept such a result? What's more, there were big problems with the rules of the competition. Ye Bufan was a little confused by the chaotic scene. He looked at the members of the 7 killers beside him and asked puzzledly, what's the matter with the registration fee? The 7 killers member immediately said, reporting to the commander, before the competition, the 4th madam collected 1 million yuanshi from each contestant. There were a total of 126 people from the major families participating, so the 4th madam collected a total of 126 million yuanshi in registration fees. Ye Bufan was instantly confused when he heard this. Registration fee, 1 million per person. 126 people, a total of 120 million. The most important thing is that Qian Rumeng seemed to have done nothing but just watched. If there was anything she did, it was that she provided the Filong stage as the venue for the fight. 10 fights, a net profit of 126 million yuanshi. This money is too easy to make, right? Chapter 832, a fight full of shady dealings. In 10 games, Qian Rumeng made a net profit of 126 million without doing anything. In Ye Bufan's opinion, this money was too easy to make, just like picking it up for free. But think about it, these families all come from the 3 major martial arts academies, and a mere 1 million yuan stones is just a drop in the bucket for them. They don't take it seriously at all. If you are lucky enough to win, it will definitely be a big harvest, but if you don't win, you will only lose 1 million yuan stones. But now it's different. It would be fine if they didn't win, but the people from their own family didn't even have a chance to appear. How could they accept this? On the Filong stage, facing the discontented voices, Qian Rumeng put her hands on her waist and said, who said the rest of the people don't have a chance to perform? Well, Qian Rumeng's words stunned everyone and the whole place fell into dead silence. Qian Rumeng continued, this is only the first game. There will be a second game, a third game, a fourth game. In short, everyone will have a chance to play. Everyone on the viewing stand was stunned again. They looked at Qian Rumeng's face full of confusion. There is a second game, a third game, a fourth game. What does this mean? Ye Bufan was also surprised. Could it be that Meng Meng was planning to find 70, 80, or 90 wives for him? But at this moment, Qian Rumeng spoke again. I have already said just now that as long as you win 10 games in a row, you will have the chance to become your husband's 6th wife. Remember, it is a chance, not a certainty, understand? In an instant, everyone was in chaos. Did you really just say that? Maybe, perhaps, probably they didn't pay too much attention to this issue, but it didn't matter anymore, as long as Lin Shanner didn't win immediately. After all, this way they still have a chance. But the Lin family is different. I had clearly won, but I didn't expect this to be the result. However, although the Lin family was a little unwilling, they were also helpless, because in the current situation, all the major families would definitely stand on Qian Rumeng's side, so no matter whether Qian Rumeng said this just now, it didn't matter anymore. The fact was that she had the final say in everything. Looking at the reactions of the major family camps, Ye Bufan shook his head helplessly, and suddenly felt confused. Forget it, since you didn't hear it clearly just now, I'll say it again. Ignoring the feelings of the people present, Qian Rumeng rolled her eyes and explained, I just said that as long as you win 10 games in a row, you can qualify and have a chance to become your husband's 6th wife. But not necessarily, and not everyone, but all those who win 10 games will continue to fight in the end, and the one who wins in the end can become your husband's 6th wife, do you understand? Everyone was speechless. Is that what you just said? Even if you say that, there is still some element of you that can guide us. However, whatever you say is what it goes, since you have the final say on the rules of the fight. Any more questions? At this time, Qian Rumeng looked around the room and asked. The whole audience was silent. Qian Rumeng said, no problem, right. If there is no problem, then continue. Etc. But at this moment, someone spoke up to stop them. You have any more questions? Qian Rumeng glanced at the person who spoke on the viewing platform and then asked. Others also looked at this person. The man hesitated for a moment, looked at Qian Rumeng and said, then if we continue to compete after winning 10 rounds, do we need to pay the registration fee again? Well, for a moment, everyone in the audience was stunned. Then they all looked at Qian Rumeng. If we continue the competition after 10 rounds, do we need to pay the registration fee again? This is a very profound question. Who is Qian Rumeng? Everyone present knew that she was Qian Duoduo's daughter, her only biological child. Who is Qian Duoduo? That's a scam. In this case, what about Qian Rumeng? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qian Rumeng did not hesitate at all and said as a matter of course, "Nonsense, this is the first round now, and then it will be the second round. Naturally, I have to do it again and pay the registration fee." In an instant, everyone's mouth twitched, and it felt like thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through their hearts. As expected, like father, like daughter. How many? The next second, the man asked again. 10 million. Qian Rumeng did not hide anything about this. Your sister. Everyone was in disarray again. There are 126 people, and if they win 10 games they will qualify. How many of them will show up by then? If there are 10 people, Qian Rumeng can make another 100 million stones for free. It's like picking it up for free. Of course, this is not the point. After all, 10 million is not too much. The point is whether there will be a third or fourth round of competition after the second round. Immediately, the man spoke again. If you win the second round, do you still need to continue participating in the competition? Everyone was startled. Qian Rumeng said contemptuously, "Are you sick?" Well, that person was stunned, and the others were also surprised. Qian Rumeng continued, "I want to ask you, there will only be one winner in the second round. Who will she compete with? You. That person is alone." Qian Rumeng said, "Don't worry, there are only 2 rounds of fighting, as long as we can win in the second round." Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. It would only take 2 rounds. It was only 10 million stones. They could afford it. As long as there was no third or fourth round, it would be fine. Any more questions? At this time, Qian Rumeng looked around the room again and asked. No one answered and the whole audience was silent. Qian Rumeng said without hesitation, "If that's the case, then let's continue." The second round of competition continues. Qian Rumeng draws lots first to decide the order of appearance. However, Ye Bufan, who was standing behind the viewing platform, immediately noticed the problem and asked the 7 Killers member beside him, "Was this lot drawn by Meng Meng?" "Yes, Commander." The 7 Killers member responded. Ye Bufan was instantly confused. The order of appearance is decided by drawing lots, but the lots are drawn by Qian Rumeng, so how can it be fair? Ye Bufan discovered this problem, so how could the people from other major families not realize it? However, they had no way to deal with Qian Rumeng. After all, she had already said that if anyone felt it was inappropriate, they could simply not participate in the competition. But what are the consequences of not participating? Sorry, the 7 Kills Fortress does not welcome outsiders like you. Please leave immediately. All the major families present came to the 7 Kills Fortress just for Ye Bufan. Now that they haven't seen this person yet, how could they leave easily? After all, the major families of the human race, even those first-rate, second-rate, and even third-rate families that were dependent on the top families, were all at odds with the 8 top families, fighting openly and secretly. In such a situation, everyone was on guard against each other, so how could they leave and let other families stay? After all, I'm still worried. So even though they knew Qian Rumeng's plan was a trap, they still jumped in. You have to jump. The most important thing is that they can afford the loss of hundreds or even tens of millions of yuanxi. Of course, it would be a different situation if all the major families united to boycott Qian Rumeng or deal with Ye Bufan. But is that possible? It's impossible. The major human families, especially the 8 top families, do not trust anyone else. Let alone getting them to cooperate. It would be great if they could stop plotting against them behind their backs. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Undoubtedly, Qian Rumeng is the fisherman at this moment. Soon, Qian Rumeng's draw results came out, and the first Ye Bufan she drew was someone she knew. It was none other than Jiyu Qingyan from the Jiyu family. On the Flying Dragon stage, Qian Rumeng ignored everyone's gazes and looked at Jiyu Qingyan without hesitation and said, "Xiaoyaner, you must work hard. As long as you can become my husband's 6th wife, then the ancient forbidden song passed down in my husband's family will definitely be yours. You can't escape." In response to Qian Rumeng's words, Jiyu Qingyan nodded and said seriously. Ever since she came out of the Zumi battlefield last time, Jiyu Qingyan has never given up the idea of marrying Ye Bufan. It's a pity that the Jiyu family does not agree at all. In order to guard against Ye Bufan, or to be wary of Qian Rumeng, the Jiyu family even put Jiyu Qingyan in solitary confinement. But this time it was different. Ye Bufan became famous in one battle outside Beidou City, and since Ye Bufan and Jiyu Qingyan were in love, the Jiyu family naturally would not have any objection. So after getting the news of Beidou City, the saint of the Jiyu family immediately brought Jiyu Qingyan to the Qisha fortress. Ye Bufan is a hot commodity now, so naturally we have to act quickly. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. The Jiyu family arrived quickly, but the other families were not slow either. Moreover, before they even met Ye Bufan's people, they encountered Qian Rumeng's so-called duel. The Jiyu family was helpless. Of course, this is for the Jiyu family. Jiyu Qingyan didn't think so much about it. She had only one goal, the ancient forbidden song passed down by the Ye family, the god-slaying song. Looking at Jiyu Qingyan on the Filong stage and listening to Qian Rumeng's words, Ye Bufan slapped his forehead. He was completely convinced by Jiyu Qingyan. It turns out this girl is still thinking about the song of killing God. At this moment, in Ye Bufan's eyes, Qian Rumeng and Jiyu Qingyan were simply a wolf and a sheep. Qian Rumeng was the big bad wolf staring at Jiyu Qingyan, the little lamb, but Jiyu Qingyan, the little lamb, was completely unaware of it and was focused on running towards the big bad wolf. This girl is so innocent that there is no hope. Ye Bufan thought so, but Qian Rumeng didn't. She quickly drew the second person, who was also Jiyu Qingyan's first opponent, a girl in the condensation realm from a third-rate family. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill. Jiyu Qingyan was a warrior in the divine origin realm after all, but now she was given an opponent in the condensation origin realm. Your sister. There is no doubt that the winner of this second round must be Jiyu Qingyan. This fight is full of shady dealings. Chapter 833. I will take you to the cemetery of gods and demons for a stroll. Just as everyone expected, in the second round, the opponents Jiyu Qingyan faced were, first one was at the condensation realm, second one was also at the condensation realm, third one was at the Guiyuan realm, fourth one was at the Guiyuan realm, and so on until the 10th one was still a Guiyuan realm warrior. I have to say, if it was luck, then Jiyu Qingyan's luck was absolutely amazing. But everyone knows that this is not luck, but Qian Rumeng's behind-the-scenes manipulation. To put it bluntly, whoever she wants to compete with, that's whoever she wants to compete with. If she wants you to win, then you can't lose at all. The result is obvious, Jiyu Qingyan became the second person to win 10 games in a row. As for why there are so many Ningyuan and Guiyuan warriors participating in the competition, it is even simpler. Qian Rumeng said that if you do not want to participate, please leave the Seven Killings Fortress immediately, so these Ningyuan and Guiyuan warriors have no choice but to participate. At least, even though they would lose, they could still stay in the Seven Kills Fortress. As long as they could stay, there would still be a chance. Maybe Ye Bufan would take a fancy to their younger generation. No one dared to say that there was absolutely no such possibility. In the third round, the first woman chosen by Qian Rumeng, although Ye Bufan was not very familiar with her, he had seen her in the Zumi battle realm of Kangchong Martial Academy. She was Shen Xian from the Shen family, a Zhodian realm warrior. And like Jiyu Qingyan, the opponents chosen by Qian Rumeng for her were all weaker than her, so the result was beyond doubt. Is this a fight? This is just child's play. Moreover, they didn't know what other traps Qian Rumeng would set for these people. If Ye Bufan said that he could become the sixth lady after winning the second round, he would never believe it. Qian Rumeng must have another trick up her sleeve. Of course, Ye Bufan was too lazy to pay attention to it. After all, it was Zhou Yu fighting Huang Gai, one was willing to fight and the other was willing to be beaten. However, Ye Bufan no longer had any interest in this so-called competition. Then he chose to leave quietly. From beginning to end, only a few members of the Seven Kills knew that Ye Bufan had been here. After leaving Filongtai, Ye Bufan did not stay in the Qisha fortress but went to Kangchongwu City. Kangchong Martial Academy, Suzaku Courtyard 001. After returning from Beidou Martial Arts Academy, Nizi entered the Demon Sealing Academy in Kangchong Martial Arts Academy, not for any other reason but because of the more than 10,000 Zhodian warriors summoned by Ye Bufan outside Beidou Martial City. At first, when she heard the people from the Sun family at the entrance of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons say that Ye Bufan had summoned 5,000 Zhodian warriors in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons to destroy all the people in the Sun family, she was a little skeptical. After all, not even the top families had 5,000 Zhodian warriors, so how could Ye Bufan possibly have so many Zhodian warriors? That's why she didn't believe it at all. But after seeing those more than 10,000 Jodian warriors with her own eyes outside Beidou Wu City, Nizi was completely shocked and stunned. She even found it unbelievable. Although there are many Jodian warriors on the Shenwu continent, it is difficult to gather so many at once. She immediately thought of the Demon Sealing Institute. So after returning from Beidou Martial Arts Academy, she immediately went to the Demon Sealing Academy. But what is the result? The entire Demon Sealing Academy was empty. There was no doubt that Ye Bufan and his people were from the Demon Sealing Academy. At that moment, Nizi was stunned. All the people imprisoned in the Demon Sealing Institute are sinners and bloodthirsty, but now all of them have been taken away and released by Ye Bufan. What will happen after these maniacs leave the Demon Sealing Institute? It's unimaginable. Because of this, Nizi paced back and forth in her room anxiously. This matter had such a huge impact that she didn't dare to let other people in Kangchong Martial Academy know about it. This bastard, how could he do this? He is so audacious. If the elders knew about this, they would definitely take advantage of it. No, I have to make him return everyone. I can't let him mess around like this. Yes, bring him back. Thinking of this, Nizi didn't hesitate at all and she immediately ran to the door. Squeak. With a crisp sound, the door opened. However, when she saw the person standing outside the door, she was stunned. Hello, Dean. Looking at Nizi, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "Do you miss me?" Nizi came back to her senses suddenly, but did not hesitate. Brush. She grabbed Ye Bufan and pulled him into the room, then slammed the door shut. My dear Z, it seems that you really miss me. Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all and hugged Nizi in his arms. Shut up. Nizi shouted angrily. Well, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Bang. Nizi pushed him away and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, did you take the people from the Demon Sealing Institute away?" Ye Bufan was stunned again. Yes. Then he did not deny it. Nizi was immediately furious. How could you do this? Return the person immediately. Why? Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Purple-clothed darling, you see it's a waste to keep these people locked up. It would be better to let me make use of them, don't you think?" Nonsense. Nizi rejected it immediately. Do you know who these people are? Do you know what the consequences will be if you take them away from the Demon Sealing Institute? What are the consequences? Ye Bufan smiled, then extended his hand to Nizi. Bang. Nizi pushed Ye Bufan's hand away and said, "Don't touch me." Then she said angrily, "These people are bloodthirsty. If they leave the Demon Sealing Institute, it will definitely cause chaos in the world. Do you know that? The world is in chaos." Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Purple-clothed darling, are you worrying too much? Since I dare to take them away, I am not afraid that they will mess around. Besides, they have been away from the Demon Sealing Academy for a while, but do you think the things you are worried about have happened? No. Nizi couldn't help but be stunned. It seems everything is really okay. That won't work either. Then she shouted angrily again, "Give him back now." Ye Bufan smiled bitterly. I can't bring it back. What's the meaning? Nizi couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan said, I have already sent them all to the battlefield to hunt down the demons and wild beasts. Send to the battlefield. Nizi was stunned again. Yes. Ye Bufan responded and said, look, locking them up in the Demon Sealing Institute is equivalent to letting them wait for death. Instead of doing that, it is better to let them go to the battlefield. At least they can hunt some monsters and wild beasts. It can be regarded as atonement for the mistakes they made in the past. How great is that? Nizi hesitated slightly. Sending these people to the battlefield would be a good choice, but... Brush. Before she could think about it, Ye Bufan suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Ah! Nizi screamed instinctively. What are you doing? What do you think? Ye Bufan said with a leisurely smile. Don't touch me. Nizi shouted angrily, I still have something to ask you. It's a pity that Ye Bufan would never listen to her. After some lovemaking. On the bed, Nizi lay in Ye Bufan's arms, looking at him and asking, what happened to your cultivation? Why did you reach the peak of the Saint Realm all of a sudden? In fact, apart from Nizi, everyone outside Beidou Wucheng who saw Ye Bufan perform that sword move was also curious and puzzled by this question. It was really that Ye Bufan's improvement was too fast and too strange. There was no sign at all, as if he was already a peak saint. Want to know? Ye Bufan smiled mischievously and said, please kiss me for a moment, and I will tell you. Nizi rolled her eyes at him. But she still gave him a kiss and then said, go ahead. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, it's very simple. I have obtained the inheritance of the god and demon cemetery. What? Nizi was shocked instantly. She sat up with a whoosh and looked at Ye Bufan in shock and said, you also obtained the inheritance of the god and demon cemetery. How is that possible? Why is it impossible? Gurgle. As he spoke, Ye Bufan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Seeing this scene, Nizi was stunned. Don't look. Then she shouted angrily, grabbed the quilt and covered herself, saying, if you really have obtained the inheritance of the god and demon cemetery, then why were you not sent out of the god and demon cemetery? Instead, you came out with the others. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, this is even simpler. I, your husband, have obtained the inheritance of the god's tomb. Now the entire god and demon cemetery belongs to me, your husband. In this case, I can come out whenever I want. What do you mean? Nizi's eyes widened, she was a little confused. What this means is that from now on, the cemetery of gods and demons will belong to our family, and its surname has been changed to Ye. Ye Bufan said with a smile. Nizi's mind went blank in an instant. The cemetery of gods and demons has changed its name to Ye. Does that mean it belongs to us from now on? She seemed, possibly, perhaps, as if she had understood what Ye Bufan meant, but the answer was so shocking that Nizi was unable to react for a moment. I believe that not only Nizi, but anyone else would have the same expression and reaction after knowing the answer. What is the cemetery of gods and demons? That is the greatest treasure of the Shenwu continent, and it has been coveted by countless people for countless years. Now it is monopolized by Ye Bufan alone. Are you telling the truth? After a moment, Nizi looked at Ye Bufan and confirmed again. Certainly. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. I will cheat on anyone but our purple-clothed baby, right? Nizi still found it difficult to accept. All right, Ye Bufan said without hesitation, tell me about the Academy's affairs, and then follow me. Nizi was stunned. What are you doing? I will take you to the cemetery of gods and demons for a stroll. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Now the entire god and demon cemetery belongs to me, so the 3 supreme beings, 18 divine generals, 72 concubines, 108 flag masters, and more than 300,000 heavenly palace inheritances are all yours to pick and choose. As long as the degree of martial arts compatibility meets the requirements, you can obtain the heavenly palace inheritance. Nizi was stunned for a moment. 3 supreme beings, 18 divine generals, 72 concubines, 108 flag masters, you can choose any inheritance from the heavenly palace. The change was so sudden and the impact was so strong that she was unable to react for a while. Chapter 834, the third round of the martial arts contest. Is what you said true? It seemed a little hard to accept, so Nizi couldn't help but confirm it again. Ye Bufan shook his head and said with a smile, you will know when you enter the cemetery of gods and demons. Then he added, but you should explain the Academy's affairs first, after all, you will be in there for a long time this time. Nizi was stunned and asked instinctively, how long? It could be as short as half a year, or as long as 2, 3, or even 5 or 10 years. Why is it taking so long? Nizi was stunned. Ye Bufan smiled bitterly and said, there is nothing I can do about this. After I take you in this time, I will first refine the entire god and demon cemetery. Only in this way can I open the random refining mode for all the heroic spirits. And refining the god and demon cemetery takes time. In addition, after I refine the god and demon cemetery, I need to immediately accept Dao Wuya, that is, the inheritance of the god's tomb. This is an even longer process. During this period, the god and demon cemetery is in a closed state. Even if you have obtained the inheritance of the heavenly palace, you cannot leave the god and demon cemetery. In other words, you can only leave the god and demon cemetery after I accept all the inheritance. The time required to accept Dao Wuya's inheritance depends on the situation. It may take only half a year, or it may take 5 years, 10 years, or even longer. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Nizi asked in surprise, you haven't obtained the inheritance yet. I have only obtained the inheritance but have not refined it yet. After all, time was limited at that time. Ye Bufan responded. Nizi was stunned. Then your cultivation. This is an improvement that the gravekeeper casually gave to me. It doesn't count as an inheritance. Ye Bufan said with a smile. As for the fact that he only had 7 days to live, he would never tell Nizi about it, in case she would worry after knowing it. Just help you improve it. Nizi widened her eyes and looked at Ye Bufan with horror. What is a saint? He is the strongest person in Shenwu continent. The peak of the saint realm is the peak of the peak, the strongest of the strong, which most people, or even everyone, cannot reach in their lifetime. But now, the Gravekeeper has casually helped Ye Bufan reach the peak of the saint realm. If it was a legacy, it would be fine. But this, Nizi really found it a little hard to accept, or rather, this point had completely exceeded her understanding. After a moment, Nizi looked at Ye Bufan and couldn't help asking, what is the origin of this god and demon cemetery? I only know that they come from a place called Divine Realm. I know nothing else. Ye Bufan spread his hands, looking helpless. Who else knows that you got the cemetery of gods and demons? Nizi suddenly asked again. Besides you, I have only told that fat guy Qian Duoduo for now. A lot of money. Nizi groaned. Don't mention this to anyone else. Not bad, not bad. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said jokingly, our purple-clothed baby also knows how to be selfish and think about me. I thought you would let me donate the god and demon cemetery. Upon hearing this, Nizi rolled her eyes at Ye Bufan and said resentfully, I'm not stupid. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. How could Nizi not understand this truth? The importance of the cemetery of gods and demons is unquestionable. If other people knew that Ye Bufan had obtained the cemetery of gods and demons, the 3 major martial arts academies would probably not be able to help but take action. After all, controlling Ye Bufan is equivalent to controlling the cemetery of gods and demons. Although Ye Bufan is strong, he is not yet capable of taking on the entire Shenwu continent. The human heart is unpredictable, so we have to be on guard. Then I'll go make the arrangements first. Then Nizi spoke again. Ye Bufan smiled mischievously. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk about it tomorrow. It's getting dark now. Our purple-clothed baby doesn't need to rest, but others also need to rest, right? Not to mention. As he spoke, Ye Bufan placed one hand on Nizi's long white legs. Nizi gave Ye Bufan a blank look. Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all. He turned over and threw Nizi under him. The next day, at Kangchong Martial Academy, Nizi has already begun to arrange what will happen after she leaves the academy. In fact, she just needs to explain and inform the Elders' Council that she will need to leave for a while. As for what she is going to do after leaving the academy, Nizi will not tell the Elders' Council of the academy under any circumstances. While Nizi was doing this, Qian Rumeng was also not idle at the 7-kill fortress. In the competition among 126 people yesterday, 13 people won in the end. Early this morning, the 13 people competed in pairs. The first match was 6 rounds, and the order of appearance and opponents were determined by drawing lots. The remaining person was given a bye and could directly enter the second round. The second game, 1-on-1, 3 games, the order of appearance and opponents will still be determined by drawing lots. There will still be 1 person who will be given a bye, and finally 4 people will enter the third round of competition. The third game, 1-on-1, 2 fights. In the fourth and final game, the remaining 2 people will compete 1-on-1 to determine the final winner. It must be said that the second round of the martial arts competition on the second day was indeed fair and just. Everything was based on strength, and Qian Rumeng did not interfere in any way. After 13 rounds of fighting, Shen Xian from the Shen family of Kangchong Martial Academy won. On the Filong stage, Qian Rumeng looked at Shen Xian who had just won and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Miss Shen for winning. You have become your husband's 6th wife and have the priority to challenge." Well, Qian Rumeng's words stunned everyone present, and the atmosphere became extremely weird. They could understand that Shen Xian won in the end and became Ye Bufan's 6th wife, but what did it mean to have the priority to challenge? Qian Rumeng, what is the priority challenge, right? On the Filong stage, Shen Xian immediately looked at Qian Rumeng with an unfriendly expression. Others also looked at Qian Rumeng with expressions of surprise, bewilderment, and curiosity. Qian Rumeng smiled and said, "Haha, of course it means I'll be the first to challenge you." Challenge? Challenge who? Shen Xian frowned, and added at the end, "Didn't you say that this was the last round of the competition? The duel is over, now it's a challenge. Can a challenge be the same as a duel?" Qian Rumeng said as a matter of course. In an instant, everyone was in chaos. Shen Xian was also furious. Fight, challenge. Qian Rumeng's words were a trap, clearly intended to fool them and cheat them. Unfortunately, Qian Rumeng didn't care about their feelings at all. She just smiled and continued, as for who to challenge, it's naturally my husband's 3 sisters. After all, the Ye family motto has always been that the strong are respected. So if you want to enter the Ye family, you must defeat my husband's 3 sisters. Your sister. As soon as Qian Rumeng finished speaking, thousands of alpacas galloped through the hearts of everyone present. Ye Bufan's 3 sisters. There is no need to talk about Ye Jingyi and Ye Jingru. They are only at the Guiyuan realm and are not worth mentioning at all. However, everyone in the Shenwu continent knows that Ye Bufan's youngest sister, Ye Jingxuan, has inherited the god's tomb and is now a genuine saint. Defeat her. Don't be funny, although Ye Jingxuan is only 13 years old, she is a saint after all. Looking at Qian Rumeng in front of her, Shen Xian's mouth twitched again and again. She was disheveled and even more angry. From the beginning to the end, she had never thought about marrying Ye Bufan. The reason why she participated in the competition and won was entirely to win an opportunity for her family to meet Ye Bufan first. As for whether she could really become husband and wife with Ye Bufan, that was all a matter for the future. But now she felt that Qian Rumeng was simply playing a trick on them. Defeat a saint. Not to mention her alone, even if all 126 participants joined forces, they would not be a match for the other party. This so-called engagement by martial arts competition was completely meaningless. But at this moment, Qian Rumeng spoke again. Of course, if everyone has to defeat all 3 of my husband's sisters, it will obviously be too troublesome and time-consuming, so we unanimously decided that all challengers can choose one of the 3 to challenge. Well, Qian Rumeng's sudden words stunned everyone again. Choose one of the 3 to challenge. What's the meaning? Can I still ignore Ye Jingxuan? Could such a good thing happen? The fact is, there is nothing so cheap in the world. In the confusion of everyone, Qian Rumeng spoke again. Of course, my husband's 3 sisters are very busy, so if you want to challenge them, you need to pay a certain amount of compensation. In addition, my youngest sister Ye Jingxuan is relatively free, so her appearance fee is just a little bit, just give her 100 yuanxi. As for the second and third sisters, they are busy practicing, so if you want to challenge them, you naturally have to give them some compensation, not much, 100 million yuanxi per person per game will be enough. As soon as Qian Rumeng finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence. Your sister, your sister, your sister. It was a brief moment, and after a while, everyone's heart was filled with confusion and madness again. Ye Jingyi 100 million. Ye Jingru 100 million. Ye Jingxuan 100 yuan. To put it bluntly, this is just asking for money. Ye Jingxuan gave him 100 yuan stones, which was quite cheap, but could this saint defeat him? Obviously not. Let alone 100 yuanxi, even if it was only 1 yuanxi, no one would be stupid enough to challenge her. Because the result is bound to be a loss. But Ye Jingru and Ye Jingyi are 2 girls, 100 million stones. This is fucking robbery. Wrong. Suddenly, everyone was stunned again. They seemed to have thought of something, and a look of surprise appeared in their eyes when they looked at Qian Rumeng. Shen Xian won and has the priority to challenge, but doesn't that mean others can also challenge? In this case, what is the point of the previous competition? Soon, Qian Rumeng gave everyone a perfect answer. Okay, Miss Shen won the previous fight and has the priority to challenge. Now you can choose who to challenge. Also, other people can choose to challenge, but after Miss Shen, the second person to challenge needs to pay double the appearance fee, and the same applies to the people after that. In other words, the second person who wants to challenge my youngest sister needs to pay a 100 yuan stone appearance fee, and challenging my second and third sisters needs 200 million yuan stones. The third challenger, my youngest sister Ye Jingxuan, will give me 300 yuan stones, and my second and third sisters will give me 300 million yuan stones. And so on, it increases gradually. Okay, Miss Shen, make your choice. Of course, if you want to give up, that's fine too. After all, this martial arts engagement is based on the principle of voluntary consent and will never be forced. Chapter 835 100 million for one question. Of course, if you want to give up, that's fine too. After all, this martial arts engagement is based on the principle of voluntary consent and will never be forced. Voluntarily. After hearing Qian Rumeng's words, everyone suddenly felt extremely crazy, as if thousands of alpacas were galloping past. Now they finally understood what it meant that like father, like daughter. Qian Rumeng and Qian Duoduo were exactly the same character, they were definitely biological children. It's true that Qian Rumeng is participating in this duel voluntarily, but is it okay if I don't participate in this duel? Or can I see Ye Bufan if I don't participate in this duel? It's not seen at all. This is clearly a disguised form of extortion. When thinking of this, Shen Xian's face on the Filong stage darkened and she said, Qian Rumeng, honest people don't speak in a roundabout way. Just tell me straight, how much money can I get to see Ye Bufan? The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. If possible, Shen Xian didn't want to take the lead, but Qian Rumeng's behavior was really intolerable. If it goes on like this, when will it end? Instead of doing that, it's better to just talk it out. After Shen Xian finished speaking, everyone looked at Qian Rumeng. Qian Rumeng looked at Shen Xian and pretended to be stunned. She said angrily, Shen Xian, what do you mean by this? After a pause, she continued, who do you think I am? Do you think I am Qian Duoduo, that fat guy who is greedy for money? In an instant, everyone was in chaos. Isn't it? Shen Xian's mouth twitched and she bowed in admiration. Qian Rumeng ignored her and just looked at Shen Xian impatiently and said, well, if you want to challenge me, then continue. If you don't want to challenge me, then please leave and don't hinder me from choosing the sixth wife for my husband. You. Suddenly, Shen Xian clenched her fists. Walk. That would be equivalent to giving up my previous efforts, and I'm afraid I won't be able to see Ye Bufan again today. Moreover, if he withdrew, the other major families, especially the other 7 top families, might not necessarily withdraw. This is absolutely unacceptable for the Shen family. But what if you don't leave? Who knows how deep Qian Rumeng's pit is and when it will end? For a moment, Shen Xian didn't know whether to leave or not. If she had known this, she would not have tried so hard just now. At least if she had not won, she would not have become the vanguard of the major families and paved the way for them like she is now. Helplessly, Shen Xian could only look at the Shen family's camp on the viewing platform. After all, this was not just her business. The people of the Shen family were also helpless at this moment. They don't care about 100 million taels, but who knows if there will be 10 billion, or even 100 billion after this 100 million, and it will go on endlessly. It's definitely not worth it to spend such a huge price just to see Ye Bufan. But if they didn't continue they would feel unwilling. But at this moment, a middle-aged man from a third-rate family stood up on the viewing platform. He looked at Qian Rumeng on the Flying Dragon platform and hesitated for a moment before saying, Miss Qian, I have a question. Can you give me an answer? No time. Qian Rumeng immediately refused upon hearing this, then looked at Shen Xian and said, do you want to continue? Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man who asked the question was stunned, and then looked towards the Shen family camp. It is obvious that although he is not a member of the Shen family, he also belongs to the Shen family camp, and his standing up at this time is obviously instructed by the Shen family. Although it was definitely not a wise choice to confront Qian Rumeng at this time, he did not dare to disobey the Shen family. After all, he did not have the confidence to leave the Shen family. After a while, it seemed that he got a response from the Shen family. The man looked at Qian Rumeng again, gritted his teeth, and said, Miss Qian, you said that those people before can also participate in this round of challenge. What if 2, 3, or even more people win in the end? After a pause, the man continued, you can't possibly let them all marry young Master Yi, right? If so, do these people have to continue the duel? This question is not only what the Shen family wants to know, but also what everyone present wants to understand. Challenge the 3 daughters of the Yi family. According to Qian Rumeng's rules, as long as you pay the money, it is not difficult to win this round. But what should we do after winning this round? As long as they are willing, all 126 women can win. Will they all marry Ye Bufan then? It's impossible. Why should I answer you? Facing the middle-aged man's question, Qian Rumeng frowned and added, the question you asked involves the rules of the game. I have nothing to say. This. The man was stunned when he heard this. Others were extremely messy. Since these are the rules of the game, shouldn't you tell us? But at this moment, Qian Rumeng looked at the man and said again, Of course, if you really want me to answer your question, that's not impossible. As she spoke, Qian Rumeng raised a finger and said, 100 million, and I will answer you. In an instant, everyone was in chaos. 100 million for one question, Qian Rumeng, you are even more cruel than your father Qian Duoduo. The middle-aged man looked towards the Shen family camp, and someone in the Shen family camp nodded immediately. The middle-aged man understood and looked at Qian Rumeng, saying, okay, 100 million is 100 million. Give me the money first. Qian Rumeng stretched out her hand and said. Everyone was speechless again. This girl has been completely led astray by her father. She has become obsessed with money. I'll give it to you. The middle-aged man said immediately. Then he walked towards Filongtai and handed another 100 million stones to Qian Rumeng. Can you tell me now? Can. Qian Rumeng responded and said, if 2 or more people win, then we will continue the challenge. Challenge who? That's the second question. The middle-aged man was instantly confused, and so was everyone else present. 100 million for such an answer. What a bummer. Do you want to ask more? At this time, Qian Rumeng looked at the middle-aged man and asked again. At the end, she added, actually, if you want to know the process and rules of the entire competition, that's not impossible. I'll sell you 1 billion stones. Do you want it? Well, the middle-aged man was stunned, and the others were also shocked. 10 billion stones to buy competition rules. Why don't you go and rob? However, for now, this is definitely the best option. After all, in this way, they can at least know how many pitfalls there are after this game. In this way, they can decide whether to proceed or not. But 1 billion stones. This is nothing for top families, but the Shen family believes that they will never be taken advantage of. Why should I pay to benefit other families? But at this moment, Qian Rumeng suddenly said, but I will only sell this answer to you. As for whether you want to tell others, that is your business. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. How could they not understand? Qian Rumeng was clearly telling the Shen family that after you buy the answer, only you will know it. If other families want to know it, they can only buy it with their own money and will never be able to take advantage of your Shen family. In this case, the Shen family will naturally not hesitate anymore. Immediately, someone from the Shen family camp stood up and said, Miss Qian, I want to buy an answer for 10 billion stones. Is that possible? Sure. Qian Rumeng smiled slightly, and then said, as long as you pay, you can buy anything. The Shen family did not hesitate at all. One person directly walked onto the Filong platform and handed the 10 billion stones to Qian Rumeng. Qian Rumeng did not hesitate. After putting away the yuan stone, she took out a piece of paper and handed it to the other party, saying, all the competition procedures and rules are written on this paper. You can take your time to read it. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy. What the hell, the note was already written. This was definitely premeditated. Sure enough, like father, like daughter. No, this is fucking the disciple is better than the master, Qian Duoduo obviously has a successor. However, obviously no one would care about these at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the note in the hand of the man from the Shen family, as if they wanted to see through the contents of the note. The man from the Shen family did not hesitate at all. He immediately returned to the viewing platform, returned to the Shen family camp, and handed the note intact to the saint of the Shen family who was leading the team this time. In an instant, everyone looked at the saint of the Shen family, especially the saints from the other 7 top families. They stared closely at the facial expression of the saint of the Shen family, hoping to find some clues from his face. The saint of the Shen family was naturally aware of this, but he would obviously not let the other families get their wish. Want to know the answer? Then buy it with your own money. With this thought in mind, the saint of the Shen family calmly opened the note in his hand. But the next second, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Even if he was a saint, he could no longer remain calm and composed at this moment. This is such a scam. Chapter 836 I Challenge Your Sister. The selection process of the 6 ladies. The first round, draw lots to compete. Win 10 games in a row to qualify. The registration fee is 1 million stones per person. The second round, those who have won 10 games in a row will compete in pairs, and the winner will get the priority to challenge in the third round. The registration fee is 10 million stones per person. The third round, challenge the 3 daughters of the Ye family. You can choose any one person to win the challenge, and they need to pay a certain appearance fee. The appearance fees are 100 yuan stones for Yi Jingxuan, 100 million yuan stones for Yi Jingyi and Yi Jingru. The winner of the second round can challenge first, and each person who challenges afterwards needs to pay twice the appearance fee of the previous person. Billionaires who participate in the selection process can skip the third round and go directly to the fourth round. In the fourth round, challenge the 5 ladies. To challenge the 5 ladies, all of them must win in order, and they also need to pay a certain appearance fee. The order of challenge and appearance fees of the 5 ladies are: the first one is the 5th lady, Luo Qinmo, who has the cultivation level of Guiyuan realm and an appearance fee of 1 billion stones. The second one is the 3rd lady Lengning Sheng, who has the cultivation level of Shenyuan realm and her appearance fee is 1 billion stones. The third one is the second wife Qin Yao, who has the cultivation level of the divine Yuan realm and her appearance fee is 1 billion stones. Fourth place, the 4th lady Qian Rumeng, the divine martial lord, whose appearance fee is 1 billion stones. The 5th one, the eldest lady, a half-step saint, with an appearance fee of 1 billion stones. The one who defeats the first lady will become the 6th lady of the Yi family. If there are 2 winners, they will be ranked according to age. The older one will be the 6th lady and the younger one will be the 7th lady. If there are more than 2 people, they will still be ranked according to age. Looking at the contents on the note, how could the saint of the Shen family continue to remain calm and composed? According to the selection process on the note, the first round, the second round, and even the current third round are just appetizers. The fourth round is the highlight. All 5 ladies need to be challenged, 1 billion each, which means a total of 5 billion yuanxi. That's nothing. Fourth, challenge the 4th lady Qian Rumeng. This bastard, when did she become a divine and martial master? If Shen Xian from the Shen family were to challenge Qian Rumeng, the divine martial master, would she still have a chance of winning? Don't even think about it. What's more this? What does it mean? Half-step saint. This is bullying. Although there was not much content on the piece of paper and the selection process was written very simply, the saint of the Shen family could see it clearly and understood that in the so-called selection of the 6 ladies, no one could win in the end. This is a pit that buried everyone alive. Seeing the reaction of the saint of the Shen family, everyone present was stunned. They knew that this selection must have a follow-up besides the third round, and that it was definitely another trap. But now it seems that it is not just a trap, right? But what exactly is it? Everyone present wanted to know the answer very urgently, but it was obvious that the Shen family would not disclose the answer no matter what. But it didn't matter, they could wait for the Shen family to respond, and then they would do as they were told. Qian Rumeng has Qian Duoduo's protection, so she dares to do this, but the Shen family is different. Although they are all top families, the major families believe that the Shen family will never offend the other 6 families at once, so even if he does not make the answer public, he will not cheat the other families. In this way, as long as the Shen family challenges, they will follow suit, and there will be nothing wrong with that. It's a pity that they underestimated Qian Rumeng. Almost at the moment when the Shen family saint opened the note, Qian Rumeng spoke. According to the selection rules, those who purchase the selection process can skip the third round and enter the fourth round directly. Now that the Shen family has purchased the selection process, Shen Xian can directly enter the fourth round. As he spoke, Qian Rumeng glanced at the audience and continued, "Okay, the third round of selection. Is there anyone else who wants to continue the challenge? If not, then we will start the fourth round directly." Well, for a moment, everyone was stunned. What's the meaning? Can those who purchase the selection process skip the third round and go directly to the fourth round? Is there such a rule? This Nima. Everyone was confused. They were originally thinking about how the Shen family would respond, but now, Qian Rumeng simply didn't give them any chance. Why? To put it bluntly, the purpose is to make them spend 1 billion stones to purchase this selection process. Not buying. Sure, then just continue to challenge it step by step like a headless fly. What to do? Buy it. Looking at the reactions of the major families in front of him, the saint of the Shen family couldn't help but twitch his lips again. It's a scam. It's such a scam. After all the major families have purchased the selection rules like his Shen family, will they continue? Not at all. Because it was obvious that there was no way to win, and he could see that Qian Rumeng wanted to make a lot of money from everyone in this stage and then end this so-called selection. The most important thing is that no one present could complain, let alone blame Qian Rumeng. After all, as she said, this selection was based on the principle of voluntariness from beginning to end. She did not coerce anyone, and this selection did exist, but the eldest lady of the half-step saint. She was too strong and could not be defeated at all. Since it is impossible to win, then no one can win, and if no one wins, then naturally there will be no sixth lady. Who can you blame if you are not as skilled as others? It's my own fault. All they can say is that Qian Rumeng's tricks are too complicated, and they simply can't outsmart her, nor can they beat her. Moreover, this also includes the fact that Qian Rumeng knew when to stop and showed mercy, otherwise, the amount of money that each family would have been cheated of would definitely not be just the mere 10 billion stones. Although he already knew that this selection was a trap, the saint of the Shen family would not tell anyone else. Why? It's very simple. Why should my Shen family be cheated while other families of yours can stay out of it? If we are to die, let's die together. For this reason, the saint of the Shen family did not stop the reactions of the major families at all. Miss Qian, my Lin family is also planning to purchase a copy of the competition process. Is that possible? Ms. Rumeng, my Long family also wants to purchase the selection process and rules. My Feng family. Of the 8 top families present, except for the Shen family which had already purchased the program, the other 7 families also opened their mouths to purchase the competition program. As for the first, second, and third-rate families below the top, there was no response. It was obvious that they thought they could no longer afford to play this game. Now it's already 1 billion, what next? It's better to quit as soon as possible. Hee. Looking at the reactions of the major families, Qian Rumeng smiled slightly and said, okay. Afterwards, the major families started trading, and Qian Rumeng also handed over the competition process to them. However, when the people from the major families saw the competition process, they were dumbfounded. Half-step saint. Who is this? The eldest lady of the Ye family. This guy is simply invincible. In an instant, everyone looked at the Shen family saint in the Shen family camp. Upon seeing this, the saint of the Shen family just smiled bitterly and spread his hands, as if to say, I didn't cheat you. Suddenly, all the saints were in chaos. Qian Rumeng ignored him and continued to look at the audience, saying, okay, now Shen, Zhang, Long, Lin 8 families have purchased the selection process and can directly enter the 4th round. The rest does anyone else want to buy? No. Since there isn't one, are there any who would like to challenge my husband's 3 sisters? If so, hurry up. Why, no one challenged. All right. Since no one has challenged me, I declare the 3rd round of selection to be over and the 4th round will begin now. The 4th round is also the final round. Challenge your husband's 5 wives. The first one is Luo Qinmo, who has the cultivation level of Guiyuan realm. The appearance fee is 1 billion stones. Is there anyone who wants to challenge her? As he spoke, Qian Rumeng glanced at the entire audience. 1 billion for appearance fee. All the people from the major families were stunned. The 8 saints from the 8 top families couldn't help but twitch their lips. I challenge your sister. Chapter 837. Everyone returns and makes a surprising discovery. I challenge your sister. The 8 saints from the 8 top families clutched the pieces of paper in their hands, secretly going crazy in their hearts. The result of this so-called selection is already very clear. They have no chance of winning. So, although 5 billion stones is not a lot, they would be fools if they continue to go ahead with it. Seeing that no one responded to her, Qian Rumeng didn't care. She just smiled and said, is there no one who wants to continue the challenge? After Qian Rumeng finished speaking, the 8 top families did not react at all. As a result, the other major families naturally saw that something was wrong, and did not stand up to challenge Luo Qinmo at this time, or simply gave up the idea of continuing. All right. Seeing this, Qian Rumeng shook her head helplessly and said, since no one continues to challenge, I declare that the selection of the 6th lady is over. At last, Qian Rumeng sighed again, hey, I just want to find another woman for my husband, why is it so difficult? Qian Rumeng's words made everyone confused, especially the 8 saints from the 8 top families. They looked at Qian Rumeng on the flying dragon stage with their mouths twitching again and again. Are you looking for another woman for Ye Bufan? Fart. You are simply making things difficult for us, and then taking the opportunity to cheat us. It's like this for the big one and the small one too. It's true that no one with the surname Qian is a good person. Qian Rumeng didn't care about this at all. Okay, now that the selection is over, let's all go. Qian Rumeng then said a few words and walked directly to the Filong stage, ready to leave. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Etc. On the Filong stage, Shen Qian immediately called out to Qian Rumeng. Do you have anything else to do? Qian Rumeng turned and looked at her. Want to leave after defrauding your money? Shen Qian angrily scolded in her heart, where is Ye Bufan? This is the 7 Kills fortress, and he is the owner here after all. Now that so many of us have come to visit, he has not shown up yet. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? My husband is not here. Hearing this, Qian Rumeng just said 4 words. Not here. Shen Qian was stunned. What do you think? Qian Rumeng rolled her eyes at her, shook her head and said, if my husband was here, he would have come out long ago. Why would he wait until now? Shen Qian was stunned. He didn't return to the fortress. Then where are they? Shen Qian, or the Shen family, and everyone present, they had already received the news that Ye Bufan had left Beidou Martial Arts Academy long ago. How should I know where he went? Qian Rumeng rolled her eyes at her again and said nonchalantly, maybe he went to fool around with some other woman again. At least he's not here. In an instant, everyone present was in chaos. Going off to fool around with another woman. Can you tolerate this? However, when they thought about Qian Rumeng openly helping Ye Bufan choose the 6th wife, everyone felt relieved. This guy is a weirdo. Are you alright? Without waiting for everyone to think about it, Qian Rumeng looked at Shen Qian and said, I'll take my leave now. You should also leave early. After all, this is the 7 Killers base, and it's not good for outsiders like you to stay here. If you must wait for your husband to come back, then go wait somewhere else in the fortress. After leaving a few words, Qian Rumeng left immediately, and the members of the 7 Killing Army also dispersed. The people from the major families stood there in a daze, and then looked at each other. Ye Bufan is not in the 7 Kill fortress. So what should they do? Continue to wait, or... However, it no longer made sense to stay in the Keisha station. Of course, they would not just leave. So after the major families left the Keisha station one after another, they found restaurants in other areas to live in. Qian Rumeng naturally didn't care about this, and the 7 Kills army had no intention of expelling them. After all, the 7 Kills fortress had always been open to the outside world, and whether the people from the major families stayed or left was their own business. After the people from the major families left, the 7 Kills base returned to its former state, and every member of the 7 Kills army devoted themselves to training wholeheartedly. 3 hours after the selection ended, Ye Long, Ye Hu and Ye Bao returned to the 7 Kill fortress. 4.5 hours later, Ye Hua and Ye Shi also returned to the 7 Kills fortress. Afterwards, Ye Fu, Ye Wang, Ye Shuang and other members of the Ye family also returned to the Qi Sha base one after another. They all used the Linglong Chamber of Commerce's teleportation array to return to the Xian Empire branch, and then rushed back to the Qi Sha fortress, so the time of their return was not far apart. When night fell, Ye Fu and the other 14 people who had left the 7 Killings fortress together had all returned except Long Xiaobao, and their cultivation had also improved significantly. However, when they learned that Hao Pang had become a peak saint, they were stunned. What is the peak of the Holy Realm? He is the strongest person in Shenwu continent. They never imagined that not long after they left, Fat Hao would rise to prominence and leave them far behind. However, people did not feel jealous because of this, they just envied and gave their blessings. In addition, after learning that Yi Jingxuan had also advanced to become a saint, Ye Fu and others were also shocked. At the same time, at that moment, their bodies and even their souls could not help but shudder. Who is Yi Jingxuan? As a member of the Yi family, no one knows Yi Jingxuan better than Hao Pang and the others. It can be said that Yi Jingxuan, a saint who is less than 13 years old, is definitely the nightmare of most people. Fortunately, she has always been in the Burial Heaven Palace, otherwise I am afraid that this Shenwu continent would have been turned upside down by her. There is no other reason, it's just because she is a violent little loli. In addition, Hao Peng and others were also shocked when they saw the 30 divine martial lords left in the fortress by Ye Bufan and the Zhodian warriors everywhere. During this period of time away, they thought that they had improved fast enough. Take Ye Fu for example, his cultivation has now reached the 5-star divine Yuan realm. However, compared with the overall strength of the 7-killing army, they found that their speed was still a bit slow. But no matter what, it is a great thing that the 7-killing army has the current strength. Under the cover of night, Ye Fu and others gathered together and each told about what they had experienced during this period. Suddenly Yi Wang couldn't help but ask, by the way, why hasn't Xiaobao come back yet? Maybe the people from Linglong Chamber of Commerce haven't found him yet. After all, the Shenwu continent is so big. If Xiaobao is in a remote place, it is normal that we can't find him for a while. Yi Fu responded. 2. Yi Wang nodded, then smiled and said, speaking of Xiaobao, I had a strange dream a few days ago. In the dream, Xiaobao said that he had discovered an ancient relic. As Yi Wang spoke, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Everyone looked horrified. What's wrong with you? Looking at everyone, Yi Wang said in surprise. Yi Shuang whispered, I also had a strange dream a few days ago. In the dream, Xiaobao did say that he had discovered an ancient relic. Me too. Me too. Me too. Others also responded. This. Yi Wang was stunned. Yi Fu said dully, endless wasteland, Tongtian City, extraterritorial demons, 12 rounds of city defense battles. Right. I dreamed about that, too. This. What's going on? We all had the same dream. Or is this not a dream? In an instant, Yi Fu and the others were all shocked and horrified. Originally they thought it was just a dream, but now it seems that this may not be false. Suddenly, Yi Fu said in shock, so, Xiaobao did enter an ancient ruins, and is he still in that ancient ruins now? Well, but at this moment, Long Xiaobao, who had just come in from outside, happened to hear Yi Fu's words. He was stunned and paused. Then he looked at Yi Fu in surprise and said, Brother Yi Fu, how did you know that I found an ancient relic? Chapter 838, Eternal Abyss Conjecture. Brother AFU, how did you know that I discovered an ancient relic? The sudden voice startled Yi Fu and others. When they looked in the direction of the voice and saw Long Xiaobao walking in from the door, they were instinctively stunned again. Xiaobao. It's great to see you back, Xiaobao. Xiaobao, did Ni Zhen discover an ancient relic? In a brief moment, Yi Fu and the others came back to their senses, then came forward and surrounded Long Xiaobao. Yes, I did find an ancient relic. Long Xiaobao responded, then looked at everyone puzzled and asked, but how did you know? Xiaobao, do you still remember the dream you had a few days ago? Upon hearing this, Yi Fu immediately replied. Dream. Long Xiaobao couldn't help but be stunned. Right. Yi Fu responded, we suspect that it was more than just a dream, otherwise how could we have had the same dream at the same time? Moreover, the reason why we know that you discovered an ancient relic is because you told us in that dream. This. Long Xiaobao couldn't help but be stunned. He initially thought that what happened a few days ago was just a dream, but now it seems that is not the case. Xiaobao, shouldn't you be in that ancient ruins? How did the people from Linglong Chamber of Commerce find you at this time? Yi Long suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned. Yi Wang said, yes, Xiaobao, could it be that the people from Linglong Chamber of Commerce have found the ancient ruins? Long Xiaobao shook his head. No, I came out on my own, and not long after that I met them. They said that Master Yi wanted us to come back, so I came back. You came out by yourself. Everyone was stunned again. Yi Fu said, why did you come out? And what kind of ancient ruins is that? Don't mention it. Long Xiaobao shook his head and smiled bitterly, I only discovered it later. The area I entered at the beginning was just the outer perimeter of the ancient ruins. The real ancient ruins were blocked by a barrier. I couldn't get in at all, so I came back. This. Everyone was stunned. Long Xiaobao continued, when I came back, I heard that Yi Xiao and Xiao Peng had both become saints. It's a good opportunity to let them try and see if they can break this barrier. As he spoke, Long Xiaobao glanced at everyone again and said, do you know what is in the ancient ruins? What? Everyone was instinctively curious. Long Xiaobao did not hide it and said, although I couldn't get in, I could see clearly from outside the barrier. It was actually an ancient battlefield. Of course this is not the point. The point is that the countless bones inside are accompanied by weapons they used, and their grades are not low. Judging from the appearance, the lowest are earthly soldiers, there are countless heavenly soldiers, and there may even be holy soldiers. And every bone is wearing a Sumeru ring. Being able to use earth soldiers, heavenly soldiers, and even holy soldiers, their status must be not bad. In this case, the things in their Zumi rings can be simple. Everyone's eyes lit up. Long Xiaobao continued, the most important thing is I actually saw a living Debao that could still run around. What? In an instant, everyone was shocked. Alive Debao. Can you still run around? Xiaobao, you saw it wrong, didn't you? Yeah, how could Debao be alive and able to run around? I can't be wrong. Facing everyone's shock and doubt, Long Xiaobao said firmly, that is definitely a treasure from the earth, and it is a living treasure with life. Gurgle. Seeing Long Xiaobao's determined and serious expression, everyone couldn't help but swallow. A living treasure. Is this true? Could it be that this treasure has returned to the city? But looking at Long Xiaobao's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Xiaobao, where did you find this ancient relic at this moment? Ye Fu suddenly asked. Others were also very curious. Long Xiaobao said, it's in a pool of water in a mountain stream. I've already noted the location. I can go there anytime. Water, in the pool. Everyone was stunned and shocked. Yes. Long Xiaobao responded, I was originally bathing in the pool, but I found that although the pool was not big, it was bottomless. Out of curiosity, I kept diving down, and as a result I somehow entered a cave, and then kept walking forward. It took me almost 2 days and 2 nights to reach the outskirts of the ancient ruins. And I saw that the ancient ruins are actually in an abyss. There is no edge to the abyss on both sides, and there is a restriction above the abyss. You can't go up at all, you can only go forward. That's why I can't determine the location of the abyss. So, if we want to go to the abyss, we can only enter from that pool of water. As Long Xiaobao spoke, everyone was stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment. Ye Fu said, the boundless abyss, and all kinds of prohibitions and barriers, is there such an abyss in the Shenwu continent? If so, how could it not be discovered? Have. As soon as Ye Fu finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. Who? Everyone was startled, and then instinctively looked behind them, only to find that Ye Bufan had been standing behind them without them knowing when. Master. Seeing Ye Bufan, everyone spoke. Master Yi. Long Xiaobao also said something, and then said, Young Master Yi, is there such a place in Shenwu continent? Why have we never heard of it? You've heard it. Ye Bufan walked up and said with a slight smile. Have we heard of it? Everyone was stunned. Long Xiaobao's expression changed, and he asked, could it be the legendary Eternal Abyss? Eternal Abyss. Ye Fu and others were shocked. That's right. Ye Bufan responded with a smile. Isn't this possible? Long Xiaobao frowned and said hesitantly, Young Master Yi, it is said that behind the Wangyao Mountains is the Eternal Abyss. However, it has only been 2 days since I left the water pond and I have already reached the abyss. How is it possible to cross the entire Wangyao Mountains in 2 days? Yes. Everyone also thought that this was simply impossible. The Wangyao Mountains are so huge that it is impossible and unrealistic to cross the entire range in 2 days. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, Xiaobao, don't forget, what you just said was the area you walked for 2 days and 2 nights from the cave entrance to reach, but do you know where the cave is? What if the underground cave is originally in the Wangyao mountain range? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. Ye Bufan smiled and said, nothing is impossible. Don't forget, Xiaobao went directly from the water pond to the underground cave. So there must be a teleportation array between the two, so distance is no longer a problem. Everyone was stunned. Although it is a bit hard to accept, I cannot deny this possibility. Is that place really the Eternal Abyss? Long Xiaobao frowned. Absolutely. Ye Bufan said with infinite confidence. Just as Ah Fu said before, there is no such place as you said, Xiaobao, on the Shenwu continent, except for the Eternal Abyss. Of course, there is another reason why Ye Bufan thinks so, that is when he asked Shi Feishuan for the holy weapon, Shi Feishuan told him to get it himself, and one of the places she mentioned at that time was the Eternal Abyss. And Long Xiaobao said that there was an ancient battlefield in the enchantment, which contained not only a lot of corpses but also a lot of equipment. In this way, the two can be perfectly combined. The place Long Xiaobao mentioned is the Eternal Abyss. Of course, this is just a guess, and Ye Bufan dare not confirm it absolutely. As Ye Bufan spoke, everyone hesitated slightly. After a moment, Long Xiaobao said, Young Master Yi, should we go take a look now? After all, there are a lot of good things in there. No need. Long Xiaobao was just halfway through his words when Ye Bufan interrupted him and said, We have other things to do now, and they are much more important than this eternal abyss. Well, Ye Bufan said this and everyone was stunned. Ye Wang said, Master, what's the matter? Others were also stunned. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. I will take you to the cemetery of gods and demons to ascend to heaven in one step and become a saint in martial arts. Chapter 839. The Qian family's father and daughter are dividing the family. I will take you to the cemetery of gods and demons and help you ascend to heaven in one step and attain martial arts sainthood. Ye Bufan's words made Ye Fu and the other 13 people all stunned, or rather, dumbfounded. If it were in the past, Ye Fu and the others naturally didn't know what the cemetery of gods and demons was, but it was different now. Fat Hao had ascended to the top of the saint realm in the cemetery of gods and demons, and in their dream, a few days ago, Ye Bufan had also told them about the situation in the cemetery of gods and demons. Now they naturally knew what the cemetery of gods and demons was. But, hasn't the cemetery of gods and demons been closed? Master, are you kidding? Ye Wang asked after a moment. Joke. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Do you think I'm joking? This. Ye Wang hesitated slightly. Everyone also looked confused. Long Xiaobao said, Master Yi, is what you said true? Can you really take us into the cemetery of gods and demons? Of course, can. Long Xiaobao wanted to say something, but Ye Bufan stopped him with a wave of his hand. Okay, don't say anything, don't ask anything, you will know when the time comes. Now, all of you go to the Heaven Burial Palace. As he spoke, Ye Bufan directly summoned the Heaven Burial Palace. There are only 2 days left before the 7-day limit. Since Ye Fu and others have all returned, Ye Bufan will naturally not wait any longer. After all, apart from the cemetery of gods and demons, other things are simply nothing. Looking at the burial heaven palace in front of them, everyone hesitated for a moment, and then walked straight in. Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all. He put away the heaven burial palace and walked out of the house. This time, the people Ye Bufan planned to bring into the cemetery of gods and demons included Ye Fu and the other 14 people, as well as Qin Yao, Langning Sheng, Luo Qinmo, Qian Rumeng, Ni Zi, Yi Jingxuan, Yi Jingyi, Yi Jingru, and more than 2,000 members of the 7 killing army headed by Leng Feng. In addition, whether it was the 30 divine martial lords, the more than 10,000 Zhou Tian, or the 300,000 7 killing army, Ye Bufan did not plan to bring them all into the cemetery of gods and demons, but to leave them all in the 7 killing fortress. According to Ye Bufan's arrangement, the 300,000 7 killing army will be the second group to enter the cemetery of gods and demons, but that will be in the future, not now. After walking out of the room, Ye Bufan went directly to where Qian Rumeng was. Now everyone else was already in the burial heaven palace, leaving only Qian Rumeng. Outside Qian Rumeng's room, Fatty Qian, can we still have fun? What about the 50-50 split we agreed on? Do you have the nerve to spend just 10 million yuanxi? Are you treating like a beggar? Look at you, girl. How can your father lie to you? Bang! Qian Rumeng slammed the table. I don't believe you. Such a big Linglong Chamber of Commerce is only worth 20 million yuanxi. Girl, you don't know how difficult it is to do business now. Even though your father's family is big and the Linglong Chamber of Commerce is spread all over the human territory, it's still losing money. Now the entire Linglong Chamber of Commerce can only take out 11 million yuanxi in total, and Dad only left 1 million. The rest are all given to you. Who told you to be my daughter? As long as you can live well, it doesn't matter if Dad is tired or suffers a little. You bastard, you even lied to your own daughter. Are you still a human being? Girl, Daddy really didn't lie to you. I really don't have any money. I don't care. 5 trillion billion stones, this is my bottom line. I won't tolerate even one less. I really don't have any money. Do you believe that my aunt burned down all the shops of your Linglong Chamber of Commerce? There's no money left even if we burn it. Besides, Dad has already left Linglong Chamber of Commerce to you as a dowry, why are you burning it? You son of a bitch, Fatty Qian, don't go too far. Do you think I don't know that you're planning to sell Linglong Chamber of Commerce and make some extra money before you leave? How do you know? HMPH, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Do you think I don't know that you have been secretly transferring the elites of Linglong Chamber of Commerce to that Tianweishan a year ago? If you didn't plan to sell Linglong Chamber of Commerce, why did you take those people away? You actually arranged spies around your father. That's what you said. Even if you guard against thieves day and night, it's hard to prevent them. You're such a thief, can't I be on guard against you? My daughter, you are my own daughter. Do you really need to be on guard against your father like this? Dad, you are my real dad, how can you cheat your own daughter like this? Forget it, forget it. I'll bear the hardship a little bit. You're my daughter after all. I'll give you the remaining 1 million. No, 5 trillion, not even one less. Dad really has no money. If you don't believe me, search for it. Then I will set fire to Linglong Chamber of Commerce and prevent you from selling it. That's your dowry. I don't want it. It was you who said we wanted to split the family business, and it was you who said it should be 50-50. Forget it, forget it. We are a father and daughter, why should we divide the family? Let's not divide the family. Besides, the money is with your father, so how can it run away? Hey, didn't you say you had no money? Stop talking nonsense. Once words are spoken, they can be spilled. Today, the division of this family has been decided. 5 trillion. Take it. Girl, what do you want so much money for? I like it, what's it to you? Besides, I deserve it, why shouldn't I want it? Dad is not unwilling to give it to you, it's just hey, that's Dad's capital. Dad has never been to TianYTN. When the time comes, I will have to take care of all parties, and it will cost money everywhere. Besides, Dad is planning to reopen the Linglong Chamber of Commerce in TianYTN. What is that for? In the final analysis, it's all for you, so. It doesn't matter what you say. I only want 5 trillion. Either you give me the money or I burn down the shop. I really don't have any money. Forget it, I'll just burn the shop. Hey, girl, don't go. We have something to discuss. We can discuss it. 5 trillion. I really don't have any money, but Dad knows that the boy from the Ye family is rich. When you marry him, all the money will be yours. Why are you staring at your dad's little money? Don't change the subject. Are you going to give it to me or not? Girl, don't go too far. I'm your father. Just think about it, how much money have I spent raising you over the years? Now that you've married into the Ye family, it's great that I didn't ask you to come back. You want to settle accounts with me, right? I'll settle it with you today, what's the matter? Then return the money I invested to me. Investment money. That's right. I can't remember the investment money before I was 5 years old, but I still remember it after I was 5 years old. It was a total of 376,623 yuanshi. You said that as long as I put this money in Linglong Chamber of Commerce, you can give me a 500% return every month. Let's do the math. After so many years, how much money should you give me? That was originally my money, how can it be counted? Who said it's all your money? These 370,000 yuan stones were given to me by someone when they came to visit you, so they are naturally my money. Evidence, where is the evidence? Grandpa Dean can testify for me. 5 trillion, give it to me. No, I don't want to split up with you. I want you to pay me back. I'll give you a 500% return every month. Give me my money back quickly. This, haha, girl, why do we have to work it out like that? Well, your dad is still stewing soup at home, so I'll leave now. You want to run away? No way. Outside the room, listening to the conversation between Qian Rumeng and Qian Duoduo, Ye Bufan widened his eyes, his face full of horror and confusion, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch again and again. These two father and daughter are separating. Chapter 840, Ye Xiao enters the god's tomb, Fair enters the martial academy. Bang! Before Ye Bufan could think about it, a dull and heavy voice suddenly sounded in the room. Ye Bufan was stunned, and then without any hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked in. However, the scene before him made Ye Bufan dumbfounded. Qian Duoduo was seen lying on the ground in the room, with Qian Rumeng sitting on his back. What's worse, Qian Rumeng was holding a long knife and holding it against the back of Qian Duoduo's neck. Seeing Ye Bufan suddenly coming, Qian Rumeng was stunned at first, and then immediately said, "Husband, you are here at the right time, hurry up, tie up Fatty Qian, and then we will go to rob Linglong Chamber of Commerce, otherwise he will abscond with the money." Ye Bufan was suddenly confused. Qian Duoduo was furious and secretly resentful. Qian Rumeng ignored her and continued to urge, "Husband, hurry up, or the fat man will run away." Without waiting for Ye Bufan to respond, Qian Duoduo started cursing, "You stupid girl, I'm your father, your biological father, the one who raised you for more than 10 years. Now you're teaming up with an outsider to bully your father and even want to steal your father's coffin money. You still have no conscience. How can my husband be an outsider? Qian Rumeng immediately retorted when she heard this. But I am your father, blood is thicker than water. As you said, a daughter who is married off is like water spilled, and the two fathers and daughters must settle the accounts clearly. You're not married yet. I'm getting married soon. You are an ungrateful bastard. Give me money. No money. Husband, kidnap someone. Looking at the scene in front of him, looking at the two people in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitching the corners of his mouth again and again. He couldn't help but admire this weird father and daughter. But at this moment, Qian Duoduo said viciously, "Want to kidnap me? Silly girl, today your father will let you see how powerful the #1 master in Shenwu continent is. Just relying on you two little kids, you want to kidnap your father. You are still naive." Swoosh. The next second, he disappeared from under Qian Rumeng. When he reappeared, he was already outside the room. Looking at Qian Rumeng, Qian Duoduo snorted and laughed. "Girl, see, with someone like you, your father, can beat you in a minute." You. Qian Rumeng was furious. She stood up suddenly, pointed the long knife in her hand at Qian Duoduo, and said, "Fatty Qian, the monk may run away, but the temple cannot. You just wait for me. I don't want this broken temple anymore. I will sell it tomorrow and run away to the outer world. What can you do to me? Do you think you'll be alright once you go to Tianweishan? Come and catch me if you can. Just wait. When I go to the outer world, I will definitely kidnap your people and steal your money. Girl, you have to be down to earth and take it one step at a time. Don't think about running before you've learned how to walk. You should first think about whether you can leave the Shenwu continent alive. You'd better take care of yourself. I heard from Uncle Yi that there are countless saints in the heaven beyond heaven. A scum like you in the soul fusion realm will die at least 1,000 times every day. Don't let your fat body get slaughtered as soon as you get there. Humph, do you think Mr. Qian is just here to eat and do nothing? Haven't you heard that money makes the world go round? When the time comes, Mr. Qian will spend 180 billion to hire a few demigods, and he can beat and abuse anyone he wants. Then he can marry a few concubines, sleep until he wakes up naturally, and count money until his hands cramp. That life tisk, it will be as comfortable as you want, and as carefree as you want. Can you marry a few concubines? Why not? Just wait, Master Qian will get his 1,800 bastards to show you. Not only will he show you, but he will also divide your property. No, a daughter like you who is married off is like spilled water. You can't even think of taking a penny from my Qian family's property. I'll take it. I won't give it to you. Then I'll grab it. Come on, just wait for me. Master Qian, I will accompany you to the end." Looking at the father and daughter who were competing with each other in front of him, and listening to their heated conversation, Ye Bufan shook his head in confusion. He could tell that the father and daughter were saying goodbye to each other, but the way they said goodbye was so bizarre that it was hard not to accept it. But this may not be a bad choice. Life has always been filled with the pain of separation. Instead of shedding tears and being reluctant to part, it is better to be happy and wish each other the best. Why are you shaking your head, kid? But at this moment, Qian Duoduo suddenly looked at Ye Bufan and shouted, "Remember what you promised to Master Qian. If you can't do it, Master Qian will peel off your skin." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Ye Bufan to reply, Qian Duoduo had disappeared in front of the two of them. Qian Rumeng stamped her feet in anger. "You're lucky you ran fast, otherwise I would have made you bleed profusely." Ye Bufan smiled bitterly, then hugged Qian Rumeng in his arms and said softly, "Don't worry, it won't be long before we meet again." Qian Rumeng was stunned. Then she leaned on Ye Bufan and responded softly, but when she looked at the night sky outside, there flashed a trace of loneliness and deep concern in her eyes. Beyond the sky, there is the saint's tomb. Although she had never left the Shenwu continent, let alone been to the Tianwei heaven, she knew that the Tianwei heaven was 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 times more dangerous than the Shenwu continent. There, on the battlefield outside the domain, the death of saints is just commonplace. Qian Duoduo is a warrior in the soul fusion realm and the strongest man in the Shenwu continent. However, in the Tianwei Tian, there are countless people who are stronger than him and can easily kill him. A mother worries when her son is away from home. When a father travels thousands of miles away, how can a daughter not worry about him? However, all of this is not something they can control, let alone change. We say goodbye today and I don't know when we will meet again. Let's go. The two of them looked at the night sky quietly. After a long time, Ye Bufan looked at Qian Rumeng and said, Qian Rumeng nodded. Ye Bufan summoned out the Heaven Burial Palace without any hesitation and placed Qian Rumeng there. At this point, all the people Ye Bufan needed to bring into the cemetery of gods and demons were already in the Heaven Burial Palace. Moreover, he had already arranged everything that needed to be arranged. With Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei in charge of the 7-kill fortress, Ye Bufan didn't need to worry at all. Looking at the endless night in front of him, Ye Bufan said softly, Uncle Qian, in 5 years at most, I will go to Tianweishan, you take care. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan activated the mark on his hand, and the next second, he disappeared from the spot. That night, the full moon was high in the sky. That night, the night was quiet. That night, Ye Bufan entered the cemetery of gods and demons again. Swoosh. In midair, after Ye Bufan entered the cemetery of gods and demons, Qian Duoduo's figure appeared out of thin air. Looking at the place where Qian Rumeng and Ye Bufan were previously, he remained silent for a long time. We say goodbye today, and I don't know when we will meet again, or if we will ever meet again. After a long time, he left at night. The next day, Tianqi Martial Arts Academy. General of the War Department. At the West Gate entrance of the Martial Arts Academy, 2 members of the law enforcement team responsible for supervising the entry and exit of the West Gate looked at Han Feier in front of them, and one of them held up the general's order she showed him. Yes. Han Feier responded. Excuse me. The law enforcer handed the general order back to Han Feier, apologized, and said, although you are a general of the War Department, you are not a student of my academy, so we still can't let you in. I just want to see your dean. Han Feier said without any concern. To see the dean. The 2 law enforcers were stunned. Yes. Han Feier responded, and then said, you just need to tell them that I can refine the essence pill and hope to meet your dean. Jing Yuan Dan. The 2 law enforcers widened their eyes and spoke in shock. Everyone on the Shenwu continent knows how powerful the essence pill is now, but the person in front of him actually said that she could refine this heaven-defying essence pill. Yes, essence pill. Han Feier responded. You wait. One of the law enforcers said this and ran straight into the academy. Seeing this scene, Han Feier smiled slightly. 10 minutes later, in the dean's office. Can you refine essence pills? Shui Xinyue, dean of Tianqi Martial Arts Academy, looked at Han Feier in front of her and asked with a frown. Yes. Han Feier responded, then stretched out her right hand and reversed the Tianyan Gai Ju in front of Shui Xinyue. The next second, a Jingyuan pill slowly took shape in the palm of her hand. This. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Shui Xinyue, the head of the academy and a person at the peak of the Saint Realm, was shocked and stunned. She was even more horrified. Is this essence pill? Shui Xinyue naturally knew how powerful the essence pill was, but she had never imagined that the essence pill would be refined in this way. No materials, no furnace, no fire, is this still alchemy? This scene has overturned Shui Xinyue's cognition. Seeing Shui Xinyue's reaction, Han Feier smiled slightly, and then slowly said, yes, this is the essence pill, but the essence pill is not actually a real pill, because it is transformed from the essence of the refiner, and it is essence itself, so it has such a great effect. Essence pill. Yuanli. Shui Xinyue was shocked again. But she was at least a peak warrior in the Saint Realm, so she quickly came back to her senses. At the same time, she frowned at Han Feier and said, why did you come to me? I think it's not just to let me watch you refine the essence pill, right? It's natural. Han Feier smiled slightly and continued, the power of essence pills is beyond doubt. If we can refine them in large quantities, we can improve the overall strength of our human race in a short period of time. In the long run, it will not be a problem to suppress the 2 tribes of demons and barbarians, or even destroy them. I came to the Martial Academy because I wanted to concentrate on refining essence pills in the Martial Academy. Just this. Shui Xinyue frowned. Of course not. Han Feier smiled slightly. I have 2 conditions. What conditions? Shui Xinyue asked. Han Feier said without hesitation. First, I want to enter the Elders' Pavilion of the Wu Academy and become an Elder of the Wu Academy. Second, I want you to help me become a saint. Chapter 841. See you next time. I hope you have all become saints. I want you to help me become a saint. Han Fire's last few words startled Shui Xinyue, the dean of the martial arts academy, who had reached the peak of the saint realm, and then she instinctively said, "This is impossible." After a pause, Shui Xinyue explained, "To enter the Elders' Pavilion, the first prerequisite is that you must be a member of the martial academy, and the second is that you need to be a saint-level cultivator. You are not a member of the martial academy, and you do not have a saint-level cultivation. Even if I agree, the Elders' Pavilion will not agree. Let's take a step back. Even if the Elders' Council agrees to let you become an elder of the martial academy, we cannot meet your second condition. You are only at the divine yuan level. How can we help you become a saint?" After Shui Xinyue finished speaking, Han Feier smiled and said, "Dean Shui, I am not making such a condition without any purpose. The first point you mentioned is that although I am not a member of the martial academy, I am a general of the war department. With this identity alone, I can apply to enter the martial academy for further studies. In this way, wouldn't I be a member of the martial academy? As for the saint realm cultivation, as long as you meet my second condition, then it will naturally not be a problem. Of course, it is difficult, even impossible, to get help from outsiders to become a saint, but I have a way." "Do you have a way to become a saint?" Shui Xinyue was stunned when she saw Han Feier. "Yes." Han Feier smiled and said, "I think you should know that I have persisted in the God's tomb in the God and Demon Cemetery for a long time, and I am not afraid to tell you that I found a way on the 8th floor of the God's tomb that can help me become a saint." Shui Xinyue was stunned. Han Feier continued, "As long as the martial academy sends out 10 elders who have reached the peak of the saint realm to help me, I will be able to ascend to the saint realm in one step." Shui Xinyue was stunned again. 10 elders who have reached the peak of the saint realm. Yes. How do you need them to help you? Will this have any impact on them? Of course not. Han Feier smiled leisurely. "Let me tell you this, I got a martial arts secret on the 8th floor of the Tongtian Martial Tower in the God's Tomb. As long as the outside world has enough energy to provide me, I can quickly improve my cultivation. Therefore, I need 10 peak saint level warriors to provide me with energy to help me become a saint. As peak saint level warriors, you should know that energy is endless for you, so it will not have any impact on you." This. Han Feier's words shocked Shui Xinyue. Is there such a martial art in the world? Have. Han Feier said this word firmly, and then added, "As long as you help me become a saint and let me enter the Elders' Pavilion, then afterwards I am willing to dedicate this martial arts formula to the martial academy and to the human race." If Ye Bufan heard these words at this moment, he would be able to immediately see through Han Feier's lie. After all, the Tianyan Gai Ju that she obtained could not be passed on to others, unless she directly instilled it into another person at the cost of her own life. But that's obviously impossible. So, Han Feier must be lying. It's a pity that Ye Bufan didn't know, and Shui Xinyue was naturally not aware of this restriction. That was why Han Feier's words shocked Shui Xinyue's heart and horrified her soul. What does it mean that a martial arts secret can be used by outsiders to directly achieve sainthood? If there really is such a martial arts secret, the human race will surely be able to produce saints in large quantities. It won't be long before the human race completely surpasses or even exterminates the two races of demons and barbarians. But does such a martial art really exist? If there was no cemetery of gods and demons, Shui Xinyue would naturally not believe it. But it was different when it came to the cemetery of gods and demons. With the power of the cemetery of gods and demons, the appearance of such a martial art was not impossible. On the other hand, who wouldn't want to possess such a precious, even heaven-defying martial art? But now, with this thought in mind, Shui Xinyue looked at Han Feier and frowned. "Are you really willing to take out this martial arts manual and dedicate it to the entire human race?" Han Feier smiled slightly, and did not answer Shui Xinyue directly, but asked, "Dean Shui, do you know how many people die in the monster battlefield every day?" Well, Shui Xinyue couldn't help but be stunned. Han Feier continued, "If you are not on the battlefield, you will never know the cruelty of the battlefield. There, life is worthless. Every day, thousands of our people are killed in the melee, and countless people are injured. As a general of the War Department, I know that the power of one person is ultimately limited. I only hope that one day, there will be no monsters in the world, no beasts in the gods, and our people will not have to shed their blood." Han Fire's words shocked Shui Xinyue. After a moment, she said in a deep voice, I can agree to your request, but I need to ask the elders, Pavilion for their opinion. If the elders, Pavilion disagrees, there is nothing I can do. I see. Han Feier smiled slightly and said, then I'll leave it to Dean Shui. Shui Xinyue, in that case, I will arrange for you to stay in the martial arts academy first. No longer necessary. Can. Han Feier responded. After a moment, Shui Xinyue asked someone to arrange for Han Feier to stay in the martial arts academy again. The dean's office of Tianqi Martial Arts Academy. Han Feier had already left at this moment, but there was one more person in front of Shui Xinyue, a middle-aged man. Although his cultivation was not at the level of a saint, he was also at the divine martial level. His name is Mo Zan, the supreme commander of the Tianqi Martial Academy Law Enforcement Team. Looking at Mo Zan, Shui Xinyue said solemnly, Kangchong Combat Division, General Han Feier, within 3 days, I want to know everything about her. This includes her background, character, relationships with people around her, and everything that happened to her from the time she was born until now. Nothing can be left out. If necessary, I can search the souls of some special people. If soul searching might not turn the person being searched into an idiot, Shui Xinyue would have searched Han Feier's soul without hesitation. After all, if she wanted to enter the Elders' Pavilion, the Martial Academy must know everything about her, or at least find out whether she had any connection with the demon and barbarian tribes. Yes, Dean. Facing Shui Xinyue's order, Mo Zan had no intention of asking any questions and just responded. Go ahead. Shui Xinyue waved her hand. Mo Zan didn't stay and left directly. Is there really such a martial art that can achieve sainthood in one step through external force? After Mo Zan left, Shui Xinyue frowned slightly, groaned for a moment, and disappeared from the spot. She was going to the Elders' Pavilion to ask the Elders' opinions. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Here. Master Yi, this is the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Gods and Demons Cemetery. What's going on? Master, isn't the Gods and Demons Cemetery closed? This must be the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Look, the God's tomb is still there, but why are the other tombstones and tombs gone? What's going on? In front of Ye Bufan, more than 2,000 people looked at the environment in front of them, looking at each other in surprise. Especially the more than 2,000 members of the 7 killers who had previously entered the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Isn't the Cemetery of Gods and Demons closed? But now, facing the shock and confusion of the crowd, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, yes, this is the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Boom. Ye Bufan's words shocked everyone present. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. These 4 words echoed in the minds of everyone present, making them unable to recover for a long time. The Cemetery of Gods and Demons opens once every 50 years. How could they appear here again? A shocked mind, a confused expression. Except for Ni Zi and Qian Rumeng, everyone else looked at Ye Bufan with horror. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. Looking at the people in front of him, he said directly, to be honest, I have now obtained the inheritance of the God's tomb, and the entire God and Demons cemetery belongs to me. This time, I brought you here to inherit the peerless inheritance here. Boom, boom, boom. Ye Bufan's words made everyone's hearts tremble even more. This was far more shocking than when they found out that this was the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Did Ye Xiao obtain the inheritance from the God's tomb? Young Master Yi got the entire Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Young Master Yi is now bringing us here to inherit the unique heritage here. The sudden series of bombshell news stunned everyone present. What is the Cemetery of Gods and Demons? What is the peerless inheritance? Hao Peng and Yi Jingxuan are the best interpretation of this. It is a heaven-defying opportunity that can allow people to become a saint in one step. Previously, they raced against time to open these tombs in order to obtain these inheritances. But what about now? All tombs, all inheritances, you can pick and choose at will. After a brief moment of shock, everyone was filled with infinite excitement. There is no one who doesn't want to become a saint, and no one who doesn't want to become a strong person, and now, the opportunity is right in front of us. Looking at the excited people, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Okay, I think you can't wait, so I won't say any more nonsense. Later, I will enter the God's tomb, identify the God and Demon cemetery, and awaken all the heroic spirits. Then, you can receive the inheritance. Of course, whether you can succeed depends on your martial arts compatibility with each heroic spirit. But I believe that among the more than 300,000 or nearly 400,000 heroic spirits, there will always be one that can match you. There is another point, which is the time it takes for the inheritance crystal to condense. Because the God and Demon Cemetery was opened once every 50 years before, all the inheritance crystals had already taken shape when we came in, but this time it's different. For heroes of different levels, the speed and time required for inheritance crystals to condense are also different. When I awaken all the heroic spirits, all the inheritance crystals will be condensed into shape. However, this is only the first time. After that, the inheritance of the 3 supreme beings will take a year to condense, the 18 divine generals will take 6 months, the 72 concubines will take 5 months, the 108 flag masters will take 3 months, and the other heroic spirits will only take 1 month. In addition, except for the 3 supreme beings, the inheritance crystals of other heroes can be refined 3 times each time, while the inheritance crystals of the 3 supreme beings can only be refined once each time. I hope you can grasp this point on your own. Remember, once I claim the cemetery of gods and demons as my master, all the heroes will only have 100 years left to exist, and after 100 years, all the inheritance crystals will disappear. So we don't have a lot of time. Okay, now does anyone have any questions? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, he glanced at the entire audience. Everyone hesitated slightly. After a moment, Ye Jingxuan asked first, "Brother, how long are we going to stay here?" At the fastest it may be 1 or 2 years, at the slowest it may be 5 or 10 years, or even longer. It depends on how fast my brother accepts the inheritance. I don't know the exact time. Ye Bufan said immediately. Ah, it took so long, Ye Jingxuan exclaimed, and then said, "Brother, I already have the inheritance of the fairy sister, so I don't need any other inheritance. Just let me go." No. Hearing this, Ye Buyi immediately refused. Who is Ye Jingxuan? If she is left alone outside, she will make a scene. The most important thing is that once Ye Bufan starts to receive the inheritance, he will not be able to interrupt. If something unexpected happens to Ye Jingxuan outside, he will not be able to take care of it at all. Then Ye Bufan looked at Ye Jingxuan and said, "During this period of time, you can consolidate your cultivation so that you can inherit the legacy of Xian Ningxiang in the future." Oh, Ye Jingxuan responded weakly. But looking at her expression, she was extremely reluctant. Seeing this, Ye Bufan smiled bitterly, but did not say anything else. Instead, he looked at the others and asked, "Any other questions?" Husband, the fat man became a peak warrior in the Saint Realm after refining the inheritance of the 108 flag owners. What level of cultivation will the other 72 concubines, 18 divine generals, or the 3 supreme beings achieve after refining their inheritance? Qian Rumeng suddenly asked at this time. Everyone was also very curious. Ye Bufan said, "According to Dao Wuya, the inheritance of the 72 concubines should be able to directly enter the soul fusion realm. The 18 divine generals should be able to enter the flying sky realm, and as for the 3 supreme beings, they are demigods, but this is not absolute, and it depends on the specific situation. In addition, whether it is the 72 concubines, the 18 divine generals, or the 3 supreme beings, their inheritances need a period of time to be refined, and it is impossible to complete it in a short time like Hao Peng." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Rumeng asked, "How long will it take?" That's not necessarily the case. It varies from person to person, but it will take at least 1 or 2 years. Ye Bufan did not hide anything. This was all told to him by Dao Wuya. According to Dao Wuya, the 72 concubines, 18 divine generals and the 3 supreme beings, especially the 3 supreme beings, were once the pinnacle of existence. If their inheritance was directly refined in a short period of time, with the strength of Ye Bufan and others, there would be only one result in the end: explosion and death. So long. Ye Bufan's answer surprised everyone. Qian Rumeng said, "Flying, soul fusion, half god, doesn't that mean that after refining the inheritance, they will be directly expelled from the Shenwu continent's Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation?" Yes, Ye Bufan responded, and then said, "But it will not be affected in the God and Demon Cemetery." In addition, after thinking for a while, Ye Bufan said again, "When the time comes, I will let the God's Tomb descend on the Shenwu continent to block Shi Feishuan's Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation. By then there will be an area the size of an empire that will not be affected by the formation." Even those who have surpassed the Saint Realm can move freely in this area without being expelled. The God's tomb descends upon the Shenwu continent. Block the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation and walk freely on the Shenwu continent. This. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, and then asked, "Do you have any other questions?" This time no one asked any more questions. "In that case, I will enter the God's tomb." As he spoke, Ye Bufan stepped into the God's tomb, but he turned back to look at everyone and said with a smile, "See you next time, I hope you have all become saints." Chapter 842, Heart of the Pseudo-World, Meet the New Palace Master. In the Tomb of God. Little guy, you arrived 2 days earlier than expected. Ye Bufan had just entered the main hall of the God's tomb when Dao Wuya's shadow appeared in front of him. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, "There is no other way. You said that I can only live for 7 days, so I have to come in earlier. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, I will die before entering the God's tomb. That would be stupid. Besides, you have finally found a successor. If I die, you will have to wait for thousands of years." Hee. Dao Wuya shook his head, chuckled and said, "Can we start?" Right here. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. All you have to do now is just to recognize the God and Demon Cemetery as your master. You can do it here. Dao Wuya said with a smile. You mean, if I want to receive your inheritance, I need to change places again? Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. Nature. Where? Actually, it's useless to ask, because the Tomb of the Gods is actually the former headquarters of the Heavenly Palace. The area you passed by and saw before is just the tip of the iceberg of the Heavenly Palace. Even if I tell you the location now, you don't know where it is, and there are various restrictions along the way, so you can't enter at all. Dao Wuya explained with a smile. Ye Bufan was shocked. Is this God's tomb the former headquarters of the Heavenly Palace? Yes. Dao Wuya responded with a smile. This is the Heavenly Palace, and your current location is only the outer perimeter of the Heavenly Palace. There is an infinitely large area inside. Of course, you don't have to worry about these, because the God's tomb and the Gods and Demons Cemetery are integrated. After you recognize the Gods and Demons Cemetery as your master, all the information of the God's tomb will be fed back to you. At that time, all restrictions will recognize your identity, and you can enter and exit freely. You can go directly to any location in the God's tomb with just a thought. Ye Bufan was instantly confused. God's tomb, Heavenly Palace. Is this the former Tiangong headquarters? Ye Bufan had never thought of this. No wonder Dao Wuya had told him that he could let the God's tomb descend on Shenwu continent to block Shi Feishuan's heaven-slaying formation. Now that he thought about it, this was all arranged by Dao Wuya in advance, just to prevent his Heavenly Palace from being covered in dust. However, this is undoubtedly a good thing for Ye Bufan. As a once giant existence, the construction of the Tiangong headquarters must have been extraordinary. But now it's all his. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan no longer thought about it. If that's the case, let's get started. But at this moment, Dao Wuya spoke in a deep voice. Little guy, let me ask you one last time, are you sure you have thought it through? After a pause, he continued, once you start, you can never stop. At that time, you will face a group of mortal enemies beyond your imagination. If you are not careful, you may be doomed. When a person dies, birds fly up to the sky. If a person does not die, he will live for thousands of years. So stop talking nonsense. Let's start. Ye Bufan waved his hand. Hee. Dao Wuya smiled slightly. Whoosh. The next second, a fist-sized crystal emitting 9-colored divine light appeared in front of Ye Bufan, floating in front of his chest. This is. Looking at the crystal in front of him, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. The heart of the false world. Dao Wuya made no secret and said, it is the core of this space. As long as you refine it, it will be equivalent to refining the entire cemetery of gods and demons. From now on, this space of the cemetery of gods and demons will be yours alone. The heart of the false world. Ye Bufan was stunned again. Could it be that there is still the heart of the true world? Nature. Dao Wuya smiled and said, every life has its own life core and source of power. As a world, it naturally has its own core as well. The source of power of every world is called the heart of the world. The heart of the world. Ye Bufan groaned for a moment and said, so, there are also some in Shenwu continent. Nature. Doesn't that mean that as long as we refine the world heart of the Shenwu continent, we will be able to control the entire Shenwu continent? Nature. Ye Bufan was shocked and even more confused. Heart of the world. He never imagined that there was such a thing in the world. Afterwards, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask again, then where is the world heart of Shenwu continent? How can I refine it? Little guy, you are quite greedy. Dao Wuya said with a smile. That's a must. Ye Bufan did not deny it and said, controlling a world, it makes me excited just thinking about it. Do you remember the Heaven Burial Palace? But at this moment, Dao Wuya said with a smile. Heaven Burial Palace. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Dao Wuya said, yes, the Heaven Burial Palace, you should still remember the bronze coffin inside, right? Ye Bufan widened his eyes, looking shocked and confused, and said, you are not going to tell me that the coffin is the world heart of Shenwu continent, right? That's right. Dao Wuya smiled slightly and said without denying it. Your sister. Ye Bufan was confused. Are you guys bored and have nothing to do? Why put the heart of the world in the coffin? Is it fun? The Burial Heaven Palace, the Burial Heaven Palace, this is really a burial of the sky. When the gods and demons cemetery descended upon the Shenwu continent, it was rejected by this world, so I had no choice but to let Feng Hen seal the heart of this world. Dao Wuya said helplessly. Because the cemetery of gods and demons was rejected when it descended, the heart of the world of the Shenwu continent was sealed. Damn it, do you have to be so domineering? Wrong. Suddenly Ye Bufan was stunned again. Since Uncle Feng can seal the heart of the world directly, why not refine it directly? Wouldn't that be better? Dao Wuya hesitated for a moment and said awkwardly, it will still take some time to refine the heart of the world. How long? Ye Bufan said instinctively. Dao Wuya did not hide it. Based on Feng Hen's strength and the strength of Shenwu continent, 3 days. Your sister. Ye Bufan felt crazy. 3 days. This also requires some time. Suddenly, Ye Bufan seemed to have thought of something, and said instinctively, Uncle Feng doesn't like it, does he? This Shenwu continent is far away from the divine realm, and it really has no value. Dao Wuya said with a silly smile. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched and became messy. Well, they just don't like it, so they think 3 days of refining time is too long. Then how long will it take me to refine it? Ye Bufan asked again. You don't want it, but I do. You. Dao Wuya shook his head. You can't. Why? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Dao Wuya smiled and said, if you want to refine the true heart of the world, you must at least have the cultivation of the peak of demigod, so you are still far away now. Ye Bufan was in disarray again. Others look down on me and I have no qualifications at all. Comparing this person to others is really infuriating. Never mind. Shaking his head, Ye Bufan looked at the 9-colored crystal in front of him and asked, how do I refine this pseudo-world heart? If you really can't make it, then just make a fake one first, just to accumulate experience. Lock it with your divine consciousness, and then practice the Tianyan Gai Ju. Treat it as a yuanxi and directly swallow and refine it. Dao Wuya said without hiding anything. Is it that simple? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Simple. Dao Wuya smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, you will know once you try it. Ye Bufan didn't even frown. Isn't it? Then, without any hesitation, he sat cross-legged and locked his mind on the crystal in front of him. The secret of returning to oneness from heaven. Oh my god. Ye Bufan had just started to practice the heaven's evolution return to oneness technique when a huge recoil force came from the crystal in front of him, causing him to stop refining immediately. He shouted fiercely, opened his eyes, and instinctively said, why is this thing still resisting? That's natural. Dao Wuya shook his head and said, the heart of the pseudo-world is also the heart of the world. As the heart of the world, it has its own independent thoughts and will. It's like a monster. If you want to eat it alive, it won't resist. Ye Bufan was messy. This guy has become a spirit. Dao Wuya continued, okay, go ahead. This is just the heart of a pseudo-world. It is suppressed by my will. With your current cultivation level, you can still refine it slowly after spending some time. Dao Wuya has said so, what else can Ye Bufan do? Just keep going. Embrace the yuan and keep oneness, and practice martial arts techniques. Just like before, Ye Bufan wanted to refine the heart of this pseudo-world, but still encountered resistance. In Ye Bufan's feeling, the heart of the world was like a monster caught in his hand, struggling desperately to break free, but its struggle was obviously in vain, and was being refined bit by Ye Bufan. At the same time, Ye Bufan felt a trace of warm current flowing into his body, and finally merged into his soul. Although the speed was very slow, Ye Bufan felt that he would be able to completely refine the heart of the pseudo-world in 6 days at most, or even less than 6 days. It only takes 6 days to completely control the cemetery of gods and demons, which is an exciting thing. However, when Ye Bufan thinks that Feng Hen only needs 3 days to refine the world heart of the Shenwu continent, he can't get excited at all. After all, it's still because of lack of strength. Ye Bufan was refining the heart of the pseudo-world of the cemetery of gods and demons in the Tomb of God. Outside the Tomb of God, Nizi, Qian Rumeng and others were dumbfounded. At this moment, the wind was rising, the clouds were surging, thunder was roaring, and lightning was flashing. The entire cemetery of gods and demons seemed like the end of the world was approaching. Even everyone could clearly feel the endless pressure from heaven and earth. Above your head, among the clouds. Roar, roar, roar. Everyone clearly saw a 9-colored dragon struggling frantically and roaring angrily. If it were just that, it would be fine, but at this moment, Ye Bufan's shadow appeared behind the 9-colored dragon. Ye Bufan was seen grabbing the tail of the 9-colored divine dragon tightly and biting it bit by bit, making the 9-colored divine dragon even more angry and in more pain. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, looking horrified. What on earth is going on here? Shenlong, Master Yi. As this young Master Yi is recognizing the Lord of the Gods and Demons cemetery. Why do I feel like young Master Yi is going to swallow this dragon? Come on, brother, swallow it. Everyone was shocked by the noises that came one after another, except Yi Jingxuan, who didn't care about it at all. She was so excited that she couldn't help but cheer for Ye Bufan. As time passed, the 9-colored divine dragon became more and more angry, but it could not escape Ye Bufan's devouring, and its huge body was constantly shrinking. Although it is just an illusion, it is so real. On the first day, the 9-colored divine dragon shrank by 1/5. Its originally 300-meter-long body was reduced to only about 250 meters. On the second day, it was reduced by 1/5 again, and the body of the 9-colored divine dragon was less than 200 meters long. On the third day, it was reduced to 150 meters. Day 4, 100 meters. Day 5, 50 meters. On the sixth day, when night fell, the shadow of the dragon within the 9 sky cloud layer was reduced to the size of a fist. At this moment, everyone clearly saw that Ye Bufan opened his mouth and with a whoosh, he swallowed the dragon directly into his stomach. Boom! At this moment, the whole world shook violently. Suddenly, the wind stopped. The clouds are quiet. The thunder and lightning that had been going on for 6 days and 6 nights also disappeared, and the whole world was clear. The sudden scene stunned Nizi and others, and they looked stunned. It's over. Boom! But at this moment, the whole space shook violently again, and everyone's expression changed. Above the earth, within sight. Bang! 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 Tombstones popped out from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. In just a few minutes, the cemetery of gods and demons had been restored to its original state, with more than 300,000 tombstones appearing. This scene shocked everyone. But at this moment, the wind started to blow again, the clouds began to move, and with a loud bang, a bolt of thunder broke through the sky, and an inexplicable aura swept across the world. Swish, swish, swish. On the outskirts of the god's tomb, the place closest to the god's tomb, on the 3 towering 9-colored tombstones, 3 figures appeared out of thin air at this moment, they stood proudly in the void. 3,000 strands of black hair, dancing in the wind. 9-colored divine armor, supreme divine power. The 3 people in front of me exuded a terrifying aura, but at the same time, they made me want to get close to them. The most important thing was that these 3 people were clearly standing there, but I couldn't see their faces clearly, and I couldn't even tell whether they were male or female. Moreover, after just one glance, everyone was afraid to look at them again. It's not that I don't want to, but that I dare not. With that glance just now, everyone realized that if they continued to look at these 3 people, in the next second, their souls and bodies would be annihilated and completely disappear between heaven and earth. Looking at these 3 people is a blasphemy to them. If you blaspheme these 3 people, then you are not worthy and should not continue to exist between heaven and earth. This feeling is deeply rooted. It was this feeling that made everyone present tremble in their souls. It's so scary. Everyone knows that these 3 people are merely residual souls left behind after death, but even if they are just residual souls after death, they are so terrifying, so how powerful must they have been when they were alive? It's unimaginable. The three supreme beings in heaven are so powerful that they make people shudder and terrify. Swish, swish, swish. After the three supreme ones, the 18 generals appeared one after another. Perhaps it was because the terror of the three supreme ones overshadowed all their edges, so that they were no longer so scary. At least, people can look directly at them and see their faces clearly to tell whether they are male or female. After the 18 divine generals, the 72 concubines appeared, but one of them was missing, Xianning Xiang. Afterwards, 108 flag owners. Afterwards, all members of Tiangong. Amid the howling wind and roaring clouds, and the thunder and lightning, with the god's tomb as the center and the three supreme beings at the forefront, more than 300,000 heroic spirits in the heavenly palace stood proudly, all facing the god's tomb. The noble spirit, supreme divine power. At this moment, the world has lost its color. At this moment, the world is covered in dust. At this moment, time stood still. At this moment, the space inexplicably solidified. Between heaven and earth, within the world, more than 300,000 heroic spirits in the heavenly palace spoke in unison, their voices ringing loud and clear. Although we are defeated, the heavenly palace will be immortal. Martial arts reincarnation, fight for another century. The mighty momentum, the endless fighting spirit, their voices echoed between heaven and earth, unable to dissipate for a long time. Wuxin. Suddenly, one of the three supreme beings blurted out two words, then moved on one knee and flew into the air. Feng Chen. Then the second supreme being knelt on one knee. Shi Yu. Then came the third supreme. Bang, bang, bang. After the three supreme beings, all the heroes in the heavenly palace faced the god's tomb, knelt on one knee, and then spoke in unison. Meet the new palace master. Chapter 843 Sacred Heart Pool, Destroying the Flesh. Wuxin. Feng Chen. Shi Yu. Meet the new palace master. The grand scene made Nizi and others feel palpitations. The heart-wrenching sound lingered for a long time. The scene before them seemed to make people see the grand events of the heavenly palace in the past. This is a group of undefeated strong men. These are a group of indomitable souls. Even though they are dead, even though their souls no longer exist, but with just the remnant of their souls and the will that is left, their edge is enough to cover up all the splendor in the world. God's tomb, in the main hall. For 6 consecutive days, Ye Bufan has been refining the heart of the pseudo-world in the cemetery of gods and demons. At this moment, the heart of the pseudo-world has been completely refined by him. It is also at this moment that a 9-colored crystal is born in his soul. The crystal is only the size of a grain of rice, but it allows Ye Bufan to easily sense everything in the cemetery of gods and demons through it. What's more, Ye Bufan feels that as long as he has a thought, he can make the cemetery of gods and demons collapse and change everything here at will. From now on, here, in the cemetery of gods and demons, he is the supreme ruler and the omnipotent God. Here, he can do whatever he wants. The heart of the world, the master of heaven and earth. At this moment, Ye Bufan finally realized the value and power of the heart of the world. Before Ye Bufan could think more, a piece of information suddenly came back from the rice grain-sized crystal. This information was directly instilled into his mind and imprinted in his memory. 108 outer halls, 72 inner courtyards, 18 sacred mountains, 3 ancestral sites, the central heavenly palace, the Tongtianwu Tower, the Hunyuanwu Pavilion, the inner palace treasury, the Star Beast Garden, the Tiandao platform, the Sacred Heart Pool. This is the information from Tiangong headquarters. At this moment, Ye Bufan knew everything about the entire Tiangong headquarters in an instant, and everything here, like the cemetery of gods and demons, was all under his control. Ye Bufan understood even more clearly that his current location was only the outermost part of the Tiangong headquarters, the Hunyuan Hall, one of the 108 outer halls. There are exactly 108 such palaces at the outermost part of the Tiangong headquarters. In addition, the inner courtyard, the holy mountain, the ancestral land. The entire Tiangong headquarters covers an area comparable to that of an empire in the Shenwu continent. It's so big that it's unimaginable. At this moment, Ye Bufan had no time to think about it, as another inexplicable information flooded into his mind. It was a shocking battle, or an unprecedented battle. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the air was filled with the smell of death. As far as his sight could reach, Ye Bufan saw broken limbs and bloody corpses everywhere. That place seemed like a purgatory on earth. Not only that, the cries of killing are still rampant between heaven and earth, and there are even powerful men fighting against the heavens. With one punch, the void shattered. With one strike of their palm, the stars shattered. These people are so powerful that it is outrageous, terrifying, and even more desirable. The fighting continued and lives were lost. Blood dyed the sky red. Blood stained the earth. Between heaven and earth, angry roars kept echoing in Ye Bufan's mind. Since you evil villains want to overthrow my supreme heavenly palace, then you will take your lives. Come on, fight. Even if you die 9 times, you can still become a god. There is no higher heaven than the god realm. Even if you die, you will not fall. Ha 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 ha, what a relief. Kill. Although we have been defeated, we have no regrets. Even if I die today, this battle will never end. 138 billion celestial palace beings, we have made note of this debt. I, the Supreme Lord of Heavenly Palace, Wuxin. I am the Supreme Lord of Heavenly Palace, Feng Chen. I am the Supreme Lord of Heavenly Palace, Shi Yu. I, the God General of the Heavenly Palace, have no scales. I am the Martial Consort of the Heavenly Palace, Xianning Xiang. I, the leader of the Tiangong banner, don't ask me. Today, we swear with our martial arts hearts that after 10,000 years, the Heavenly Palace will return to the Supreme Divine Realm. Although we are defeated, the Heavenly Palace is immortal. The cycle of martial arts, another century of fighting. Burst, 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 boom, boom, boom. Between heaven and earth, earth-shaking roars rang out one after another. The horrifying energy impact caused the heaven and earth to shatter, space to be annihilated, and life to perish infinitely. It is bloody, tragic, and even more tragic. The next second, all the images had disappeared and no longer existed, but they had been engraved in Ye Bufan's mind and buried deeply in his memory. Everything seems long, but it is just a moment. In the main hall of the god's tomb, Ye Bufan's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened at this moment. A gleam of light appeared in his eyes. At this time, outside the god's tomb, the solemn voices of the Heavenly Palace members suddenly came. Meet the new palace master. Ye Bufan was stunned by the sudden voice, and then he said sternly through the grain of crystal in his soul, "Since you are the master of the Heavenly Palace, I will accept this battle." Thank you. More than 300,000 Heavenly Palace heroes responded in unison, and said loudly, "We will definitely help you with all our strength." Ye Bufan naturally knew what their full support meant. The peerless inheritance of more than 300,000 heroic spirits in the Heavenly Palace was the greatest help to him. Outside the god's tomb, swish, swish, swish. One after another, the proud heroic spirits turned into a wisp of green smoke and returned to the tomb. Afterwards, above the tomb, crystals of inheritance condensed into shape and floated in the air, waiting for the right people to receive their inheritance. Seeing this scene, Nizi and others were slightly dazed. But at this moment, Ye Bufan's voice was heard in the air, "Ziyi, you guys can start. I hope that when we meet again next time, you will all be saints." After leaving this sentence, Ye Bufan did not respond. In the tomb of God. What do you think? Looking at Ye Bufan who had already stood up, Dao Wuya smiled slightly. What can you feel? Ye Bufan asked back, do you know what I did before I came to Shenwu continent? Dao Wuya couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan continued, it's just killing, revenge, and grabbing territory. This is how I got started. These things are commonplace to me. I'm so familiar with them. They're easy to do. Hearing this, Dao Wuya couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Can this be the same? Ye Bufan spoke again, okay, tell me, what should we do next? Dao Wuya calmed down and said, of course you should accept my inheritance. The first step is to forge a supreme divine body for you. Now you should go to the Sacred Heart Pool first. Sacred Heart Pond. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. However, he had received all the information from the Tiangong headquarters, so he naturally knew where the Sacred Heart Pool was. Immediately, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. With a thought, he appeared next to the Sacred Heart Pool that Dao Wuya mentioned. This is the center of the Tiangong headquarters, located in a bamboo forest on the left side of the central Tiangong. In the center of the bamboo forest is a small lake with a diameter of about 150 meters. Beside the lake stands a 10-meter-high jade stele with the 3 characters Sacred Heart Pool, engraved in a flamboyant manner. Undoubtedly, this is the Sacred Heart Pool that Dao Wuya mentioned. After Ye Bufan arrived, Dao Wuya's shadow also appeared beside him. This is. Looking at the blood-red Sacred Heart Pool in front of him and smelling the thick smell of blood in the air, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. He looked at Dao Wuya and said, Don't tell me that this so-called sacred heart pool is filled with blood. Exactly. Dao Wuya responded with a smile. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Sacred heart pool is such a holy place, why does it look so evil now? Dao Wuya shook his head and said with a smile, little guy, do you know what kind of blood is in this sacred heart pool? What blood? Ye Bufan said instinctively. Forget it, I won't say more. You won't understand anyway if I say too much. You just need to know that the things in this sacred heart pool are priceless treasures. Dao Wuya shook his head and said. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Damn it, aren't you just trying to keep me in suspense? However, Ye Bufan was too lazy to argue with Dao Wuya about this, and directly said, okay, now we are in the sacred heart pond, what should we do next? Call out. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a purple pill flew over from afar. Then the pill floated in front of him. Take it. Dao Wuya spoke. Ye Bufan was stunned, took the purple pill in front of him, looked at it but did not take it directly. Instead, he looked at Dao Wuya puzzled and said, what is this? Medicine. Dao Wuya's simple 2 words made Ye Bufan's mouth twitch. Fuck you, don't I know this is a pill? What I'm asking is, what kind of pill is this? What's it good for? Why do I want to eat this thing? You won't understand if I tell you more. Dao Wuya said with a smile, and then added, you only need to know that this pill can ensure that your soul will not dissipate within 1 month, and you will not die or be destroyed. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. What do you mean? You will understand after eating it. Dao Wuya smiled slightly. Ye Bufan glanced at him and put the pill directly into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, the pill immediately turned into a warm current and flowed into Ye Bufan's soul. At this moment, Ye Bufan felt that his soul was sublimated, just like when a man and a woman have sex. No, it should be said that it was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more pleasurable than sex between a man and a woman. Ye Bufan was even immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. Are you comfortable? But at this moment, Dao Wuya asked with a smile. Comfortable. Ye Bufan said instinctively. Well. Then he was stunned again, then looked at Dao Wuya and said, what do you mean by comfortable or uncomfortable? Are you done yet? When do we start? Immediately. He said the word Dao Wuya, and then slapped Ye Bufan directly with his palm. Ye Bufan's expression changed and he was shocked. Bang! Before he could react, Dao Wuya slapped him on the body. Puff! Ye Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood. What are you doing? At the same time, he glared at Dao Wuya and roared angrily. Not only that, Ye Bufan was horrified to find that although Dao Wuya's palm did not knock him away and seemed not to be heavy, it directly destroyed his cultivation. This fact made Ye Bufan extremely terrified. Don't worry. Dao Wuya smiled and said, I have already told you before, if you want to forge the supreme divine body, the first thing to do is to destroy your physical body. This destruction of cultivation is only the first step, and then the blood, tendons, and flesh will be drained. Go away the blood, break the tendons, shred the flesh, and also, destroy the bones. Dao Wuya's answer shocked Ye Bufan. This was not inheritance at all, this was clearly torture. It would be fine if my cultivation was wasted. This is fucking terrifying. Broken tendons, shredded flesh, and destroyed bones. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Chapter 844, On Fire's Steps to Becoming a Saint. Remove blood, cut tendons, shred flesh, destroy bones. Ye Bufan felt shuddering just thinking about it, it was simply torture. However, when he thought of the awesome supreme divine body that Dao Wuya mentioned, Ye Bufan gritted his teeth again. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a kid. For the sake of the supreme divine body, what does it matter if I suffer a little now? Bring it on. When these 2 words sounded, Ye Bufan simply closed his eyes, as if he was ready to let you do whatever you want. Isn't it just destroying the physical body? I will let you do whatever you want. Seeing this scene, Dao Wuya didn't hesitate at all and immediately slapped out with his palm. His cultivation has been wasted and his tendons are now broken. Bang! With a muffled sound, Dao Wuya's palm landed on Ye Bufan's body. With a puff, Ye Bufan spurted out a mouthful of hot blood. At the same time, he felt a warm current instantly rushing into his body, then penetrating into his tendons and veins, and sweeping across his whole body. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever this force passed, Ye Bufan's tendons and veins broke one by one, and a severe pain came over him. This pain goes deep into the bone marrow. This kind of pain goes straight into the soul. This kind of pain is heart-wrenching. Ah! Ye Bufan couldn't help but let out a roar. His body was trembling slightly, and a trace of cold sweat rolled down his forehead uncontrollably. If it weren't for the fact that Dao Wuya had used some means to stabilize his body, Ye Bufan would have collapsed to the ground at this moment. But even so, Ye Bufan's body was still shaking. Gritting his teeth, he said with a look of pain and difficulty, "Dao Wuya, please hurry up. Cut tendons, drain blood, shred flesh, destroy bones." Ye Bufan now just hopes that all this will end as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Dao Wuya shook his head and said, "Boy, there is no rush. This is to destroy the foundation of your physical body and then rebuild it, not to destroy it directly. So we can only proceed step by step. Just be patient." At last, Dao Wuya added, "Don't worry, you won't die. Your sister." As soon as Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan started cursing. "Can't die. But it hurts." Now Ye Bufan finally understood why Dao Wuya had asked him to take that pill to protect his soul. He had known that if he didn't do this, he would definitely be killed alive. Now, the soul will not die, but the body can be tossed around as it pleases. "Your uncle." Bang! Ye Bufan was thinking in his heart that Dao Wuya's third palm had already attacked and landed on him in an instant. Puff! A mouthful of hot blood spurted out. Bang, bang, bang. Dull sounds continued to ring out from within Ye Bufan's body, causing his body to tremble again and again. "What is this for?" Ye Bufan said with difficulty, enduring the pain. "Destroy the cave." The two words Dao Wuya were said. Ye Bufan was suddenly confused. If possible, at this moment he really wanted to slap Dao Wuya to death with one slap. Bang! At this time, Dao Wuya struck again with a palm. The fourth palm, minced meat. Puff, puff, puff. A force was traveling through Ye Bufan's body like a meat grinder, and wherever it passed, Ye Bufan's body was turned into minced meat. Ye Bufan was in so much pain that he wished he wanted to die immediately, but the elixir he had just taken protected his soul, so he would not die at all and remained absolutely lucid. That is why Ye Bufan endured this pain 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Ye Bufan swore that if he were allowed to choose again, he would rather give up the supreme divine body and the heavenly palace inheritance. This is simply not something a human can endure. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world, and Ye Bufan is destined not to have the chance to choose again. Bang! Dao Wuya struck another palm strike, and Ye Bufan's internal organs were instantly shattered. Then, the sixth palm removes blood. Bang! Dao Wuya's palm fell down, and a blood mist spurted out from Ye Bufan's whole body. His blood spilled all over the ground, and there was no trace of blood on his body anymore. When the blood is gone, the bones will be destroyed. Bang! With one palm strike, all the bones in Ye Bufan's body broke into pieces. At this moment, he had turned into a pool of meat paste. It was only because of Dao Wuya's means that he was able to maintain his human form and stand aside without falling. His body was destroyed, and his face, mouth, nose, ears and mouth were no longer visible. Therefore, Ye Bufan could not make any sound at all, but his soul could still clearly feel the unbearable pain. But at this moment, Dao Wuya stretched out his right hand, and a 9-colored divine crystal instantly appeared in his palm. Ye Bufan clearly felt that the moment this 9-colored divine crystal appeared, the vitality of heaven and earth in the surrounding space, no, it should be said that the elements of heaven and earth, immediately increased hundreds of times. Its intensity is simply terrifying. Ye Bufan had no doubt that if a warrior who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm practiced here, 1 minute would be equivalent to several years outside, and it would not take long for him to enter the stage of soul fusion. This sudden change frightened Ye Bufan so much that he even forgot the heart-wrenching pain. The way is endless and does not stop. Call out. He waved his right hand, and the 9-colored divine crystal in his hand immediately flew out and fell into the sacred heart pool. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire sacred heart pool trembled. Then, at the place where the 9-colored divine crystal fell, a ray of golden light emerged from the blood pool, and then spread wildly around. In just a breath, Ye Bufan hadn't figured out what was going on, and the blood pool in front of him had undergone a drastic change. The originally thick blood turned into a pool of golden liquid, and the originally thick blood energy turned into an alluring fragrance, which made people feel unprecedented comfort just by taking a sniff. This sudden change shocked Ye Bufan. But at this moment, Dao Wuya slowly said, "Boy, now I will teach you a supreme magical power." Well, Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Dao Wuya did not stop. He waved his right hand, and a 9-colored divine light directly penetrated Ye Bufan's body and then merged into his soul. In an instant, Ye Bufan's soul was shaken, and a lot of information instantly appeared in his mind. This was exactly the supreme magical power that Dao Wuya mentioned, called mind. Before Ye Bufan could think more, Dao Wuya spoke again. This magical power has no other use. It can only be used to establish the connection between the soul and the body, and to assist in the reconstruction of the body. Even in the God realm, it is a top-notch magical power. Now that your body is destroyed, if it weren't for the power of the elixir maintaining your soul would have left your body. Therefore, after entering the Sacred Heart Pool, the first thing you need to do is to use this magical power to re-establish the connection between your soul and body. Also, you have to remember that the effect of the elixir can only last for a month, so you only have a month to complete the connection between your physical body and your spirit. You must not slack off during this month. After the physical body and the spirit have established a connection, you can rebuild the physical body. As for how to do it, you just need to follow what the divine power says. After Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned, and then immediately asked, "Hey, what if I can't establish the connection between my body and soul in a month?" "Alright, I will send you into the Sacred Heart Pond now." Dao Wuya ignored Ye Bufan at all. After saying a word, he waved his right hand. "Call out." Ye Bufan's body immediately went towards the Sacred Heart Pool, and then with a plop, he fell into the Sacred Heart Pool. "Your sister." Such a scene made Ye Bufan unable to help but curse. It's a pity that Dao Wuya ignored it completely. "Seal up." As soon as he uttered the word, a barrier suddenly emerged around the Sacred Heart Pool, instantly covering the entire Sacred Heart Pool. "Call." After doing all this, Dao Wuya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his original shadow also dimmed by 3 points. "Boy, it's all up to you from now on," Dao Wuya murmured as he looked at the Sacred Heart Pool. Kangchong Martial Academy, Elders Pavilion. Han Feier, female, 23 years old, in the Divine Yuan realm, from Wangyu City in the Divine Wind Empire. His father, Han Kui, was a 3-star general of the Sky War Department. He died in the Monster and Barbarian battlefield 18 years ago. His mother, Lu Xinue, was a 1-star general of the Sky War Department. She also died in the Monster and Barbarian battlefield 18 years ago. A year after Han Feier was born, Han Kui entrusted her to his eldest brother Han Shin to raise. After the Han couple died in battle, Han Feier continued to live in Han Shin's home. There's nothing unusual about it. After turning 16, Han Feier officially joined the Kangchong War Department and is now the general of the Kangchong War Department. In addition, the reason why Han Feier was promoted to general was actually because she was given a mission in a critical situation. As for the reason, I'm sure all the elders have heard about it. It was all because 3 generals of the Sky Fortress were assassinated some time ago. And the reason why Han Feier was able to become the general of the War Department was also due to Ye Bufan's interference. He deliberately let Han Feier win during the War Department competition. It can be said that the position of general was completely given to Han Feier by Ye Bufan. In addition, during the final God's Tomb assessment in the Gods and Demons Cemetery, Han Feier persisted the longest. Although we don't know what is in the God's Tomb, according to past practice, Han Feier persisted long enough for him to gain great benefits in the God's Tomb. I think this benefit should be the martial arts technique she mentioned. As for the reason why Han Feier was able to refine the essence pill, it should also be related to Ye Bufan. In addition, we have conducted an investigation into all of Han Feier's experiences in the War Department. She was seriously injured 3 times and slightly injured 12 times, but nothing unusual happened. Looking at the more than 10 martial arts elders in front of her, Shui Xinue spoke slowly, and at the end she said, "This is all the information about Han Feier, what do you think, elders?" After Shui Xinue finished speaking, the whole audience fell silent. After a moment, an elder spoke up, "Although there are many problems with her information, they are not serious. As long as we can confirm that she is not colluding with the demons and wild beasts, we can accept all her requests. However, she needs 10 peak saint level warriors to help her achieve sainthood." Did she tell us how to do it specifically? This. Shui Xinue was suddenly speechless. "Xinue, go and bring her over." At this time, an elder in charge suddenly spoke. "Yes, great elder." Shui Xinue responded and left the elders' pavilion directly. 5 minutes later. Are you Han Feier? Looking at Han Feier in front of him, the elder sized her up and asked. The other elders were also looking at her. Yes. Han Feier responded with one word. The great elder spoke slowly. Forgive me for being blunt, but since you have already obtained the inheritance from the god's tomb, it is only a matter of time before you become a saint. Why do you still want to make a deal with my martial academy? The hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable, and the hatred for harming my mother will never be forgotten. I didn't have the chance before, but it's different now. The god's tomb has given me a chance. As long as I am given another 10 years, no, as long as I am given another 5 years, I will definitely be able to become a saint. But that is not enough. The power of one person is limited after all. What's more, I have waited for 18 years and I don't want to wait any longer. Even a minute or a second seems too long to me. So I want to make a deal with you. Help me, and you will also help you. From now on, there will be no more monsters and barbarians on this Shenwu continent. As she spoke, Han Feier clenched her fists together, her eyes filled with hatred. The elders were stunned. The great elder frowned and said, if we agree to your request, how can we help you become a saint? Han Feier said without hesitation, the first step is to have 10 elders who have reached the peak of the saint realm provide me with a steady stream of energy to help me quickly improve my cultivation and impact the divine martial realm. Of course, saint realm elders of other levels can also do so, as long as they have enough energy. The second step is to advance to the divine martial realm and use the divine power of 10 elders at the peak of the holy realm to attack my divine soul. What? As soon as Han Feier finished speaking, all the elders present were shocked, and the great elder said in a deep voice, attack the soul. Do you know what this means? No. After responding, Han Feier continued, if I am not careful, I may be doomed and die, so I ask the 10 elders who have reached the peak of the saint realm to take action. The peak of the sainthood is the strongest in the Shenwu continent. At this level, although they cannot use the soul to attack perfectly, they still have no problem using the power of the soul a little bit. And what I need is an external attack to stimulate my soul, so as to accelerate my perception of the elements and quickly achieve sainthood. After a pause, Han Feier continued, of course, if it were any other martial arts, it would definitely not work, but the martial arts I obtained in the god's tomb are different. As long as the 10 elders who have entered the saint realm are not deliberately trying to harm me, there won't be any problems. I am 100% sure. Of course, if something happens to me, then this martial art will disappear forever. This is a threat. Han Feier's words made the elders present stunned, and then they were relieved. They knew very well that Han Feier was indeed threatening them, but she was also protecting herself. As long as the Martial Arts Academy does not obtain this martial arts secret, it is impossible to harm Han Feier's life. However, Han Feier had originally intended to dedicate this martial arts manual to the human race. The Martial Academy was already grateful to her, so how could they possibly harm her? Obviously, Han Feier was overthinking it. Of course, one must be on guard against others. The elders can completely understand Han Feier's thinking. But is it really like that? Chapter 845 The Blue-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast escapes for the 39th time. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. In the eyes of the elders of Kangchong Martial Academy, there was nothing wrong with Han Feier's words. After all, with Han Feier's cultivation level in the Divine Yuan realm, she could not threaten the strong ones who had entered the Saint realm at all, so the elders of the Martial Academy present naturally would not doubt whether she had ulterior motives. Because we are strong, we are confident. The trust that the elders of the Martial Arts Academy have in Han Feier stems from her own strength. People with great skills are therefore bold. After a brief silence, the elder looked at Han Feier and said, "You go down first. We need to discuss this matter further and give you a reply tomorrow." Yes. Han Feier responded and then turned and left. After Han Feier left, the great elder glanced at the other elders and asked, "What do you think?" The elders were stunned. The great elder continued, "Now let's vote as usual." I agree. I think it's okay. Agree. As soon as the great elder finished speaking, the other elders also expressed their opinions. Without exception, more than a dozen elders all agreed, and naturally passed Han Feier's matter unanimously. In that case, let's contact the Beidou and Tianqi academies. After all, it is not enough to rely solely on our Tianqi Martial Arts Academy to support 10 warriors who have entered the Holy Realm. Looking at the elders, the great elder spoke. Yes. The elders responded and then dispersed. Wangyao Mountains, the ancestral land of the Snow Wolf clan. Run, why don't you run? The Blood Wolf Demon King under Ye Bufan looked at the wounded blue-eyed golden-eyed beast lying on the ground in front of him and shouted angrily, "Damn it, you are an ungrateful beast. If Master Bai hadn't saved your life, would you be alive now? Damn it, you're not grateful, but you've deceived me, Master Bai, over and over again. Do you really think Master Bai won't be willing to kill you? Fuck, tell me, why are you running?" Facing the Snow Wolf Demon King's angry rebuke, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast remained silent and speechless. MLGBZ. The Snow Wolf Demon King was furious. "Your conscience has been eaten by a dog, right? Master Bai saved your life and treated you to delicious food and drinks, and this is how you repay Master Bai, right? Speak, are you dumb? Malagobi." But at this moment, the Green Wolf Demon King beside him suddenly said, "Brother Bai, why waste time talking to him? Just kill him. This guy has run away 38 times since his injury healed. He is not on the same page with us at all. If you let him go this time, Brother Bai, he will definitely run away again next time." Bang! As soon as the Blue Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King gave him a wolf kick. "Kill, kill, kill, all you know is killing. Don't you know that he and Master Bai are destined to be together?" The Green Wolf Demon King turned away and stepped aside. The Snow Wolf Demon King looked at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast again and said earnestly, "Xiao Bai, tell me, what does Master Bai have to do for you to follow Master Bai sincerely? You want essence pill. If you want something, just tell Mr. Bai. With our relationship, it's just a matter of a few words. You want power. Master Bai now controls the 9 wolf tribes, including the Snow Wolf, Blue Wolf, Grey Wolf, Greedy Wolf, and 97 million brothers. If you want power, Master Bai will allocate 5 million wolf tribes for you to manage. It's just a matter of a word. Why don't you say something? How about Master Bai find you a wife? Don't worry, you can choose any girl from my 9 wolf tribes. If you don't like her, Master Bai can catch you a girl from your own blue-eyed and golden-eyed beast tribe tomorrow to warm your bed." What do you mean by being silent? Do you want to piss Mr. Bai off to death? Bai, Master Bai. But at this moment, an anxious voice suddenly came from a distance, and a Snow Wolf ran hurriedly to the Snow Wolf Demon King. "Master Bai, no, it's not good." "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The Snow Wolf Demon glared at the other party and said unhappily, "Look at your behavior. Can you be a bit promising? With our current strength, we are not afraid of the demon god coming. Why are you panicking?" "No, it isn't." The Snow Wolf in front of him said something anxiously. "The 4 tribes of Golden Armored Barbarian Bull, Fiery Demon Ape, Purple Gold Dragon Snake, and Black Wind Black Tiger are coming from the southwest, saying they want to fight us to the death." "What?" The Snow Wolf Demon King exclaimed in shock and became furious. "Who gave them the courage? Don't they want to live?" "No, it's not." The Snow Wolf in front of him said tremblingly. "They said we went too far. Since we won't let them live, they will have no choice but to fight us to the death. Damn it, I just dug up a few of their local treasures, is it necessary for them to do that?" The Snow Wolf Demon King shouted angrily. In an instant, the Green Wolf Demon King, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, and the Snow Wolf beside him were all ashamed. "How many of their treasures did you dig up? You bastard, you are just plucking the feathers of the passing geese, leaving no grass behind, and even the newly grown sprouts of the earth treasure are not spared. And this is just a matter of digging a few plants of the earth treasure from others." Without waiting for the 3 demon beasts to think, the Snow Wolf Demon King said angrily, "Since they are looking for death, then Master Bai will not be polite and will just kill them directly. Walk." As soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King rushed out with all 4 hooves. Upon seeing this, the Blue Wolf Demon King immediately looked at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and asked anxiously, "Master Bai, what should we do with this guy?" "Leave him alone." The Snow Wolf Demon King said, "He has already run away 38 times. If he runs away again, Master Bai will break his 4 legs and see how he can run again. Let's go." After saying this, the Snow Wolf Demon King left immediately. The other 2 wolves followed closely. 3 minutes later. Swoosh! The blue-eyed and golden-eyed beast suddenly stood up, and without any hesitation, he immediately rushed towards the outside of the Wangyao mountain range. He completely ignored the threat from the Snow Wolf Demon King. Moreover, even though it had failed 38 times, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast still did not give up. Hundreds of meters away, Master Bai, this guy ran away again. The Blue Wolf Demon King stood beside the Snow Wolf Demon King and said angrily as he watched the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast running away. At this moment, the two Wolf Kings were followed by two giant wolves of huge size, one white and one blue. The white one is the chief of the Snow Wolf clan, the demon goddess Snow Princess in the divine martial realm. The blue one is the patriarch of the Green Wolf clan, Qing Kui, the demon god in the divine martial realm. Two great masters of the divine martial realm, the wolf demon god. Snort. Looking at the fleeing blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, the Snow Wolf Demon King snorted coldly and said, "This is the 39th time. This time, Master Bai wants to see what you, this untamable beast, are up to." As soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King transformed into a middle-aged man. Swoosh. Then he jumped up and sat directly on the back of demon goddess Shuiji, saying, "Shuiji, follow quietly and don't let him find out." During this period, the Snow Wolf Demon King was doing very well in the Wangyao mountain range. Not only did he improve his cultivation from the Guiyuan realm to the 9-star Divine Yuan, which was one step away from the Zhoutian realm, he also used his deceptive methods to recruit the 9 wolf tribes, including the 9 wolf demon gods like Shuiji and Qing Kui. With the cultivation level of Divine Yuan realm, he controls 9 demon gods and nearly 100 million members of 9 wolf tribes. It has to be said that the Snow Wolf Demon King is definitely a demon talent, and his ability to deceive people has long been superb. Swoosh. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the demon goddess Snow Princess carried him and followed the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Afterwards, the Green Wolf Demon King and the demon god Qing Kui also followed. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast didn't know that the so-called attack of the 4 demon tribes was just a rhetoric, and he didn't know that the Snow Wolf Demon King was following him. At this moment, he ran away quickly without stopping at all. After half a day, he had already left the Wangyao mountain range, and then he rushed towards the central fortress among the 4 fortresses controlled by the Sky War Department. On the ground, the blue-eyed and golden-eyed beast was running rapidly. In the sky, 4 demon wolves followed closely and monitored the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast's every move from hundreds of meters away. What does this guy want to do? Looking at the direction where the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was going, the Snow Wolf Demon King frowned, looking stunned. The Blue Wolf Demon King said, "Brother Bai, he seems to be going to the human fortress. You want me to tell you? Can't I see it?" The Snow Wolf Demon King shouted angrily, then murmured, "What is this guy doing in the human fortress?" The next second, the Snow Wolf Demon King said in a stern voice, "Shuiji, stop him for me." Swoosh. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the demon god Snow Princess's speed increased dramatically. Bang! In a brief moment, Shuiji had already landed on the ground and stood in front of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. The demon god Qing Kui also landed in front of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast a step later, carrying the Blue Wolf Demon King. Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King jumping off Shuiji, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast couldn't help but be stunned. "Me what?" The Snow Wolf Demon King sneered and said, "Isn't it strange that I didn't go to deal with the 4 major demon tribes but appeared here instead?" The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was stunned for a moment, then gritted its teeth and said, "You are setting a trap for me. There is no such thing as the 4 great demon tribes attacking us." "Nonsense." The Snow Wolf Demon King shouted, "Now that the 9 wolf tribes of mine have united as one, we are of the same blood and we can destroy them in a matter of minutes with our strength. Not to mention that Master Bai has plundered all the treasures in their territory. Even if Master Bai wants to eat them, they will have to come to Master Bai and let him eat them. Do you think they dare to resist under such circumstances? Are you looking for my wolf tribe to fight to the death? They also need to have this ability. But you." As he spoke, the Snow Wolf Demon King sneered and said, "Tell me, what are you doing in the human fortress?" Snort. The blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast snorted coldly and stopped talking, with an attitude of whatever you want to do. After all, he was powerless to resist the 2 demon gods. The Snow Wolf Demon King frowned and asked tentatively, "Are you a spy of the human race?" The blue-eyed and golden-eyed beast ignored it. The Snow Wolf Demon King frowned more and more, thought for a moment, and said, "Do you know who my master is?" The blue-eyed and golden-eyed beast was stunned. The Snow Wolf Demon King continued, "My master is the young commander of the Flying Dragon Army, the commander of the 7 Killings Army, and now the master of the 7 Killings Fortress, the human race, Ye Bufan." Boom. In an instant, the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast's body shook. You. Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, he was shocked, horrified, and a little bit unbelievable. Tell me, are you a spy from the human race lurking in the demon race? The Snow Wolf Demon King ignored him. The blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast hesitated slightly. After thinking about it, he realized that if he couldn't return to the human race's war department, hiding his identity would be useless. He might as well trust the Snow Wolf Demon King once and take a gamble. So, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast said, "My master is Ze Ganhao, the former general of the Kangchong Fortress War Department." Ze Ganhao. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Isn't he dead?" "Yes. Then why did you return to the human race?" "I have important news that I must tell the Sky War Department." "What news?" "This." The blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast hesitated slightly. "Why, you can't tell me." The Snow Wolf Demon King frowned. "Now that things have come to this, there is nothing to hide. Han Feier, a 5-star general of the Sky War Department, is the daughter of the fire demon god of the demon clan, and her name is Murphy." The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast did not hide it. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Han Feier, the 5-star general of the War Department, and Li Huo's immortal daughter, Murphy. "Yes. You ran 38 times just to tell the Sky War Department this news." "Yes. Your sister." In an instant, the Snow Wolf Demon King was in a mess and even more crazy. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" If he had known this would happen, would the Snow Wolf Demon King have captured the green-eyed golden-eyed beast 38 times in a row? Not at all. The blue-eyed and golden-eyed beast was also in a mess. If he had known that the Snow Wolf Demon King also belonged to the human camp, would he have had to run 38 times in a row? No need at all. In the final analysis, whether it is the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast or the Snow Wolf Demon King, the identities of both of them cannot be made public. In the eyes of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, if the Snow Wolf Demon King knew his identity, would he still bribe him? He would definitely kill him directly to clear himself of the relationship. In the eyes of the Snow Wolf Demon King, if the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast knew his identity and it was accidentally leaked, he would not be able to stay in the Wangyao mountain range in the future. You know, to this day, the only ones who know the identities of the 3 demons are the Divine Martial Realm clan leaders of the 9 wolf tribes. This is a huge misunderstanding. Chapter 846 Han Feier, the daughter of the fire demon god. The battlefield of monsters and barbarians, above the wilderness. The Snow Wolf Demon King and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast looked at each other, and there was nothing but confusion in their eyes. After a moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King slowly said, "Let's go. Master Bai will accompany you to the human fortress." Although the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast said that he was the war pet of the human general Ze Ganhao, the Snow Wolf Demon King would not completely believe it. After all, the matter was of great importance. If the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast was lying, then if he let it escape, his identity would not be hidden anymore. In this way, not to mention anything else, he would never be able to go back to Wangyao Mountains. The Snow Wolf Demon King would naturally not allow such a thing to happen. In this situation, going to the human fortress with the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast is undoubtedly the best choice. If what he said is true, then it would be the best. If what he said is false, then just kill him directly. Faced with the Snow Wolf Demon King's proposal, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast naturally understood his intention, so he did not refuse at all. After all, everything he said was true. However, since we are heading to the human fortress together, we naturally cannot go there in a swagger. So whether it was the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast or the 4 demons of the Snow Wolf Demon King, they all transformed into human form and put on black robes, at least so that no one could see their faces, not even the members of the human race's combat department. After all, no one knew if there were any demon race spies in the combat department. A safe bet is a safe bet. The Snow Wolf Demon King and other 5 demon beasts dressed in black robes went to the human front line, but they did not enter the central fortress of the Sky War Department directly. Instead, they followed the instructions of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and went to a dense forest near the central fortress. Then Qing Kui, one of the 2 demon gods, went to the fortress to invite Su Mo, the commander of the war department, to this dense forest. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast did this for only one purpose, and that was to avoid alerting the enemy. After all, Han Feier doesn't know that her identity has been exposed yet. In this way, the war department might be able to take advantage of this matter. The blue-eyed and golden-eyed beast didn't know that Han Fire's matter was extremely urgent. Tianqi Martial Arts Academy, Elders Pavilion. The one day mentioned by the Great Elder has passed, and now, the elders who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm from the Beidou and Kangchong Martial Arts Academy have also arrived at the Tianqi Martial Arts Academy. In the Elders' Pavilion, the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm from the 3 martial arts academies gathered together. Although there are only 10 people in front of them, they definitely represent half of the peak combat power of the human race. After all, there are only 24 known peak warriors in the Saint Realm in the entire human race. There are 12 people from the 3 major martial arts academies, 1 from each of the 8 top families, and the rest are Ye Bufan, Hao Peng, Qin Heihuan, and Zhen Weiwei. Although Qian Duoduo is also at the peak of the Saint Realm, he is actually already at the Soul Fusion stage, and can even fly. As for what level he has reached, no one knows except Qian Duoduo himself. At this moment, the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm formed a circle, with Han Feier sitting in the center. All 11 people sat cross-legged. Looking at Han Feier, the great elder of Tianqi Martial Academy asked, "Can we start?" "Can." Han Feier closed her eyes immediately after she said these 2 words. The 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm looked at each other, and without the slightest hesitation, they pointed their hands towards Han Feier, and then a tremendous amount of Yuan power surged out. The Yuan power of the top 10 warriors who have entered the Holy Realm is so terrifying that in just a breath of time, Han Feier's Yuan power has condensed into. Feeling the vast energy around her body, Han Feier did not stop and directly practiced the Tianyan Gai Ju, madly devouring the energy around her body. This is plunder, not absorption. If you have never practiced the Tianyan Gai Ju, you will never be able to understand the horror of this martial art. The moment Han Feier activated the Tianyan Gai Ju, the energy around her was instantly devoured. This scene shocked the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. This speed is simply outrageous. Because of this, they began to believe that Han Feier had really achieved sainthood through this step. Without any hesitation, the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm continued to infuse their energy into Han Feier. What is a saint? Once they enter the Holy Realm, they begin to comprehend the elements of heaven and earth. As powerful beings in the Holy Realm, their energy naturally contains the purest elements of heaven and earth. The elements of heaven and earth are far beyond the reach of the vital energy of heaven and earth. Naturally, the speed of cultivation by absorbing the elements of heaven and earth is much faster than the speed of cultivation by absorbing the vital energy of heaven and earth. It's a pity that other people's energy cannot be directly absorbed and refined by oneself for the purpose of cultivation. But the Tianyan Gai Ju is different. The heaven and earth are unified and can refine all things. Not to mention the vital energy of a saint, even the physical body of a saint can be refined by the Tianyan Gai Ju. It was also for this reason that Han Feier's cultivation level experienced a blowout improvement at this moment. In just 3 hours, Han Feier had already entered the Zhodian realm from the Shenyuan realm. After 2 revolutions of the heaven, 3 revolutions of the heaven, 4 revolutions of the heavens, the speed of the breakthrough was so fast that it was frightening. Even the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm widened their eyes. At this speed, Han Feier could definitely advance from Shenyuan to Zhodian and then from Zhodian to Shenwu within a day. One day, Shenyuan entered Shenwu. What is the concept of this? Everything has overturned the 10 elders' cognition and worldview. They were shocked, horrified, and incredulous, but mostly excited. The Divine Tomb martial arts is truly heaven-defying. With this martial arts secret, there is no need to worry about the human race not becoming stronger. Monsters. Savage beasts. As long as the human race is given a little time, there will no longer be the demon and barbarian races on the Shenwu continent from now on. In the demon battlefield, in the central fortress of the Sky War Department, the room where Commander Sumo is located. Who? Looking at the black-robed man who suddenly pushed the door open and then closed the door in front of him, Sumo stood up suddenly and looked at the other party with a wary expression. The man in black robe did not answer directly, but took off the black robe hat that was hiding his face. Demon race, demon god. Looking at the green demonic patterns on the black-robed man's face, Sumo was slightly stunned, then frowned again and said, "Why did the demon god of the demon race come to our human fortress?" "Nothing. I am taking you to meet an old friend under the order of Mr. Bai." Qing Kui smiled and said. Sumo frowned again. "Mr. Bai. Old friend. Who is it? You'll know when you see it. What if I don't go? Then you will be the one who regrets it. Mr. Bai and your old friend are waiting for you in the dense forest southwest of the fortress. Remember, it's best not to let others know after you come. Without paying much attention to Sumo, Qing Kui left after leaving a word. Looking at Qing Kui who had already left, Sumo frowned. Qing Kui's inexplicable words made Sumo confused, but she was sure that Qing Kui had no ill intentions. After all, Qing Kui's strength in the divine martial realm was not something Sumo could contend with. After hesitating for a moment, Sumo walked out of the room and left the central fortress alone. The dense forest where the Snow Wolf Demon King and his entourage are located. I didn't expect that the commander of the Sky War Department is such a beauty. Looking at Sumo who came alone in front of him, the Snow Wolf Demon King said with a smile. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Sumo's face darkened and he spoke sternly. The Snow Wolf Demon King was suddenly embarrassed. Commander Su, do you still remember me? At this time, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast on the side suddenly spoke. You. Sumo glanced at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and frowned instinctively. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast immediately took off the hat on its head. Blue eyes. Sumo was startled at once, and then said happily, you are still alive. I thought. Fortunately, Mr. Bai rescued me, so I survived. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast said with a wry smile. Master Bai. Sumo was stunned, but didn't care too much. He just asked, by the way, since you are still alive, why did you come back now? This. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast looked embarrassed. The Snow Wolf Demon King said, human beauty, blame me for this. This guy ran away 38 times, and I caught him 38 times. However, this is purely a misunderstanding. I didn't know before that he was going to run out and tip you off. You. Sumo glanced at the Snow Wolf Demon King, frowned and asked, who are you? My name is Wolf Xiao Bai, you can just call me Master Bai. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, and then said, by the way, my master is Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan. Sunmo was suddenly shocked. Yes, yes, yes. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, I was recruiting soldiers for my master in the Wangyao mountain range, and I happened to meet this guy, so I rescued him. I originally wanted to use him for my own use, but who would have thought that this guy would be so unkind and actually ran away 38 times in a row. Now, I found out today that he wanted to come to you to tip you off, so I came with him. The Snow Wolf Demon King's words made Sumo's mouth twitch. At this moment, there was only one word left in her mind, chaos. Demon Snow Wolf. Recruiting troops for Ye Bufan in Wangyao Mountains. What is this rhythm? Commander Su, let's not talk about this for now. I have something very important to tell you. But at this moment, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast spoke. What? Sumo asked instinctively. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast did not hesitate, nor did it hide the truth. Han Feier, the 4-star or 5-star general of your Kangchong War Department, is the daughter of the Lihuo demon god of the demon clan. Chapter 847, Heaven and Earth Dragnet, report to the Martial Academy. Han Feier, daughter of the fire demon god, Murphy. The words of the jade-eyed golden-eyed beast shocked Sumo. She widened her eyes and was stunned for a moment. It was not until a few seconds later that Sumo came back to her senses. She looked at the jade-eyed golden-eyed beast and said in horror. Are you telling the truth? It's absolutely true. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast said firmly, this was admitted by the demon king of the demon clan in front of me. There is no doubt about it. If I hadn't been rescued by Master Bai in the Wangyao mountain range that day, this matter would have remained a secret forever. After a pause, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast continued, Commander Su, I even suspect that the assassination of the master and the other 3 generals was done by her. After hearing what the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast said, Sumo's heart was even more shaky. When the 3 generals of the War Department were assassinated overnight, Sumo and dozens of other generals who had achieved the level of 5-star generals were the main suspects. However, after Duo's investigation, he found out that they were not talents borrowed from the demon clan, so he gave up the idea. Until now, the assassination of the 3 generals of the War Department remains a mystery. But now, if Han Feier is really a demon, then everything makes sense. But how did she transform from a demon to a human? In addition to borrowing the orifices of a human being, are there any other ways for the demons to transform into humans? Sumo didn't know these, but if Han Feier was really the daughter of the Lihuo demon god, then this problem would be serious. You know, Han Feier is now a general in the War Department. The most important thing is that when doing the final God's Tomb assessment in the God and Demon Cemetery that day, Han Feier persisted the longest. It is very likely that she has obtained the peerless inheritance in the God's Tomb. So, with this thought in mind, Sumo immediately said, I will go back and capture her now. Commander Su, why don't we take advantage of her and make good use of her identity? The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast looked at Sumo and suggested. No, Sumo shook his head. If it were in the past, she might have considered the proposal of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, but now, as it involves the inheritance of the God's Tomb, Sumo will not allow any accidents to happen. That's right. Then, Sumo looked at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and said, your identity has been exposed. What are your plans for the future? Otherwise come back to the War Department with me. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, I am still a demon. Human life is not suitable for me after all. What's more, my master is gone. I'd better go back to the Demon Mountain Range. Sumo was stunned, then looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, okay. Ha ha ha. At this time, the Snow Wolf Demon King laughed loudly and said, Xiao Bai, that's right. Don't worry, follow Master Bai and I promise you will have good food and drink in the future. When we go back this time, Master Bai will find you a wife first. When the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, all the big demon beasts and Sumo present couldn't help but shudder in shame. Sumo was too lazy to bother with the Snow Wolf Demon King. He looked directly at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and said, take care, then. So does Commander Su. The blue-eyed and golden-eyed beast responded. Goodbye. After leaving 2 words, Sumo left. Let's go too. Seeing that Sumo had left, the blue-eyed and golden-eyed beast looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and the 4 demons. The Snow Wolf Demon King nodded, and then said, by the way, Xiaobi, we are now a team. Tell me, is there anyone in the green-eyed golden-eyed beast clan that you have a good relationship with? For example, do you have any brothers or sisters? Or your parents? It would be best if they are powerful in the green-eyed clan. Why are you asking this? The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was stunned and asked in confusion. Ha ha. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled awkwardly and said, it's nothing. If there is any, we can go visit him some other day and exchange some feelings. The Snow Wolf Demon King said this, and the Green Wolf Demon King, Qing Kui, and Bai Ji were all in a state of confusion. Needless to say, this guy has set his sights on the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast clan again. The demon battlefield and the Sky Fortress. Sumo came flying from a distance and landed directly in the Sky Fortress. After bidding farewell to the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and its entourage in the dense forest, Sumo did not return to the central fortress but came directly to the Sky Fortress. After all, Han Feier's matter was too important. Seeing Sumo's sudden arrival, all the members of the combat unit around her were stunned, and then they knelt on one knee and said, Greetings, Commander. No thanks. Sumo waved his hand and asked, where is your General Han now? Well, all the members of the combat department were stunned. One of them said, reporting to the commander, the general left again after returning from the God and Demon Cemetery. It has been several days now. What? Sumo exclaimed immediately, and then asked, did she say where she was going? The member of the War Department hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, the general didn't say that. Damn it. Sumo immediately scolded her, and then asked, did anyone see which direction she went? All the members of the combat department looked at each other. Sumo's expression darkened, and he shouted, when she left, didn't anyone see whether she was heading to the Wangyao Mountains or the territory of our human race? Reporting to the commander, I saw the general going to our tribe's territory. Someone said immediately. Are you sure? Sumo looked at the other party and asked. Sure. That's good. Sumo groaned. In her opinion, as long as Han Feier had not fled to the Wangyao Mountains, there was still time. Then Sumo glanced at the people in front of him and said sternly, military order, from now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to speak, and you are not allowed to say a word to anyone else. Otherwise, you will be killed. Buzz. Sumo's words made the dozen or so members of the combat department present tremble, but they did not dare to neglect it. Yes. More than a dozen members of the combat department shouted in unison. Sumo no longer paid attention to them, but shouted, "All the warriors in the Sky Fortress, come to where I am at the moment." Sumo's words shook the heaven and earth, and instantly echoed throughout the entire Sky Fortress. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 13 figures rushed over, instantly came in front of Sumo, and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Commander." Sumo glanced at the 13 people and asked, "Who has the highest military rank among you?" The 13 people were stunned. One of them looked up at Sumo and said, "Reporting to the commander, I am Feng Kun, a 4-star general, the highest rank in the fortress." Feng Kun. Sumo glanced at the other party and said, "From now on, until your general returns, I order you to temporarily take over the position of general and command this war zone." This. Sumo's words stunned everyone present, especially the 4-star general Feng Kun. "This is a military order, execute it." Looking at Feng Kun, Sumo shouted. "Yes." Feng Kun responded in a deep voice. Sumo spoke again. "I order you to take command of the entire Kangchong war zone immediately and completely block the battle line. From now on, your defense line will be the boundary. No one is allowed to enter the demon battlefield, not even soldiers, generals, or even generals. Anyone who breaks in will be killed at all costs, regardless of the reason or identity. Also, notify all the corps on the battlefield and have them fully assist the War Department in carrying out this mission. Just tell them what I said. As long as they cooperate, the War Department will definitely benefit from them afterwards. But if anyone dares to pretend to obey, or directly refuses to cooperate, then afterwards, I will make sure that he has no place to stay in this demon battlefield. I will do what I say. In short, from now on, no matter what means you use, you must defend the line to the death. No matter if you are human, demon, or wild beast, you are not allowed to enter but not leave. If anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. But if you let someone enter the demon battlefield, I will hold you accountable." Clear. Feng Kun was stunned and said, "I understand." Sumo, execute. Feng Kun, yes. Then Sumo took another look at the dozen or so members of the War Department and ordered Feng Kun, also, send another 200 people to me to escort them to the central fortress. Remember, they are my brothers in the War Department and have done nothing wrong, so you are not allowed to embarrass them on the way. However, if anyone dares to speak, even a single word, he will be killed on the spot without reporting it. Buzz. Sumo's words made the dozen or so members of the combat team tremble. At this moment, they didn't understand that Sumo's orders were all directed at Han Feier, but she didn't target Han Feier directly on the surface. And detaining them was also to prevent them from letting the cat out of the bag. Yes. Feng Kun did not hesitate at all and responded in a deep voice. Sumo spoke again. "Also, if your general comes back to the fortress, tell her to come see me immediately. As a general of the War Department, if she leaves her post without permission, I have no use for her." After leaving a few words, Sumo left immediately, leaving behind Feng Kun and other confused generals of the War Department, and more than a dozen trembling members of the War Department. Sumo didn't care about this at all. After leaving the Sky Fortress, Sumo went to the other 2 fortresses in person. Without exception, she issued orders to blockade the front lines. Not only that, Sumo also contacted the other 80 commanders of the War Department. In a word, the War Department has completely blocked the area, and from now on, no one is allowed to leave the human territory. Of course, its real intention and purpose is just to prevent Han Feier from escaping from the human race. Afterwards, Sumo reported to the 3 major martial arts academies. After all, the War Department can only block the battlefield defense line to prevent Han Feier from leaving, and to search for or even capture Han Feier in the human territory, they can only rely on the martial arts academy. The net is so tight that Han Feier can't escape even if she has wings. Chapter 848 Exposed. The 81st Commander gave the order. The human border front is blocked. For a moment, the entire demon battlefield was in turmoil. Both members of the combat department and non-combat department were on edge. Everyone felt that something big was about to happen. After all, the combat department's current formation was unprecedented. But no one knew what exactly happened, only the 81 commanders knew. Han Feier, daughter of the fire demon god. This news was reported to the Martial Academy by 81 commanders. After all, if one wanted to secretly search and capture the human race throughout the territory, they could only rely on the 3 major martial arts academies. Moreover, the matter was of great importance, and the War Department did not dare to slack off in the slightest. After all, no one knew why Han Fair suddenly left the War Department and entered the heartland of the human race. Extremely urgent. Speed is of the essence in war. Everything happened silently. Tianqi Martial Arts Academy, Elders Pavilion. In just one day, Han Fire's cultivation level soared all the way, and she advanced directly from the Shenyuan realm to the Shenwu realm. The speed was so fast that it was no exaggeration to say that she made great progress every day. Reaching the pinnacle of sainthood, becoming the most powerful god. The 10 elders of the Martial Academy who have reached the peak of the saint realm are the ones who look down on all living beings on the Shenwu continent, but at this moment they were also shocked by Han Fire's breakthrough speed. Although this was due to their full support, if it were anyone else, they would not be able to do this even with their help. All in all, it was because Han Fire obtained the amazing martial arts secret in the God's tomb. The inheritance of the God's tomb is indeed against the will of heaven. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the saint realm still found it a little hard to believe. But facts are facts after all. What's more, for the human race, this is definitely an unprecedented good thing. With this martial art, if the human race can create one Han Fire, they can create a second, third, fourth, fifth, and even more Han Fires. In this way, the human race cannot be weak even if they want to. That is why, at this moment, the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the saint realm were filled with shock and excitement. The human race is bound to rise. The two tribes of demons and barbarians are bound to be at a disadvantage. A new era is coming. That is why the 10 elders were so excited. On the other hand, after Han Fire advanced to the divine martial arts and condensed her soul, she did not stop for the moment. My elders, my soul has stabilized. Let's begin. The next step is soul power impact. Have you thought it through? In response to Han Fire's words, the Grand Elder of Tianqi Martial Arts Academy confirmed again. Matters of the spirit and soul are of great importance. I've thought about it. Han Fire looked determined. The younger generation has absolute confidence in Tianyan, and also in themselves. Then let's get started. Since Han Fire has said so, the 10 elders who have reached the peak of the saint realm will naturally not refuse. Moreover, compared to before, the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the saint realm had complete faith in Han Fire, or in other words, they had complete faith in the inheritance of the divine tomb. The inheritance of the God's tomb is absolutely against the will of heaven. Although there are certain risks when it comes to the soul, since one can enter the divine martial arts in one step, why not enter the sainthood in one step? What's more, entering the sainthood itself has risks. Even if Han Fire doesn't do this, she will also have accidents and the risk of falling if she relies on herself to enter the sainthood in the future. Start. As soon as the elder of Tianqi Martial Arts Academy finished speaking, Han Fire closed her eyes and released her soul. Seeing this scene, the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the saint realm looked at each other, and then they did not hesitate and released their soul power in almost an instant. The soul is the foundation of all living things. Whether it is for Han Fire or the 10 elders, the soul is their most vulnerable part. However, compared to Han Fire, the souls of the 10 elders who have entered the peak of the saint realm are more powerful and more solid. But this is not the point. At this moment, when it comes to the soul, the 10 elders dare not be careless at all. They only released a tiny bit of soul power. Compared with them, this bit is less than 1/10,000th of their own soul. This was because the 10 elders were worried that if they used too much soul power at once, it would directly severely damage Han Fire's soul, or even kill Han Fire accidentally. A safe bet is a safe bet. Be careful, you can never go wrong. The moment the soul power of the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the saint realm enveloped Han Fire's soul, Han Fire's body shook violently. The touch of the soul, even a light touch, would instantly amplify this feeling 100 times or even 1,000 times, not to mention that the soul was enveloped by soul power at this moment. But soon, Han Fire got used to this feeling. Elders, this is not enough. Please strengthen your soul power. The next second, Han Fire spoke to the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the saint realm through her mind. The 10 elders were stunned, but did not refuse. They continued to strengthen the release of their own soul power. 1 in 10,000. 0.2%. 3,000ths. The soul power of the 10 elders who have reached the peak of the saint realm continued to increase under Han Fire's instruction, and at the same time, they were also constantly approaching Han Fire's own limit of maturity. Time passes by every second. Tianchi Martial Arts Academy, Dean's office. What did you say? Looking at Sumo's figure in the image of the mother-child true essence stone in front of her, Shui Xinue stood up suddenly. Her pupils shrank and she said in surprise, 81 War Department, your General Han Feier of the Sky War Department is the daughter of the Lihuo demon god of the demon clan. Yes. Sumo had a trace of shame on his face. This is my fault in the Kangchong War Department, but now is not the time to think about this. Now my 81st War Department has completely blocked the border of my tribe, but Han Feier has already entered the heartland of my tribe, and now she is nowhere to be found, so my War Department would like to ask the 3 major martial arts academies to search for and capture Han Feier. Shui Xinue was shocked when she heard this, and then she raised her brows and said, does your War Department have any evidence to prove that Han Feier is a member of the demon race? The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast, the war pet of my former general who was lurking in the demon tribe, has just returned. It was he who personally identified Han Feier. Sumo said solemnly. Boom. At this moment, Sumo's heart was shaken violently. Not good. The next second, she exclaimed again. What's wrong? Seeing this scene, Sumo was slightly puzzled. Shui Xinue didn't hesitate at all and disappeared on the spot. Sumo was stunned when he saw this scene through the mother and child true essence stone, and was a little confused about the situation. Sumo was puzzled. Shui Xinue was very anxious. Han Feier is the daughter of the Lihuo demon god of the demon race. How could Han Feier be the daughter of the Lihuo demon god? You know, they had previously investigated Han Feier's information thoroughly and there was no problem at all. Moreover, the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm also investigated Han Feier and found that she was not a demon who had become an adult through borrowing the power of a demon. But now, Shui Xinue believed that as the commander-in-chief of the War Department, Sumo would never deceive her, let alone play such a joke. But in this case, if Han Feier was a member of the human race, then her previous request would not be a problem at all, but if she was a member of the demon race, it would be different. Did Han Feier really just want to borrow the help of 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm to help her enter the Saint Realm? It's impossible. Doesn't the demon race have any powerful people who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm? If Han Feier really just wanted to reach the Holy Realm, she could have sought help from the demon clan. But she didn't. She relies on the human race to help her achieve sainthood, and those humans are 10 peak saints at that. There must be some unknown reasons behind this. Han Feier must have other intentions. Of course, it is also possible that he was overthinking it, and Han Feier did this just to increase her weight in the human race, but Shui Xinue no longer had the time, and even less interest, to speculate on Han Feier's intentions. There are 10 elders who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm. This is nearly half of the peak combat power of the human race. No accidents must occur, otherwise Shui Xinue cannot even imagine the consequences. Call out. In a flash, Han Feier arrived at the entrance of the Elders' Pavilion of the Wu Academy. This is a 5-story building, more than 10 meters high. Shui Xinue didn't hesitate at all. She'd put her hands on the door and wanted to push it open. But she gave up the next second. She was not clear about the current situation in the Elders' Pavilion. If she rushed in rashly, she might severely injure the 10 elders. With this thought in mind, Shui Xinue stood outside the Elders' Pavilion, urged her soul power, and shouted, Elders, news has come from the War Department that Han Feier is the daughter of the Lihuo demon god of the demon clan. Please stop all actions immediately. Chapter 849. One of the 10 great demon lords, Sky Fox Demon Lord Murphy. Tianchi Martial Academy, Elders Pavilion. 4 in 10,000. 5 in 10,000. 6 in 10,000. 16 in 10,000, 17 in 10,000, 18 in 10,000. The soul power released by the 10 elders who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm in the 3 martial arts academies has reached 18 10,000ths of their own. The 10 elders added up have a soul power of 180,000 100,000ths of the peak of the Saint Realm. This soul power intensity is almost reaching the limit of what Han Feier can bear. But Han Feier still persisted. But at this moment, Shui Xinue's shouting suddenly came from outside the Elders' Pavilion. Elders, news has come from the War Department that Han Feier is the daughter of the Lihuo demon god of the demon clan. Please stop all actions immediately. Elders, news has come from the War Department that Han Feier is the daughter of the Lihuo demon god of the demon clan. Please stop all actions immediately. Elders, news has come from the War Department that Han Feier is the daughter of the Lihuo demon god of the demon clan. Please stop all actions immediately. Elders, news has come from the War Department that Han Feier is the daughter of the Lihuo demon god of the demon clan. Please stop all actions immediately. Elders, news has come from the War Department that Han Feier is the daughter of the Lihuo demon god of the demon clan. Please stop all actions immediately. Shui Xinue shouted 5 times in a row, but her voice showed no sign of stopping at all. It seemed like she wouldn't give up until she achieved her goal. Of course, this is true. The matter was of great importance, and Shui Xinue did not dare to slack off at all. If she had not taken the safety of the 10 elders into consideration, Shui Xinue would have forced her way in by now. But it doesn't matter at this moment. Boom. The moment Shui Xinue's voice was heard, the hearts of the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm trembled violently. Han Feier, the daughter of the fire demon god. This piece of information sent a chill down the spines of the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. At this moment, Han Feier's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a trace of anger and ferocity instantly appeared on her face. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm were all shocked. Quick, withdraw your soul power. The Grand Elder of Tianqi Martial Academy exclaimed. At this moment, how could they not see that all this was a trap? Unfortunately, it's too late. Want to run? Han Feier snorted coldly. Originally, she planned to wait until the soul power released by the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm reached her limit before taking action. After all, the more soul power released by the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm, the greater her chances of success would be. But now, at this moment, Han Feier can no longer care about so many things. If she doesn't take action, then all she has done before will be in vain. The secret of heaven's evolution returning to oneness. In an instant, Han Feier started to practice martial arts. The evolution of nature returns to one, and can refine all things. This domineering martial art can even refine and devour the heaven and earth, let alone the mere soul power of a saint. Huff, huff, huff. The moment Han Feier activated the heaven's evolution return to oneness technique, the soul power released by the 10 peak elders who had entered the Saint Realm was instantly devoured by her. Not only that, at this moment, the soul power released by the 10 peak elders who had entered the Saint Realm seemed to closely connect their respective souls with Han Feier. Not only were they unable to retract their own soul power, but their own soul power also continued to surge out and was then devoured by Han Feier unscrupulously. Moreover, this release and swallowing cannot be controlled at all, let alone stopped. Such a scene shocked the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm and made them feel deeply terrified. If this continues, their souls will eventually be devoured by Han Feier. At that time, even if they are peak saints, they will have no way out. Cut off the soul thoughts. When he thought of this, the great elder of Tianqi Martial Academy shouted loudly. If you don't hesitate to make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. Puff. In an instant, the Grand Elder of Tianqi Martial Academy took the lead in forcibly cutting off his own soul thoughts. As a result, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Bang. Afterwards, the Great Elder of Tianqi Martial Academy leaned back and slammed heavily on the ground. The other 9 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm no longer hesitated after seeing this scene. Being seriously injured is better than dying. In an instant, they all, along with the Grand Elder of Tianqi Martial Academy, forcibly cut off their own soul thoughts. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered as the 9 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm were all severely injured and fell to the ground with pale faces. Everything seems long, but it is just a moment. Han Feier effortlessly destroyed all the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm from the 3 major martial academies. At this time, a trace of blood was flowing out of Han Feier's mouth uncontrollably. The soul is inherently fragile, not to mention that Han Feier forcefully devoured the soul power of 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm in an instant. That kind of impact was simply not something she could withstand. However, compared to the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm, Han Feier's condition was much better. At least she was only bleeding from the corners of her mouth, but the 10 elders. At this moment, their souls were severely damaged and their faces were pale. Moreover, this was only on the surface. Because their souls were severely damaged, their situation was extremely bad and they might die if they were not careful. That was why, although they were extremely angry and even wanted to tear Han Feier apart, they did not take any action at all. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. Not only that, they, who are at the peak of the Saint Realm, are extremely weak at this moment. At this moment, they are like gods who have fallen from the altar. Anyone could kill them. A tiger in a low position is bullied by a dog. A dragon swimming in shallow water was bullied by shrimps. Even if one has reached the pinnacle of sainthood, at this moment one can only be slaughtered by others. Oh. Looking at the 10 peak saint-level elders lying on the ground around her, Han Feier sneered, then slowly stood up. The human race saints are nothing more than this. You. Looking at Han Feier with a mocking look on her face, the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the saint realm grinned and were furious. The great elder of Tianqi Martial Academy shouted, "Who are you?" Who? Han Feier sneered and said, "Didn't that bitch Shui Xinyue say that I am the daughter of the fire demon god?" Impossible. Upon hearing this, the great elder of Tianqi Martial Academy immediately rejected it and said, "If it is just the daughter of a demon god who has become a human through spiritual practice, how could she possibly hide it from the detection of a saint?" Haha, old friend, you're not stupid. Han Feier chuckled. Who are you? The grand elder of Tianqi Martial Academy gritted his teeth and said angrily. Since you care so much about my identity, why not let me tell you? Han Feier chuckled and said, "The fire demon god is indeed my father, but I don't know how many years have passed since my father died. The spies you placed in the demon tribe must have made a mistake and mistook my father for the current fire demon god. And my real name is Murphy." Boom. In an instant, the pupils of the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the saint realm shrank and their souls were shaken. The great elder of Tianqi Martial Academy exclaimed, "One of the 10 great demon lords of the demon race, Sky Fox Demon Lord Murphy." That's right. Han Feier chuckled. You. The chief elder of Tianqi Martial Academy was even more shocked. You are a demon king of the demon race. In order to infiltrate our human race, you actually destroyed your own body and abandoned your own cultivation. Why not? For the sake of our demon clan's great cause, what does it matter if I make some sacrifices? Han Feier swore. What's more, now it seems that my decision back then was a wise one. After all, although I paid a high price, I also gained a lot, right? Today, 10 of your human race's peak saint realm warriors have fallen. I want to see how the remaining saints of your human race can resist the evil of my demon race. Most importantly, while speaking, Han Feier paused for a moment, then smiled and said, I obtained the Tianyan Gaiju in your human race's tomb. With my state of mind when I reached the peak of the saint realm in the past, I believe it won't take long for me to return to the peak again. This is the greatest gain of my trip to the human race. You. Hearing Han Feier's words, the faces of the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the saint realm instantly became extremely ugly. It would have been fine if a demon lord had sneaked into the human race without anyone knowing, but now 10 of the human race's peak elders who had reached the holy realm were ambushed and seriously injured by the other party. The most important thing is that the cemetery of gods and demons has been passed down for endless years. In the past 100,000 years, the human race has gained nothing, but a demon lord happened to obtain the unique inheritance. For the human race, this is simply a great shame and humiliation. However, the 10 elders who had entered the saint realm could no longer care about these things. After all, the 10 of them were seriously injured, which was simply a disaster for the human race. If the demon army attacked at this time, then the consequences are simply unimaginable. Before the 10 Saint Realm Peak Elders could think more, Han Feier spoke again. Originally, I wanted to use the soul-devouring GU poison on you, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. The universe returns to one, and everything can be refined. The inheritance of your human race's tomb is indeed powerful. Fortunately, I was once at the peak of the sainthood and have an extraordinary talent. Otherwise, I really would not have been able to obtain this opportunity. Okay, enough of that nonsense, now let me personally send you off. Chapter 850, Han Feier's palm, Shui Xinyue, injured. Okay, enough of that nonsense, now let me personally send you off. Everything seems long, but it is only a few seconds. As soon as Han Feier finished speaking, a long sword instantly appeared in her right hand. Buzz. Seeing this scene, the 10 elders who had reached the peak of the saint realm present trembled violently. If it were any other time, let alone that the Sky Fox demon lord of the demon clan had already destroyed her cultivation and started over again, and was now only at the divine martial realm, Even if it was the Sky Fox Demon Lord at her peak state, with the 10 of them joining forces, they would not need to be afraid of her at all, and could even kill her directly. But now, the soul is severely damaged and the body is weak. The conditions of the 10 elders who had entered the Saint Realm were extremely poor. Anyone could kill them, let alone Han Feier, who had already advanced to the Divine Martial Realm. If Han Feier wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. Boom. But at this moment, a deafening sound came from below the small building, causing the entire building to tremble. Shui Xinyue broke through the door and forced her way in. On the top floor of the small building, 10 elders who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm were stunned at first, and then overjoyed. Han Feier's expression changed and she shouted angrily, "Damn it!" Shui Xinyue had been calling outside the small building the whole time, so Han Feier naturally knew of her presence. Han Feier originally thought that she would not break in so quickly, but she did not expect. Whoosh! Before Han Feier could think about it, Shui Xinyue had already arrived on the 5th floor and appeared in front of everyone. In Shui Xinyue's sight, the 10 elders collapsed to the ground with Han Feier at the center, and there was blood at the corners of their mouths, while in the center was Han Feier standing with a sword in her hand. Seeing this scene, Shui Xinyue couldn't help but be stunned. "You!" Then she glanced at Han Feier, and as soon as she heard the word, she angrily said, "You're looking for death." Swoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, Shui Xinyue rushed out and attacked Han Feier in front of her. The daughter of the fire demon god. At this moment, no evidence is needed. Han Feier is a member of the demon clan. If not, why would the 10 elders be like this? Because of this, Shui Xinyue became even angrier and fought with all her might. The demon clan deserves to be killed. Han Feier deserves to die even more. Oh! Seeing Shui Xinyue coming, Han Feier was not afraid at all. On the contrary, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The next second, she retracted her sword, then swung her right hand and threw something out. The action is done in one go. Call out! In an instant, a black light shot out and attacked Shui Xinyue with unstoppable force. Soul-eating insect. Shui Xinyue's pupils shrank and she uttered 4 words in shock. Then, without any hesitation, she paused for a moment and waved her right hand at the same time. In an instant, a stream of energy flew out of his hand and directly wrapped the black light shot out by Han Feier. It turned out to be a small golden insect emitting black gas. The little golden bug is called Soul Eater. It is sealed by the demon clan in a special way. Once it penetrates into the body, it will directly turn into soul-eating poison and merge into the Yuan power, making it incurable. The moment Shui Xinyue controlled the soul-devouring Gu, Han Feier flashed and said, "Very cautious." Then she said 2 more words, "Goodbye." The moment the 2 words fell, Han Feier's body had already hit the wall of the small building. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall of the small building was instantly pierced, and Han Feier's body rushed out of the small building. "Xinyue, we must not let her get away." At this time, the great elder of Tianqi Martial Academy shouted, "She is the demon clan's Sky Fox Demon Lord Murphy." The souls of the 10 human elders who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm have been severely damaged. If this news gets out and is known to the demon race, it will definitely be a calamity for the human race. Sky Fox Demon Lord Murphy. The words of the Grand Elder of Tianqi Martial Academy made Shui Xinyue's heart tremble uncontrollably. "Where are you going?" Then she shouted angrily. "Call out." As she spoke, Shui Xinyue had already followed Han Feier. As for the 10 elders, she could no longer care about them at the moment. After all, since the incident has already happened, it cannot be undone. But no matter what, the news that the 10 elders are seriously injured must never be leaked out. Otherwise, endless troubles. What's more, the 10 elders were only seriously injured and were not in any threat of death. Martial Academy, outside the elders' pavilion. Although Han Feier had the upper hand due to the soul-devouring poison, Shui Xinyue's reaction was not slow either. In addition, she had reached the peak of the Saint Realm, so the moment Han Feier left the elders' pavilion, Shui Xinyue had already chased after her. At the same time, Shui Xinyue shouted angrily, "Murphy, you are so brave. As a demon king of the demon race, you dare to sneak into the heartland of our human race alone. Now that you are here today, you should stay with me." Ha ha ha. Facing Shui Xinyue's angry voice, Han Feier laughed and said, "Shui Xinyue, little bitch, do you think you can keep me here? What a foolish dream. Then give it a try." Shui Xinyue shouted angrily, and rushed out instantly when she was less than 10 meters away from Han Feier. You are not worthy. Seeing Shui Xinyue slapping her with her palm, Han Feier looked down and scolded her harshly. Call out. After she finished speaking, she slapped out again. In an instant, a terrifying energy surged out from Han Feier's hands, and the terrifying energy instantly condensed into a giant palm more than 10 meters long and slapped towards Shui Xinyue. The terrifying energy overflows. Ka ka ka. Wherever the giant palm passed, a crack in space appeared. This is. Seeing Han Feier's palm, Shui Xinyue's attack suddenly paused and her pupils shrank. Ha ha ha. Han Feier laughed condescendingly and said, Shui Xinyue, little bitch, this is a palm that sealed all my previous cultivation. You can think of it as the self-destruction of a peak saint. Buzz. Hearing this, Shui Xinyue's heart was shocked. How great is the impact caused by the self-detonation of a peak saint? That is definitely a power that surpasses the realm of sainthood. Seeing the terrifying energy contained in this palm, Shui Xinyue knew that Han Feier was not lying. She was also very clear that she could not block this palm at all. That is why Shui Xinyue instinctively avoided the palm and did not confront it head-on. But at this moment, Han Feier laughed and said, Want to hide? Shui Xinyue, you have to think clearly. Below you is the Elders, pavilion of your Tianqi Martial Academy. 10 of your human race's top saint warriors are lying inside. Moreover, their souls are severely damaged and they can't move at all. If you don't take my palm at this moment, I guarantee that these 10 saints of your human race will die without a doubt. Brush. In an instant, Shui Xinyue's face darkened. Mean. 2 words rang out from her mouth. At the same time, Shui Xinyue did not continue to dodge. There is no doubt that she had made her choice. She took the palm strike, or rather, Shui Xinyue had to take it. After all, if she didn't take this palm, then the 10 seriously injured elders at the peak of the Saint Realm from the 3 martial arts academies would definitely die under this palm. Or the 10 elders were killed. Or you will get seriously injured. How to choose? There is no choice at all. This was definitely Han Feier's deliberate plan. Call out. In an instant, Shui Xinyue mobilized all her strength to withstand Han Feier's shocking palm head-on. Oh. Seeing this scene, Han Feier sneered, and her figure continued to rise. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. Han Feier came close with a palm. Shui Xinyue met it with all her might. Boom. In mid-air, a deafening sonic boom sounded, shaking the entire space. Ka ka ka. Immediately, the space around Shui Xinyue collapsed instantly, and the powerful force annihilated everything. A brief moment. Puff. Shui Xinyue spat out a mouthful of blood. Call out. The next second, her body fell rapidly from mid-air like a meteorite from outer space. Han Feier hit Shui Xinyue with one palm, and she was injured. Chapter 851 Golden Pung Demon Lord, Escape. Like a falling star. Like a kite with a broken string. Bang. With a loud bang, Shui Xinyue's body instantly passed through the 3rd floor of the Elders' pavilion below, and then continued to fall downward in the distance. A few meters away from the Elders' pavilion. Boom. Shui Xinyue's body fell to the ground suddenly, and the earth trembled. In an instant, with her as the center, hideous cracks on the ground spread in all directions instantly. Puff. In the center of the spider web-like crack, Shui Xinyue spat out another mouthful of blood. It was obvious that Han Feier's attack had seriously injured Shui Xinyue. However, Shui Xinyue was still a powerful person who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. Although this attack seriously injured her, it did not directly take her life, nor did it cause her to lose her ability to move. After a brief moment, Shui Xinyue supported herself on the ground with her hands, then slowly stood up. Ahem. Looking up at Han Feier in the air, Shui Xinyue couldn't help but cough lightly, and then a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, figures suddenly rushed over from all directions in the distance. They were so fast that they arrived above the Elders' pavilion in just a moment. Moreover, these people, without exception, are all at the level of divine power and sainthood. It was obvious that the previous huge noise had alarmed other people in Tianqi Martial Arts Academy. Dean. Seeing Shui Xinyue with blood on the corner of her mouth, all the members of the Martial Arts Academy were shocked. Kill him. Shui Xinyue didn't say much, but just pointed at Han Feier in the air and spoke angrily. Everyone in the Martial Arts Academy was stunned. Shui Xinyue was already staring at Han Feier in midair when she spoke again, her voice also infinitely cold. Sky Fox Demon Venerable, remember, this is my human territory, not your demon race's Wangyao mountain range. You are not allowed to act recklessly here. Now that you are here, stay forever. Boom. Shui Xinyue's words made the hearts and even souls of everyone present at Tianqi Martial Academy tremble. Demon Clan, the Sky Fox Demon Lord. All their eyes fell on Han Feier, shocked and even horrified. No one had expected that the human woman in front of them was actually a member of the Demon Clan. Most importantly, she was actually the Sky Fox Demon Lord, one of the 10 great demon lords of the Demon Clan. What is the Demon Lord? The ruler of the demon race. There are only 10 demon lords in the entire Demon Clan. It is conceivable how noble the status of the 10 demon lords is in the demon camp. Although the human race is headed by 3 major martial arts academies, and there are only 3 presidents in total, when it comes to power, the 3 presidents of the human race cannot compare with the 10 demon lords. Because in the Demon Clan, no matter what happens, the 10 demon lords have the final say. It can be said that the entire Demon Clan is simply ruled by the 10 great demon lords. At this moment, no one had expected that the Sky Fox Demon Lord, one of the 10 great demon lords, would appear here, and in the identity of a human. As for whether it was true or not, no one doubted it at all, because Shui Xinyue, as the Dean of Tianqi, would never joke about such things. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Han Feier laughed loudly, then looked down at Shui Xinyue and said, Shui Xinyue, little bitch, in your opinion, if I am not absolutely sure of getting away, would I still come to your human martial arts academy? Han Feier's words made Shui Xinyue stunned. At this time, Han Feier said sternly, I have said that you can't keep me here. Then give it a try. Shui Xinyue shouted angrily, then swept everyone in the martial arts academy and shouted, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kill her at all costs. Kill. After Shui Xinyue's words, the dozen or so martial arts academy saints present did not hesitate at all. They all rushed towards Han Feier, and their fierce murderous intent seemed to tear the world apart. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Han Feier laughed for a while, and then shouted, Jin Peng, why don't you show up quickly? Boom. Never stop until your words shock people. Han Feier's words shocked everyone present. In an instant, the attacks of dozens of Saint Realm elders stopped and their bodies also stagnated. In midair, they looked at each other. Golden Peng Demon Lord. The Golden Peng Demon Lord of the Demon Clan is here too. Ha ha ha. Before the crowd could think about it, a raging laugh suddenly sounded in the distance. Sky Fox, I didn't expect you to play such a big game, severely injuring 10 peak saint level powerhouses of the human race at once. No, it should be said that 11. It seems that this trip was not in vain, and it was worth it. Call out. The next second, a figure rushed over from the distance and arrived next to Han Feier in an instant. It was a middle-aged man, with 10 black demonic patterns clearly visible on his face. If one has 10 demon patterns, he will become a demon saint. And as Han Feier said, the middle-aged man was one of the 10 demon lords who had reached the peak of the Holy Realm. His name, Demon Lord Jin Peng. Boom. The moment they saw the Golden Peng Demon Lord, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked again. They never expected the 2 demon lords would appear from the Demon Clan at once. Especially Han Feier. Now, all the elders of the Martial Academy who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm have been severely injured, including himself. Under such circumstances, a demon lord of the Demon Clan is undoubtedly a nightmare for them. Walk. But at this moment, Han Feier suddenly shouted. Tianyu, why are you in such a hurry? The Golden Peng Demon Venerable chuckled, and then he glanced at everyone in the Martial Arts Academy and said, I have finally come to the human race, and now all of their peak Saint Realm masters have been severely injured. It would be a pity if I don't take this opportunity to kill them. Bang. Unexpectedly, Han Feier kicked him directly and said angrily, You idiot, this is the base camp of the human race. If you don't leave now, we won't be able to leave. Well. Han Feier's words made the Golden Peng Demon Lord stunned, and so were the other people from the Martial Arts Academy. Shui Xinyue immediately shouted, Martial Academy War Order, sound the war drums, open the barrier. Boom boom boom. Her voice instantly resounded throughout Tianqi Wucheng. Although the 3 major martial arts academies of the human race are not as good as the War Department, the martial arts academies also have their own exclusive war drums. Moreover, the significance of the Martial Academy's war drum is almost the same as that of the War Department's war drum. Once the war drum sounds, the sound will immediately spread throughout the entire Tianqi martial city, and at the same time the human race's martial city will enter a state of preparation for war. Now, as soon as the war drum sounds, the saints from the three top families in Tianqi Wucheng will certainly come directly to support the Martial Academy. By then, when the three peak saints from the three top families arrive, the two great demon lords, Tianyu and Jinpeng, will surely not be able to escape. Walk. At this time, Han Feier also shouted harshly and urged the Golden Peng Demon Lord. Boom. The Golden Peng Demon Lord did not hesitate at all. A terrifying aura emerged from his body, and then he transformed directly into a huge golden eagle weighing hundreds of pounds. Come up. The moment he transformed into a golden eagle, the Golden Peng Demon Lord shouted loudly. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Feier jumped onto his back. Walk. As soon as Han Feier said this, Shui Xinyue became very anxious and immediately shouted, Stop him. Stop him at all costs. Also, where are the war drums? Why haven't they been struck yet? Hurry up and sound the war drums. Puff. As she roared, Shui Xinyue, who was already seriously injured, spat out a mouthful of blood. Quick. Seeing this, the dozen or so Saint Realm elders present did not stop any longer. They all rushed towards the Golden Peng Demon Lord. Even the group of divine martial lords all took action. Roll. Facing the siege by a group of powerful men from the Martial Academy, the Golden Peng Demon Lord roared angrily and then flapped his wings. Call out. In an instant, his huge body seemed to turn into a sharp arrow, rushing away into the distance. Ha ha ha. At the same time, Han Feier laughed up to the sky. Shui Xinyue, do you know why it was Jin Peng who came today instead of other demon lords from my demon clan? Because he's fast enough. After entering the Saint Realm, if Jin Peng's speed is second, no one will dare to claim first place. If he wants to run, no one from your human race can stop him. Today, 11 people who have entered the peak of sainthood have been severely injured. Let's see what you humans can do to stop my demon army. Just wait. In a few days, my demon army will move into your human territory. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Chapter 852, Prepare for War. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Han Feier's unbridled laughter faded further and further away, but Shui Xinyue's expression became more and more gloomy. If the two demon tribes, Sky Fox and Golden Peng, were allowed to escape from the human race and return to the demon tribe today, what would be the consequences? The souls of 10 human beings who had entered the Saint Realm were severely damaged, and they were equivalent to disabled people in a short period of time. They had no strength to fight again before their souls recovered. Once the demons knew this news, they would definitely not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At that time, the demon army will attack. In this case, how should the human race respond? Puff. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more anxious she became. Shui Xinyue couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Bang! But at this moment, a heavy drum sound rang out. Then, boom, boom, boom. Bang, boom boom. The dense sound of war drums rang out again and again, and the heavy sound resounded and shook the entire Tianqi Martial Academy, and then spread throughout the entire Tianqi Martial City again. Martial Academy War Drum. What happened? This why is the war drum beating in the Martial Arts Academy? Something happened. Something serious happened. The chaotic voices plunged the entire Tianqi Wucheng into chaos in an instant. What does the Martial Arts Academy war drum represent? That is a symbol. That is more of a warning. When the war drums sounded, everything was astonishing. Everyone in Tianqi Wucheng, no matter who it was, had to prepare for war. Because the Martial Arts Academy's war drum represents foreign invasion. Because the Martial Arts Academy's war drum represents life and death. The war drum of Tianqi Martial Arts Academy has not been struck for hundreds or even thousands of years since it was cast. But now, boom, 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 bang, boom boom. Once the dense sound of war drums sounded, there seemed to be no sign of stopping. Inside Tianqi Martial City, everyone was looking towards Tianqi Martial Academy at this moment. They were all shocked and horrified. Tianqi Hu family. All the saints in the clan, follow me to Tianqi Martial Academy. Tianqi Long family. All the saints in the clan, follow me to Tianqi Martial Academy. Tianqi Lin family. All the saints in the clan, follow me to Tianqi Martial Academy. In Tianqi Martial City, the ancestors of the three top families, Long, Lin, and Hu had reached the peak of the Saint Realm, spoke at the same time, calling on all the saints in the family to set off for Tianqi Martial Academy. No hesitation, no delay. Because the drums of war have already sounded, they have no time to think too much in the face of racial justice. At this moment, a series of urgent voices suddenly sounded from the direction of the Martial Academy. Please ask the ancestors of the three major families who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm to act quickly. The Dean has ordered that the two major demon tribes, the Sky Fox and the Golden Pung, must be captured at all costs. At all costs. Please ask the ancestors of the three major families who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm to act quickly. The Dean has ordered that the two major demon tribes, the Sky Fox and the Golden Pung, must be captured at all costs. At all costs. Please ask the ancestors of the three major families who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm to act quickly. The Dean has ordered that the two major demon tribes, the Sky Fox and the Golden Pung, must be captured at all costs. At all costs. Dozens of martial arts academy saints who were chasing after the Golden Pung demon lord roared and screamed desperately. However, the speed at which their voices were transmitted was far slower than that of the Golden Pung demon lord. Therefore, by the moment their voices reached the ears of the residents of Wucheng, the Golden Pung demon lord had already passed over these people. All people could see was a streak of golden light and a strong, cold wind sweeping over. Above the Long family mansion. Swish, swish, swish. The 8 saints of the Long family all took to the air, preparing to go to the martial arts academy for reinforcement. Call out. But at this moment, thousands of meters ahead, the huge body of the Golden Pung demon lord suddenly rushed over. Further behind them, there were more than a dozen saints from the martial academy chasing after them. The demon clan, Golden Pung demon lord. The moment they saw the Golden Pung demon lord, the 8 saints of the Long family were all shocked. Stop it. Without the slightest hesitation, the Long family's ancestor who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm immediately roared angrily. Although he didn't know what had happened, the Martial Arts Academy's war drum must be related to the Golden Pung demon lord. What's more, the Golden Pung demon lord, one of the 10 great demon lords, came to the human race. As a member of the human race, there was no reason for him not to keep it. In an instant, the 8 saints of the Long family, led by the ancestor who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm, all entered combat status. The Golden Pung demon lord did not stop, he continued to rush forward like a cannonball. A distance of several thousand meters is reached in an instant. Seeing that the Golden Pung demon lord had no intention of stopping, the 8 saints of the Long family were all shocked. They didn't dare to fight the Golden Pung demon clan head-on, and that's why they instinctively dodged to the side. In their opinion, the Golden Pung demon lord was simply crazy and was simply risking his life. Call out. The 8 saints of the Long family dodged to the side, and the Golden Pung demon lord passed by them in an instant. Call. A strong wind swept through. At this time, the voices of the Saint Realm elders who were chasing after Golden Pung demon lord finally came. Please ask the ancestors of the 3 major families who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm to act quickly. The Dean has ordered that the 2 major demon tribes, the Sky Fox and the Golden Pung, must be captured at all costs. At all costs. Boom. The sudden voice shocked the 8 saints of the Long family. Keep the Golden Pung demon lord at all costs. Moreover, the phrase "at all costs" was mentioned twice in a row. It is conceivable how important it is to keep the Golden Pung demon lord. But it is obvious that the voices of the elders of the Martial Academy came a step too late. If their reminder had come before the arrival of the Golden Pung demon lord, perhaps the 8 saints of the Long family would not have chosen to avoid them, but would have chosen to fight with the Golden Pung demon lord for their lives. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Of course, this is not the fault of the elders of the Martial Academy, it can only be said that the speed of the Golden Pung demon lord is too fast. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen saintly elders from the Martial Academy passed by the 8 saints of the Long family. However, they did not stop at all and continued to chase after the Golden Pung demon lord madly. Seeing this scene, the 8 saints of the Long family were stunned. Chase. The Long family's ancestor who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm shouted angrily, and then took the lead in chasing after him. Although he didn't know what Golden Pung demon lord had done, since the Martial Academy had sounded the drum of war, and dozens of Saint Realm elders were chasing him madly and shouting desperately that they must keep Golden Pung Demon Lord at all costs, then it must be extremely important to keep Golden Pung Demon Lord. Otherwise, the Martial Arts Academy wouldn't be so crazy. But, can we catch up? The Golden Pung Demon Lord is one of the 10 great demon lords of the demon race, and is known for his speed. In this situation, it is impossible to intercept it from behind. The ancestor of the Long family knew this, and more than 10 elders of the Martial Academy were also aware of it. However, they have to chase even if they can't. The Martial Academy will never give up until the last moment. Tianqi Martial City is vast and boundless, and its area is comparable to that of a secular empire. However, starting from the Tianqi Martial Academy in the center, it only took the Golden Pung Demon Lord a few tens of seconds to leave Tianqi Martial City. The saints of the Martial Arts Academy continued to pursue frantically. Tianqi Martial Arts Academy. The direction in which the Golden Pung Demon Lord fled passed by the Tianqi Long family, so naturally he would not meet anyone from the Lin family and the Hu family. For this reason, more than a dozen saints from the Lin and Hu families arrived at the Tianqi Martial Arts Academy in an instant without stopping. Seeing Shui Xinue lying on the ground with blood at the corner of her mouth and a pale face, the two saints were stunned. Swish! In an instant, 2 ancestors from the Lin and Hu families who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm came to Shui Xinue's side. Dean Shui. One of them helped Shui Xinue up and asked with a confused look on his face, what on earth happened here? The 2 great demon lords, Tian, Tianyu and Jinpeng, planned a sneak attack. The 10 elders of my martial arts academy who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm, were severely damaged in their souls. Shui Xinue said weakly. Boom. Upon hearing this, the elders from the Lin and Hu families who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm were all shocked. The souls of the 10 martial arts academy elders who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm were severely damaged. Without waiting for the 2 to think, Shui Xinue spoke again. Notify the entire clan, prepare for war. Chapter 853, Qian Duodua wants to run away. Tianqi Martial Arts Academy Dean Shui Xinue was seriously injured. The souls of 10 elders who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm at the 3 major martial arts academies have been damaged. The 2 great demon kings of the demon race, Sky Fox and Golden Pung, escaped from the human territory and successfully entered the demon mountain range. If the 3 pieces of news were to be spread, it would surely shock the entire human race. That is why the Martial Academy temporarily blocked the news and prevented it from leaking. But even so, it cannot change the current difficult situation of the human race. The souls of 10 peak saints were severely damaged and they will be unable to fight for several months or even years. During this period, the combat power of the human race is bound to fall to the lowest point in history. With such a godsend opportunity, the demon and barbarian races will definitely not give up. Even if the wild beasts remain unmoved, the demons will inevitably launch a massive invasion. A great war is inevitable. One day later, Beidou Martial Arts Academy, Elders Pavilion. 10 elders who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm from the 3 major martial arts academies and Shui Xinue have been placed in a safe place to recuperate. At this moment, in the Elders' Pavilion, led by Tang Zi, the only peak saint-level powerhouse who was safe and sound among the 3 major martial arts academies and also the Dean of Beidou Martial Academy, dozens of saints from the 3 major martial arts academies, as well as all the saints from the 8 top families of Long, Lin, Hu, Shen, Zhang, Jiyu, Feng, and Zi, as well as more than 100 saint-level powerhouses such as Hao Peng, Qin Heihuan, and Zhen Weiwei gathered together. This is definitely a feast for the most powerful humans, and these people also represent the peak combat power of the human race. But now, with more than 100 saints gathered together, the atmosphere was dead silent, solemn and depressing. The souls of 10 peak saintly warriors were severely damaged, which greatly weakened the combat effectiveness of the human race. If a war were to start with the monster and barbarian races at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. But a war is inevitable. Everyone, you all know what happened. The situation is urgent now, and we don't have much time left. Please tell me what you think. Tang Zi glanced at the more than 100 saints present, frowned, and said in a deep voice. The whole place was dead silent. No one spoke. After a while, Fatty Hao sat there and said leisurely, I really don't know what you are thinking. What is there to discuss now? Since a war is inevitable, let's just go for it. Do you think that if we discuss it here, the two tribes of demons and barbarians will not come? Ridiculous. If you ask me, all the saints of my human race should enter the demon battlefield now. Don't the demons want to fight? Then let's fight them vigorously. Damn it, who is afraid of who? Everyone was stunned by Hao Peng's words. Then, one of them scolded, "What do you know, you bastard? All 10 of our human race's strongest fighters who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm have been severely injured and cannot participate in the war. In this case, what right do we have to go to war with the demon and barbarian tribes? If you don't fight, will the demon tribe give up?" Fat Hao said with a blank look. The man was speechless. Why, nothing to say. Fatty Hao sneered and spread his hands, saying, "It's still the case. No matter what we do, the two tribes will fight. In this case, why waste time talking? In my opinion, we should not waste time talking here now. We should take the initiative to attack and directly charge into the Wangyao mountain range. Take the initiative to attack and enter the demon viewing mountain range." Fatty Hao's words made the more than 100 saints present tremble in their hearts. "That's right," Fat Hao responded. "Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it is better to take the initiative." After a pause, Fatty Hao continued, "You all know very well what the demons and wild beasts are like. Once they unite, we will be in trouble. So, we should take the initiative and concentrate all our efforts to cripple the demon tribe. This way, it will be impossible for the demon tribe to form an alliance with the wild beasts. After all, the demon tribe has been badly damaged, and the wild beasts are powerful, so why should we form an alliance with the demon tribe?" The saints were stunned by Hao Peng's words. One of them said, "Concentrate all our efforts on fighting the demons. If we do that, both sides will suffer. If the beasts in their prime attack our tribe, how will we respond?" You also said if, but if is not absolute. If so, how do you know that the wild beasts will definitely attack humans instead of monsters? Fatty Hao said in a deep voice, and added, "Also, compared to our human territory, the Wangyao mountain range is more suitable for wild beasts to survive. If I were a wild beast, I would definitely attack the monsters. Is Wangyao mountain range more suitable for the survival of wild beasts? If I were a wild beast, I would definitely attack the demon tribe, right?" Hao Peng's words stunned the saints. I have to say that what Hao Peng said does make some sense. In an instant, everyone fell silent again. Perhaps as Hao Peng said, taking the initiative was the best option at the moment, but no one dared to make this decision easily. After all, this concerns the lives of hundreds of millions of people. If one takes a wrong step, it is very likely that the entire human race will fall into an irretrievable situation. Seeing everyone's silence, Fat Hao didn't say anything more. He had said everything he needed to say anyway. As for what choice to make, that was not something he could decide. But at this moment, the Feng family's ancestor who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm suddenly looked at Tang Zi and said, "Dean Tang, the situation is urgent now. It concerns the life and death of our entire human race. Why don't you see Qian Duoduo in his Linglong Chamber of Commerce?" Well, the sudden words of the Feng family ancestor stunned everyone, and then they all looked at Tang Zi. Qian Duoduo, the president of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, is the most unscrupulous businessman of the human race, but he is also the strongest person of the human race, and the undisputed strongest person. Now that the human race is facing an impending catastrophe, Qian Duoduo, as the strongest person of the human race, should step forward. But unfortunately, now I can't even see his figure. This is really not right. In fact, many people have noticed this before, but they were too embarrassed to ask, or they didn't dare to ask. But now, since someone has already asked the question, others will naturally not be shy about answering it. Faced with the question from the Feng family ancestor, Tang Zi couldn't help but hesitate slightly. "What's wrong? Is that fat guy scared?" the Feng family's ancestor frowned. "That's not the case," Tang Zi responded. "Then why is he not here? And even his 3 disciples are not here?" the Feng family's ancestor asked again with a bad look on his face. Tang Zi smiled bitterly and said awkwardly, "President Qian said that he is selling his property and will be here soon." Puff. In an instant, everyone present felt like vomiting blood. It's already this late, and this fat guy is still thinking about his little belongings. Selling property. If the demons and barbarians invaded in large numbers and the human race was defeated, then everyone would die. In this case, what would be the point of having mountains of gold and silver? At this moment, Fat Hao also widened his eyes, his face full of shock, confusion and disbelief. He glanced at Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei beside him, and Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei felt the same. The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Selling property. Then, the three of them instinctively said in unison, "Is this guy going to run away?" Boom. Never stop until your words shock people. Although the words of Hao Peng and the other two were not loud, they were like a bolt from the blue, shocking the hearts of more than 100 saints present. Run away. It's really possible. Otherwise, why would Qian Duoduo sell his property at this time? Damn it. Immediately, someone shouted angrily, "You are deserting the battlefield. This fat guy is unworthy of being a human. Yes, such people deserve to die. He is the strongest person in our human race. He is simply a disgrace to our human race. Kill him. Yes, kill him." In an instant, countless shouts and rebukes were heard. The Feng family patriarch looked at Tang Zi and said in a deep voice, "Dean Tang, the battle is imminent, but Qian Duoduo is running away. In my opinion, we should sacrifice him." As soon as the Feng family ancestor finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed in from outside. The speed was so fast that he arrived in front of the Feng family ancestor in an instant. Then, bang! Without waiting for the Feng family ancestor to react, the man slapped him directly on the left cheek. Puff! The Feng family's ancestor was caught off guard for a moment and was slapped in the face. He spat out a mouthful of blood and then fell to the ground with a bang. The sudden scene shocked everyone present. But at this moment, an angry voice rang out, "How dare you sacrifice my master?" Chapter 854 I want the demon race, no more saints from now on. You dare to sacrifice my master. In one word, the deep chill made all the saints present tremble in their hearts. In sight, long hair draped over the shoulders and wrapped in silver armor. A handsome man in his 30s stood proudly, overlooking the Feng family ancestor who had fallen to the ground. He is very imposing. He was angry and murderous. Everyone present was stunned when they saw this handsome man who suddenly appeared but was completely unfamiliar. Then, their pupils shrank again. A handsome man, entering the holy realm, the peak. In a brief moment, the Feng family ancestor jumped up from the ground. He glared at the handsome man with murderous intent in his eyes, and then slapped him with his palm, saying, "You are looking for death. Feng Buping, you'd better think about it. I, Master Qian's disciple, have a bad temper. If you hit him with this palm and lose your life, don't blame Master Qian for not warning you." At this moment, a mocking voice suddenly sounded outside the house. Everyone was startled. The person who spoke was none other than Qian Duoduo, who was suspected of deserting the battlefield. As the number one profiteer of the human race, every saint present had been cheated by Qian Duoduo, so everyone was very familiar with his voice and would never make a mistake about it. Call. As Qian Duoduo attacked, the Feng family ancestor's palm stopped 3 centimeters in front of the handsome man. A gust of strong wind swept towards the handsome man, and the Feng family ancestor's palm could not move forward even a little bit. It's not that we can't, but that we dare not. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone turned their heads to the direction where Qian Duoduo's voice came from. The same is true for the Feng family's ancestor. Outside the hall, in everyone's sight, Qian Duoduo walked slowly towards them with his hands behind his back. There were 2 people following behind him. 1 male and 1 female, one on the left and one on the right. The man was big and ugly, the woman was stunningly beautiful, like a fairy in a painting. Both of them are around 30 years old, but when they stand together, they form a sharp contrast. The man is extremely ugly. The woman is breathtakingly beautiful. But this is not the point. The point is the cultivation of these 2 people. Entering the pinnacle of the holy realm. Like the handsome man in the hall, these 2 are at the top of the Shenwu continent. Everyone's heart sank. Before they could think about it, Qian Duoduo and the 2 people behind him had already arrived in the hall. Everyone, I'm sorry. It took me some time to sell off my property, so I'm a little late. Please forgive me. Qian Duoduo clasped his fists and said with a smile, looking at the more than 100 saints present. Everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Did this fat guy really sell off his property? Qian Duoduo ignored this and looked at the handsome man, scolding, "Fair, Senior Feng is your elder after all. How could you hurt him? Why don't you apologize to Senior Feng quickly?" Everyone was stunned by Qian Duoduo's words. "Yes, master." The handsome man responded, then looked at the Feng family ancestor, clasped his fists, and said, "Senior, I'm sorry, I was reckless before, please forgive me." The Feng family ancestor couldn't help but be stunned. Qian Duoduo looked at him and smiled. "Feng Buping, you are an elder after all, you shouldn't bother with a junior, right?" The Feng family ancestor was stunned again. Snort. Then he snorted coldly and stopped talking. Who is Qian Duoduo? He is the strongest man in Shenwu, and everyone knows the character of this fat man. He thinks that he can't afford to offend him, so even though he lost face just now, he can only swallow his anger. Hee. Looking at the Feng family patriarch, Qian Duoduo smiled slightly, and then said, "Isn't that right? Now that we are facing a powerful enemy, we should unite to face the enemy. How can we stir up trouble among ourselves?" Then, Qian Duoduo waved his hand again. "Fair, please leave." "Yes, master." The handsome man responded and then retreated behind Qian Duoduo. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but frown. How much money is this? When did this fat guy become so easy to talk to? Without waiting for anyone to think about it, Tang Zi glanced at the three people behind Qian Duoduo, then looked at Qian Duoduo again and said, "President Qian, these three are." "They." Qian Duoduo responded and said with a smile, "They are the three useless disciples that Master Qian has accepted over the years." As he spoke, Qian Duoduo glanced at the three people behind him and said sternly, "What are you still standing there for? Come and greet Dean Tang." As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, the three people behind him did not hesitate at all. Ling Gufei, meet Dean Tang. Bai Linglong, meet Dean Tang. Xu Dashan, meet Dean Tang. The three of them clasped their fists and spoke in unison towards Tang Zi. Tang Zi couldn't help but be stunned. The other 100 or so saints present were also shocked when they saw the three of them. Ling Gufei, Bai Linglong, Xu Dashan. In the Shenwu continent, all the Saint Realm experts in the human race knew that Qian Duoduo had accepted 3 disciples, and they were the 3 people in front of him. But no one expected that these 3 people had already entered the peak level of the Saint Realm. With 3 people at the peak of the Saint Realm and Qian Duoduo, the strength of Linglong Chamber of Commerce is simply outrageous. What's more, who can guarantee that there are no other saints in Linglong Chamber of Commerce? Before everyone could think about it, Qian Duoduo spoke again. "Okay, now that we are facing a powerful enemy, Master Qian will not waste any more time talking. Let's get straight to the point." Qian Duoduo's words made everyone feel startled. Yes, the 10 warriors who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm have been severely damaged. Now that the human race is facing a powerful enemy, nothing else matters. The key is how to deal with this crisis. The saints sat upright. Qian Duoduo continued, "As everyone knows, Linglong Chamber of Commerce was founded by this president himself. Now, after 21 years, it has grown from the original 13 stores to a super chamber of commerce that covers the entire human territory. Now, Linglong Chamber of Commerce's businesses cover various industries, with a total of 1,673,962 shops of all sizes and 27,639,693 employees. In addition, Linglong Chamber of Commerce currently has a fixed daily income of approximately 6.3 billion stones." Qian Duoduo's words left everyone present completely stunned. More than 1.6 million shops. More than 26 million employees. A fixed daily income of more than 6 billion stones. It has to be admitted that Linglong Chamber of Commerce is definitely a behemoth and money-making machine on the Shenwu continent. But, now the demon and barbarian tribes may invade at any time. Facing such a powerful enemy, what can you tell us to do with Linglong Chamber of Commerce? President Qian, what are you doing? Thinking of this, Tang Zi couldn't help but look at Qian Duoduo with a confused expression. The others were also confused. "Oh." Qian Duoduo responded and said, "It just so happens that all the people from the major families are here now, so Master Qian is thinking of auctioning off the Linglong Chamber of Commerce." Auction. Also, a package auction. Nima. Everyone was in a mess and sweating, and their hearts felt like thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through them. It's already this time, and you're still thinking about making money. Wrong. Auction of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Everyone looked at Qian Duoduo with a strange look in their eyes. What is Linglong Chamber of Commerce? That is Qian Duoduo's foundation for establishing himself in the Shenwu continent and also his money-making machine. But now he is actually going to sell the hen that lays golden eggs. What does that mean? Qian Duoduo is about to leave Shenwu continent. When everyone thought of this, their hearts sank. This fat guy was really going to run away. President Qian, this isn't it inappropriate? Tang Zi immediately said with a look of embarrassment. Now our human race is facing a great enemy. President Qian is a member of our human race and the strongest of our human race. How can you abandon our human race and escape alone at this time? Do you think Mr. Qian is going to run away? As soon as Tang Zi finished speaking, Qian Duoduo said with a smile. No, isn't it? Tang Zi looked stunned. Ha ha ha. Qian Duoduo laughed and said, Tang Zi, you underestimate me. Although I am greedy, I still know how to make the right choice when it comes to big issues. Don't worry, I will never run away. Tang Zi was stunned and couldn't help asking, if that's the case, then what are you doing now? Others were also stunned. If you are not planning to run away, then what is your intention in selling off your property and auctioning off the Linglong Chamber of Commerce? Qian Duoduo smiled slightly. He looked at Tang Zi, glanced at everyone, and said, you guys want to ask, if Master Qian is not going to run away, why did he sell Linglong Chamber of Commerce, right? Tang Zi nodded. Qian Duoduo said, the souls of the 10 elders who have entered the Saint Realm at the 3 martial arts academies have been severely damaged. The combat power of the human race will be greatly reduced in the short term. By then, the demon and barbarian races will surely attack in large numbers. Besides, Mr. Qian doesn't have much time left to stay in Shenwu continent. So, we should take the initiative and attack directly into the Wangyao mountain range to decide the outcome of the battle. As long as we cripple the demon race, then there will only be one wild beast left, and that won't be a big deal. Take the initiative. Everyone was stunned. That's right. Qian Duoduo responded with a resounding voice, take the initiative to attack. I, Master Qian, will lead the team myself and lead all the Saint Realm warriors of my human race to charge into the Wangyao mountain range and slaughter all the Saint Realm warriors of the demon race. This is Master Qian's last battle in Shenwu continent. After this battle, there was a pause. Qian Duoduo's expression became solemn, and he said in a loud voice, I want the demon race to be wiped out, and there will be no saints from now on. Chapter 855, Peak of Soul Fusion, half a step to flying into the sky. I want the demon race to have no saints from now on. Qian Duoduo's words made the hearts of more than 100 saints present tremble. How much confidence does one need to have to say that he will kill all the holy beasts of the demon clan? How powerful is Qian Duoduo? Can Qian Duoduo kill all the holy saints in the demon clan? No one knows this. But one thing is certain, that is, Qian Duoduo is already prepared to lift the seal on himself in the Wangyao mountains and unleash all his cultivation to slaughter the monsters. But once he unleashes all his strength, he will definitely be expelled from the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation. So, this is Qian Duoduo's last battle in Shenwu continent. Therefore, after this battle, he will definitely not be able to stay in the Shenwu continent. So, he sold his property and auctioned off the Linglong Chamber of Commerce not because he wanted to run away, but because he was preparing to leave the Shenwu continent. Escape, prepare. The difference of 4 words means leaving, but there is a world of difference between them. Undoubtedly, Qian Duoduo has maximized his own value. However, this is a great thing for the human race. If Qian Duoduo can really kill all the demon saints of the demon race, then as he said, there will only be a tribe of barbaric beasts left. Even if the human race's top 10 peak saints are severely injured in their souls, they don't need to be afraid of it anymore. Because all along, when it comes to the strength of the 3 races, the human race is definitely ranked first, surpassing the monster and barbarian races. President Qian, I wonder what realm you are at now. Beginning soul fusion, intermediate, or advanced? But at this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly asked. The sudden voice startled the more than 100 saints present. Then, they all looked at Qian Duoduo. What is the realm of Qian Duoduo? This has always been the greatest mystery of the human race and a question that all saints are very curious about. It's a pity that if Qian Duoduo didn't say it himself, no one would know. Hee. Feeling everyone's gaze, Qian Duoduo smiled and said, Peak of Soul Fusion, half a step to the sky. Since we are all leaving the Shenwu continent anyway, there is no need to keep hiding it. However, boom. Never stop until your words shock people. Qian Duoduo's 8 simple words made the souls of everyone present tremble. The peak of soul fusion, half a step to heaven. This Although everyone knew that Qian Duoduo had entered the soul fusion realm, everyone had always speculated that he was at the initial or intermediate stage of soul fusion, or at most at the advanced stage of soul fusion. Unexpectedly, he had already reached the peak of soul fusion. Half a step to the sky. Enter the saint, merge the soul. The difference of one level makes a world of difference. If a warrior at the initial stage of soul fusion can kill a warrior at the peak of the saint realm in seconds, then what kind of situation will it be like when a warrior at the peak of soul fusion confronts a warrior at the peak of the saint realm? Killing it is like killing intent. An absolute instant kill. Bang, bang, bang. When they thought of this, the hearts of the more than 100 saints present could not help but beat rapidly. Because of shock, but more because of excitement. Half a step to the sky. Qian Duoduo is simply a killing weapon on earth. Once he enters the Wangyao Mountains, even if he cannot hold out for too long under the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation, he can definitely turn the Wangyao Mountains into a river of blood. I want the demon clan to have no saints from now on. Now it seems that this is not an exaggeration. As long as the demon saints of the demon clan are gathered together, Qian Duoduo alone can kill them all. Okay everyone, let's not talk about the demon clan's affairs for now, let's talk about the auction of Linglong Chamber of Commerce first. At this moment, Qian Duoduo suddenly spoke. Your sister. After Qian Duoduo's words, everyone came back to their senses, yet they were still extremely confused and speechless. This fat man is indeed a complete miser. He knows that he is leaving, so he wants to sell all his belongings. Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Needless to say, the Linglong Chamber of Commerce is now just an empty shell, and everything that can be sold has definitely been sold out by Qian Duoduo. Bang! Without waiting for anyone to think about it, Qian Duoduo directly slapped a Zumi ring on the table in front of Tang Zi, glanced at everyone present and said, "This is all the house deeds and land deeds of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, as well as the employment agreements of all people under Linglong Chamber of Commerce." Among the people in the employment agreement, there are 13 semi-saints and 128 divine martial realm people. I won't mention the others who are in the Jodian realm. Anyway, Mr. Qian has already paid all the salaries for these people for the next 10 years. Now the shops and people are being auctioned off together. Whoever wins the bid will own all of them. But it's only for 10 years. After 10 years, Mr. Qian can't do anything about it. The reserve price is 1.3 trillion shi, and each bid increase must not be less than 1 billion. The bidding starts now. Remember, Mr. Qian only wants cash, and the transaction must be completed immediately after the auction. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, everyone present was stunned instinctively. Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Needless to say, this place has definitely been sold by Qian Duoduo and only an empty shell is left. In other words, apart from the shop and the land, nothing else will be left. Although Linglong Chamber of Commerce has more than 1 million shops, they are definitely not worth more than 1 trillion. But if we add the more than 20 million people under Linglong Chamber of Commerce, it would be a different story. 13 semi-saints. 128 Shenwu venerables. Just these are already priceless. After all, talent cannot be bought. Although you can only have these people for 10 years, you can do so many things with them in these 10 years. That is why the reserve price of 1.3 trillion stones is not high, it is simply a clearance sale. Under normal circumstances, no one would believe that Qian Duoduo would do business at a loss. But now it's different. Qian Duoduo will soon be forcibly expelled from the Shenwu continent. If he doesn't sell them at a low price now, Qian Duoduo will not get any benefit from these things. Instead of doing that, it's better to sell it at a low price. All the saints had the same idea, but they did not notice that when Qian Duoduo said this, Bai Linglong, the only female among his 3 disciples, twitched her mouth very unnaturally. Cheap, selling at a low price, making a loss, helpless. Stop talking nonsense. What kind of person is Bai Linglong's master? Would he do business that would lose money? Others may not know, but the 3 disciples including Bai Linglong know it very well. As early as several months ago, Qian Duoduo had already started to transfer the people of Linglong Chamber of Commerce and arranged for them to go to Tianyi through the only teleportation array in the ancient land of wilderness. Now, several months have passed, and the 13 semi-saints, the 128 Shenwu venerables, and all the people at the Jodian and Shenyuan levels are no longer in the Shenwu continent. Employment agreement. 10 years of salary. Stop talking nonsense, this is just a pile of waste paper, unless you go to the sky to find these people. But is this possible to sell? It's impossible. In addition, there are the shops of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, which are truly the only shops left. Because all the goods in the shop had been packed up and taken away by Qian Duoduo, the most hateful thing was just now, Bai Linglong and the others saw with their own eyes that their master and several other chambers of commerce had finalized a sales agreement. What to sell? All the tables, chairs, cabinets, even the doors and windows in the shops of Linglong Chamber of Commerce were sold. At this time, those chambers of commerce had probably already started moving tables and chairs, and dismantling doors and windows. So, whoever buys these shops will have to spend money to renovate them. 1,300,000,000,000 stones. In Bai Linglong's opinion, this is not even worth 13 billion stones. But of course she would not tell these facts to anyone present. Who says Qian Duoduo is her master? Moreover, from childhood to adulthood, the person Bai Linglong admires the most is her master, no one else. Why? Look for yourself, her master sets traps and deceives people without blinking an eye. If it were just that, it would be fine, but he actually looks like he has been wronged. I have no choice but to feel desperate. This Nima. They have become skilled at cheating people, and have become ruthless in defrauding people of their money. Without decades of experience, you simply can't achieve this level. And experience alone is not enough, you also need talent. Before Bai Linglong could think about it, someone from the 8 top families spoke up. President Qian, to be honest, 1.3 trillion is not expensive, but you also know 1.3 trillion is not a small amount, and you want to trade immediately, we simply can't afford so many yuanxi. Yes, President Qian. President Qian, how about an auction with no reserve price? I think so. The ancestors of the 8 top families present all spoke up. Want to take advantage of someone's misfortune. Qian Duoduo glanced at everyone present and said, no, 1.3 trillion cannot be any less. Whoever wants to buy it can buy it. If no one buys it, Master Qian will give the Linglong Chamber of Commerce to the girl as a dowry. Anyway, that little bastard of the Ye family is still in the Shenwu continent, so he can do whatever he wants. The little bastard of the Ye family. Ye Bufan. Everyone present was stunned. If it were in the past, they would naturally not take Ye Bufan seriously, but now it is different, Ye Bufan is no longer the same as before. Not to mention that he is at the peak of the Saint realm, and there are 3 great gods around him, Hao Peng, Qin Heihuan, and Zhen Weiwei. If he were to accept the 13 semi-saints and more than 100 Shenwu venerables from the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, then the human race in the Shenwu continent would be dominated by Ye Bufan alone in the future. Absolutely not. However, they really couldn't come up with 1.3 trillion stones. But at this moment, Qian Duoduo suddenly said, you also said that 1.3 trillion is really cheap. If you really can't come up with so much money at once, you 2 or 3 companies can buy it together, right? Buy together. The people from the 8 major families were stunned. Qian Duoduo looked at Tang Zi and said, President Tang, how about it? Your martial arts academy is so big and powerful, would you like to consider it? 1,300,000,000,000 is really not expensive. Let's not talk about other things. Let's just talk about Linglong Chamber of Commerce's ability to collect intelligence. Once your 3 martial arts academies have Linglong Chamber of Commerce's intelligence system, then controlling, no, managing the entire human race will become more convenient and efficient, right? As Qian Duoduo spoke, Bai Linglong's mouth twitched unnaturally again. The master really has set his eyes on the martial arts academy's belongings. It's clear that he wants to make a fortune before leaving. Chapter 856 set off to the Wangyao Mountains. President Tang, how about it? Your martial arts academy is so big and powerful, would you like to consider it as well? 1,300,000,000,000 is really not expensive. Let's not talk about other things. Let's just talk about Linglong Chamber of Commerce's ability to collect intelligence. Once your 3 martial arts academies have Linglong Chamber of Commerce's intelligence system, then controlling, no, managing the entire human race will become more convenient and efficient, right? Tang Zi was stunned by Qian Duoduo's words. The Wu Academy ruled over the human race, so they naturally had no idea about Qian Duoduo's so-called trade, but the Linglong Chamber of Commerce intelligence system was different. After all, the reason why Qian Duoduo was able to know everything about the Shenwu continent was because of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. If the Wu Academy bought the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, it would be equivalent to buying Qian Duoduo's intelligence system. This would definitely be more beneficial for the Wu Academy to supervise the entire human race. For a moment, Tang Zi was also a little moved. The 8 top families are interested in the people of Linglong Chamber of Commerce and the profits that can be brought to them in the future, while the Martial Academy is concerned about the intelligence system of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. There was a brief silence. After a moment, Tang Zi looked at the 8 ancestors of the 8 top families and slowly said, "Everyone, 13 semi-saints, 128 divine warriors, how much are you willing to pay for the employment rights of these 100 people for 10 years? Well, Tang Zi's sudden words stunned everyone present. However, soon, everyone understood Tang Zi's meaning. It was obvious that the Wu Academy only wanted the intelligence system of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, so Tang Zi wanted to buy only the intelligence system of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Although the semi-saints and divine warriors hired by Linglong Chamber of Commerce were also part of the intelligence system, a mere 100 people would not have much impact on the entire intelligence system. In this way, the Martial Academy can sell the employment rights of these people to the other 8 top families, so that the Martial Academy can save a lot of money, and the 8 major families can also buy the people they like with relatively less money. To put it bluntly, this is a win-win situation where both sides get what they need. After a brief moment of daze, the Feng family ancestor spoke first. "My Feng family is willing to pay 300 billion stones and buy Linglong Chamber of Commerce together with the Martial Academy." "Brother Feng, isn't 300 billion a little too little?" As soon as the Feng family ancestor finished speaking, the Zhang family ancestor immediately spoke up, and then he looked at Tang Zi. "President Tang, my Zhang family is willing to pay 500 billion yuan to buy Linglong Chamber of Commerce together with the Wu Academy." After the Feng family ancestor finished speaking, other families also spoke up. Ji Yu family, 510 billion. Shen family, 520 billion. Zi family, 530 billion. Shen family, 600 billion. Long family, 601 billion. Lin family, 602 billion. Before the auction of Qian Duoduo Linglong Chamber of Commerce began, the major families had already begun fierce competition. To put it bluntly, this was also an auction for the cooperation rights of He Wuyuan. Qian Duoduo didn't care about this at all, and didn't try to stop it. After all, in his opinion, the reserve price of 1.3 trillion was already the limit, and it would be the same no matter who it was sold to. So whether one of the parties present buys it or they buy it together, it is the same for Qian Duoduo. Feng family, 630 billion. Hu family, 631 billion. The price soared all the way to 630 billion, but at this time the bidding speed of the major families had slowed down a lot, and each price increase had dropped sharply from the initial 10 billion to a mere 1 billion. Obviously, 630 billion is already the psychological limit of the major families, or in other words, this is all the yuanxi they can currently afford. After all, Qian Duoduo wanted the transaction to be done on the spot, and they couldn't go back to their respective families to get it. Lin family, 700 billion. But at this moment, the ancestor of the Lin family suddenly shouted loudly and directly raised the price by 70 billion. The sudden change stunned all the other families present. Qian Duoduo smiled indifferently. If we were to ask who is the richest person in the Shenwu continent, it would definitely be him with lots of money. Apart from that, it is the human race's martial arts academy. The third place is naturally the major top families. Among these 8 top families, the Tianqi Lin family is definitely the richest. Why? Who asked the Lin family to have Lin Loyan? As soon as the Lin family ancestor finished speaking, the 7 ancestors of the 7 major families present stopped talking, because all the saints present in their respective families could not gather 700 billion stones. I don't want to give up, but I have no choice but to give up. As for borrowing money or cooperating with other families, don't be ridiculous. The 8 top families are superficially united but actually at odds with each other. They fight openly and secretly. It is impossible for them to borrow money from them. No one continued to compete with the Lin family, so the right to cooperate naturally fell into the hands of the Lin family. 1,300 billion. In the end, the Wu Academy invested 600 billion yuan and the Lin family invested 700 billion yuan to jointly buy the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Haha, you too, from now on this Linglong Chamber of Commerce is yours. After collecting 1.3 trillion stones, Qian Duoduo pushed the Sumeru ring containing the Linglong Chamber of Commerce's land deed, house deed, and employment agreement in front of Tang Zi and said with a smile. Tang Zi smiled knowingly and immediately put away the Sumeru ring. As for the distribution, that would naturally be a matter for later. After all, the most urgent priority was to deal with the current crisis. All right. After Tang Zi put away the Zumi ring, Qian Duoduo's expression became solemn. He glanced at the more than 100 saints present and said sternly, "Since the matter has been resolved, now we will set off immediately and head to the Wangyao mountain range to slaughter all the saints of the demon clan." Qian Duoduo's words cheered up everyone. Tang Zi hesitated for a moment and said, "President Qian, should we discuss this?" "What are you talking about?" Qian Duoduo glanced at Tang Zidao. "This." Tang Zi hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Although President Qian is a half-step flyer, once you unlock your cultivation, you will only be able to stay in the Shenwu continent for 30 seconds. So, shouldn't we think about how to use these 30 seconds to inflict the greatest damage on the demon race?" "No." Qian Duoduo waved his hand and said, 30 seconds is enough for Master Qian to slaughter all the saints of his demon clan 10 times. Buzz. Qian Duoduo's words shocked all the saints present. In 30 seconds, he killed all the saints of his demon clan 10 times. Is half-step flying really that powerful? Is half-step flying really that terrifying? Before the crowd could think about it, Qian Duoduo spoke again. This time on the trip to the Wangyao mountain range, you don't need to take any action. You only have one mission, which is to lure out all the demon saints of the demon race, gather them together, and then Master Qian will kill them all at once. Gurgle. Everyone couldn't help swallowing when they heard this, and their faces were filled with extreme shock. Gather all the saints of the demon race together, and then you kill them all by yourself. One person instantly killed more than 100 demon saints. The more than 100 human saints present felt their scalps tingling, their blood flow accelerated, and their heartbeats intensified. But after a brief shock came excitement. At the beginning, all the saints thought that during this trip to Wangyao mountain range, Qian Duoduo would deal with the demon saint who had reached the peak of the sainthood realm of the demon clan, and then they would deal with the other demon saints. But now it seems that this is not the case. Since Qian Duoduo can take on all the saints of the demon clan alone, there is naturally no need for them to take action. As for gathering all the saints of the demon race, that is really as simple as it can be. More than 100 saints of the human race have invaded the Wangyao mountains. Will the demon race just sit back and watch? It's impossible. At that time, as long as they step into the Wangyao mountains, the demon saint of the demon clan will naturally come out to fight them. Lure the snake out of its hole and gather them together. It's so easy. Set off. Without waiting for the saints to think about it, Qian Duoduo said the 2 words in a stern voice, and then walked out of the house. Linggu Fei, Shu Dashan, Bai Linglong and Qian Duoduo, 3 disciples who had reached the peak of the saint realm, followed first. The other saints looked at each other. Let's go. Tang Zi said the word and then followed. Naturally, the other elders from the holy realm of the martial academy did not stay any longer, and later the saints from the 8 top families also followed. More than 100 saints of the human race came out in full force. They are full of vigor and vitality. They were filled with murderous intent. This battle will surely kill all the saints of the demon race, and his demon race will no longer have any saints. Chapter 857 Master Bai, you are rebelling. The Demon Clan, Wangyao Mountain Range. As the habitat of the Demon Clan and also the base camp of the Demon Clan, all the members of the Demon Clan are now gathering quickly in the Wangyao Mountains, from the demon gods in the divine martial realm to the demon soldiers in the transcendent realm, without exception. The souls of the 10 most powerful humans who have entered the holy realm have been severely damaged, and they will have no power to fight in the short term. As a result, the overall peak combat power of the human race will be greatly weakened. There is no doubt that once the human race loses the battle for the Holy Land, the demon army will directly invade the human territory. Crazy gathering. An epic war is rapidly brewing. The flames of war have already begun silently. Snow Wolf Ancestral Land. The whole clan is assembled, ready to attack the tribe. Fuck, can anyone tell me what's going on? Are the 10 great demon lords crazy? The Blood Wolf Demon King looked confused and disheveled. Beside him, the Blue Wolf Demon King, Tianyao Greedy Wolf, and the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast also had confused expressions on their faces. The news came too suddenly and the order came too strangely, making them unable to react for a while. The whole clan gathered and prepared for battle. What does that mean? This means that it won't be long before a full-scale war between the demon race and the human race breaks out. At that time, no matter whether it is the demon race or the human race, no member of the two races will be able to stay out of it. To put it bluntly, this is a fight to the death between the two races, and one side is bound to perish. In the Shenwu continent, humans, demons, and barbarians have been fighting each other for countless years, and such a thing has never happened before. But now, Brother Bai, what should we do now? In confusion, the Green Wolf Demon King looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, "How should I know what to do?" The Snow Wolf Demon King shouted angrily, "Fuck it, this is an order from the 10 great demon lords, can we not follow it? If we don't execute it, the 10 great demon lords will beat us to death in a minute." But, the Green Wolf Demon King hesitated slightly. The Snow Wolf Demon King was furious. Suddenly, his eyes rolled and he said, "Damn it. We can't stay in the Wangyao mountain range any longer. So, let's go big. Let's play a big game." The 3 demons in front of him were all stunned. Hey. The Snow Wolf Demon King looked at the 3 demons in front of him and asked, "Do you want to make a contribution? Make merit." The Green Wolf Demon King and Tianyao Tanlang were instantly cheered up. What are they doing in the demon tribe? Aren't you here just to make a contribution? How? Immediately, Tianyao Tanlang, who had now advanced to a demon god, looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and asked. Essence pill. That was exactly what he had always dreamed of. After all, he was able to advance from the Jodian realm